Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome as we're here for the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports at the king of all racetracks, the Nürburgring. And not just that, but the Nordschleife. That means we're here for the 25-kilometer, 16-mile racetrack, so we're in for an absolute treat as we get ready for 24 hours of action-packed racing around this iconic and treacherous venue. We saw qualifying times of over 8 minutes, so it's going to take everything of these teams and drivers to deliver a performance they can be proud of today. John, I think it's hard to find a racer that doesn't have a soft spot for this track. What are you looking forward to most in today's twice around the clock race?
Yeah, absolutely, Austin. It's a formidable circuit, isn't it? You know, the Nordschleife is steeped in history. Of course, the real life series following a 24-hour race here as well. So I'm really looking forward to just seeing some action between all the top esports drivers we have, of course, in the realm of ACC. And I think we're going to have some fantastic racing for the next 24 hours.
Pleased to be with you here. Austin Belke, John Dalton in the booth. We've got basically a who's who of the best in the business at bringing you these races. Mike Yao, Ryan Gill. Quick entry list look for you today. You see the number 4 team up at the top 5, 7. Just going down to the list, the who's who, right, of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. John, this is a star-studded entry list.
Yeah, we've got some, super stacked drivers and some even bigger teams. You know, the names Brabham Motorsport feature, Visceral, Esports by Aztec, Sim Sports, BS Racing, of course, ST Racing, Samantha Tan, Gladius in the mix as well. Genesis fielding 2 teams, and of course, Low Fuel Motorsports with their Mustang entry. It's, lots of drivers, even, Williams Esports towards the end, with not forgetting Veloce. It's a very talented field, as you said, Austin. It's the top tier, should we say, that we have in ACC with us today.
Quick look at the silver standings entering today's race. The top 4 teams only separated by 4 points. Ryan's with us here. He's going to try to give us, keep us updated, right, apprised of the situation for this championship, because there's still a lot to be played for. I mean, imagine the top 4 spots. You couldn't ask for more from this silver championship.
Yeah, you couldn't ask any more, could you? You know, being this close coming into the final round at the top. Of course, BF Racing, Gladius, Visceral Esports, and ST Racing to boot. Veloce Academy just outside could be the dark horse as we scroll down, of course, through the standings. Still super close, even outside the top 10. JP Motorsport and Reds Tech, super close there as well. And even towards the back of the field, Austin, everybody may be competing for, just team honors amongst themselves.
Exactly, and we take a look at the pro standings. Basically, Team MSI have just gone ahead and made everything fall their way. They've had 3 victories, never not podium. They've never finished worse than second, so basically they could completely DNF from this race and they'd still have a lock on the championship point standings as we look down further through the field. Again, talk about a star-studded entry list. Firefly Esports there with their AMR V8 Vantage, all the way down to Alpha Venturi Racing with their Mustang.
Yeah, of course, lots of names, like you say there. And of course, now we go on to what is the Nordschleife Super Pole Lap. So we're going to give you a run through, of course, of yesterday's action, and already beginning at the end of the GP loop, of course, turning right into the shortcut, providing the best run-up you can as you come down the start-finish straight, of course, under the M-Power Bridge towards turn 1. That's going to be the pinch point for this afternoon. Usually lots of chaos, of course, forms in turn 1, and a quick switch back to the left as we use the shorter non-Mercedes arena route. We're coming down the hill towards, of course, the bottom of the GP Strecker and towards the Dunlop hairpin. It's a bit of a sped-up lap here. If you're watching at home thinking, how fast is this Ferrari going? It's 150% of what we did yesterday. So speeding through, of course, the GP loop that everybody knows up towards the Schumacher S's. Again, not really a passing place, but with the esports teams on the grid today, maybe they can find a move to make work as they come towards, of course, the end of the hill, the left-right section, before propelling themselves down towards what is, of course, Austin, the Nordschleife.
That's right, yeah. You're going to go through this fast sweeping right-hander through a quick little curve down here at the end of the straight, and then basically it goes to heck in a handbasket, because for as well as you think you can memorize a GP circuit, one especially as famous as the Nürburgring, it gets very, very treacherous. It gets a lot thinner. The curbs on either side, you can nibble them a little, but if you touch them more than a lot, you're going to have a wrecked race car at some point. Quick left-hander back to the right. So you can try to set yourself up. There's a little bit of long straightaway right about here that you start getting going to, and then you just continue. It's flat out for this little bit of a stretch right here. You're going to crest a hill. These cars, though, with enough downforce, it's not really going to be too much of a problem, but anything less downforcey than this, right, you start to skate around and really feel, I'm going to say, not too well in tune with your race car.
Yeah, the Flugplatz, of course, being reprofiled very recently in yesteryear. Through Schwedenkreuz we go. Hard on the brakes, of course, for Arenberg, and then the run down through the foxhole. Looks very simple, but does pick up pace as, of course, you go downhill into the compression at the bottom before coming up over the other side. The older flat curb on the left, not reprofiled in ACC, as it was relayed this year in the real-life circuit. Of course, drivers electing not to even look at the curb at Foxhole now, and then beginning the run down, of course, towards Metzgerfeld and Kallenhard. This is the twisty section where it really sets in. It's a very rhythmic circuit, the Nordschleife. You tend to find yourself with a bad run through one corner, and then it really upsets the flow and the balance of the car as we come through the left-right of Piff Path, the old miss-hit-miss, but a hit-hit-miss in the case of the Ferrari from yesterday. Hard on the brakes, of course, down towards the bottom of X-Müller before we begin the run towards the hotel section, where, of course, the second entry to the Nordschleife on the right-hand side is a public entrance during tourist fun days, and then the quick sweep around the right-hander, of course, up to Niki Lauda towards Bergwerk before we begin the run up the hill, Austin, of course, through Kesselchen.
Yeah, I see a lot of questions in the YouTube chat. This is the Super Pole lap from yesterday, so we're at about 150 times speed here. You can see absolutely hauling the mail down this back straightaway. A little bit of twisties in here. You're going to have some opportunities to pass other cars if you get a big draft going in this section of the racetrack, but you get up here to the end of the straightaway, it becomes very, very treacherous, even if you're single file, so definitely don't want to try to pull out in this area. Hard on the brakes, back to left, then hard right, and then you're going to get up here. Very, very tight carousel here at the end of the straightaway. I'll be interested to see in all sorts of different types of weather, whether drivers are all the way to the inside, go up one curve as the rain really starts to set in. And this is the most fun part of the racetrack, in my opinion. Super fast, extremely flowing.
Yeah, of course, Sector 3, very flowing indeed, through kind of Wipperman, of course, Brunchen, aka YouTube Corner, very famous sets of corners here at the Nürburgring, and it's another one of those sections, much like the Hatzenbach, where curbs are a big no-no. Lots of them are raised up. You can kind of kiss them, you can look at them, but if you do any more than that, it's really going to throw the car off. Through, of course, the YouTube section, up towards the end of Ice Curve before we begin, again, the compression down the hill. Once again, another elevation change through Flansgarten. It's a very flat out kind of car, jumps in the air, hard on the brakes on the landing, and then, of course, the run up the hill, down the other side towards Beloff S before we get towards the end of the lap near Schwabenschwanz, and, of course, the mini carousel before Galgenkopf that, of course, brings you out onto the Dottinger Höhe, where, Austin, we typically see lots of kind of tactical moves during the lap. Drivers hold station, stay close behind their rival, knowing that this big long straight's coming up down the Dottinger, and they can get lots of draft and an easy move sealed into Tiergarten.
Yeah, speaking of this long straightaway, this is it. It's very easy to fall asleep with how long this straightaway is. The car is reaching incredible speeds before you crest this hill, and then you start going downhill. You start to have the assist of gravity to help propel you up to the end of this lap. A quick little flick in the chicane, and that's basically one entire lap of the Nordschleife completed at 150% speed.
Probably the fastest lap that we are ever going to see here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Lots of times were set yesterday. It was, of course, the 72 and the 5 that battled it out over 3 qualifying sessions, both switching positions in each of those. And of Of course, it was very strong in one lap pace. And a question in the YouTube chat about the lap record that we held yesterday. That was it on your screens there, an 8:01.9. And Austin, as a casual player of ACC, I can tell you that I am nowhere near that level of pace to these guys. And it shows you how fast they truly are in lapping this sim.
Yeah, on a good day, maybe I'm 20 seconds off. On a bad day, I'm probably in a fence. Getting a new car and trying to go back out on the racetrack. These guys are some of the best in the business. Just basically, like I said earlier, we touched on the championship point standings, but a quick mention, cars we expect to see doing very well today based on their previous performance this season. Like I mentioned, the 86 car team MSI, 3 wins in the 5 races we've had so far. They've never finished worse than second. Another team, 2 other teams I think are going to be continue to be hot this season, the number 63 and the 51. They both have a win. They're the 2 spoilers for the perfection of the team MSI season. The 63 car, 3 podiums, and the 51 so far has 2. So really interested to see who can stay up there. You already see Stitsenko is that 51 car up in the podium positions right now. That 5 car, not too surprised to see them up there as well. And their Mercedes wouldn't be the first time they got a podium this season. They took one in Spa, the other 24-hour race.
Yeah, of course, not just one 24-hour race on this year's calendar, but 2. With, of course, the Nürburgring being added in. And some formidable teams as we take a slow walk down the grid as drivers, of course, get themselves ready. They make the setup checks that they need to do. Is there enough fuel in the car? Have we selected the right brake pads? Are the pit stop presets set up properly? And, of course, looking to the sky, Austin, it's looking very grey here today. So could it be one of those mixed bag races where we're seeing a lot of pit stops being thrown out the window? Of course, lots of people think we're going to go the hour, we're going to run it to the end of the clock, we're going to maximize every single stint we can over the 24 to try and reduce that final stop and maybe even just have a splash and dash near the end. But with the rain forming in the skies by the looks of it, that could throw everything out of the window today for these teams.
Yeah, it certainly could. Like you mentioned, the teams have to pit every 65 minutes. They cannot go over that. That is a violation of the rules. So the teams are going to try to get as close to that 65 as possible. If they do it right, they can take one entire pit stop out of the equation for today, but it's going to be extremely tough. If we had perfect conditions all race long, but once you mix the rain into that, this is a long circuit too. I would hate to be out there on the wrong set of tires if weather started to happen or it went away. You're either going to lose a lot of time on the wrong set or find yourself in the wrong side of the barriers as the race goes on. Just to get some housekeeping items out of the way for you as soon as possible. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see the scoring pylon. All the car numbers that have black text over a white background, that's the pro category. All the cars that you see white text over a gray or silver background, that's the silver category. Talking about the silver cars, like we mentioned, 4 teams within 4 points at the top of the standings. So lots of people, lots of drivers, lots of teams still in it for the championship in the silver category as the race goes on. Keep asking us. If we got Ryan up here in the booth with us, he's going to give us updates about where they are, who's leading that championship. And of course, like I said, Team MSI on the pro championship side of things, they've done everything they could to make this a lockout, and it is.
Yeah, it's what you want, isn't it, when you come to the the final race of the season? Not have any worries, any woes, or not have to take those risks. You can just drive at your own pace, should we say? And I'm sure these guys won't be. They're going to be going toe to toe with their rivals that they know across the esports circuit. And as you touched on, of course, Austin, the Silver Drivers Championship, or the Silver Teams Championship, sorry, still very much alive. And the cars you want to keep an eye on are the number 17. That's the BF Racing esports car. The number 201, that's Gladius Competitions. They're starting with a pro car between them as a little bit of a buffer, P10 and 12. And then we've got the number 44, Visceral Esports by Azatec Sim Sports. Of course, they're 3rd in the Silver Championship race so far. And 4th, just in the realm of catching maybe a title, the ST Racing Esports Ford Mustang as well. They're down in P13. So keep your eye on those numbers. That's the 17, the 201, the 44, and the 28, because I'm sure that's going to get very, very aggressive come the end of the race when they realize we've done 23 hours of racing and we're still locked together in this championship fight.
Yeah, and if you think this 28 team, like I mentioned, they're on a hot streak. They've won 2 of the last 2 races. They podiumed back at Suzuka, but for the Spa and Indy rounds, nowhere to be seen in the top 5. So if they can come back and rally back for this, it's going to be quite impressive. Now we're finally off. We got a little bit of a warm-up lap here. I wouldn't say it's a warm-up lap. It's more like a warm-up 10% of a lap, would you say, John?
Yeah, it's a very small margin, isn't it? Coming from the Dottinger, almost where the Touristfahrten public entry road is on weekdays, down towards Tiergarten. Drivers are going to be stressing those Pirellis somewhat to try and get them up to temperature. You see lots of brake dragging. Of course, brakes heat up the pad and the disc, then heat up the wheel in turn, which will then build up temperatures and pressures in that carcass. Some drivers electing to go for the old weaving strategy, but nevertheless still trying to get something into that Pirelli tyre for when the green flag drops in just a moment, Austin.
Yeah, butterflies in the stomachs of all these drivers and their teams. A 24-hour race, no doubt. They've probably spent at least 10 times that amount of time doing practice laps around here, trying to get their setups just right. All the teams having some sort of a hand in that as we continue towards the starting pylon. Tinko van der Velde there and the number 5 Mercedes in the pro field. As we continue to wait for the green flag, and you can see this monster of a field we have here today. Tons of talent behind the wheels of these race cars.
Yeah, lots of talent indeed, and the green flag drops, and it's already Williams off to a good start, but the Renvelten car alongside getting the jump just about down into turn 1. Mercedes to the inside, Ferrari to the outside with 3 wide in the background. ITB Esports splitting the field. Will everybody make it around turn 1 successfully? Lots of bunching in the back, drivers having to take evading action. Be careful of the barrier on the inside of turn 2, but it looks like Austin, despite being 4 wide towards the back of the grid, everybody through the first complex safely.
Yeah, these guys are pros at this. They all make it through there without challenge. You see Jakob Osterman there and the number 7 car down to the inside trying to complete this pass on the 51 of Stetsenko. As they're 2 wides, they get closer and closer to that Dunlap curve. Going through there now, complete 180 degrees, now up towards the Schumacher S's, getting a little argy-bargy there though. You see Klinkenmuller there trying to get his nose in there. Free positions are hard to come by, especially this early in the race. Osterman now all by himself. They're 2 wide behind, still getting into each other, dooring one another.
Yeah, Ferrari getting the elbows out there with Niels Klinkmuller, the 51 and the 4, and it looks like a bit of a bottleneck as they come through the latter half of the GP section, and Osterman has taken that space and he is really running with it, just trying to build that gap away from the charging pack behind already. We've got Naldini sizing up the Williams car, dab of the brakes there, just being a little bit cautious coming into the chicane. The MSI car ahead, that's a Ferrari up the inside, that's the Coach Dave Academy car. Lamborghini Esports is sideways coming out of the chicane, out onto the Nordschleife. That's going to create a very big bunched effect, Austin, as they head through the hats and back.
Yeah, quite the save bit there by Dario, the number 63 Lamborghini. I don't know how he got that car saved. I'd be interested as to why he got so far sideways off the racetrack. But now we continue on to the Nordschleife. It's still the 72 out front, currently leading Fiala in the 5, Tinko van der Velde, excuse me, and that number 5 Mercedes car. And this is where things start to get hot and heavy. It's going to be lots of single file racing. If you think we've seen anything so far, these drivers are only going to continue to turn up their aggression.
Yeah, it's only going to get more aggressive, isn't it? As you said, it's very hard to pass on the Nordschleife. It's almost akin to a street circuit with how close the walls and the Armco and the barrier really becomes in. Of course, you can't really use the curbs, as we touched on during the run-through. And just look at the train of cars as they run up towards Flugplatz. Lots of very colourful and bright liveries that you might be recognising. And one towards the back of the field, BS Competition, going to be on a bit of a comeback drive today as they try and make their way back up. 2 wide into Schwedenkreuz. That's not going to go well, and drivers filtering back into single file, and still people trying to make up spaces just in this mid-pack, just trying to find that safe space, I think, Austin, at this point, where they can, of course, kind of not run their own pace, but certainly maybe run away from the field or find a drafting partner just to try and work themselves forward up the order.
Yeah, oh, you're not even 1 hour into this 24-hour race. We've only done basically less than 5 minutes to this point, so there really is no reason to be this aggressive so far. You look at Osterman there in that McLaren, the first one in the field, that number 7 car. Jakob trying to get a draft up there off of Tico van der Velde. See how close he can get, but again, not sure how aggressive he's going to be once he gets up there. But you do have to make sure, though, that if you're one of these cars, you can make a pass right now and just basically try to run away with it, right? Use how well your car performs at this point in the race as something you can use over your opponents. You can see super single file here. A big gap, though, back from the 3rd position to 4th and 5th, and then it continues to get strung out for a while, and then you're going to see a big old gaggle of cars.
Yeah, it was all about the bottleneck coming out of the Schumacher S with the Ferrari and the number 4 coming to blows, and then of course the Lamborghini checking everybody up as they came through the chicane of the GP circuit, and it's just a massive train of cars coming down to one of the lowest points of the Nordschleife. And like you said, Austin, lots of cars are going to have their advantages at different points of the race. Of course, some cars bring their tyres in nice and early. They get in the Lamborghini sideways into the Armco. That's an early spin for the number 63. Everybody takes avoiding action. I think that was a visceral Esports car getting into the side of them. That's going to be some very big damage early on for the number 63.
Yeah, Dario Lamello sideways there. You saw most cars able to get through. Crucially for the 28 Mustang, they went off to the side of the track. No damage for them, but this 63 machine is hurting. And I think I can't really tell who got into the left rear of them, but they're going to have massive amounts of damage on that race car. We'll see if we can keep you posted on that, but definitely not the start that Dario wanted to have in that Lamborghini.
Yeah, you can already see that on board. The steering bent almost 90 degrees to try and keep it in a straight line. Lots of turning just to try and get it through a small kink as they come up the hill and begin the run up Callenhard on that one. Meanwhile, though, Aidan Walshingham certainly looking to try and make an early move here. They've broken away from Jonathan Riley in the number 51 Ferrari just behind, already onto the back of Lars Kisser in the number 4 as they begin their run through the final sector, as it's kind of christened here at the Nordschleife. It's a very fast sector, very twisty sector as well. The McLaren certainly going to be handling very well through there, of course, with the mid-engined in that car compared to the nose-heavy AMG, the big engine hanging over that front axle. And as I was saying before it all kicked off with the number 63, of course, lots of cars have their advantages at different points of the race. You know, the Porsche typically eats rear tyres towards the end of the stint, so that's not going to be looking too healthy come about 50 minutes time, but certainly in the early game, it's going to bring those tyres in a lot quicker maybe than some of the other cars on the grid.
Yeah, of course, this cloud cover is going to be sort of I'm going to say a leading hand in what's going on with the handling of these race cars. You see pretty overcast skies here. No rain. We had a little bit of rain earlier before the race began. I wouldn't be too surprised to see more rain as the race goes on, but certainly cooler track temperatures leading to cooler tire temperatures, so it'll be a lot harder to overheat these tires. So we'll see who's got their cars maybe more, I'm not going to say trimmed out, but set up for a cooler track temperatures. We might get a good idea of who's going to be very strong as the nighttime progresses. Pretty much the middle of this race, that's when you're going to see the coolest track and tire temperatures in this race overall.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Austin. Of course, not all the cars are going to be set up for all conditions throughout this whole 24-hour race. Of course, in the sky, looks very grey at the moment as we ride on board with Marco Bischoff for the Team Nitro 717 entry, sizing up the back of the 104 Mustang ahead. But as we said earlier, talking about classes, they're not in the same class. So this is a pro car we're riding on board with, essentially fighting with a silver class entrant. So although Marco may get past them, that's not going to net them any more championship points. They're going to have to clear a few more as the Mustang's wide into the wall already at Galbenkopf, and that allows Marco Bischoff to slip on through the number 717 up into P14, and behind as well, it looks like the Lamborghini has managed to get through. That's Finn Zimbel in the number 6, providing now a tow to the Mustang as they come down the Dottinger Höhe.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic mistake there. Hopefully not too much damage on the left side of that car. You saw it just go a little bit wide there on the exit of that corner as we now look at the Williams Academy driver of Dyer McCormick in that 777 car. They've been hot pretty much all season long, trying to see if they can stay ahead of this Allied Mercedes entry here. That's the 86 of Tauscher just behind. Quick look at Dyer. You can see, oh wow, so relaxed behind the wheel, he's going to take a drink.
Yeah, having a quick sip of his drink there is Dyer, keeping hydrated early in these races, and plenty of space in the Nordschleife to certainly get that drink in. Of course, the Dottinger very, very long indeed, and Dyer even finding some space in the start-finish straight to take a sip as we flick towards the front of the field. Jakob Osterman has found his way through Tinker van der Velde, so the number 5 Williams Mercedes down into P3 and ITB up into P2. Meanwhile, Marco Lomi trades places with Ritchie as they come down into the left-right section of the GP Strecker. Aston on Aston battles, and lots of drivers at the moment, Austin, don't look like they're over-defending. You know, they're looking quite cautious in the battles they're taking. They know there's a long race ahead, and although we saw some elbows out on lap 1, as the field begins to spread out, I think drivers are going to be more about working together and thinking of the bigger picture this afternoon.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, John. You see, that was pretty much a textbook heads-up racing, driver-on-driver pass. You saw not too much fighting there from the one Aston to the other, and I think basically at this point it's, you know what, we got 23 hours left in this race. I'll let you by. Hopefully you can return the favor later, but if anything, maybe you just start to see maybe where their car is performing just a little bit better than yours. Look at Stefan Trineski there, the number 52, the silver category, the Ferrari, number 52 machine. See a lot of damage on the front end of that car. I may be curious, John, if that's the car that might have made that serious impact with the number 63 Lamborghini.
Yeah, I'm not too sure it was the Brabham Motorsport car that had the initial kind of first big punch in the door of the Lamborghini, but certainly I'd say maybe Trineski getting involved somewhere along the line in that collision earlier on. You can see lots of kind of paint missing off the front end of that car. Just behind this fight here, Baumann in the 258 Porsche. That looks like it's got a little bit of front end damage as well, so I'm not sure whether everybody checking up to try and avoid, of course, the Lamborghini. If you're the car right at the back of the pack, you're going to be relatively unsighted into what's going on ahead, unless, of course, these teams employ spotters that, of course, watch the circuit a few cars ahead on their side of the game, and just kind of get the heads up to the drivers that, hold on a minute, there's a Lamborghini, stop stationary in the middle of the road, go left, go right, just try and get around it. But again, that's not always the best thing when you're so focused in the zone. You're staring out the windscreen and all of a sudden there's a cloud of dust. It's very tricky to make that right call. It's almost a 50-50 chance, isn't it? Do I go left, do I go right? Either way, you're either going to make contact or you're going to get through. It's such a hard call to make in the moment.
Yeah, and to be fair, even if you do have a spotter at that point on your race car, sometimes it's also reactionary. It's all based on instinct. You might be telling you left, 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 and you see just a big opening on the right. You say, I'm going there. That's where I'll be the safest. And then all of a sudden, 2 seconds later, there's a car there now, and you smack right into the door of them. That can happen too. Certainly not unheard of, as you start to see. I think things are finally starting to settle down now. Hopefully for most of these drivers, they can start to breathe a little more. Of course, not a whole lot of breathing or relaxing on this part of the racetrack. Also, big thank you to Dynamic Gary for providing us probably the best images in ACC. I don't know how he just has the knack to get these just most phenomenal views just of the cars. I love it. So thank you so much, Gary.
Yeah, Gary proving how photorealistic games are certainly becoming at the moment, and followed Gary for quite a while in his endeavours in the real world photography. So if anybody knows how to take an image and take an image from a game to make it look that good, he is certainly the best man for it, I would say. So yeah, props to Dynamic on that one.
We continue to look here at the number 276 silver car. Mateo here in their Aston Martin. I love the livery on this car. So colorful. Just been a huge fan of this team. And honestly, I'm a fan of all the teams, right? You love to see everybody doing well. And we got some personal favorites. Let us know in the YouTube chat if you've got any favorites as we look further up the field here. Aiding Walshingham, the number 40 car. That's the Pro Machine second McLaren in the field. Now back on the rear end of those Mercedes. And how about that 51 Ferrari? Just back there, qualified up near the front, and then just kind of dropped off the face of the earth. Had a really tough time getting through the field there, John. And I don't know if it was the tire pressure temperature in their car, just not quite where they wanted it to be at the start, but they look to be in dire straits at the beginning of this race. Now finally sort of on the up and up once again.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit kind of, unsettled and startled and maybe a little bit roughed up at the start. And it does knock a driver's confidence when you're going into a big race such as the Nürburgring Nordschleife for 24 hours, of course. It's a long afternoon ahead, and you don't want to be that guy. There's a lot of pressure on a driver's shoulders at the start of the race. You don't want to be that guy that is going to bin it in turn one, or you're going to, loop it around. You're going to make that mistake, which really unsettles the car for the rest of the, I would say the afternoon. But of course, we're here for a whole day bringing you this action, and a little bit of a choke up in the carousel here at the head of the field. It's Tinko van der Velde, Lars Kisser on the flasher, already trying to get Tinko out of the way, and Aidan Walshingham, you can see there in the bottom right hand side a live view inside what he's experiencing at the moment, hyper focused into that middle monitor, just trying to lock himself in to the back of this train. And Mercedes, it looks like Jonathan Riley nearly lost the rear end, then over the curb, managed to save it, but that's going to be some time loss and some damage to the rear Pirellis on that Ferrari. Drivers begin to come out through the twisty sections. Of course, the gaps opening up that little bit. Tinko van der Velde managed to just about pull away from Lars Kisser. Of course, Kisser has a rear view mirror full of Aidan Walshingham in the Veloce McLaren as they come through Brunchen, aka, of course, YouTube corner. Plenty of action here on YouTube to find, and Jonathan Riley probably rubbing his hands with glee, seeing these three about to get locked in, knowing that the performance is going to drop somewhat, and that's going to allow the number 51 onto the back of them. Of course, as drivers jump over the Flansgarten area of the circuit, beginning the climb up through the S's before they drop down. It's a big compression as they approach the Beloff S's, and I think they're just about maybe within slipstream reach. I mean, Lars Kisser certainly within reach, Walsingham also there, but Jonathan Riley just off the back of them. But meanwhile, down towards the back, Silver drivers very much alive here. We've got the 7-11 trying to chase down the number 11 ahead, but coming under pressure from the car behind. Jumping forward again to Lars Kisser, coming out onto the Dottinger Austin. I think this is where we're going to start to see the slipstream fights begin.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can see, obviously, the closer you get, the more amplified that drafting effect is going to be. You see kind of slipping in and out, sort of getting a draft, kind of trying to just size up his competition right now is Lars Kisser as they continue down the straight. Oh, a little bit of bump drafting going on, NASCAR style, as they continue down now. And of course, we are going to start to see cars maybe more that are a little bit differently trimmed out from one compared to the other. Of course, the more downforce you have, the more drag you have. So you're going to be faster in the corners, slower on the straights. Let's look at this two-wide battle, though, between the McLaren and the Mercedes just up the road. This is for... And this is super close. Not too often to see fighting. Oh, Mercedes actually off the track, the two getting into each other. The 5 goes around, 51 car gets through. We'll see how much damage is on the left rear quarter of that 5 as they start to get it back going in the right direction. Lost about 10 positions or so in that little squabble.
Yeah, I think that's Naudi there, just getting ahead of them, and the Samantha Tan Racing on the right-hand side there. Looked like it was a little bit of a kiss between the two of Van der Velde and Walsingham. That put Van der Velde onto the grass, stood on the brakes, but of course nothing happens when you're trying to brake on grass, especially with the ABS that these cars run. It becomes very hard then to get the car checked up in time for Tiergarten, and that's exactly what happened, unfortunately, to Tinko van der Velde. But nevertheless, going to get his head down, get it back in the game, focus forward, try and dispatch of these cars that he's now lost positions to. And maybe once he reaches his teammate, of course, Dyer McCormack in the 777, that could be quite an easy pass to then latch back on to the pro train just ahead, Austin.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not that a lot is not going to happen, right? When you try to brake on the grass, a lot happens. It's just you're not slowing down. And you see the cars start to get sideways, and that just, careened that 5 car. So, boy, Van der Velde's going to have a lot of progress to make back up through the field. You can see now just falling under pressure here from the 28 car. One of the 4 cars still in it with a shot to win the championship in the silver category. Like we mentioned, 4 teams within 4 points of each other at the top of the silver standings. So again, we'll try to keep you apprised of the situation as the race goes on. With respect to that, you can see overall 11th position so far for that number 28 Mustang. I'm curious to see, is the 5 car maybe Van der Velde, did that damage kind of slow them down, or is he just trying to get his footing again, because he should be quite a bit faster right now, I would think, than Moning in that Mustang.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with you there, Austin. But, don't discount Moaning out of the fight just yet. The number 28 still trying to, hustle Tingo van der Velde almost through the GP section in the Mustang. Of course, he's got Naudi just ahead in the number 17. He doesn't want to lose sight of the Ferrari ahead either, because that is going to be crucial championship points. Of course, the ST Racing Esports car in the shot of taking the silver title, and the number 17, of course, the championship leader down in silver. So 28 has to stick as close to the 17 as they can, and having a Mercedes in the way isn't the best scenario at the moment, but nevertheless, I'm sure Moaning will not give up this fight. And even though it's a pro car ahead, I don't think they're going to be too shy on getting past.
No, definitely not. I mean, A, it's sort of a pride thing, and B, the further you can get yourself up the running order, obviously, the better you're going to have for the rest of the race. This is a replay of what went on. You see two wide here through the fast left-hander of the kink, and then you got this fast left-right left chicane to end off the lap, and you see just a little bit of argy-bargy between the two cars off into the grass, and you're just a passenger at that point, right, John?
Yeah, you're almost, like you say, you're exactly that, a passenger. You touch the grass, unsettles the balance of the car. You stand on that middle pedal as hard as you can to try and get it drawn up, but unfortunately, a little bit of contact with the number 4 of Lars Kisser as they went through Tiergarten. No harm, no foul though. I mean, Kisser managed to get it back underway, but Jonathan Riley, as I said earlier on, was rubbing his hands with glee. If something happened there, he was set to capitalise, and he has just done that. Up into P4, of course, just ahead now of Lars Kisser. Aiden Walsingham ahead of him, and Osterman, of course, and Richter almost, I wouldn't say running away at this stage, but they're relatively unfazed out of the front. Richter leading in the number 72 from Osterman, 2.2 seconds down the road there. Nice and spaced out, so they're not being phased by each other. One driver isn't constantly staring at that rear view mirror, and they're just free to, drill these laps in early on and try and get some good time gain.
And to be fair, though, when you mentioned talking about the rear view mirror, not a lot of these guys are going to be looking at the rear view mirror unless you're in a heavy braking zone. Especially, it's too crucial at a track like this to be looking in your mirror. This is a place you want to have full focus forward out the windshield of these race cars, because this track is probably, I'm not even going to say probably, the most treacherous on the entire calendar, probably in all of sim racing, real life racing for that matter as well. So you're just going to be on constant attack. You might glance up every once in a while just to see if you've maybe gotten a better run out of a certain corner than the driver behind you, but in these trains like this, everybody's just going to say full focus forward. I need to pass the car ahead of me, because right now it looks like we've got a cork in the bottle, right? I would say that's probably the number 21 BMW right now, holding up Gascal, Latonen, Wong, Klepper, all those guys just trying to see if they can't get by, and it's almost impossible to pass around this racetrack because it's so narrow, and like we mentioned too, you take one bite of those curves and you're done.
Yeah, it's very hard to find your way past the rival, and even harder almost when you're so close, such as Sam Gaskell is, to see around them into what corner you're going into. A brief insight to Sam's point of view there, seeing wrestling the wheel, just trying to hustle the Lamborghini up behind the BMW, and if he's going to try and make a move anywhere, it's maybe going to be here as they begin the run up, of course, through Kesselchen, up towards Mutka, riding on board now from the Axel sports car. Looking back, the number 21 BMW looks like it's got good legs, of course, turbocharged versus NA at this point. The Honda now behind as well, looking to get involved in this one as they come up towards Mutka. It's a bit of a single file corner, and riding on board, you can see there, big wiggle from Gaskell as he dabbed the brake, flicked it through to get it into the corner, and the BMW just opening up that advantage ever so slightly as they come down to the style striker.
Yeah, the duality here of endurance racing, especially in sports cars. One driver holding a position wants to keep it, the other driver behind badly wants that position. That was an interesting move there that we saw out of the NSX down that straightaway. I'd be curious to see what kind of straightaway speed they have relative to the rest of these cars if they're out there in clean air. Of course, two cars, not side by side, but maybe 1.5 cars wide, punching a ginormous hole in the air for the NSX just behind. I'd be curious to see, once we get to the back straightaway, who maybe has a leg up on their competition when it comes. Oh, the NSX actually off the racetrack. That's going to give up one spot, maybe two. We'll see if they can hold on to that position. Obviously under attack right now. I believe that's the other Williams Esports Mercedes.
Yeah, I think that's the number 20 of Klopper just on the back there, sizing up the Honda now as Latonen has given up a position to Wong in that very brightly coloured purple and yellow McLaren, and it's allowed Sam Gaskell to kind of extend the lead ever so slightly with the number 21 just ahead of him as they come through. Of course, Wickerman and Brunchen and Etchbach, the switchback nature of these corners. It's a line of stern for Sam Gaskell, maybe sizing up the move as thinking about the bigger picture, as we get down towards the Dottinger, maybe thinking he can out-drag the BMW, as you said earlier on, Austin. Of course, drivers electing for very different setups on these cars. Some drivers focusing predominantly on straight line speed, others maybe dialing in a little bit safer just to keep that car more consistent over, of course, the 24 hours that they have ahead of them. And knowing the weather looking pretty grey at the moment, there's been reports of rain on the horizon for the last 30 minutes or so. That's probably going to be something factored into these setups as Gaskell sees a little gap down into Schwab-and-Schwanz, just not able to get it done. Back into line of stern for the mini carousel before coming back up the hill towards Galgenkopf. Already the 21 trying to broke that toe towards Galgenkopf, but the Lamborghini looks much better in corners. It sees a gap. Gaskell up the inside. It's going to drive the BMW nearly wide and slotting back in behind for the long run now down the Dottinger towards Tiergarten. Can the BMW prevail? But at the front there's lots of battles going on at the moment. This is Sean Arnold off the road into Tiergarten. It's almost a 1-to-1 from what we saw a few laps ago. Where is he going to emerge? Just ahead of Lomi. Drivers checking up. Bischoff and Zamperetti in the Mustang, the number 104, having to slam on the anchors, avoiding action. And meanwhile, towards the back, Gaskell now under fire from Wong in the McLaren.
Yeah, look at the legs on that McLaren, obviously trying to go up to the outside, thinks better of it. He'll slot back in line as they continue to go through the final chicane of the lap. You see the NXX now further into the picture. I'll tell you one guy making off like a bandit right now. That's Trineski, the number 52 Ferrari, just up the road. The other silver driver in this long train of silver cars. He's just way ahead of this, continuing to stretch out his lead over this mini gaggle of cars. I tell you what, right now, though, the cork in the bottle, definitely that BMW, the Lambo of Gaskell, tries to go up the inside once again. Looks like he'll make it work, but now there's the switchback. He's gonna, I'm gonna say, a slider move there. McLaren and BMW dooring each other as they come off the corner. So now that Gaskell is free, let's see how much further up the road he can get side by side for the BMW and the McLaren. Argy-bargy once again. McLaren goes off completely.
Yeah, Wong off to stage right in the McLaren there, the Just Drive Boys entry, the number 996, having to get it back on the road, and now they find themselves in a bit of no man's land. Of course, the pack ahead has escaped up the road, and he's going to have to set his sights back on again. Try to latch on to the back of the train. Meanwhile, though, Lomi has prevailed over the fight we saw earlier on with Sean Arnold hitting the grass at Tiergarten. That's now the cork in the bottle, is Sean Arnold behind with Bischoff, the 104 Mustang as well. I think the number 96 is in there. Just look at the train of cars all about to enter the Nordschleife. The Mustang's up the inside, in the background the 104 trying to make it up on the Team Nitro 717 entry, but has to slot back into line, and now they begin the train snaking through the Hatzenbach. That is quite a few cars going on back here, Austin.
Yeah, that's the worst part for any race driver to be in, is when you start to get side by side, everybody's held up behind one driver. It almost becomes like when you're in a two-lane highway in a road car. You think, oh, I'm way faster than the guy ahead of me. I'll just pull out to pass him, and all of a sudden you're getting passed by the guy behind you. It makes it extremely treacherous, and you kind of start to not trust your fellow drivers because you say, look, I'm faster than this guy. I know you're faster than him too. Let me pass him. Maybe you can follow me through, and then we'll both run away. But you start getting guys trying to chomp at the bit. Everybody's trying to undercut the guy in front of them, and it just leads to heck in a handbasket, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's almost like racing drivers' pride, isn't it? They don't want to sacrifice a position to be able to benefit if the other driver can open up the door on the fellow driver ahead, and everybody enters this kind of, locking horns phase where nobody wants to really give up the position, and they're just going to end up following each other around in line of stern. But the train has kind of broken away a little bit between the 164 and the 96 ahead. Finn Symbol just behind here in the number 6 Lamborghini, with Lito in the 276 as they come down through the foxhole, snaking left and right down into the compression at the bottom. It's still Sean Arnold, though, at the head of the train, the 717, although in earshot. And again, Lots of drivers here within the slipstream range once again, so I'm sure this train is going to keep snaking its way through the countryside here at the Nordschleife of the Eifel region before we head out back onto the Dottinger Höhe, where it's all going to kick off once again, Austin.
Yeah, see this big gaggle of cars right here. Looking with an onboard camera here at Michael, the number 18 car, or excuse me, 18th position overall, of course, in the 164, the pro entry there from the Mercedes, kind of in a little bit of a silver sandwich right now. He's the meat, rather, in the two silver slices of bread. Got Zamperti up there, and the 96 BMW, and then behind him Zimbel, Lieto, and then the 711 and the 11 car. So he's just kind of in no man's land right now compared to the rest of the pro drivers, not having too bad of a go at it. But this is when you just try to settle in, start to pick off these positions when you can. And of course, the further and further we get into this race, you're going to start to see it's, you know, less and less passive, because drivers are kind of just falling into their natural pace of things. Of course, you start to see the track temperature change, weather might change, that we're going to start to get other drivers in these cars eventually, and then you're going to start to see some passing like you've never seen before as this race really starts to kick into high gear.
It's an interesting point you make, of course, about the different driver lineups we have here today. Of course, lots of teams electing for a minimum of 3 to get through today's race, and quite a few 4-man efforts on the board as well. So, you know, we're going to start seeing drivers, like you say, settle into this kind of first stage of the race. Maybe some drivers are going to elect to do a double stint, but that's a Ferrari round. That's the number 11. That's the Ragioli Esports car, and they're stuck on the banking trying to loop the car around, and it ends up crabbing around the high side. Lots of positions lost here. That's Gaskell, I think, just gone through. There's the BMW, the number 21 we were watching earlier on. Wong manages to get through as well, and Traction Control playing a little bit of havoc, trying to get it back underway. And the number 11 there going to have big time loss. That's heading down into the corner before they begin the run up through Kesselchen. That's going into Bergwerk. So just see how many cars have gone past, and even P20 is already up at the carousel. So big time loss there from the number 11.
Yeah, that was huge. It's one thing to go ahead and spin yourself out on this racetrack, but it's another thing to have to stop as more and more of your competition breeze on by, and you physically cannot move the car forward, because otherwise you're just going to take out some of the race cars. So big heads-up driving there on that one, just waiting to turn around, but it's the worst feeling in the world. And I almost kind of wonder if turnaround was kind of hindered by maybe some suspension damage on that car. We'll try to see if we can't maybe get an onboard view of that as they go down the straightaway, just to see how much he's crabbing as we continue now. We're looking at the top 10 overall. You got Naldi, number 17, silver car, 9th place overall in the race. I would say they're pretty much fighting out of their weight class right now.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where, you know, although they're dubbed a silver driver, shall we say, in kind of finger quotations, they're certainly putting on a good show at the moment, managing to stick with Castorino just ahead in the number 38 Coach Dave Academy car. Of course, just up the road, the number 86 car, the MSI Championship winners in Pro of Tauscher. Again, it's, you know, it's a bit of an alien territory to be in for silver drivers. We almost always expect to see the top, you know, 10 at least filled with pro entries, and a sprinkling of silver drivers, should we say, through the kind of mid-pack, through the teens towards the bottom end of the field. But some of these silver drivers really, or silver teams, should I say, really sticking it to the pros. And this man here, Bastian Richter, already miles out front, 2.2 seconds to the good of Osterman. Osterman still keeping him honest, though. The gap hasn't really changed from about the 2-second margin, but the number 72 Renvelten Esports entry certainly looking very strong at the moment. Osterman, you see just in the background there in the ITB number 7 McLaren, and Aidan Walshingham 5.6 seconds down, but 2.6 seconds ahead of Jonathan Riley. So Walsingham is in this kind of magical no man's land, isn't he, Austin, where he hasn't really got to worry about cars ahead or behind battling. He's just got to focus on drilling in those lap times for the next kind of half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to be in, especially at a racetrack like this, where you can just put your head down, focus on your lap time, focus on hitting your marks. Again, another look here at this battle, just on the fringes of the top 10. You see the 17, the silver entry. Just up there are the two pro category drivers. You got Tauscher, Castorino, 86 and 38, the Mercedes and Ferrari, excuse me, Aston and Ferrari.
So there's a come out onto the start-finish straight. Naudi has been shuffled down a few positions. Richie just ahead there, and Castorino now coming under pressure from the number 138 entry down into turn 1. Side by side they will go, and it doesn't look like much fight from Castorino. Again, a very experienced driver that kind of knows when the fight has been lost, I would say, knows when the car behind is that little bit quicker as well, and that certainly manages to play wise into his thought process into turn 1, you know, not hampering either of those races. But this does mean now Naudi is next in line for Moaning in the Mustang, just behind the number 28 Samantha Tan Esports entry. On that one, they're battling for championship honours down in silver, so these guys separated by 4 points apiece, and it's certainly a good place to be in for Moaning at the moment, you know, just under a second away from the championship leader, so looking to capitalise on this next lap if they can make it so.
Yeah, speaking of capitalizing, that's exactly what that 38 entry just up the road wants to do. See if what Castorino can do here. That's at 38, the pro car, the red, white, and black machine there, just up the road all over the rear end of that red, white, and blue Aston Martin there of Richie. See, trying to just size up his competition. To look further down in the field here, we've got Zamperdi, number 104, silver category Mustang, 14th and the race overall.
Sam Gaskell coming under pressure by the looks of it from Trineski. No, sorry, getting ahead of Trineski on the GP circuit. The gap was so large, it looked like Trineski was sizing up a move on Gaskell. And I've just noticed the one of the first of the early pitters on the timing tower on the left-hand side, unless my eyes were deceiving me there. But flat battles are plenty in the mid-teen area here. Marco Bischoff coming under pressure from Sean Arnold down the hats and back. Arnold thinks twice of it, tucks back in line, and line of stern will go as they head through the first part of the Nordschleife, through the hats and back, and of course into Honeichen, where the left-right switchback entries again. Be careful of the curbs as they go through this sequence. Very easy to upset the cars, and looks like the 717 managed to do just about enough in that hats and back section to pull out a bit of a lead. Arnold now will come under pressure behind from the number 96 silver entry there.
Oh, race control incident between the 45 and the 256 cars on the first lap. 15-second time penalty for the 256 car for causing a collision. So just an update about that. And again, real race control here. It's actual people inside race control. It's not just AI. It's not bots. This is real people making real decisions that actually have an impact on this race. Another update from race control. Incident between cars 201 and 39 on the third lap. There's a 5-second time penalty for the 39 car for an unsafe rejoin. Not too big of a surprise there. That was an extreme case of cutting the track there just for a split second. But of course, really, if you break the rule, you do have to pay the penalty for that. Boy, just behind that battle there, starting to get really, really exciting. A look further down in the pack, you got Niels Najuk's there, 89 car. This is the pro category. You really expect to see this team, this car especially, further up the field. They're just not having it go their way. And it's had some rain, I see, on the camera. So if you thought this was exciting so far, these drivers are probably going to have to bid for a change of tires here in a little bit.
Yeah, the heavens have opened here in the Eifel region as expected. Headlights ablaze, wipers on as well as drivers come down towards the kind of midpoint of the lap, should I say. So track status is going to deteriorate a little bit over the course of the next 3 to 4 minutes. And by the time some of these cars get to the pit lane, they're going to have to make that decision. Do they want to go one more? Do they want to pit for a set of treaded wet Pirelli tyres? Track status already reached greasy, and rain is getting heavier in the next 10 minutes as we see another race control incident between cars 63 and 51 on lap 1. That's a 5-second time penalty to the number 51. That's the Ferrari Esports entry. Jonathan Riley currently at the wheel. We saw him, Austin, getting pinballed about on the opening lap, and unfortunately deemed at fault for that one.
We did, yeah. He really had no other choice than to put his elbows out to try and hold on to what track position he had. We've seen it today. Been so hard to get that track position back once you lose it. You're right. He was absolutely getting pinballed around there at the beginning of this race. So unfortunate for him, that 5-second time penalty. Not going to be a huge detriment as the race continues to go on, but still not something you want to have accumulated this early on into the race, especially when you've still got 23 and a half hours to go, or just a little bit under that. But yeah, the heavens have opened up here for sure, and thankfully these cars pretty much still in the first half of their lap, so I would expect a lot of these drivers have ample time to make that decision. But I'll tell you what, I think the guys who are in the best position here is sort of that 10th to 30th place here, because you're going to see whether or not the cars in front of you go down pit lane. I think there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of time to be gained in positions, either gained or lost, if you make this call right here. I don't think the track is too damp right now to warrant those treaded Pirelli tires, but of course it did just start raining, so we'll have to keep an eye on that track condition.
Yeah, keep an eye on that track condition. We will. Track still deemed greasy at the moment. We saw Nils Naujoks there coming up through Mutkurv, making up a position on Arten Manisha for the number 789 Zoom Racing entry there. They head through the carousel. So the BS competition 89 certainly on a bit of a comeback from yesterday's qualifying. I believe an infringement, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think an infringement forced them to the back of the grid. So they're doing a bit of a last to first challenge over the next 24 hours of this race. So certainly keep your eye on the number 89 to see how far they can progress up the grid. And drivers, compared to our last few laps that we've been watching coming through here, Austin, they are certainly looking at a little bit more tippy-toe than they once were. They're a little bit more kind of easy on the steering inputs, not so much, you know, cars being thrown about that we once saw. And Sean Arnold with a big slide through Brunchen there on the YouTube corner. That's going to make some good spectator filming there. And all the meanwhile, though, everybody is becoming the kind of cork in the bottle again. We keep saying it, but it seems to keep forming here at the Nordschleife as Tinko comes under fire in the Williams Esports car from the Team Nitro BMW behind, all over the back of the Mercedes as they come through the Flansgarten section, down the compression and into the Beloff S. Tinko there working away behind the wheel. Bottom right hand side of your screen, that's a live picture being brought to you from where Tinko is racing from, and certainly feeling the pressure, but looks hyper focused in that Mercedes at the moment. And there's a collision. Lamborghini over the grass, taking avoiding action. That looks like one of the Veloce cars involved in the ATS Corsa Esports team. That's through the Beloff S region. Oh, that's a very dangerous kind of spin around for the Veloce car. Mercedes taking avoiding action. No harm, no foul. The 255 entry, I think, goes through there as well, but not sure what happened there, Austin. The number 96, though, with big front end damage on that car.
Yeah, and it was one of the Veloce cars further up the racetrack. A bit of a questionable rejoin. There's one more car up. That's a McLaren sideways as they continue to go through what I believe was the carousel. You can see these cars, tons of counter steer all the way up and down the field. I think it's amplified, though, in this 96 silver entry, because that car is definitely going to be crab walking something fierce. Let's see there through this corner if we can get a better look if the McLaren is still there sideways. I think they might have got it going if this was the same part of the track. It's very difficult to tell with all these different corners. About 30, 40 something cars out here on the racetrack. You see Warner now, 2 cars in front of him. This is going to be a huge pocket of air for him to go ahead and slipstream up to. We'll see if he gives a push to anybody. He might make 3 wide. Ill-advised at this point in the race, but we'll see what happens here in the chicane. Oh, clean so far. Excellent driving for all these drivers. Very, very slippery, very treacherous conditions. Dyer McCormack elects to pit his car. Interesting of note as well at the front of the field there, John Richter now in the second position, still has the fastest lap, but it looks as if he's been overtaken by Jakob Osterman for the lead of the race. We now look further into the field there. Here's Richter, number 72, the Pro Ferrari. You see the 7 McLaren just up the road. These 2 cars, I don't believe they elected to take tires, so they're still out there on their dry weather slicks. And boy, the rain is looking heavier and heavier. I'm not too sure I'd be a fan of this move. Look at how much these cars are just squirming around on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's a very brave call from both camps here. The ITB and the Renvelten Esports cars staying out on their dry tyres. Eddie Walshingham, as well as Jonathan Riley, Lars Kisser, Tauscher, Richie Castorino, Naudi and Moaning, to name the top 10 drivers that stayed out. Williams electing to pit both of their drivers, Dyer McCormack in the 777, and Tinko van der Velde also came down the lane. So can only assume that's going to be for a change of tyres. Track status is officially damp at the moment. Rain is here at least for the next 10 minutes, getting slightly heavier, but then dropping off maybe in the next 30 minutes. So maybe Richter and Osterman, Austin, think that they can, you know, just see out the weather at the moment and keep lapping around. And anybody at home that's watching, if you pay attention to the sidewalls of the Pirelli tyres, anybody with a kind of yellow marking revolving around, that's a dry tyre. And then when they elect to take the wets, that will become a kind of a tyre coloured marker. So you won't be able to see any text on the sidewall of the tyre. So it will make it pretty obvious for us on the TV cams here as well. But lots of drivers still electing to stay out. So maybe just trying to ride out the storm at the moment.
Argy there between Aston Martin. I think that was Aston on Aston action. No, that was Aston on McLaren. I think we saw our first driver change, by the way, of the race in the 789. Not quite sure who I saw step into that car. But regardless, starting to see some driver changes. Not too bad of an idea as well. Get that starter out of the car, try to rotate through your drivers this early into the race, and this place is extremely demanding on the driver, so I'm not quite sure how long we'll see these drivers, you know, multi-stinting in this race. Looking here at Ropanoli, 164, the pro car. He's got a little bit of a train behind him. This is that battle we've been watching for the last couple seconds. You got Lateo and then Vandervelde back there in that 5 machine.
Tinko is going to be the car to watch, of course, taking a pit stop. Logically, Tinko should be on a set of wets by this point, I'd have liked to have said. Just looking down the list of cars that did pit, the only driver I can spot that has changed is the number 44. That's the Aztec Esports car. Kevin Today has taken over from Sam Gaskell in that entry. So everybody else looking relatively the same. And it's a bit of a risk, isn't it, Austin? Changing driver during this kind of weather change. You've already got one driver in the car that knows the conditions. They know how much grip's available currently at this point of the race. Do you really want to take that risk by throwing somebody in that hasn't, you know, maybe driven a lap in mixed conditions here at the Nordschleife, and of course giving them the wet tyres for maybe a very short stint of wet weather driving?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you on that. I think the best thing to do if you're a driver in this situation, I've always been a fan of, if it starts to rain during my stint, I'm already out there. I know what the conditions are like. I've been out there constantly on the racetrack, sensing where it's damp, knowing where to drive and how much grip there is. So leave that guy in the car. Once the conditions change, or they're going to remain the same for a while, then you can put somebody new. And as we see this battle here, looking at Richie in the 138, the silver category car, the first silver guy up there in a long train of pro class. See if he can get it done on the inside, and then it'll be to the outside, trying to just wrestle for a position here with Tauscher and the number 86. And again, these guys are the champions, so I'm not quite sure how comfortable they'd be with letting a silver driver pass them when they're in the pro category.
Certainly make a bit of headline news, wouldn't it, there? Silver driver overtakes pro champions in SRO Esports. But Tauscher certainly putting up a fight there for Richie. And again, it could be the way that, you know, drivers just lose a little bit too much time in these fights. So maybe Tauscher might elect to give up the position to Richie just to protect their own kind of afternoon ahead. Because although they're champions, of course, they're here for a good time. And having a good time isn't spending it in the pit lane with a multitude of damage because of a fight that you've got, you know, a bit overly aggressive in. Again, you've got to think of your teammates with you as well. How would they feel should that battle go sour on that one? I believe we do have a little bit of a replay coming up, Austin, of how the lead change happened between Osterman and Richter. Let's have a look, see what happened here. So we're coming into the mini carousel. Richter jumps out of the carousel, gets a bit of a wiggle on, and that allows Osterman to gain a bit of ground coming down the Dottinger Her, side by side past the tourist pits. Under the Bilstein Bridge they go. It's a bit of a kind of textbook move into Tiergarten. The overlap's already done, signed, sealed and delivered. No real fight back from Richter. Of course, in the damp conditions, it will be a bit of a big risk to try and throw one up the inside on a defence at Tiergarten. And Richter, thinking of the bigger picture ahead once again this afternoon, allows Osterman through. And already Osterman 1.5 seconds to the good. So McLaren looking a little bit better in these mixed conditions.
Yeah, I think that's just a multitude of things. I think we didn't really see Richie fight too hard for the lead. I think he kind of understood, A, the McLaren was faster. He was about 2 seconds up the road before it started raining. So I think, over time, a driver is going to understand, hey, this guy's run me down from 2 seconds back. I'm not going to fight him too hard. You just saw him pull over, kind of crack the throttle, right, going down the back straightaway, let that McLaren down to his inside, completes the move, try to see if he can fall back in line and sort of retain, right, the gap that you have to the rest of the field. As you see all the cars right now going through the carousel. I'll be curious just how much slicker it's going to get out on the racetrack. You see a lot of guys fishtailing. You start to see the water spray coming up from the rear tires, especially of these cars, and it's getting to the point where you're going to have to be a little bit careful how close you get to the car ahead of you with how much water spray is coming up from these rear tires of the race cars.
It's another thought, isn't it? Rain on the windscreen makes it particularly hard to try and pass and get through the field ahead of you, and the closer you get, of course, more spray. The wiper can't always clear as much water as what's being thrown up onto the windscreen, so you become a little bit kind of missighted almost as you drive around the Nordschleife. You have to start using things out of the side of the car more than anything, so maybe light poles, barriers, curbs appearing out of your peripheral vision, and almost follow the glow of the taillights of the car ahead. But Leonardo Passoni certainly fighting with that Porsche quite a lot. You can see corner exit, the rear end wants to step out constantly, trying to skim out the TC. We see the McLaren ahead there of De Bons in the number 223, also sliding. The Veloce entry behind the 711, really working those tyres. So everybody appears to be running minimal TC to try and get as better drive off the corner as they can. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie up into P5. He's dispatched of Tauscher and Lars Kisser in this lap, and now sets his sights onto the back of catching Jonathan Riley in the 51.
Yeah, he's having himself an Ayrton Senna kind of day here in the rain, the wet master, if you will. We'll see how much further he can get up through the pack. We now look back further in the field. This is Littinen in the number 80 silver car. Now trying to attack that 256 machine. Like we mentioned, though, 15-second penalty to the 256 machine. That's that Mustang just up the road. So we'll see how well this Myrtle Motorsport car, that green NSX there for Honda or Acura, depending on where you are in the world. Further up here through the field, Bischoff side by side right now. That's that red BMW there, right-hand side of your screen. The Aston Martin there off the left. That's Romagnoli in the 164, or is that the 201?
I think that's Lomi in the 201, possibly.
Yeah, Lomi in the 201 machine. That's going to dispatch of him. Move that number 717 car up into the 12th position. Overall, see pro category cars on silver category continuing to mix it up. Niels Najukes continues to move up the field. Just as I was saying, we expect him to really be much further up the field, John. He continues to move his way further and further up. You see Jonathan Riley now brings the 51. The Ferrari in the pro category. Overall, 10th to 14th place. You're going to see that position drop further and further down as they continue to A, serve that penalty, and B, they're in the pit lane right now, so I wonder if they're putting on wet weather tires.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, wet weather tires might be the choice on that. The 10 minutes coming up weather forecast is decreasing in rain and stopping in the next 30. So could it be too much of a short stint at this point to maybe go for a set of wets? Could a overinflated set of dries maybe be a better option here? Of course, you're not going to have as much temperature in. You're going to damage the tire driving in these mixed conditions. So when it does dry up, okay, you're going to be on the right tire, but it's not going to be in an ideal condition with maybe graining and blistering beginning to form on the surface of that one. Update from Ryan Gill, though, Austin. We were talking about it earlier on in the broadcast. Of course, he's got a silver stand in his calculator, and as of lap 6, Samantha Tan Racing Esports, the guy I see on your screen at the moment, will be silver champions, and they're of course ahead of the BF Racing entry, the number 17. They will finish 152.5 points to 148 of BF Racing. So the title fight in silver is very much on already, and we're not even an hour into the race this afternoon.
Yeah, going to be really interesting to see how the rest of the championship battle continues to play out. But like I've said, that 28 car, they've been on a tear. That entire team has for the last 3 races. Like I said, undefeated for the last 2. Before that, they were kind of afterthoughts in the 2 races before that for Spa and Indy. Suzuka, they were on the podium. They got a solid 3rd place finish in Suzuka. So, boy, this 28 machine really on a tear the second half of the season, doing very well. I mean, 8th position overall, kind of up there in amongst the pro class category cars, doing a just phenomenal job. But hot on their heels though, that 17 machine, that's a Ferrari also in their category, 9th place overall, and again, super slidey around this track right now. And this is, on one hand, I'd love to have the points lead. On the other hand, though, you got a lot more to lose, so you can kind of have that leveraged against you by your championship opponents.
Yeah, absolutely so. Like you say, I touched on earlier, I thought Sam Gaskell was out of the number 45 for Kevin today, but I was looking at the number 44 Lamborghini. That was currently all the way down at the bottom end of the grid, a number P38 overall. But Sam Gaskell still very much in the Visceral Esports car, now beginning to catch the back of the Porsche of Pisoni just ahead there as well. So Pisoni looking a little unhappy, as you said earlier on, lots of cars sliding about. And that is one of those ones doing very much so. Incident between cars 11 and the 789 on lap 4. It's a 15-second penalty to the number 789 for causing a collision on that one. The number 11, we of course caught with a backwards facing at the point that we picked up on them on the broadcast down at Bergwerk. They had big trouble trying to loop the Ferrari back around to get back underway again, and 15 seconds is what the stewards have deemed for that one.
Mercedes on Mercedes action here for the 5th place overall, 2 pro category cars. Looking here at the number 86 of Tauscher. That's an MSI machine. They're currently the champions right now. They've locked it up 1 race early, trying to see if they can't get around Lars Kisser there. And number 4 Mercedes, both those cars, again, front engine rear wheel drive in those Mercedes, so a lot less grip on the rear axle, but should be more stable, right, going into these corners with all the weight there over the steering axle. Those cars, though, doing a phenomenal job, and I think just overall this entire season, the 86 team has been absolutely on it. But look at how much slower these cars are going right now, John. Rain just wreaking havoc right on their lap times.
Yeah, very stark difference to what we were seeing some kind of 14 minutes ago when, of course, we had lovely dry weather, a little bit of sun that Gary Dynamic managed to catch on his photos, and speculating that that could be the last that he sees maybe of the sun for today's race. But who knows, still 23 hours and 5 minutes on the clock. Sam Gaskell closing the gap so far in the lap to the back of Pisoni. The Porsche really beginning to struggle in these wet conditions. Again, we alluded to earlier, the Porsche tends to chew up dry tyres in the hot weather. Of course, the power plant over the rear axle, the big rear wing pushing those tyres into the floor makes for some big heavy loads on the rear axle of that car. And the Pirelli, of course, not being too happy with all the weight and all the pressure being put on it, and maybe a mid-engine car with the engine slightly further forward, keeping the balance a little bit happier in these mixed conditions. The McLaren we've seen doing quite well, the Aston Martin of Ritchie making moves as well, and which you alluded to just then, Austin, of course, the front engined entries with the big power plants hanging over the front axle, pushing the front tyres into the floor to try and get some grip off the circuit today. And rain is still meant to be decreasing in the next 10 minutes. Track status officially damp. Ideally, wet weather tyres would be used at the moment, but it's that awkward call, isn't it, Austin, where if you take a set of wet tyres, is it going to be wet long enough to be able to kind of profit from them? Of course, pit stops should be coming up relatively soon, I'd imagine, in this lap. Do you take a set of wet tyres and risk burning them up with, lack of standing water? You can certainly see there's a drier line on the circuit, some standing water towards the edges. Or do you try and overinflate a set of dry tyres maybe, just to see if you can see out the last 10-15 minutes of the rain and pray that the track dries up, relatively quickly to bring those dry tyres back into it again?
And I don't think you can change the wet tires so far. I'd be curious what the meteorologists would say. No doubt all these teams have 1 or 2 of their own out there with them sort of in the garage area. I think you're just going to want to maybe overinflate the dry tires by a little bit. I would say a couple clicks at most, just because if it does start to dry up, you're going to be out there racing on balloons. And as bad as it is to race on underinflated, under temperature tires, oh, a Porsche off hard into the outside wall there. He's going to just go careening off the racetrack, sort of held within bounds by the metal barrier to the outside. That Armco there keeping him in bounds, per se, on the racetrack, losing a ton of time. Back out, though, onto the racetrack, just barely ahead of, I believe that was yeah, it lost a ton of time there.
I think it was Pisoni, wasn't it? We saw him struggling earlier on.
Yeah, right there.
Just trying to keep the car under check, and you see there already being the cork in the bottle at the point. This is P22 they've slipped to on the left-hand side. The Williams Esports Academy car coming under pressure. Dyer McCormack currently aboard the 777 after an early pit stop. Luca Ziegler in the JP Motorsport entry, and Philip Minnaar in the 255 competition car behind as well. Everybody trying to get past this Porsche, and I'm curious to know which tyres McCormack's on. I'm trying to spot the writing as he comes past our TV cameras. I'm wondering if he's elected to take a set of wets in that kind of earlier pit stop to try and get some good time gain back through the field once again.
Tom Bryan, I was going to say, I'm 90% sure we saw that McCormack car on the pit road just a couple laps ago as soon as the rain started to come out, and Tom Bryan has confirmed that the 777 car on wet tires, as are the 5, the 996, the 96, and the 789. 51 car also on those as well. And you can really see, I was going to make a note of that too, especially on corner exit, putting down the power. You can see that McCormack sheen just rocket off the corner compared to some of those other cars with the slick tires still on. So wet weather tires definitely proving to be beneficial for them right now, but I just feel like overall, especially if the rain starts to dry up, that dry line kind of already existing to a degree out on the racetrack, I think you just overinflate the slick tires just a little bit.
Yeah, of course, when the track begins to dry out once again, we're going to see those cars making a pit stop. So Tom Bryan, our eagle-eyed pit reporter, briefly for today, the 777, the 5, the 996, the 96, and the 789 all on wet tyres. And here comes the train down the pit lane. On the left-hand side of your screen, anybody with that white P symbol finds themselves down on pit road. Osterman leads them in from Richter, from Walsingham, and Ritchie. Kissa and Tauscher, the two Mercedes drivers, roll in flying formation. Castorino, Moning, Naudi, and Zampedi, also your top 10 at the moment. And keep your eye, it's going to be the 777 car, I think, the Williams entry, of course, that has already pitted. So they're going to sail on past. So we're going to have to see how many spots they can make up once they come around the 777. Dyer McCormack in P24 right now. Of course, it seems like the Williams has stayed out. Everybody else, of course, in the pit lane. The number 71 eventually triggers the pit line as well. Fiala in the number 5 also stays out. So let's see how far can Williams push up the order as drivers begin to fight for their pit spots. Austin, it's a crucial time, isn't it? Pit stops in endurance racing, you know, a little bit too far forward, a little bit too far back. You spend time adjusting the car to get it in that magical window for fuel and tyres, and that can cost you a good few seconds. And seconds doesn't sound like a lot in the real world. You know, if me and you went somewhere and we arrived a couple of seconds after each other, not a lot of time. But in racing, it's a couple of seconds that makes all the difference in these fights.
Yeah, especially at about 180 mile an hour. That is a huge distance out there on the racetrack. You see Dyer McCormack right now, the 777 there for Williams Esports, second position overall, just by virtue of putting those wet tires on, basically undercutting the field. The reason we see a lot of drivers pitting right now, though, it's the 65-minute stint clock at a normal racetrack where maybe you're putting in 2 to 3 minute lap times. You could afford to stay out maybe 1 or 2 extra laps after this, but here 8-minute lap times, if they were to do just one more lap, that's a big penalty for all those teams for basically going over that 65-minute stint time. And basically it's time on pit road to time on pit road. They didn't start on pit road in this. They started at the drop of the green flag, so everybody's basically equal, right, on that 65-minute mark. That's why you're seeing everybody come down pit road. And it looks like a lot of these guys electing to put the slick tires back on at this point in the race. Most of the drivers, a couple, I would say, switching cars. You saw Kisser was in the 4 car. Now they have Dylan Tan in that machine. Another look at Dyer McCormack. Hard to say. I want to say he's in the lead at this point, but it's saying 19th position overall. I think he's just basically taking advantage of those wet weather tires and not having to pit this last lap.
Yeah, so the bottom right-hand side of your screen is an accurate representation of where McCormack currently sits. The timing gate, or the timing tower, should we say, on the left-hand side, only updates when, of course, we cross sector lines. So it's going to be quite a while before we see a sector coming up. I think there's one somewhere around Foxhole, if I'm not mistaken, in game. So we should see the order become a big switch. We should see lots of names cycling through, Dylan Tan being one of them in the number 4. Lars Kisser, of course, handing over from him in the Mercedes entry. And again, Mercedes AMG Esports in flying formation with their cars currently. Tobias Pfeffer now in the number 86 and Dylan Tan ahead in the number 4. These two, in theory, Austin, should be working together. Again, the 86 has no championship kind of implications at this point. They can DNF if they like from this race, and they would still walk away with the honours. So it's probably going to be a mission this afternoon for the Mercedes AMG Esports team to try and get that number 4 as far up the order as they can for maximum scoring points and, of course, overall championship honours on other teams.
Now I was going to say another, very sideways up over the hill there for that 4 car of 10. You got Tobias Pfeffer there in the 86 machine now as well. And just behind him, you see that Ferrari there, Castorino, red, white, and black car just in the background. Oh, David Pertile, excuse me. Same car, though, still the 38, red, white, and black. But again, Pertile in the car for right now. How about Dyer McCormack, though? What a call, right, for this Williams Esports team to put a silver car in the overall race lead for right now. And I was going to say, just as a further way to prove, right, that he was in lead before the sector times happened, you could see Osterman and in the background, right, and then Burnt there for the number 72 machine. So driver change in that 72 car as well.
Yeah, lots of names changing in the top 10. Richie still remains, though, in the number 138. And I think everybody else, other than moaning just outside the top 10, has elected to take a driver change. So maybe lots of drivers thinking about what we were earlier on, Austin. Of course, the start driver experienced in these kind of damp, wet, mixed conditions. Eamon Murphy running wide there, out of miss, hit, miss, hard on the brakes, down towards the bottom end of the circuit. They will go, just about fending off Statsenko there in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports entry. And of course, Jonathan Riley offsetting 5 seconds from an earlier penalty in the pit stop, so they find themselves a little bit behind on where they once were before the pit stop cycled. But back to my point in question, of course, you want to keep that driver in almost that is experienced in these conditions. Of course, Osterman knows exactly what's going on at the moment, whereas everybody else is having to kind of tiptoe around and feel the grip that's in the circuit at the moment. And Eamon Murphy certainly pushing the envelope through miss, hit, miss, and finding the grass. Luckily, I think keeping it just out of the wall, but that's certainly going to rattle his confidence this early on in a stint.
Yeah, definitely. That was some Dukes of Hazzard stuff there that we saw out of Murphy. I was surprised he was able to keep that thing going in the right direction and keep the position there over Stetsenko in the 51 car. And this is the point in the race where you've lost a position. Why'd you lose that position? I would chalk it up especially to that 5-second time penalty that he got himself earlier in the race. And like you mentioned, seconds, not a big deal to you and I if we're going someplace in the real world, in our road cars, but in a race situation, if he were 5 seconds up the road, he'd be already into the carousel right now, miles ahead of Murphy. So he's got to be kicking himself right now, just trying to see if he can't get around this McLaren up the road. And I feel like at this point, right, in a race like this, if you've been behind a guy for this long, there's no question in my mind you're faster. It's just so hard to pass a guy right now, especially in these situations, especially these two cars. The platform, I'm not going to say it's identical, right, but very similar rear-wheel drive, you know, rear to mid-engine cars. They're going to have a lot of the weight, right, in these machines over the drive axle.
Yeah, exactly that, Austin. Of course, very akin to their road car counterparts, albeit a little bit wider, a few more wings stuck on, but relatively, once you strip back the bare bones, similar kind of platform, like you say, mid to rear engine, and of course rear-wheel drive. So both cars almost in a, I wouldn't say an equal stance, but almost a bit closer than what would be maybe a BMW versus a Ferrari, or, you know, the Mercedes versus McLaren, for example. But Statsenko certainly keeping Eamon Murphy honourable through this last section. Through, of course, Wipperman out towards Brunchen we go, and it's such a long lap here that it's very hard to try and analyse and find where your opponent's that bit weaker, because, you know, think of a smaller circuit. Smaller, I say, Spa, okay, 2 minutes 20-ish a lap. You know, you can analyse over a few laps where he's weaker, where you're stronger. At the Nürburgring, 8 minutes until you reach that corner once again the next lap, and you finally think, hang on a minute, he's weaker there. Another 8 minutes go by before you can maybe capitalise on that move. So the Nordschleife is a very different kind of kettle of fish to what we usually see in GT racing. You know, some laps as short as, you know, 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40, so that window comes around quite regularly. But here, 8 minutes go by, and Statsenko might think, I'm going to try here, and before you know it, maybe that move has happened some 20 minutes down the road.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact that, right, most people's attention span is about 20 minutes, right? 20 minutes in a meeting at work. After that, man, I'm kind of spent. Maybe you get me for 30 minutes. After that, I don't know, 3 laps around here, 24 minutes or so. If you're trying to count lap after that, the same mistake out of a guy, or maybe not mistake, just maybe not super good in one particular corner that you might say you're good at particularly, just to try and have to nail that every time. And like you said, I mean, hundreds of corners, right? This is a 16-mile racetrack. That's practically the distance that some people drive to work in the mornings and the afternoons. So it's really hard to nail every corner and make mistakes, or nail the same corners lap to lap, side by side here as you go down the backstretch, looking to the kink area. We'll see if this 51 car can make the position. McLaren looking like he's going to lift, talk back inside. I don't think he's going to challenge his position for right now. And again, Jen, I don't dislike this move here out of the McLaren from Murphy. He realizes that Stenseko's a little bit faster, goes ahead, lets him on by. I like that move for right now. We're so early into this race. Just try and maybe drive your own race and not necessarily have to fight somebody.
Yeah, I always say every broadcast I do, endurance racing, it's always about choosing your fights. You don't want to, hemorrhage time, should we say, in these pointless fights where you're not really going to gain a lot, you're not going to lose a lot. Just let the guy by, keep the car safe, primarily for not only yourself, but of course for your teammates. You've still got 3 or 4 teammates to cycle through maybe for some of these camps this afternoon, as we see a great view there over the shoulder of Jaroslav Honzik. Of course, everybody knows this man. He needs no introduction as he tucks in behind Sasha Vassner in the number 71. It's a bit of a internet celebrity fight here, shall we say. Vassner, of course, quite popular over on Twitch, and Honzik equally as popular over on YouTube as well. Side by side down the Dottinger Her, and again, it's one of those moves, Austin. It looks like Vassner didn't really fight it too hard, tucks back in behind the number 39, and single file through Tiergarten they go. No harm, no foul. And everybody can kind of progress their own race. Again, it's a pro on a silver entry. The Veloce 39, of course, in the pro category, indicated by the white backing to their number board on the timing tower. And Vassner, again, in the silver category. So, again, there's no need to fight it, is there? You're not losing championship points. You're not going to gain anything. And, even worse for Vassner, you're maybe going to bring your other rivals that little bit closer to you and then lose points in the long run.
No, for sure. Yeah, A, it's that, and B, we still have a little under 23 hours left in this race. Race car drivers have particularly good memories, like an elephant, we like to say. So more often than not, they're going to hold grudges. If you let somebody go right now, hopefully they remember that, return the favor later. Just the same as if somebody lets you go now, you say, I'm going to catalog that, back of my head. I'll remember that for later in case they're faster than me, because right now, this track is just a different animal. A lot of these guys probably out there just kind of hanging on to a degree. Update from race control, though, the incident between the car 7 and 777 on lap 8, 5-second penalty to car 777 for causing a collision. So just an update on that from race control. And again, these are real people in race control making real decisions by themselves. Archie Bargy, that's some tight racing there between Leiden and the 224 silver category. Oh man, that was the tail a little bit into the barrier there, the Armco on the right hand side of the car. I don't think he got too much damage from that, but that is going to kind of wake you up, right?
yeah, that will certainly, rattle the driver awake and think, oh, hold on a minute, I've lost focus there. Of course, Lateo in from the start. Oh, and we're getting 3 wide here, coming up to Schwedenkreuz. This is not a good place to be in. Eamon Murphy's going to have to go the long way around Ferrari on the inside. You see the understeer from the Ferrari on the inside. Round the outside goes Murphy and holds on to the position by the time they get to Arenberg, and a big slide from Statsenko. Richie's getting involved now in this top 5 fight, and anywhere you want to be, Austin, anywhere else but the outside of Schwedenkreuz, I have no idea how all 3 of these drivers survived that corner.
Yeah, I can think of a couple more places I'd rather be. Maybe the Sahara Desert without water would be just a smidge better, right, than that particular situation. This is a phenomenal battle, though. Kind of mid-pack, right? You got Naldi, Zamperti, all the way back to Frank there, just kind of on the outskirts, right, of this battle back there in that red BMW. This is another one of those situations where I'm going to have to go ahead and say the 789, kind of the proverbial cork in this bottle, right? And he's got a 15-second time penalty. So all these guys are just hoping, man, if we could just pit a little bit sooner, we'd clear this guy by 15 seconds at least. So starting to get a little bit argy-bargy, though. You can see the Mustang trying to peek to the outside of that Ferrari. As the Ferrari tries to peek to the outside or inside of that Audi, just looking for any opportunity to go up the inside. And hey, now that we mention it, the track's looking quite a bit drier, so no longer raining from the heavens. Audi to the outside, 2 by 2 almost, as they go into this right-hander. Who's going to win out? Looks like still for right now the BMW all the way to the back end of this train, so no position changes so far.
Yeah, again, very tight through Callenhard there as they come through the kind of midpoint of the section down towards Ex-Mula. The Audi does lead Naldi from Zampedri and Frank in the number 717 at the back of this field. But yeah, it does certainly look a lot drier out there. Wipers aren't on the cars anymore, so there's minimal spray being kicked up at the moment. Track status in-game officially greasy, so it's that kind of awkward time where wets are maybe better, as we see a move here from the Mustang around the outside as they head through Breitscheid towards Bergwerk. And Maximilian Frank also looking to capitalize on the Audi of the 789 up the inside of the Lauda's left and just about catching it. And Statsenko is off. We saw him battling with Eamon Murphy earlier on, and here comes the train that we were just watching through Bergwerk. Statsenko has been caught out by something. There's damage to the rear end of that Ferrari, Austin. I can only assume that's been a rear end impact from a chasing car, and the only person I could think of at the time was Eamon Murphy led Statsenko, and Richie, of course, in the Aston was getting involved. So have they had a coming together? I'm sure we'll get a replay very shortly.
Yeah, we'll wait for that replay here in a second. Look at that Audi now trying to go up the inside. Ooh, argy-bargy once again. And boy, you really got to feel, though, for that Ferrari right there trying to make his way through. That was just really unfortunate for them, especially because they were the first one to make a move right on Orziev, and then it all kind of went to heck for them because now they're at the back of this 5-car train further up the field from those two. It's the two we saw that were kind of proverbially third and fourth right in that train. We were looking at Frank now in the 717 car, just trying to chase Sam Purdy there in the Mustang just up the racetrack. And I would say at this point, I would have to say Frank is the faster of these two cars. And again, it could be just track dependent. First half of the track, second half, second, third, first sector, any sort of that kind of stuff. I'd be curious to see how much faster Frank might be around the course of a lap if he were to get around and clear himself right from that 104 car just up the road.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Austin. It's such a varied track, isn't it? Where, one car is going to be a lot quicker than the other. You're going to see that kind of switch around in the latter half of the lap, of course. Looking towards the last lap times out of both of these guys, Zampredri was a 9:39.1 and Maximilian Frank was a 9:37.8. So the BMW, in theory, is quicker over a lap currently, but being quicker isn't always better, especially when you're stuck behind your rival. It's very hard to get through. Eamon Murphy doing a little bit of lawn mowing as they come towards the Stefan Beloff S. We've got the Fiala behind. That's an overtake. If you look to the timing tower, Eamon Murphy actually in P4. So Eamon Murphy channeling his inner Kevin Estra there and finding a pass on the grass.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious though what might have happened to Fiala. Maybe he got a little bit crossed up on corner exit, was sideways, very slow in the track, and then the Valachi car just kind of going a little bit to the outside to pass in there through the grass. You want to talk about Dukes of Hazzard stuff, Kevin Estra style. That's a good way to put that. I'd be curious to see what all is going on here. Richie now into this battle as well. Don't look too far back, but that's the white 68 car. That's Pfeffer there, the championship leader in the 86 machine, so I guess a 5 car struggling with the reds, as Mike Yao shouts over on our comms channel. Thank you, Mike, for keeping a surprise to that. I didn't realize that the 5 car was on wets, but John, we did mention that. What's going to be better as the track continues to dry out? Do you want wet tires, or do you want maybe hyperinflated dry tires?
Yeah, that's the toss-up, isn't it, that all the teams had when the heavens opened. We've got another steward's decision coming through from race control between cars 96 and 711. That's on lap 5, and it's going to be a drive-through penalty to the car number 96 for causing a collision. That's going to be considerable time loss. Dyer McCormack, though, underneath our feet, rumbles through pit lane. He's already going to bin off these Pirelli tyres, and I'm sure Fiala will be coming soon, and he does already down the pit lane. The number 21 BMW, I believe, ahead of shot there coming in, so they're electing to ditch the wet tyres as well. So as the track dries out, of course, the wet tyre begins to overheat. The key thing with wet tyres, you need standing water to cool them down. And if you look to the live shots that we're getting right now from the VSR ex-Christian car, the number 6, as they come up through the Tiergarten section, there's not a lot of standing water anywhere. You can see it's still a tad greasy, but it's not going to be enough to cool down those tread blocks on the Pirellis, and that's exactly why we saw Fiala really struggling, McCormack also. So both drivers electing to come into the pit lane to ditch off those Pirellis, like you say, Austin, for a set of maybe overinflated dry tyres. At the moment, it's still officially greasy, but we're not too far off, I would say, being deemed a kind of dry track.
No, certainly not. You can kind of see it has more of a matte look than a shiny look right now, especially with all the headlights and taillights on it so far. So I would say we're on a mostly dry track at this point. You can see how little standing water there is. I can only see little bits of streaks of it every now and there. So if you're on wet tires, at this point in time, you'd be hurting for certain. A quick look here at Mikel Statsenko on the pit road with that number 51 Ferrari. This car again, win at the Red Bull Ring, 2 races out. They've had 2 podiums so far on the season. Started up towards the front of the field, got their elbows up, 5-second time penalty, kind of put them on the back foot, and now facing the wrong direction at some point in the track. And John, I don't know if they might have had a damage or impact right from another car behind that gave them all that rear damage, or if they might have backed into the wall. We kind of got a look as they had already spun and were stopped, so I wouldn't rule out a mistake on Statsenko's part. I know, odd for him to make one, but again, wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah, say all these drivers, of course, they are only human, and humans do, of course, make mistakes from time to time. I speculated earlier that maybe the Richie Aston that we see going through the front of the shot here ahead of Tobias Pfeffer may have been involved. There was a bit of rear-end damage to the Ferrari, but there's no front-end damage in turn to Richie's Aston, so not too sure what's happened. I'm sure we're going to get a race replay as we continue to speculate, but Tobias Pfeffer still trying to size up the back of the Aston Martin. Again, champions already, no need to take any kind of overzealous risks in this race, just kind of driving at their own pace, enjoying the race as it comes to them, and maybe just working with that Aston to try and get forwards, of course, to Eamon Murphy. They've already dispatched of their teammate Dylan Tan. Remember, the Mercedes AMG Esports crews came out in flying formation. The 4 led the 86 after the pit stops. That's now changed around. Dylan Tan 3.7 seconds down the road just behind, and we see McCormack there shuffling down as we come through the timing gate. We get an accurate picture of where he stands after the unscheduled pit stop. Of course, the track drying out, having to dive back onto those dry Pirellis. The wet's just not in kind of optimum conditions, as you say. The certain sheen off the racetrack, it's still a bit greasy, but it's not wet enough for those tread blocks on the Pirelli. So electing to come in both Williams cars back out again, and that's going to throw them off sequence, Austin, which is good because pit lane traffic, when they have to come in next in 65 minutes time, will be slightly different. And this is the race replay that we caught on board, that we caught earlier on. That's how the Ferrari's race ended, essentially. Of Statsenko turned around and was right in the end. It was a touch from Richie, but not as big of a touch as I thought it was. It was a very slight knock, and that was just enough to upset the Ferrari in these conditions. Of course, both drivers, I believe, on dry tyres, so the slightest of knocks, Austin, can cause the biggest of impacts, and exactly what we saw there on the replay.
Yeah, just a slight nudge. Really, I'm surprised it knocked him around that fierce and then again backed him into the fence. That's where I think a majority of that rear end damage on the Stutsenko machine, the 51 car, came from. Surprised race control went for a penalty in that situation, but to be fair, we're this early on into a 24-hour race. Maybe you don't race a guy that hard into a corner like that in rainy conditions, so I guess I could kind of go either way on that, but regardless, very unfortunate for that 51 car. We take a look now deeper into the field. This is silver on silver action. You have the number 204 car, Salvatore, right now, trying to see if he can chase down the number 20 Mercedes there just up the road. That's that white car you see on the more left-hand side of your screen. These guys kind of just in that fast-flowing part of the racetrack, John.
Yeah, they're just having a nice little drive through the Eifel region, aren't they, this afternoon together? Porsche on Mercedes, of course. The Porsche rear tyre should be a little bit more alive in these mixed conditions, as we alluded to earlier. Lots of weight over the rear axle of the 992. Typically in sprint races, they tend to tail off towards the end of the 1 hour mark as the tyres begin to fall off that cliff. So should be working in their favour currently at the moment in these kind of damp, greasy conditions. Air temperature is up ever so slightly, 22 degrees in the air, 25 degrees down on the track. So shouldn't be too long for this track to fully dry out before we see these dry tyres switch back on again. But Eamon Murphy up onto the bottom step of the podium very provisionally, should we say, this early on in the race. Richie still behind, still chasing and chomping at the bit behind that McLaren, and I'm sure Veloce are going to be maybe on the radio to Murphy saying, be careful of Richie. He's super hyped up, super aggressive, and already had it coming together with, of course, the Ferrari, and that 15-second penalty, Austin, will be served at the next pit stop. So Murphy hasn't really got to fight this one. If he lets Richie through, he knows in about 35 minutes time at a push, he's going to go sailing on past in the pit lane while Richie's car is held for the additional 15.
Yeah, more racing here deeper in the field. You've got Menard, the number 255 Aston Martin, trying to see if he can get by Honzik there, number 39 McLaren. These two pro class category cars, kind of again deeper in the field than we expect them to be. You see one of the silver category machines moving out of the way, lap down machine there. That's the 21 car. You can tell he's lap down because he's not close to them, right on the timing and scoring pylon there on the left hand side of your screen. And boy, the track continues to get drier and drier. Starting to see a little bit of a sheen. I would kind of attribute that to just how dark it is right out there on the racetrack. And just to prove that we are reading the YouTube commentary some, I've got it on my phone here. Not too much to respond to, but I do see someone asks, how do we know what the weather is going to be earlier in the week? The answer is you don't. You kind of know within about a half hour's time before it happens out there on the racetrack what it's going to be like. And aside from that, it's not to say random, but I would say realistic, where a rain shower could pop up. So these teams and drivers have to practice in all conditions and have setups and understand what they're going to have to do if it's a damp or a greasy track condition or full-on downpour. So there's a lot that goes into preparing for these races.
Yeah, there's an awful lot, isn't there, that goes on to preparing for these races. We kind of, forget about it when we're up here in the booth, commentating over all the action that's happening beneath us. But some of these drivers have sunk, thousands of hours into this title over the game's lifespan. And even, the week running up to this race, lots of drivers are going to be practicing with their teams, tweaking setups. You've got to keep 3 or 4 drivers happy in this car over the course of 24 hours. If one driver doesn't like the setup, it's not going to fill in with confidence to be able to make those moves and put the car where they need to be able to progress through the field. So it's a big old operation that goes on behind the scenes. Some teams, again, employing strategists, dedicated, setup engineers to solely work on setups with the drivers. Maybe some even having driver coaching coming into this round. And this year and last year, Austin, we've seen a big crossover, haven't we, between, the real world and the virtual world coming together, and again, outfits lending each other, staff from not only the real world, but again, from the virtual world, remembering Santalock, lending driver coaches, I think it was at the time, to ITB to help them get in that mindset for the race, and when things go wrong, what to do and how to process the thoughts that are going on, because an incident happens, drivers are fired up, they're angry, they're aggressive, they want either retaliation or they want the place back, and you have to wind that dial down from 11. You have to say, calm down. It's a long afternoon ahead, 22.5 hours, for example, still to go. We've still got time to make up here. So just dial it down. Let's get back in the zone and let's get those lap times back underway. As we see a small mistake there from the McLaren turns into a bit of a big mistake from the 996 of Lee. And that allows the Honda up through the exit of the mini carousel. And that's the unfortunate thing when the grass is so wet, Austin. It kind of, you touch a wheel on it and it ends up pulling the car off into the abyss and nearly into the Armco there for the 996.
Yeah, good save on that part from the 996. We look a little bit further up the field. This is the 20th place battle overall. Dyer McCormick puts his slick boots back on in that 777 car for the Williams Esports Academy. He's now trying to see if he can't hunt down, that's the 711 machine, the Valache car, the McLaren just up the road there. So I would overall say the switch to wet tires and back to dries worked out quite well for Dyer. I mean, not every silver class car can say they were leading in a SRO Esports race, especially not in the Intercontinental GT Series at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, yet alone all the other ways you could possibly phrase that. Looks like he is going to complete the passes. They're still out there on the Grand Prix circuit, we'll call it, just before they make the hard left turn just up the road a little bit past the chicane back onto the Nordschleife itself. So I'll be really interested to see how much better Dyer can drive himself up the road now that he's on kind of equal footing, right? We'll say tire-wise with the rest of the field. I'd be curious, though, now that they knew the track was drying out, I would expect their tires are sort of more towards the optimal setting, air pressure-wise. You don't have to overinflate them, right, to make up for a damp track condition.
Yeah, that's a crucial thing, isn't it? You have to remember with McCormack, he's pitted a lot later than a lot of these drivers, so his Pirellis are going to be not only fresher, but like you say, they're going to be in that optimum kind of more optimum window, should we say, because again, McCormack came out onto a greasy track, so he's probably going to have to have inflated them slightly over the threshold, but not as much as what the guys have done that pitted for a fresh set of dries when it was still damp. They're going to have to increase their pressures a lot more. So again, now the track is officially dry. Track status has gone back to optimum officially within the game. So we should start seeing lap times tumbling and drivers getting that little bit faster. Maybe a few position switch ups as the cars come kind of back into their favorite realm of their setup. Some drivers again electing maybe to go for a faster dry setup than the mixed condition kind of safer setup in the camp. But all these drivers that have been on these dry tires from the mandatory pit stop, of course the maximum driving time 65 minutes forces people down the pit lane. Anybody taking tires then, they came out onto a damp track, overinflated tires. They're going to be not at the optimum temperature, so there's going to be damage to the surface of them. Come another half an hour's time, Austin, of course, pushing them on these dry tires. I think the sun might be coming out ever so slightly, or trying to, through the clouds. It certainly looked a lot brighter there. But as they come back into the end of the stint, these tires are going to be probably some of the worst Pirellis that we're going to see come off these race cars. They're going to be, hot. They're going to be overworked in not so ideal conditions, and drivers might start struggling in about 20 to 25 minutes time.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see, too. You talk about lap times tumbling. I have no doubt in my mind they'll get faster, but I'm kind of curious right now, for all the teams that might have overinflated the air pressure in their tires, how much that's affecting the handling on some of these race cars. You see Arthur Kremer there just a little bit sideways on the exit of the corner. You wouldn't be too keen to see that if I would say everything was optimal. The track might be optimal. I think these tires are just a little bit too hot, and that heat in the tire kind of going to decrease the grip, increase the slidiness, right, the oversteer factor, especially on the rear axles of these race cars. You look at Arthur right now, 14th place overall, kind of just another one of the pro class drivers just tucked in behind a silver class driver. You got Magnani just up the road there, the 201 Aston Martin. So not too bad of a day for this BS competition car.
Yeah, certainly not too bad for the BS competition entry. Of course, they started from the back of the grid today. It was a qualifying ban served to them yesterday and made to start from dead last. So already being up into P14, that's some achievement, especially with some of the talent that they've had to cut through to get up there. And 22 and a half hours of the race left. It's going to be interesting to see what that crew can do. Of course, Arthur Camara, Niels Naujoks, Gregor Schill and Philip Rukida all share that car for the next 22 and a half hours. So eyes on them. Meanwhile, Dyer McCormack switches left, switches right, trying to find their way past Chris Warner in the Brabham competition. Audi Esports entries, they come up through Callenhard into Mutkerv. And there was an indicator given, our eagle-eyed broadcaster taking note of that one. So everybody, it seems, Austin, not really fighting Dyer McCormack for their places. They're almost gifting the position off to the 777, probably knowing the true pace of the driver, as we see a mistake there from Magnani, and that allows Arthur Camara up into P13 on their crusade towards the front as well.
Yeah, I would say in the case of Dyer McCormack, it's just a lot of guys kind of understanding, hey, this guy ran me down from multiple seconds back. I'm just going to pull over and let it by. No sense being a jerk right this early on into a 24-hour race, especially when somebody is so much faster than you. And I think they kind of know Dyer's in a class of his own. Just as I'm not sure if that's a mistake we saw out of the Aston of Magnani now behind in the 14th position, or if he just went a little wide to let this BMW of Kramer pass. I'd be curious to know between those two drivers, but I would say that's right down the middle of mistake versus, all right, I'll go wide here and let you by, just given how much this BMW is really starting to stretch this lead right over the Aston Martin just behind there of Magnani.
Yeah, you can already see the pace difference, can't you? By the time we get to the Belfast, it's a good few seconds already between Camara and Magnani in the Aston Martin behind. So, plenty of opportunity for Arthur Camara. He's now got a clear road ahead of him before he catches the back of the next car. That's Naudi in the number 17. Finds himself 2.1 seconds off the back of the 164 as well. So, Naudi in a nice little area of his own, enjoying a Saturday drive through the Eifel region. And he'll be watching his mirror, more than likely expecting the BS Plus competition entry to be hot on their tail very soon. But you can see there just at the back of the shot, a couple of cars within eye shot of Arthur Camara. So he's got something to aim for. And it's always that ideal thing, isn't it, Austin, when you see a car out of your windscreen, you kind of fixate on the back of them. You think, I'm going to catch that car in X amount of laps. And more than likely, you stay hyper-focused, knowing that there's still a possibility. When you can see something in the distance, it becomes much more real and much more tangible. When you're chasing down a 30, 40-second gap, it's quite hard to kind of understand if you're making progress, because it's so far up the road, it's just a number at that point. But seeing it in the real world and visualizing how much you're gaining, it really makes the driver hungry. It really makes them work more, as you see Camara sliding through the exit of Tiergarten, really pushing on that M4.
Yeah, he's really getting after it here. You see a battle. This is on the back stretch there, just before the fast left-hand kink. You'll see a Valache car going around the outside of the Audi. I have to believe that was not planned, but a little bit more nice, we'll say, of the Audi there, Warner, to go ahead and let Junkovic by. Then you see a Lamborghini just behind those. That's Stubarak in the 45 machine. We'll see how close he can get right now to taking another place from that Audi. I don't think he's quite close enough for a late braking opportunity here into the very slow right-hander. That is turn one, but curious if he's faster at all. But yeah, just to relate to what you were saying, right, it's kind of a fictitious gap, right? When you can't see the guy ahead of you, you kind of don't really have an idea. But once you can see him, it becomes physical. You can measure it, and it looks like that Audi is going to let the Lamborghini by right there in the back of your screen. So Warner down another position into the 21st spot. But if I could relate it to anything, it'd be like paying with a credit card versus paying in cash. If you pay with the cash, you physically see that $20 bill leaving your wallet, right, and go to the cashier, versus if it's on your credit card, man, like I gave my credit card, got my credit card. Did I really lose anything? Maybe. Yeah,
it's that thing, isn't it? Something more tangible is certainly certainly more easy to measure, should we say. Of course, when you see the $20 or £20 note leaving your hand, you think, oh, I've just spent money. But on a credit card, like you say, you kind of forget about it in that sense. But it does come back to, of course, bite you later on when the bill comes through the door. Eamon Murphy coming under pressure, though, from Tobias Pfeffer in the number 86. He was briefly up onto the bottom step of the podium, if you remember us speaking about that just a few laps ago. And just ahead, Jeffrey Ritchie has managed to find his way past, so I'm sure Murphy didn't make that one all too hard, because again, seeing the 15 seconds next to their name, they know that they're going to be held stationary in that pit lane for an additional 15 seconds and some 20 minutes or so when the mandatory stops come about. So naturally, Eamon Murphy should cycle back up with him, should bring Tobias Pfeffer as well on that one. So kind of no harm, no foul. Let everybody kind of run their own race on that sense. But out front, Jakob Osterman leads Leon Berndt 7.1 seconds to the good now. We saw that switch around when the rain opened. Berndt made a slight mistake. Osterman went through, and ever since then the gap has grown and grown. And Jeffrey Ritchie 12.5 seconds back on the number 72 Ferrari, and Eamon Murphy just slipping out of the clutch of that Aston Martin as well. So lots of drivers on the circuit at the moment, probably trying to run the car as fast as they can, because they want to kind of get that car back up to where it should be. And I'm sure the weather is going to be on the turn very shortly, because the grey cloud hasn't really shifted away in the last 10 to 15 minutes. So could we be seeing another shower coming through shortly, Austin?
Yeah, we have gotten word here in our comms box that there's rain about 30 minutes out or so. So go ahead and throw another monkey wrench into the gears of what's going on in this race here. We look further, a little bit deeper in the field here, just on the outskirts of the top 10. You got Zamperti and the 104 silver class car, third in his class right now, trying to hunt down to pass Pertl in the 38 car. That's the Ferrari, that red, white, and black machine just up the road. He's been a little bit faster, kind of creeping up on him over time. Not fast enough to catch him in a lap, but it's one of those things, right, John, where you kind of get there slowly but surely. It's kind of the tortoise and the hare. Eventually, you're going to get up to the back end of that car, and then you're going to start to say, man, this guy's really slowing me down. You start to hear the sector times are slower, the lap times are slower, just because you're catching up to this guy, and then you start to get a little bit antsy, right? I got to pass him. I got to make some sort of a move, because all the time spent behind this guy is spent. You could be further and further up the road. As we look further back now, 25th and 24th position respectively. You got Hanzik now at the 39. That's the McLaren that we saw these two fighting right here. So the Veloci machine trying to see if we can't get another spot there on that red, white, and black Lamborghini just up the road. That's the 45 machine, silver category for that car.
Yeah, Steuben Rauch in the number 45 Acetec Esports car. Again, these two no kind of strangers to each other in the realm of fighting each other on the track. Plenty of action probably from Steuben Rauch and Honzik in their time. But yeah, like you say, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game, isn't it? You know, where we were speaking earlier, some cars having strengths in some aspects to the track than others. Again, the Mustang with the kind of torquiness and the grunt that it produces, it's a really kind of straight line rocket ship. So any of these longer straights, you know, the climb up through Kesselchen, the run down the Dottinger Her, the start-finish straight even, for example, the Mustang's going to be stretching its legs, but then come into the braking zone, you're coming in a lot hotter, you're standing on the brakes that, you know, much harder, trying to draw up in time. It's not really a cornering car. It's very slippery in its aero setup. It doesn't produce huge amounts of downforce compared to the counterparts, you know, like the Ferraris and the McLarens, the low-slung sports cars. So, like you say, it becomes a giant game of cat and mouse. Drivers get angsty that somebody's pulling away, but then in another sector, it could be relieved that, of course, they're catching back up again, and it gives them that kind of glimmer of hope that they may be able to catch on to the back of them once again. So this giant game of cat and mouse, we see it a lot in GT racing, and Honzik has found his way through on Steuben Rauch up through the Kesselchen section before they got to Mutt Curve. Move signed, sealed, and delivered side by side through Mutt Curve. Very, very scary corner. It's a curb into the Armco on the exit instantaneously, and it makes it very hard indeed. Meanwhile, we've got Brabham and the number 11, but cut forward, we've got De Bonds for the Genesis Esports entry into the wall. That's just before the carousel. That's big front end damage to the McLaren, Austin. You can see he's wrestling the wheel, just trying to get the car up to the carousel and round it, and that's going to be, as we ride on board here, that's a lot of steering damage for that car.
Yeah, you can see just how unsure, right, the driver is with where they need to position the wheel as we go further and further on in the lap. I would say that's about 90 degrees off center from where it should be. This is going to be the worst half a lap, right, in your lifetime, trying to negotiate this car around the racetrack. And oh, by the way, you've got about 25 other drivers screaming by you on the racetrack. Looking a bit further up the road here, you got Rafael Malho right here for Brabham Motorsports, excuse me, trying to see if they can't hold on to this position here, but in front of the friend, right, Ferrari stablemate right there in the 11.
Yeah, of course, same but different. Both Ferraris, but again, both different teams. And something I really love about the SRO broadcast, you can see the driver's point of view from a webcam in the bottom right-hand corner sometimes, and it really gives that insight into, you know, what's going on around the driver. A lot of them are in their own kind of confined areas, some on triple screens, some on ultra wide, some on single monitors, you know, and the variance in hardware that we have in the sim racing realm. It's a really good insight to seeing what it's like for these drivers at home. Okay, they're, you know, sat at home in a simulator, they're not in the real world, they're not under all the G-forces, the stresses, the heat, the noise from the engine, you know, the focus, but it's still very, very much a tricky, I want to say sport in kind of finger quotation, but esport again is becoming a modern thing in these times, as De Bond's still trying to limp back to the pit lane, the Audi having to have a dab of the brakes before the compression into the Beloff S's. It's very scary to see, you know, a car going this slow, trying to keep it under control, and you see the live picture from De Bond's. I was waiting to see if they held onto it, but staying way off the grass there, letting the Ferrari and the Porsche through. It's some very good heads-up driving right now from the Genesis camp.
Yeah, he's still got about, I'm going to say, a quarter of the lap left, as you saw the 51 and 258 cars scream by. So Stetsenko has that 51 car back out onto the racetrack, trying to see what sort of a race he can salvage for that Ferrari team. You can see there, just on that race logic clock, center of the dash, inside this McLaren for De Bonds. He already would normally, on a normal lap, be finishing the lap right now. So that's just how much slower, A, the crash has caused him to be, and B, just that damage, right? That's basically put him on a turtle's crawl right now. Further up the field, you got Murphy still continuing to defend over Pfeff right here. Mercedes on McLaren action. These two both firmly in the top 5 timing-wise. It's about 7 seconds back before you'd see that orange Mercedes of Tan come into the frame as they make the hard left-hander now out onto the Nordschleife. Interesting as well, it wasn't too many laps ago that we were talking about how Richie was having to defend from these two cars. Richie's kind of started to scoot away from these guys. Looks like now Pfeffer being held up by Murphy.
Yeah, scooting away indeed. Richie's just kind of driven up the road from these two, and yeah, Murphy now certainly being the cork in the bottle for Pfeffer. But again, Pfeffer not really in a hurry to get past. They're already crowned champions. They have, you know, no real reason to ruin potentially two teams' races. So just holding line of stern with Murphy, following them around the Nordschleife on a kind of nice Saturday afternoon drive through the countryside. And just looking to the front, Osterman already pulled out a bigger gap on Leon Burnt. That's 8.7 seconds to the good. De Bonds finally makes it back to the pit lane in one piece after the accident. No further impacts that we caught on the broadcast, and that was a 9:29 lap time there. And just to put that into context, the top drivers running 8:09s, 8:11s, 8:10s in that region. So a big time loss for the Genesis camp. Very unfortunate there. And speaking of lap times, Dyer McCormack, fastest lap of the race yet with an 8:07.5. So we were speaking earlier, Austin, whose Pirelli tyres are kind of in that magical window, and the 777 Williams Mercedes certainly has that nailed at this precise moment in time.
Yeah, it's about a minute and a half slower there for Ellie before he gets that car back onto pit road. Another look here at Dyer McCormack in the 777 car, kind of in no man's land. He had about a 15-second gap up to the car in front of him. That's that number 6 Lamborghini there by Pazindikov. He's getting up there slowly but surely. 15 seconds is a lot of ground to make up, but man, he's doing it. He's doing something fierce. That number, and currently the 777 car in the 18th position. He'll get there at some point. He's got about 5 seconds left or so of that 15-second gap. We'll look down deeper into the field. You've got Eigenmann there in the number 11 Ferrari. Currently, he's continues to have this squabble, right? You've got Malho in the 52 car just behind him, and it looks like there's a third car now. Oh, that's the Honda, the number 80, the NSX back there. That's that lime green car. We continue to see them in certain pictures throughout the day. They've been having kind of a up and down day, right? Just driver situation, things like that. So still not out of it, though.
Yeah, absolutely. 22, just over 22 hours left in this race. So, if you want to have that mistake, Austin, you want to have your big one, you want to get out of the way, it's better to do it earlier on. Imagine slaving through, 23 and a half hours, say, of racing. You stack it into the Armco, you cost your team loads of time, and the whole kind of previous 23 and a half hours or so has been completely wasted. Back out onto the track you go, 20 minutes to go in the race. No time left to make up anything. So if you're going to do it, it's better off to do it, in the first couple of hours. You've got more than enough time then to right your wrongs, shall we say. And in the background, looks like the Honda sizing up the Ferrari as they come towards Schweidenkreuz, although not yet close enough to make a move. And maybe both drivers thinking of it, and a little look down into Arenberg, not able to get alongside enough though, and they will continue another lap. Brabham still under pressure from the number 80 Honda.
Yeah, if I had to guess right now, I think that Honda's better in some of the corners. I don't think it quite has the legs that the Ferrari just ahead of it does. And I think that's, right now, it's really hard to pass in that situation, because you try to size up a pass right on the straightaway. You try to get that draft up to a guy, and as soon as you duck out, you realize he has a lot less drag than you do. So it really compounds the issue when you're trying to pass a guy like that. That's why I would say 9 times out of 10, you go a little bit more towards straight line speed than you do towards cornering speed, because on a straightaway, you can just pull out and pass that guy, right? You've got more straight end speed. Further up the field, we were just talking about this battle between Pfeffer and Murphy. Murphy has it. That's for the 4th position. Pfeffer wants those two cars 3rd and 4th in their class, respectively. Richie just up the road. That's an Aston Martin you see up there. 15-second time penalty. He's in the silver category, so currently leading the silver class. Murphy, last spot on the podium. Pfeffer wants it. The 86 team, again, like you mentioned, John, not really fighting for anything in terms of the championship point standings. They've locked it up already. Not even virtually. It's completely locked up for them this deep into the racing season. We're here. This is the 6 out of 6 racing events for the Intercontinental GT Esports Challenge. Just hunting them down, seeing what they can get. They continue to be faster, I would say, through certain sectors or certain corners of the track, and then Murphy just kind of legs it out in others. And I'm not sure if it's setup dependent or driver dependent. I'd be really curious to see here in about 15 more minutes or so if we change drivers, even if the weather comes into play. Still expecting some rain in about 15-20 minutes time.
Yeah, rain still on the horizon, clouds, coming in here at the Nordschleife, and typically the Nordschleife being very unpredictable with the weather that is put on show. Is just like the real world, the simulator also being the same. Tommy Lydon sizing up the back of Magnani. We saw him earlier on being dispatched off by Arthur Cameron. This time it's another BMW pressuring them. It's the Genesis Esports 224 entry through Flansgart, and they go. Fantastic shot through the guardrail of cars as they lift off. And it's even better in a game, isn't it? Because drivers aren't they're not fearful in a simulator. There's no real world kind of precautions as such as there is in, if you're driving a physical GT3 car here. So you can really be a lot more brave as you hit the Flansgarten section and take off at full throttle. As soon as you land, stand on the brake, and you know that the car is going to stick and turn in. So it does provide for some fantastic shots here on the SRO stream as well. And you see Tommy Lydon there leaning forward slightly in his rig, looking very hyper-focused onto the back of Magnani, trying to get the better run through Gaugenkopf out onto the Dottinger. They go, and it's going to be an Aston versus BMW drag race. Of course, Tommy Lydon going to have the slipstream provided just about. I think he's within earshot of just catching the kind of tail end of the Aston Martin slipstream, but it's not going to be close enough this time, as we've seen in the past, Austin, to draw up alongside and make it too wide into Tiergarten. So Tommy Lydon's going to have to go one more to close that gap. That couple of seconds just to get within reach and get close to the Aston Martin to really take advantage of that slipstream, although the BMW looks much faster into Tiergarten. The gap has certainly closed up on the brakes. Maybe Magnani not being as brave as Leiden is, and the Genesis car latches onto the back. Could we see him move down into turn 1 here?
Yeah, we'll see if Tommy puts out the anchor as they make the hard braking opportunity here for turn 1. I don't think he's quite close enough anymore. I'm curious, though, if this BMW is just a little bit better on the brakes. Let's take a look here. Hard braking opportunity for turn 1. Switchback from turn 1 to turn 2. Looks like he's going to stay about equidistant right here. And you mentioned Tommy, and with that onboard camera right there, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, leaning forward, that is no better, right, kind of visualization of being up on the wheel. And you think about a track like the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, you're going to have to be up on the wheel the entire time. But if you weren't already, with a car right in front of you like this, knowing you're faster than Magnani, if you could just get around him, you're going to be up on the wheel for sure. So the 224 for Genesis Esports all over the rear end right now of the 201 Aston Martin. And no doubt in my mind right now, the BMW is faster. He just can't really capitalize where he's faster in order to execute the pass.
Yeah, as we were speaking about earlier, wasn't it? It takes 8 minutes to 8 minutes plus to do a lap here. So by the time you've worked out where the weak spot of your opponent is, 8 minutes go by, you're back there again, and maybe you've forgotten that they were weaker there and you focused on something else during your progression towards the front. Osterman at the front though, 10.4 seconds to the good. The lead continues to extend out to Leon Byrne in the number 72. However, Ritchie in the silver entry, the number 138 in P3. Currently, the gap has come down by 2 seconds or so in the last lap. So the Aston Martin certainly getting a move on and trying to catch towards the front of the pro runners. Meanwhile, Romagnoli for the ResTech Reparto Corsa entry, the number 164, coming under pressure now from BS Competition. Arthur Camara in the number 89 behind, still propelling themselves towards the front. Camara already dispatched of Naudi earlier on. That was something we spoke about when he got past Magnani just a few laps ago. And Arthur Camara, of course, starting, the team starting from the back of the grid. They're on a crusade towards the front, Austin, and already dispatched pretty much of half the field, and they're now setting themselves towards the top 10. That is some serious pace coming out of the number 89 today.
Yeah, speaking of the top 10, we haven't spoken about it too much. Jakob Osterman still in the lead. He's got a 10-second lead over the Burnt Machine. That's at 72, the Ferrari. Those two cars have been pretty much first and second for the entirety of the race, rounding out the podium there overall. Ritchie in the 138 car for the silver category class, and then rounding out the top 5 overall, Murphy and Pfeffer. Those two cars still 4th and 5th respectively. Pfeffer not quite fast enough or faster than the 40 to get around him. So far, we continue to keep our eyes and our camera locked on this battle for the 11th position overall. You've got Romagnoli there, 11th position. Kramer just behind him. Kramer's been faster, I think, than a lot of guys. It's just when he finally gets up to pass them, and I think it's a good thing for him, hasn't really been too forceful of the opportunity. Kind of just waits for them to make a mistake. And at a track like the Nordschleife, that's just what you're going to have to do. It's too narrow. You really can't take too many risks with trying to force a passing opportunity. So really liking what Michael's got going on right here in terms of defending from behind the BMW. I think Kramer is doing a phenomenal job. Just waiting for him to make a mistake, and as long as Michael can minimize those mistakes, he should be able to hold on to this position for a while. I'd just be curious too. You see that Ferrari, the number 17, that green and black car just in the background, kind of sneaks into the shots every now and then, if he won't be on these guys like white on rice per se in a couple laps.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You know, it's always the case when you see two cars battling and there's a car kind of lurking in the background. You know, eventually that car is going to get into the mix, and we see it all the time, kind of little trains and packs forming in GT racing, where one car kind of becomes the cork in the bottle, stacks up a few more cars behind, and before you know it, there's 5, 6, 7 cars sometimes all fighting for one position. And like you say, Austin, it only takes one mistake from that driver in order to execute a pass from behind, and that's probably what Camara is praying for at the moment as they come up towards Bergwerk. Of course, the long run up through Kesselchen will profit nicely in a slipstream. We've seen a few passes already happen before Mutkurv, and it looks already Camara's car much tighter through Bergwerk. They go, a better exit maybe for the BMW, tucks in to the wake of the Aston Martin, and Is it enough to draw alongside coming up the hill? Of course, both cars turbocharged at this point, so no real NA versus turbo difference as they stretch their legs. Of the Ferrari just ahead, David Pertard wants to escape away as much as they can while these two fight into Mutt curve. I don't think it's going to be enough for camera, but he's certainly drawn that BS competition car a little bit closer as they work their way towards, of course, sector 3 after the carousel when we see the twisties begin, and then the long run down the Dottinger Haar. I think camera is setting up possibly here for the late move coming down the Dottinger Haar towards Tiergarten.
Yeah, I'm curious. You look at all three of these cars, and they continue to get closer and closer to that Zamperti machine. That's the 104 Ford Mustang just up the road there. They continue to get closer and closer to them, so I wouldn't be too surprised if maybe in the next half a lap or so, this 3-car, 2-car battle becomes more like a 3 or 4-car battle as they continue to snake around the second half of this racetrack. Fast and flowy right now, and I'm really curious too. I wonder where these guys are strong around the racetrack, because they look stronger everywhere compared to, Pertl, just up the road. Not the Mustangs. That's the number 38 Ferrari, black, red, and white car just up there, who these guys are catching up to.
Yeah, of course, just ahead there, the Mustang kind of duo, should we say, of Moaning and Zampedri, both in the car since the beginning, coming up on a double stint now. So I can only assume they're going to be handing over to their teammates. We've had a quick update as well from Ryan Gill. You remember earlier on we spoke about the Silver Championship standings being relatively close, the top 4 being separated by by 4 points, should we say, apiece on that one. It goes between the BF Racing number 17, the Gladius 201, and the Visceral Esports number 44, with Samantha Tan Racing Esports even throwing their hat in the ring. If the checkered flag dropped, as it were, right now, Samantha Tan would still be leading 152.5 points over BF Racing's 148. So BF Racing is going to have to try and get through some of these pro cars in the kind of mid stages of the race as the sun goes down. We head into the night, of course, in a few hours' time. We've got the number 17 separated by 3 pro cars as it stands. These two here, Camera and Romagnoli and Pertile ahead. That's before Noldy can even make a move into the silver points. And Jeffrey Ritchie being all the way up the road in P3 isn't helping things either, because that's your silver leader. And just a few more pro cars to dispatch for Noldy if he does get anywhere near that. But early pit stops coming in, I think slightly early than anticipated. Osterman and Byrne decide to pull off the racing circuit.
Yeah, again, a little bit earlier than we expected to see, but again, these drivers have a 65-minute maximum stint time, and with a track that has an 8-minute lap time, really don't have a whole lot of room to play with that. So they're, of course, pinning right now. You see more and more drivers continuing to file into pit road all the way down right now. 8th, we expect to see 9th, 10th, 11th drivers going to pit road. That's the cars we're currently looking at right now. It looks like they are all going to dive onto pit road. I'd be curious to see which of these cars switches drivers. A little bit of an update. We talked about rain coming in 30 minutes, about 25 minutes ago. It looks like for right now, just an update on that, it's only really a light shower, and it's only going to happen for about 5 minutes or so. So not really too big of a deal in terms of what it's going to do to mess up sort of the race per se. A look down now at the 30th place car, 31st and 29th. This is Cardinale, manual in the number 258 silver portion for Absolute Res Tech by Eslif, and he's got a Mustang just up the road. That's Tapak in the number 256 there. So both silver class drivers in 29th and 30th place respectively, and now they're really letting these motors scream all the way high up into the Rippums. High gears, they continue to go down this long straightaway here. We'll see what Cardinale can do here. Lots of slipstream going on, and what I like about this is he's got the run. It's one thing to have the draft, it's another thing to have the overspeed. It looks like he's got it. He's got kind of that overlap on the car. No doubt you'll be hearing the spotter right, or have that thing in the bottom of the screen where ACC tells you where the cars are around you. Looks like, though, Cardinale's going to have to settle for just 30th place for right now. Continuing to see more and more drivers pile into the pit road. Looks like Tauscher is now taking over command of the 86 car. No change in position on pit road for the 40 and the 86. Looks like nobody's changed position in at least the top 6 or 7 cars so far. A little bit of regular green on lime green action back deeper into the pack, just coming off the long straightaway now into the chicane just before the end of the lap. No doubt these 2 cars here, 32nd and 31st place, ducking into the pit road. You see that NSX there. Such a nice looking color on that car for the 80 machine. Silver category, obviously. Then you got Malho ducking into the pits. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Lee coming down in just a little bit, but a big gap there between those 2 cars from Lee all the way back there to Tapak. But more and more cars ducking into pit road. Now we take a look at the leader, Osterman. Jakob's been out there for a long time, but that 7 car pretty much just dominating this race. Now has an 11-second lead over the number 72 Ferrari. The 72 led for the first 10 or so laps, and then under rainy conditions, the 7 caught up to him, made a pass. It was kind of a nice pass. 72 led him by. Not a whole lot of argy-bargy going on, and since then, Osterman has just basically set sail from the rest of the field. So, like I said, not excuse me, a whole lot of position change going on right now for the first 10 or so cars.
Yeah, battle's still kind of relatively alive in some aspect, but like you say, not too many position changes going on in the pit stops. And again, that's just a sign of how well rehearsed all of these things are. You know, in the real world, there's a lot more people involved in a pit stop, and there's a lot more mistakes that can happen along the way. And in the virtual world, of course, as long as the driver comes in, they hit their pit limiter button when they cross the line, they park exactly in the box to get the pit stop underway, and they get the car fired and released at the same time, coming off the pit limiter nice and sharpish when they exit the lane. There's not a whole lot of things that can go wrong, is there? You know, you remove the human error aspect from the pit stop. So a lot of these teams and drivers will practice pit in, pit out, parking specifically inside the box to get it nailed every single time. And you can see by the pit stop times how precise all of this is. I mean, between Eamon Murphy, a 1 minute 12.045 versus Tauscher, a 1:12.044. That's a very marginal difference between the two, and that's exactly why no positions really changed during the pit stop. Of course, Dyer McCormack up into P2 theoretically. Oh, as we see a mistake there from the number 164. That's going into Arenberg. That's for the Restec Repasso Corsa entry. They will lose a handful of positions. Down to P14 will slip Simone Izizi on that one. Just behind the Ferrari ahead of, that's the Silver Championship leader, the number 17, currently with Lay at the wheel there as they come up through the foxhole section. And that's going to be a very silly mistake, I would say, down into Arenberg, Austin. It's a relatively simple entry, providing you survive through Schradenkreuz. Of course, you stand on the brakes at the right time. There's not a whole lot of things that can go wrong in that aspect. So very much so, it's a very simple corner. You come around, you stand hard on the brakes, you point the car into the banking, job done. And somehow, somewhere along the line, that's gone very wrong for the number 164.
Yeah, it's just sort of one of those racing deals. Sometimes in these long races, we always say anything can and it will happen, even if it's way out of the ordinary, right? It's just the propensity for weird things to happen, things to go wrong, stuff of that nature. So it's, you know, it's one of those things when you have 24 hours. So here we see the light rain start to set in. We expect that for this to be just a light rain, so not really a huge factor for how wet the track gets, and B, it should be over in about less than 5 minutes or so. Last time we checked the weather up here in the booth, so should just be a quick rain. But regardless though, John, these guys are going to have to pay attention with how the track changes, especially because this rain is going to happen. The track is going to start to dry up, but these guys no doubt bolted these tires on in anticipation of mostly a dry track condition.
Yeah, of course, you've got to think about the biggest stint ahead, haven't you? It's not just what's happening here and now. Okay, here and now, wet tires may be the best call, but in 50 minutes time, wet tires, when it dries out, like...
I think we lost Sean there on the comms. We continue to see this battle for the 11th position. You got Niels Nayuks continuing to make his way up through the field. When I say not the qualifying he would have wanted, I do believe that car was disallowed for qualifying, so had to start at the rear end of the field, so no doubt. Like I said, we expect to see this 89 car further and further up the field, and they're slowly but surely, right, making their way up there. He continues to now be attacking the number 38 there of Castorino. That's that red, white, and black Ferrari. They've been in and around the top 10 pretty much all day. So a great drive for that 38. Now we've got Amido Castorino in the car, so they continue to swap drivers as the race goes on. Currently just ducking into right now our third hour of the race. You can see 6:11 p.m. there on the clock. That is current right Nordschleife in time, as we'll say, so expect the sun to be setting in a couple hours or so as we continue to get further and further into this 24-hour twice around the clock race. Still evident of just how far they off from the pit stop sequence of everybody else. The Williams Esports car of Diane McCormack right now in the second position. They're, I would say, about 5 laps or so. Maybe more like 3 laps, or 15 minutes, we'll say, sort of offset from everyone else in terms of the pit stop sequence. They kind of took advantage of a early rain opportunity to come down pit road, put wet tires on that car, and then came back out onto the racetrack. They were in the lead for just a little bit, taking advantage of kind of undercutting, right, on the preferred tires for that point in time. Came out on the racetrack at about 20th place. He made his way up to about 17th or 18th position or so, kind of out there on pace, and he's just going to have to continue kind of sort of digging, as we say. Simone Leslie right now, the 164, that's the Pro Aston Martin machine for Restic Reparto Corsa. Back there, 3-car battle going on just at the road. You've got Lay in the 17 Ferrari, and then just up ahead of them, that's the 104 Mustang of Pagano up there. So silver, and then pro category for what's going on back here. And just behind those cars, another 2 or 3 or so. It looks like you've got Lomi and then Addison back there, another, and then it looks like, I believe Olivier is back there as well. Hard to tell from these camera angles, but it looks like these 2 3-car packs might become 1 6-car monster in just a couple laps now as they all scream down this long straightaway part of the track. Ducking out here, we'll see what Nayuks can do side by side as they go through the kink. He'll have the inside preferred lane. Looks like Castorino is just going to give a little bit of a cursory lift there, let him on through. And again, we continue to see nice heads-up driving from both parties this early on into the race. And again, hopefully you do that with the expectation, right, that they'll repay the favor later in the race. Like I say, race car drivers seem to have a memory like elephants. Just ducking in behind Nayuks there. We have Alexander Lee right now. Again, this is that 3-car battle I was talking about, maybe becoming part of a 6-car pack as they go through turn 1 and 2. The switchback, we'll see what happens right here. Mustang trying to put down that power. Again, I think in these damp conditions, pretty much the other cars, right? You want to mid or rear engine race cars, all that weight being over the rear axle, really going to help you put the power down in these sorts of damp conditions. Right now, as you ride on board with Lay, that's him in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You see he's got his clothes on, racing shirt, full rig seat going on as well. Currently in the 15th position. Overall silver category, got lots of silver guys in and around this battle right here. Just behind him, I believe that's the Pagano machine, 104, the Mustang, currently under attack once more. I think that's Nomi in the 201 machine. That's the Aston Martin right there. You're going to see him right there on your screen. So Aston taking over that position right there from Pagano. Pagano losing a handful of positions right here in the last couple laps, or corners, I should say. Further back in the pack, we got Chris Warner here, number 62, the silver machine from Brabham Motorsport. All over the rear end, that's the Aston Martin of Seattle, just ahead of him. That's that colorful car in the 24th position overall. A little bit of silver on pro battle continue to see the track drying out as well. Like we said, short rain, still kind of slick looking, a little bit slippery for these drivers to continue to navigate out there on the racetrack. Chris Warner, they're doing a phenomenal job. Just stay glued right to the rear end of that 255 Aston Martin there. Grab a motorsport driver really locked in at this point. It's hard to follow a guy when you're this close on any sort of a racetrack, but especially the Nürburgring Nordschleife, especially going through the chicane here, fast left, right. Probably my favorite part, the Grand Prix circuit. Ducks down to the inside. You see him give a little bit of a cursory flash there to the S and say, hey, I'm faster. This isn't going to hurt your points. Go ahead and just let me by. So you see that happen there, completing the pass just before they duck out there onto the Nordschleife. Deeper in the pack, you've got Patouche here, Micah, number 30, the 33rd position overall. Race control update incident between cars 104 and 17 on lap 15. Looks like they're going to hand a 10-second time penalty to the 104 car for causing a collision. Back to the task at hand, though. Patouche in the 80 car for the silver category, trying to see if he can not only get right up to the back end, which he's already done, of Trineski, there, the 52 Ferrari. That's that blue and white car just up the road. Trying to see if he can't get a position on him. I would say the best place, if you're going to make a pass in these conditions, right here on the Grand Prix course. Further ahead up the racetrack, Alexander Lee continues to fall under fire from the two cars behind him. Olivier there, number 276 Aston Martin, as well as Addison just behind him in the 224 BMW. Definitely the proverbial cork in the bottle, as it were. This is at two different three-car packs kind of lumped together now to make more of a six. You've kind of seen some of that battling for position going on. You got Pagano, he's lost a couple positions, able to find some stable footing right here in 15th position overall. Still has that 10-second penalty that I just mentioned for the collision between he and the 17 car. So now you got to wonder too, 10 seconds, how hard does he fight, right? If he gets run down by the 17 machine, is he really going to have his elbows out, or does he kind of just put his tail between his legs and say, all right, I understand what happened before, I'm just going to kind of ride around, fall back right here and kind of regroup, reset, and continue to rock and roll. Further up the field, we're riding on board right now, looking at Michael Tauscher in the 86 machine for Team MSI. Again, these are the championship winning already, right? We haven't even finished this race. No points have been handed out. They've already locked up the championship. Like I mentioned, out of the 5 races so far this season, they have 3 wins and have never finished worse than second. So win, second, and then another win last time out in Monza. So they've really been the class of the entire field out here. Currently trying to see if he can't get around Tico van der Velde there in number 5 car. Mercedes on Mercedes action, and then just up the road there, you see Murphy there in that number 40 McLaren. A bunch of pro drivers right here. Dyer McCormack, still up there in the 777 car, 2nd position overall. Again, he still has yet to make his next pit stop in the race. So definitely expect him to drop maybe by to about 16th position or so at this point in the race when he makes that next pit stop. But still loving that little bit of a counter strategy on their part to go ahead and just set themselves sort of off sequence, John.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. I mean, it's great to see, the strategy really playing its hand here in the race, and it's what it's all about, isn't it? Endurance racing. It's just one big kind of game of cat and mouse on who can outsmart who the first. But yeah, great to see that Williams number 5 back up into the order. Of course, they're off sequence ever so slightly with their teammate Dyer McCormack in the 777. So expect them to come down the pit lane slightly off sequence, but still all about the bigger picture, isn't it? They might look out of contention now, however, come 21 hours or so, that could be very, very different indeed.
Yeah, especially, and I'm curious as well if the 86 car is kind of in the position right now. Like we said, they locked up the championship so far, so really how hard do you have to push the rest of your competition right here? Obviously, you'd much rather have a podium finish or to win, right? We're all race car drivers. We want to win every single time we go out on the racetrack, but you're kind of playing with house money right now. There's no reason to do anything more than you're already doing. You've already locked up the championship, and a win is nice, but I would take a championship over a win every single time.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to win, don't they? But of course, the bigger picture, again, is the championship. It's all very well winning one round, but it's that title, isn't it? It's that honours, it's that bragging rights, it's the publicity that goes with it. Of course, some of these drivers, this is their day job. This is what they do to earn money. And again, titles always mean some kind of prize in the realm of the esports world. So it's great to see everybody so fired up and, you know, really trying to get a good early start. And it's exactly what the number 86 has done throughout the season. They finished consistently high, and again, by the time they've got to the final round, they don't need to do anything. It's already done, signed, sealed and delivered. We're going home champions today, regardless of what happens. So they're purely here for the fun of it, and again, it makes the event that little bit more casual and fun and you know, relaxed, and the pressure's off the drivers. All they've got to do is, you know, come out here, have a good time and see where they finish up. And side by side down the Dottinger goes Tauscher to the left of Tinko van der Velde before they get to Tiergarten. I'm sure that's going to be a move done and delivered. McCormack comes down the lane. Will Tinko van der Velde feel the need to do the same, or has he got another lap in the number 5 Mercedes? Coming out of Tiergarten, Tauscher leads Tinko, and Dyer McCormack rolls down the pit lane in that Williams Academy car. Of course, McCormack's the more experienced of the lineup, and it's great to see again a driver with so much experience behind him, again teaching the academy drivers. We've seen a lot of these academy junior teams forming over this year and last year, and really giving these guys a kind of step up into the esports realm, where maybe, you know, they're not always on that top pace, but they still deserve a seat in the realm of ACC.
Yeah, well, especially too, you have all these manufacturers, team owners, teams that want to do well, and as soon as you introduce another class, you say, hey, why don't we enter in that class too? Let's see how good, right, we could possibly do. And then you go look, and oh, they need to be sort of amateurs or silver category drivers, right? So then you look to see who's the best we can have, and I just love the fact that all these teams and manufacturers are looking into esports as a way to sort of farm talent, see what's out there, develop your talent as well. You see Niels Nijix currently further and further up the field, making really good pace right here. You saw him just, obviously, he's gotten around the 38 machine of Medio Castorino. That's that red, white, and black Ferrari there, kind of in flirt with the top 10 all day. And then back there's that number 4 car, Clint Mueller. That's a Mercedes we've talked about. He's been kind of flirting with the top 10 again. One of those drivers, solid, consistent car and team all day long so far by esports team HRT. Really, really solid run for them all day today, John.
Yeah, and again, Mercedes manufacturer involved in that outfit, if I'm right in saying so on that one, in both the MSI car and the HRT car. So, you know, fantastic, again, crossover between the real world and the virtual world. And like you say, lots of teams, team owners, team managers, etc. have a lot to gain out of this one. And Klinkmuller just in behind Castorino there. We're still waiting for the timing tower on the left-hand side to update. So take the gross position, should we say, from the bottom right-hand side of the screen. That's a live kind of countdown from where they actually stand. Statsenko hands over to Gillison in the number 51 Scuderia Ferrari Esports entry. They're on a bit of a comeback drive, aren't they, after the big moment at Bergwerk earlier on in the race. So it's such a shame to see them down and out of contention for now. However, 21 hours and 40 minutes just over on the clock. Still plenty of time to get that one back. But it is Bastian Richter and Jakob Osterman out of the front on a triple stint now on these guys. So they're really going to be, you know, a bit fatigued by this point, I can only assume. Austin, their focus isn't going to be as sharp as it was maybe 3 hours or so ago, but still they're drilling in those lap times. Osterman out front, 15.3 seconds now. The lead is forever extending between himself and the Renvelten camp, and Eamon Murphy, as they cross over the timing gate, goes up into P3. Tauscher P4, Bischoff, Dark Horse there, Team Nitro up into P5. That's a bit unexpected from the 717.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you mentioned that Jakob Osterman has been out there since the start of this race, and he's really been on it. You mentioned the concentration from the drivers now sort of in their third, fourth stint of the race. You've seen a couple teams kind of switching in and out drivers, but we see guys in real life racing do triple stints as well. And I will say the one thing we've kind of got going for us right in esports is you're not physically in the car. It's not as hot as it would normally be. All that sort of stuff, you can just reach over over and have your water bottle placed wherever you want. You can have your family, right? Maybe your mom, girlfriend, teammate, even brother, sister. Go out, maybe refresh your ice water, right? So it's always cool for you. It's not like it's in a 120 degrees car where it starts out cold, then it goes maybe lukewarm, and then it's hot by the end, and you're sort of just know you need to drink water, but it's not quite as refreshing, right? As the race continues to go on, as we continue to look further down the field, looks like Darren McCormack has finally gotten out of that race car. You see McWilliam now in the 777. Interestingly enough, he has the fastest lap of the race session so far. Right now we look at Luke Addison there in the 224. That's the BMW red, white, and blue machine. You see trying to hunt down the 276, that brightly, oddly colored, I would say, but beautiful looking car, the Mercedes, or excuse me, the Aston Martin, just up the road there. And then just behind him, leading the 17 car. So still lots of positions up for grabs, even, just over 3 hours under, into this race.
Yeah, still lots of positions to gain, lots of time to grab. And again, it's the magical thing, isn't it, about the endurance racing circuit, where you think it's all done and dusted. Everybody's kind of in their relatively, comfortable areas, should we say, and then driver lineups change. One driver steps out, another gets in. The pace difference changes once again. You might find your rivals are a little bit slower than you on this stint. You might find you're the faster driver out of the train that you've suddenly been locked in for the past hour, and suddenly you begin to shuffle your way towards the front ever so slowly. But again, with the drivers that we've got in at the moment, Osterman, Richter, Murphy, all very quick drivers in their own right. They're kind of in the zone now. They're cycled in to the car very nicely. They're comfortable with what's going on. Of course, the greasy level of the track isn't catching them out as it might do a new driver. So again, it's good to keep the same driver in during these mixed conditions, because the last thing you want to do is hand over to a new driver that maybe hasn't done much practice in the wet or the greasy conditions, or a damp condition, a mixed condition, so to speak, and they go and bin the car into the Armco in lap one, undoing all the hard work of the first driver. So sometimes it's better to play it a little bit safe, and Luke Addison certainly not playing it safe at Mook Curve, almost all the way up to the Armco by the looks of it in the number 224 Genesis Esports BMW.
Yeah, he's really giving it the beans, man. He's having to get up on the wheel, and this is just so you see how much these drivers have to push themselves, right, to do better than someone else. It's not just a walk in the park out there. These guys are not necessarily putting on qualifying laps every lap, but they are certainly up on the wheel lap after lap after lap. And again, the Nordschleife, one of the most demanding racetracks on the entire, I would say, a set of Corsa Competizione platform, right, where you have to be up on the wheel. Really, you have two or three opportunities to take a break, but that's it, and they're few and far in between when you think about how long this racetrack is. And the straights are long, you get good breaks, but boy, is there a lot of curves and not necessarily easy opportunities if you wanted to reach over, grab a drink of water, or focus on something else, even just for a split second.
Yeah, I think the only other kind of demanding circuit, should we say, in the ACC realm is certainly Mount Panorama. That's almost like a mini Nordschleife. It's a 2-minute lap over the mountain, down the other side again. And again, that really tests kind of drivers' focus and, determination and bravery with the walls. It's almost a little bit more forgiving here at the Nordschleife. You do have that tiny patch of grass before you inevitably find an Armco somewhere off to either driver's left or right. So you do get a chance to try and save the car, whereas Mount Panorama, of course, hard into the Armco. That's almost day done at that point for lengthy repairs. So Luke Addison still trying to chase down Olivier ahead in the number 276 Aston Martin. This is, of course, for silver honours, and just behind the number 17 championship leader of BF Racing, the Ferrari currently piloted by Lay in that one. 1.6 seconds to the good, and Addison's BMW certainly looks a lot more comfortable than the Aston Martin in these slightly greasy conditions, although a big wiggle out of the mini carousel towards Galgan Cop they go up the road. Lomi sizing up the back of another Aston Martin, the 164 ahead again. This isn't going to be for points honours. This is a pro car leading a silver car, but equally Marco Lomi doesn't want to lose time to the fight behind, because that's when the train begins to form. Drivers begin to come into one another, and then that's where the fights start turning into a two-way fight, to a three-way, a four-way, sometimes going up 5, 6, 7, 8 cars deep in a train as Lomi pulls out to the left. To the inside they go, underneath the Bilstein Bridge, down the other side into Tiergarten. Will either driver lift? There's a quick dab of the brakes from the 164, and Lomi goes through a quick flash of the hazards as well, I think, just to say thank you for not making it too awkward through Tiergarten. Lomi up into P11, and it's easy down into P12, but no harm, no foul, no points changed. Again, pro on silver car, so that's a crucial thing to mention.
Yeah, like we've continued to talk about all day, John. We're so early in this race. This track is so treacherous. If you realize somebody is much faster than you, if they get a run on you right down that long back straightaway, you are going to pull over. Sort of be more courteous, right, at this track in this race than you would at another race at another circuit. We continue to look here at Luke Addison, continues to try and hunt down the Aston Martin just ahead of him, of Olivier. And you're close, but you're not close enough, and it's one of those things where it's excruciatingly painful for a driver to know that you're faster. You're just not faster enough than the guy ahead of you to catch him, make a move, and then complete that pass. You're just kind of forced to ride around, bide your time, force them into a mistake. And it's really easy for someone to make a mistake around here, but I tell you what, these pro drivers, everybody right in this entire field, so rarely makes a mistake.
Yeah, it's close but no cigar, isn't it? You're almost there, but you just need that extra tenth, that extra 2/10 just to pull up onto the back of them and really stick the car in an awkward place. There's a brief swish of the wiper there from the 276 ahead, although my game telling me it is currently dry, although cloudy, it is dry nonetheless. Track status has reached optimum again, so Pirellis should be in a nice window in order to get the most grip out of them, providing they haven't been dialed up for the earlier rain shower that we did witness. Air and track temperature is dropping. Air temperature 21, track down to 22 at the moment, with 5 kilometers of wind in game. So we could see that weather change once again. It looks all clear on the horizon for the meantime, and we are getting updates from our production team on the forecast so far, so we'll keep you updated at home. But at the moment, Luke Addison still not close enough through the GP section, out onto the hats and back. The Aston Martin, it's a weird one, isn't it? The Aston certainly looks over a lap that little bit quicker, but Addison just can't get close enough to capitalise on that. Meanwhile, Ciata in a bit of a sandwich here, just ahead. That's Chris Warner. Ignore the Porsche on the timing tower. That's a position that's going to change when we hit a timing gate. And Fiala behind opens it up into the Sabina Schmitz curve, crams the door open. I didn't even see that move coming from the TV camera. Fiala up into P21. Conrad Ciata down into P22, and that really caught me out. I didn't even think the Mercedes was close enough there, Austin.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was maybe communicated by signaling to one driver or another, how much maybe he went wide and then Fiala just stuck up the inside. It looked a little bit too, I'm going to say, not rehearsed for it to have been planned, but I wouldn't put it past these guys to do something that quick and that sort of coordinated, but uncoordinated, right? I mean, you're going around these corners at 90 mile an hour and then just keep coming one after another. So I wouldn't be too surprised if it wasn't coordinated. But again, I mean, you're just up here trying to pass one driver after another. No doubt in my mind, Ciata was trying to pass Cardinale up the road, and then Fiala was just sort of chomping at the bit to get by. Looks like it is Warner up there, like you mentioned. You kind of disregard Cardinale on that timing screen. We continue to go through these sectors. That's when the position counter will update over on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, timing gate coming up here at the end of Arenberg, and there we go. Cardinale cycles down to P24 and, of course, keeps going until a time appears next to his name. Jaroslav Hontik, though, on to the back of this crew, 3.6 seconds to the good, just behind. It seemed like a big kind of margin in the sense of the Nordschleife. So if these guys start fighting with Warner and Warner makes it awkward, that's going to bring Hontik into this one. You see in the bottom right hand side there how much Conrad Ciata is working the steering wheel of that Aston Martin just to try and drive it off the corner, coming down to the next sequence. He will go and see him there tweaking the wheel, trying to find the grip as he tips it in to Metzgerfeld. And it's a tricky one, isn't it? You know, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Austin. We keep saying it, and every time we watch these drivers in their kind of, you know, POV overlay in the bottom right hand side, every single one of them is wrestling the car to the absolute limit just to try and, you know, wring the absolute best lap time out of whatever they're driving that they can do at this stage.
Yeah, that's just the lengths that these drivers are having to push themselves to, because everybody out here is basically driving just as hard as we saw Conrad, right? Up on the wheel, all sorts of minute micro adjustments to that thing to make sure he points the car in the perfect straightest direction he wants to around this racetrack. We take a look a little bit deeper into the field. We've got Polovichuk right here in the number 6 car, 18th place overall, trying to see if he can't attack Pagano to get one more position off of him. And boy, for Pagano, this last sort of half hour, 45 minutes or so, he's continued to just fall further and further down the running order. I'm not sure if the car just not quite to his liking. Maybe he's sort of it needs some adjustments, or he's just kind of biding his time right now. But you see that 10-second time penalty as well. That's not going to help him either come about 35 minutes or so from now, when they finally do decide to duck back onto pit road.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, pit stops imminent in a little bit. Polovichuk still into the back of that Mustang. We do have some highlights queued up in the background from the first couple of hours of action here at round 6 for the Nürburgring Nordschleife 24 hours, and it of course begins with lap 1, the start line, and the Ferrari gets off to a great start on the right hand side of the screen, but Williams, undeterred by it, still tries to bite back into turn 1. Mercedes, of course, flying formation as they go hard on the brakes, 3 wide in the background, 4 wide towards the back of the grid as well. And every single driver, Austin, somehow made it through the first complex alive. And we said in the qualifying lap run through, turn 1 is that typical pinch point where it normally all kicks off, and touch wood, it didn't this time by.
Yeah, we continue to look at that clean first lap. A little bit deeper into the field, we see some argy-bargy going on. This is a look between the 51 and the 4. They make some contact. The 51 gets a little bit disturbed from that, and you're going to see it sort of all goes downhill from there. Keep an eye on that green Lamborghini as we continue on further and further through the lap. You see the 51 car just sort of ping-ponging around as they continue to fall further and further through the pack. Very good qualifying for them. Unfortunately, though, they're going to make some contact with the 63 car. That's that green Lamborghini. There they go off the track. They were penalized for that later in the race. And then you continue to look at that green Lamborghini, gets it all wrong, overcorrects the car sideways across the track and slammed into by the red Lamborghini. A little bit more contact by that black Porsche, just going into and out of frame. That's why they're so deep in the running order. Lap 2, the number 5 car has a crash with the number 4. This is for the 3rd position. You're going to see it come up right about here. Just racing really hard for those podium positions. There's the 51 squeaking through. The next one, the 104 car, overtakes the 717. This is absolutely just heads up racing right here, and this is what it's continued to be pretty much all race long. Again, we're about 2.5 hours into this 24-hour race. It's been extremely hectic, and here you see that pass continues to happen. It's just been really just amplified right now. These guys are just so aggressive as the racing continues. Here we see the number 72 car. This is when it started to rain earlier in the race. Just a little bit of a slip up, and then you see Jakob Osterman all the way on him like white on rice, comes up to take the lead. A little bit of a cursory lift, we'll say, from the 72 car, ends up letting Osterman by, in the 7 car since then has completely set sail. You see that overtake right there. And then the number 51 car with the slight mistake. This has further compounded their issues. You see, nice overtake here on the 40 machine, puts them up into a much better position, and this is kind of the peak of their race so far before everything sort of goes downhill. You see the 41 car. This is that ultra aggressive racing I was talking about that the Nordschleife brings through here, even in a 24-hour race, John. And these guys are just going at it one after another.
Yeah, around the outside of Schwedenkreuz went Eamon Murphy. A very brave move in the mixed conditions, especially on dry tires. That was back on lap 9. We then saw a coming together. This was the undoing of the 51's run. Unfortunately, a small bump into Bergwerk and found the rear end of the barrier very quickly, aided by the 138. That was a 15-second penalty. It was such a slight touch, but hard on the brakes. Of course, all the weight shifted forward in that Ferrari. A slight touch was all it needed to unsettle itself, and the number 138 came under the wrath of the stewards later on. This time it's the number 40 and the number 5. This is Eamon Murphy channeling his inner Kevin Estra down in towards the Beloff S region, cutting over the grass to capitalize on a pass on the Williams car, and unfortunately it all became unraveled for the Genesis Esports McLaren entry. They had a very hard impact. We didn't actually catch that on the broadcast, but that was a monumental crash as they came down the back end of Klostertal into the Stahlstrecke. Meanwhile, it was the BS competition entry coming up through the ranks, of course, after starting last in the race today, following on from a penalty during Friday's qualifying. They're up into P8 at the moment, with Niels Naujoks currently at the wheel, but one pass there capitalized through the highlights. It's been great racing so far, Austin. It's been hard, but it's been fair, and there's been a lot of elbows out along the way as well. But now comes the hardest part, of course. The light continues to fade away here at the Nordschleife. The dark will begin to roll in. The crowds, of course, will become illuminated in the game, setting the atmosphere very nicely for what is going to be a long night shift, especially if this weather is on the turn constantly throughout the race, and potentially more rain on the horizon.
Yeah, it's about 6:45 p.m. here local time, so we do expect the sun to set in about the next hour or two or so, but it continues, like you mentioned, John, to get darker and darker. Currently looking here at Dennis Pryor, number 256, the silver category car. He's got his Ford Mustang out there on the racetrack, kind of a little bit in no man's land. He has a little bit of room behind him, a little bit of room ahead of him, just kind of out there. And this is, as a race car driver, you can really start to zone out right as you continue to go through the race.
Yeah, you can almost zone out in a sense, but you still need to remain focused. Of course, a momentary lapse of concentration is sometimes where we see the biggest accidents. Just look at the Genesis McLaren, a touch into the grass, fired them off to stage right, and then entered the Stahlstrecke, pretty much grinding along the wall. And that was big, lengthy repairs earlier on for those guys. So you still need to remain alert. The Nordschleife will, of course, bite, and when it does bite, it's a hard bite. It's not a, it's not a nibble. It's a full-on chomp sometimes when these cars do get loose. And just ahead of them, flying formation, I think, for the 204 and the 258 Porsches, both sharing the same camp. So one car probably here, Austin. Not going to be under team orders as such, but we're going to be told don't make it all too easy for Dennis Pryor, because we want Gerhardt to try and escape up the road somewhat during this stint.
Yeah, very much so. And you see those two cars with the very similar liveries from Gerhardt to Cardinale. Another update for you, light rain in about 30 minutes or so. So that's definitely on the horizon, excuse me there. So as much as we talk about how much the weather can play a factor into things, still overcast skies. We saw the sun peek out for just a little bit earlier in the going today, but hasn't done so for about the last hour, as it seems. You got Conrad Ciata here, racing for the 22nd position just up the road. He's got Chris Warner. That's that blue and white Audi you see just up ahead. Those two cars, they've been nose to tail, kind of in and around each other, the teams rather, pretty much all race long. You see that very colorful looking Aston Martin just tucking in behind. Pro driver currently behind the silver category of Warner. And again, John, we mentioned two cars, you kind of just got to follow a guy until they make a mistake, and then maybe you can try to poke your nose up the inside, maybe the outside, just sort of looking, sniffing for that opportunity that are just so few and far in between.
Yeah, it's very hard, isn't it? I mean, we always see it, in let's just say everyday public lobbies, people making up time where they can do. It's quite easy to gain a big chunk of time when everybody is that little bit inconsistent along the way. But of course, here in the esports world, here at SRO and any other competitions hosted that these drivers enter, everybody is on such a high level that it's so hard for drivers to make a game, because everybody's drilling in these super fast lap times one after another, and you're all on the same kind of you're all on the same kind of stage essentially, and unless one of you makes that really big error, it's so hard to gain time in these endurance races, even over 20 plus hours of racing. Okay, you're going to gain a little bit here and there, but you're not going to gain big chunks of time like you'd normally expect to find, if me or you raced, let's just say, Austin, for the analogy I'm making here. So it's so hard to try and catch up. And Osterman at the front, 15.3 seconds. Richter is not slow by any means, but Osterman is just on that slightly better level at the moment and just can't quite match the pace that the number 7 is setting. But we've still got drivers to see through the number 7. We've still got Roters and Palowski to come through on that one. So that could all change in the next 10, 15 hours or so. We can come back tomorrow and we can see the top 10 completely shuffled about, but at the moment everybody's looking so consistent in this early stage.
Yeah, and that just, again, it's one of the things where I would say the human talent level, the talent ceiling for all humans is really high, but it's kind of flat, right? When you compare the best of the best up there, these guys are so consistent and they're so close to one another. It all comes down to driver style, driver preference, car style, setup, all those different things. Minute differences lead to a couple tenths of a difference over the course of a lap time, but when you look at the qualifying times of these drivers and their lap times really just separated by tenths of a second, and it's just lap after lap after lap, adding a tenth or two that gets you up to that 15-second that Jakob Osterman has over Richter. And you mentioned too, we still have a couple more drivers to see out of the 7. It just goes again to how stacked this entire field is, all the lineups of these cars. You look at the different drivers running the cars, there's really not a weak link for any of these cars. It's just A plus driver after A plus driver after A plus driver in all these pro cars, even the silver category cars, that they just have stacked lineups all the way through the field.
Yeah, I've seen a few YouTube comments asking, of course, why Diane McCormack is in the Williams Academy car, the 777. Of course, McCormack we're usually used to seeing in the main kind of lead number 5 car. So taking a step back just to kind of coach the Academy guys maybe through a longer race and, get them through to the end and see how they can do. But yeah, everybody, in the lineup, super stacked. Like you say, there's not a single weak link that I could pick out in any of these guys. And the real test of time is going to be when that checker flag drops in just over 21 hours time, who is going to be at the top? Because we're looking at this now, Austin, me and you. We're going to cycle through lots of commentators throughout this broadcast, and by the time we come back tomorrow, who knows where everybody is going to stand. It's such an unpredictable thing. We've got, rain on the horizon once again, so we're going to see pit stops thrown out of sequence. Not everybody's going to be running the same strategy. Some drivers might elect to try and push through, like we've seen in the past on a set of dries. We've seen the Williams guys earlier on making an absolutely fantastic strategy call that threw them back up the order by pitting for wets, throwing themselves even more out of sequence than the rest of the field. So you just really can't call it at the moment on who is going to, become victorious at the end of this. And the number 89, of course, starting from the back of the grid, they're up into P8. They've dispatched quite a few cars already to get there, and there's still 21 hours to go, so they are looking very, very strong in the bigger picture.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, they got a couple positions for free, right? You've had some cars have accidents, go off, make a couple mistakes. They've gotten a couple positions for free, but by and large, they've just been out there driving the heck out of that car, driving the tires off the thing almost, we'll say, up through the field. And I tell you, they've had a lot of, I would say, good things go their way when they catch up to a driver or a car, and the car says, oh wow, you've caught me by 5 seconds back in the course of a couple laps. I'll just pull over down the straightaway and let you by. I'm not going to fight you for it. So they've definitely benefited a lot from both those two things. And like I said, that's where we expect the 89 car to be pretty much all race long. That team especially, they've been doing very, very well all season long. You look back to some of the other earlier races, the 10th place at Suzuka, 8th place at Spa, another 8th position, and they just really solid. Red Bull Ring, they were in the 6th position. So really, I would say the only race they've kind of fallen off the rails, per se, top 10 wise, is Monza. That car did not score in the top 10 by the end. Speaking of domination and scoring positions, how about this 86 machine? I've talked about it a couple of times. They have not had a race worse than second position all season. They finished second twice. They've won 3 races out of the 5 we've had so far. This is the 6th out of 6. They're currently the championship winners right now. They locked it up in a complete entire race to go. So talk about dominance out of this team, MSI Mercedes.
Yeah, dominance indeed. I mean, we're going to keep touching on this, aren't we? I'm sure every other commentator that jumps in after us will be reiterating the fact again that they are champions coming into this round. They can literally DNF, so they're only here purely for show at this point, and they're just seeing what they can make work throughout the afternoon. And a few fans in the chat already want to see Michael Tauscher, and you ask, and Mike shall provide. So here we go, the number 86 on screen at the moment, with Tauscher behind the wheel, sitting in a very dark room. That's almost akin to how I race, I would say, Austin. Sat in the dark, glare from the screen, and just kind of try and immerse yourself in the monitor that's in front of you, and forget your surroundings, because that's what this is all about, isn't it? It's just an escapism almost from reality, and everybody here is living out their dreams of becoming a race car driver, although not having the budget in the real world, but certainly having the pace to do so. And again, we spoke about earlier on the crossover between the real world and the virtual. But Williams, Andrew McWilliam, is off at the top of Foxhole. That's some big front end damage for the number 777 Williams Academy car. That's going to bring the number 6 car Lamborghini behind into the shot as well. And the bonnet is certainly lifted on the Mercedes, so there's big front end damage for the 777, and that's going to unravel everything that Diane McCormack has tried in the first couple of hours. And the car certainly looks very twitchy there. That's not going to be a good one. Just trying to work out if the rear wing was at a jaunty angle as well. That's going to be a long pit stop for that crew.
Yeah, it looked like as well. There was a lot of paint scrapes on the rear end of that car, so I wouldn't be too sure if he might have nosed it into the barrier and then backed it in as well, or maybe got some a little bit of a tap from the car behind him. But that is certainly going to put them on the back foot for the rest of the race. So I'd be interested to see what took McWilliam off the track there in that 777 car. They were having such a great run earlier in the race. It looked like they had a lot more racing to fight for. They were going to continue to ascend up the ladder there in the running order. We look back at Niels Nuyuk there, and the number 89 car continues to hunt down the silver driver of Mattea. Currently, it looks like right now the 28 car would win the silver championship. Just in case you are just tuning into the broadcast, the silver class championship, 4 teams are within 4 points of each other from the drop of the green flag, but so far it's been the 28 car by about 6 to 8 points or so as they run.
Yeah, it's very close down in silver, isn't it? 4 points between the top 4, and we always say the main fight is, of course, the pro guys. They take center stage sometimes, but today it's the honors of the silvers, should we say, to take that one. And Natasia, they're probably not going to fight Naoyox all too much if the number 89 does try and go for a move, because again, they've got to think about the bigger picture. They're currently second in silver. Makovkin just ahead there in the number 138, 8 seconds to the good, so it's going to be a big margin to try and claw back. But nevertheless, second in silver, not to be sniffed at as the number 6 dispatches of McWilliam. That's coming up through Kesselchen there, so the Lamborghini will propel themselves away from that Mercedes and try and focus to catching the number 17 just ahead. Of course, the Mercedes, we expect to see them down the pit lane. I would say, Austin, it's probably a safe bet, although we've got rain predicted in 30 once again. So will they try and ride the damage out until they get to the pit window, when inevitably they have to come down anyway for maybe wet tyres or just for their mandatory stop to close that one off? And just trying to see where McWilliam went there, and he's in the wall again. I thought he was a bit slow coming through, and that's going to catch out a few other drivers behind, including the sister car. The number 5 of Fiala comes through. So McWilliam, not only 1 mistake in a lap, Austin, 2 mistakes for the 777.
Yeah, that's got to be one of those things where I think the car was already a little bit damaged. You try to go through a corner the same way you've done all race long, probably the last 20 laps, right, for McWilliam, and you go through there, and just a little bit of damage puts you off by such a big amount of time, or such a big feeling, right? You go through there, your timing is off, the feel is off in the car, and that's what you end up with if that bonnet wasn't already cracked, maybe a 1/4 of an inch all the way along. How it should look, it is definitely all sorts of wonky. Now you can see him just wiggling that car around. I didn't quite see when we were on board there with Andrew. Oh man, going off again into the barrier, more just compounding that issue.
Yeah, more woes for the 777 camp there, trying to stay out of the way of everybody else coming through and not collecting, anyone on their run back to the pit lane. Unfortunately, McWilliam putting himself into the wall. Meanwhile, Niels Naoyox sizing up a move on Mattea in the Samantha Tan Racing Mustang, and I'm going to guarantee you the number 28 has made that very easy. Made the move before they even came under the Bill Stein Bridge towards the Tiergarten section there, and move is signed, sealed and delivered by the time they get to the braking zone. Samantha Tan car even being a bit cautious on the brakes behind Niels Naujoks to not run into the back of them, and they're on a fantastic run. Up in P7 at the moment is the number 89 after starting from the back of the grid, and certainly some more positions, Austin, I think, to gain on this one.
Yeah, definitely. And just to go back to McWilliam, man, this is going to be the longest lap of his career with how much he's gone off the track, all the mistakes he's making. And again, this is one of those guys, you're rare to see one mistake out of him, so 3 in the same lap. I definitely chalk the last 2 of those up to the fact he's already driving a car that doesn't really want to do what he's asking of it. You see Simone Leslie there, number 164. Aston Martin continues to just be kind of engulfed, right, in this battle. He's got Addison just ahead of him in that BMW, and then we've been talking about it for a while. That Addison machine has been trying to hunt and pass the Olivier machine. That's a 276 car. It's just been a battle, right, for these drivers to last, gosh, I would say 5 laps. Doesn't seem like a lot, but you got to remember 8-minute laps around here, right? I mean, this has been like forever for these guys. We're talking about 40 minutes to be following somebody around this racetrack.
Yeah, that's it. We spoke about it earlier, didn't we? You know, over a lap at Spa, it's 2 minutes 20 to analyze your opponent. Here, it's 8 minutes plus to try and get through. So it's, you know, when you make a mistake like McWilliam, that lap seems even longer. And we saw earlier with the Genesis car taking 9 minutes 29, I think it was, to get back to the pit following their escapade off. And I think McWilliam is just touching 9:03 to get back, so slightly faster than the Genesis car. But again, his accident wasn't in as such a vicious manner. We saw the Genesis car off hard to the right, then hard to the left, and then hit the wall at the Starstrecker before the carousel. Sorry. Had to limp it back from there. So McWilliam a little bit faster getting back, although maybe with a bit more damage than what he should have had following a few more impacts with the wall. But still, that is a long lap to get by. And if I said to you, Austin, we're nearly 3 hours into the race, somewhere like Spa, you'd say we've done hundreds of laps. Here, we've only managed 20. So that's just for time scale there, Austin. You feel like you've been here forever, and you look up and 20 laps have been completed by the race leader.
Yeah, man, I'm ready to be done. We're supposed to be in the booth for, what, 5 or 6 hours? I feel like it's been at least 7 by now. I should have gotten up from my chair and gone to take a shower and eaten about maybe an hour or so ago. But we're just barely 3 hours into this race. There's just so much action going on. Speaking of action, Louis Fleischer in the number 711 car. That's the Valache Academy SRO machine. The McLaren there on the attack right now, trying to see if he can't wrestle the position away from Pagano in the Mustang just up the road. That's that 104 car, silver on silver action, and Pagano continues to fall through the field. And there's the other 2 cars you're talking about, what, probably 10 minutes ago. That's the Audi of Chris Warner, and then how about that other, again, very, very colorful Aston Martin of Seata and the 255 car. Let's see what Fleischer can do here on this long straightaway. See if he can draft up to Pagano here.
Yeah, the 711 though, not without his woes. Remember earlier on through the Beloff S, bucked sideways across the track, so they've got some big time loss to make up at this point. And Fleischer stretching the track limits there. Seata in the background also kicking up dust as they set their eyes onto the back of the 104 Mustang. But again, it's not going to be a move that's going to be all too daring or risky. Pagano again has 10 seconds to his name during the next pit stop, so equally so, Fleischer keeps it clean, can just keep it within that region behind the 104. That should be a free position inherited, but equally so, Oblachok up the road. That's the next car these guys need to catch, and he is some 14 to 15 seconds clear. So Fleischer doesn't need to lose too much time behind him. He needs to get a move on, but equally so, of course, with the rain impeding and pit stops coming up, not too long away. Of course, that's going to be a relatively easy place for the Veloce Academy car. And Chris Warner in the background, keeping honest with this fight as they come out of the foxhole. You see the Audi R8 just lurking in the background, and if the 104 becomes that cork in a bottle that we speak so much about, that's going to bring Warner into the fight. And just behind him, we spoke about him earlier, it's Jaroslav Honzik, of course, in the number 39 Veloce. So maybe some Veloce flying formations could be coming to your screen shortly.
Boy, cresting that hill, you could really see how sideways was Pagano. I don't think that car is quite up to snuff for his liking and how he would prefer it to handle, and I think that's kind of been the way it's been going for the last 2 hours or so. He's continued to fall through the field. I don't know if they missed the setup or if they're just not quite making the changes air pressure-wise that he would like to see in that car, but he continues to just slide backward, not by a lot. It's just one of those slow, progressive falls through the field that really starts to kind of nip away at a driver's psyche, right? As you go further and further into the race. You also bring up pit stops. We talk about these guys, it's 65-minute drive time maximum. There is no minimum, just a maximum drive time for these drivers. We'll call it a stint time, 65 minutes. We're fastly approaching that hour, right? Since we last went down pit road, these guys are pretty much pitting every 60 minutes. And you say, well, how come they're not stretching it out? At a track like Spa, Monza, even Red Bull Ring, where it's short enough, you can have a 2 or 3 minute lap time. With that 5 minutes, you know, you can maybe do a lap or two in there. But at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, these guys are putting down 8-minute lap times, so I would say they're going either too slow or too fast to really be eking out that extra 5 minutes over the hour. So we continue to see them pit pretty much on the hour every hour, and it's like clockwork. As soon as one car goes down pit road, they all follow them in. Speaking of clockwork, these guys are on Pagano like white on rice. This always seems to be sort of the weakest point of the track for that Mustang that Pagano currently pilots. I don't know if it's maybe the twisties that he's not so good at, but these guys get right up to him and then they kind of can't go anywhere. They're not better enough than him in the corners, John, to really make a move on him.
Yeah, the Mustang is you know, quite a slippery car in a straight line. The aero is lacking, so it does really have that good kind of top end, that acceleration that you need to get there. But then when you get to a corner, the higher downforce cars, the McLaren and Ferrari and such likes, of course, close up that gap once again. And we've had it in the YouTube chat, P3 being chanted, and this is your fight for P3. Currently Mavics on the back of Eamon Murphy. They've been glued to each other for a whole sector now, and Team Nitro sizing up a move on Veloce. Looks like Murphy's got the better run though through the mini carousel. That could break the toe when we get to the Dottinger Her, but instead Marco Bischoff still chomping at it, exercising track limits. It's so close on the white line as they come through Galbenkopf already. Mavics looking for that draft, looking for the wake off the back of the McLaren, seeing if they can use it to tow into the back coming into Tiergarten. I don't think Austin he's going to be close enough this time by, but looking out the window, our race leader has just come down the pit lane, the number 7. So in theory, everybody else should follow suit, much like the Pied Piper.
Yeah, I wonder what this 717 car can do as they come down to pit road. I wonder if he'll brake a little bit later, trying to get on the pit road, trying to make a pass around the outside as they go through the fast left-hander kink. It looks like he's going to get it. Murphy kind of just letting him have it. I wonder if he kind of understands we're coming to the pit road this time by. Maybe they might do some pit strategery, some trickery on pit road to try and get him that position back. But I tell you what, Bischoff here in the 770 car, they continue to ascend through the field, and Murphy's just kind of been Mr. Consistency, I'm going to say. A further back look back in the back of the pack. This is that 4-car battle we were at before we went to that P3 battle, as you guys asked for in the YouTube chat. Man, they're all over each other. Definitely, you would say Pagano right now, the proverbial cork in the bottle. I mean, Warner was so far back compared to the rest of these guys, and look, he's right on the tail right now of Seata.
Yeah, right on the tail indeed. And I did say Chris Warner would be brought into this one, and he is, as we begin the 4-car train down the Dottinger Her. It's going to be very close. Can the Mustang do just about enough in clear air? Can it use any of that torque to fend off these charging cars? And in a 3-car train they will go. The 255 car towards the outside of the Tourist Farten entrance, being pushed almost by Chris Warner's Audi. There's a wiggle. There's definitely a bump draft, I'm pretty sure, there from Chris Warner as the 255 goes ahead. Coming into Tiergarten though, too wide. It's Warner around the outside, sensibly tucks back into line of stern. 4 cars all survive into the area of Tiergarten, and as we said, with the pit stops coming up, I don't think there was too many kind of overexerted or over defensive moves going on there. And now they'll all concertina up as they jump onto the pit limiter, but that is how quick it can all become unraveled here. And look in the background, who is glued to their back bumper? It's Jaroslav Honzik in the Veloce number 39.
Yeah, it wasn't going to take much longer for him to get caught up to the back end of these guys. I think Pagano was kind of slowing him down quite a bit. I'm just surprised they made 3 wide work, especially with the kick coming up there. That was some awesome teamwork. It's always interesting who you see drivers support, right, in different scenarios, especially when bump drafting comes into play. Usually it's a similar car, it's a friend, it's a teammate, it's somebody you like more than somebody else. And it's just nuts that went on. Super surprised that it worked out that well for all 4 or 5 parties involved. And man, how about Hanzik, man? I mean, he was sort of back there in his own space, just vibing in that 39 McLaren, and all of a sudden, he's up there, man. He's on the tail end of that 4-car battle, making a 5-car one, side by side here, down the back stretch, almost side by side. Looked like it was going to be. We'll see what this Honda can do. He should have a lot of draft up here, but I don't think it'll be enough. I think that Ferrari's still a little bit too slippy right now compared to what they've done, sort of downforce aero drag wise.
Yeah, the Honda used to be a very good car in a straight line in the earlier iterations of ACC, but the 296 prevailing this time by both drivers down the pit lane. They will go, and make sure you check up in time to not run into the back of your opponent ahead. That could be a little bit more cautious onto the pit limiter than yourself. Question in the Twitch chat, where is the 777? They're currently down in P36 after a not so ideal lap just a few moments ago. Andrew McWilliam, 2 minutes 44 spent in the pit lane. So that's a lengthy repair for the Williams Academy team. As we come through the first sector timing gate, all the stuff updates on the left-hand side. It is still Jakob Osterman in the number 7 ITB Racing entry into the breach for a 4th stint. This man's been in the car since the beginning, since the green flag dropped, and he shows no sign of slowing down this pace. Bastian Richter just behind in the Ren Velten entry, 20 seconds to the good though. And we saw earlier on, of course, the Team Nitro 717 getting past Eamon Murphy just before the pit stops happened. 18 seconds just under to the good for him. And Eamon Murphy still glued to the back. 1.6 seconds on that one. Tauscher in the 86. Nice no man's land there. 6 seconds off Murphy. 3.1 seconds off Makovkin. And Nils Naujoks still continues to charge up the field. Next up on his sights, the number 138 of Makovkin, who's 3.1 seconds off the back of Tauscher and has a 7.8 second lead ahead of Naujoks. Matasia stays into the Samantha Tan entry. Fiala, of course, is off sequence with the pit stops, and Lomi will round out your top 10. But the number 4 Mercedes Austin just not going so well in this kind of, I would say, middle stint, but we're still 21 hours to go in the race. Let's just say this first 8th of the race.
Yeah, honestly, we're just now starting to crack into the 2nd, 6th of the race here in just about 1 hour's time. I'm really surprised by the Clickmuller machine, that number 4 Mercedes, to be so far down the order. I think it's just they've set their car up for maybe sort of what we're going to see in the future hours as we look further in the pack now, checking out that Hanzik machine. This was the McLaren that caught right back up to that long pack of cars we were looking at. Just behind them, you see Gillis in there in that 51 car. That's the one that we saw Stanzik in earlier in the race, have sort of started to get better and better, and then fell off the face of the earth. They've since fixed that car, kind of put it back together, back out on the racetrack, back competitive once again, trying to see if he can't wrestle away that 20th position there from Hanzik. You see Seata now leading this pack, then it's Fleischer, then Hanzik, Glisson, Warner back there further in the background, and then way back in the distance, Cardinale.
Absolutely. So everybody's still, relatively close, but Cardinale now the kind of outsider in this train, shall we say. And we saw earlier on when trains begin to fight, it really does bring in other people quite quickly to the fight. Seata, of course, fastest car off pit lane, managed to jump Fleischer. Honzik up there as well with his academy car, and Gillison, as you said, after the big impact of Bergwerk we saw earlier on in the highlights. Lengthy repairs for Statsenko, managed to get it back underway, but they're slightly off sequence as well, so they should be pitting at a bit of an obscure time. Cardinale just behind again, the 789 Audi. Orozev still in that car as well, so that's going to be a double or a triple if I'm not mistaken on that one as well. So driver's going to be kind of relatively fatigued by this point. I don't know how Osterman is going for a 4th stint here. The focus levels of that man must be insane. Richter as well at the front in the Ferrari, and Mavic still in the BMW. Murphy, I think, on a double if my memory serves me correct, and the number 86. They've been keeping drivers relatively fresh. They've normally switched every so often. We've seen all drivers bar Huben through that car. I think Pfeffer and Tauscher sharing the majority of the opener. But again, that's the magical thing. When you don't really have to fight for championship points, you don't have to kind of take those risks and stretch drivers beyond their limits. You can just comfortably say, you know, I fancy a go in the car. Let's chop and change. Let's have a driver change. Let's keep everybody fresh. And that's, you know, exactly what the number 86 camp are doing at the moment. We saw briefly there the visceral car of Gorka. They're down in P31 at the moment. I believe they were one of the cars caught up Austin in the number 63 Lamborghini smash that we saw earlier on, so they're slightly out of sequence on where they should be. And once again, we get one of our lovely POVs brought to us this time from Gillison's point of view there.
Yep, riding along with him, the number 51 car. They've been, again, trying to claw their way sort of out of the hole that they had dug for them in the first 2 or 3 hours of this race. And I really expect this team to kind of be battling for a top 10 position towards the end if they don't have sort of anything else go against them too big before the end of this. Again, they got about 20 more hours to get up to where I think they should be, which is at least a top 15, top 10 position. So Isaac Gillison currently behind the wheel, all over the back end right now of Hanzik. That's that blue and black, maybe purple and black McLaren just up the road. Just as we start talking about trying to attack, here comes the rain.
Yeah, here comes the rain indeed. The heavens have opened once again in the Eifel region, keeping all drivers on their toes on what was going on, and right on board not only with Gillison in the real world, but also in the virtual world, staring at the back of Honzik's Veloce McLaren, the number 39 there. And of course, everybody has just come down pit lane, so nobody's going to be, I don't think nobody's going to be brave enough to have taken wet tyres this early on, as we see a pop up there. Cars 7-11 and 62, lap 21, 5 seconds to the 62 for unsporting behaviour, bump drafting and gaining an advantage. And that was Chris Warner, if you remember, into the back of the 255 of Conrad Ciata, I believe, and that's the Coach Dave Academy car off ahead, and the Gillison car has to take avoiding action around the outside before they get to the carousel, and Coach Dave still on the inside there, and a little bit of contact nearly between the two, and I think I've just seen treaded tyres on that Coach Dave Academy car. I could be wrong. That could have been a bit of a missight from myself, but I think Coach Dave is on wet.
Yeah, he must be. This is that we expected that car to be much further up the field at this point in the race, so kind of surprised why they'd be in and around these cars right now. Interesting to see unsportsmanlike behavior there, bump drafting. I feel like that's kind of how things go. I loved it, but I guess the racing stewards did not. 5-second time penalty there for Warner. Kind of unfortunate on his part, but yeah, I'd be interested to see which teams put on the rain tires, and we were just on pit road, right, like 6 minutes ago. So you see a lot of the guys in the top 10 now down pit road to put on those rain tires. And I think this is going to trouble up the field a lot. And I think if you see all these guys ahead of you putting on rain tires, you better stop to put some on yourself.
Yeah, you're going to blink the same, aren't you, when you see the Coach Dave Academy car there spiking out Gillison as he came towards the pit lane and then jinked the steering to the left. David Pertal has stayed out in the number 38 car, so that's going to be a good time gain. Maybe warm the Pirellis a little bit too much, though, in that opening lap. Of course, the rain didn't really begin until sector 3. The track is still greasy. It's not actually deemed a damp or a wet circuit yet, but the rain looks like it's here for the long haul, raining for the next 10 and getting heavier in the next 30. And we finally see Jakob Osterman handing off to teammate Kamil Polowski in the number 7. So that's a driver change for Into the Breach, and they will set themselves up for a whole stint, I imagine, electing to take the driver change. Of course, gives you a full service within ACC, so it's pointless to not take tyres. So I'm wondering if ITB have read the situation quite nicely, maybe had a heads up on the weather and thought, we're going to splash and dash Osterman, send him out for a lap, bring him back in, do a driver change, and then we'll do our full service. And that could be a good time gain over the number 72.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I love the idea of that strategy, I really do, but I don't see the gap between Osterman and Richter having changed that much since the last pit stop or since even before that last pit stop. So I feel like maybe this might have caught them out, or they might have done a full pit stop and then just said if the rain comes and it's heavy, it is what it is, because I feel like if they would have done a splash and go, you're basically just putting fuel in the car and recounting, right, restarting that clock. That technically they could have put Pavlovsky in the car. Kind of surprised they didn't do that if they were going to make that change eventually anyways. I mean, 7 minutes later, I feel like you'd already have that guy in the car just so he can kind of get used to what's going on in those conditions. But very interesting strategy here out of the 7, and I'm very interested to see, you know, is the 7 car just that fast, or was Jakob Osterman just I mean, on a mission, right? Just driving sort of possessed behind the wheel of this car.
Just looking to the last pit stop time, so not this time, the time before. See, 2 laps ago now. It looks like the number 7 made a 44.8 second stop. The number 72 made a 47.8 second stop. So I think they've done just that. I think they've read the situation perfectly. They've come down pit road, chucked a bit of fuel in, sent them back out and thought, you know what, this rain's coming in the next lap or 2. We'll fuel you for 2 laps. We'll see how heavy it gets, and we'll pull you back in when it's time. And that time is now, as the timing gate has updated. The number 72 has clawed back some time on that one. Luke Addison up into P3 in the number 224. He's nearly 16 seconds down at the top. And it's not a lie, the Genesis car is up there, but it looks like he's struggling. He's still on a set of dries, and that car behind, Frank 717 in Team Nitro, is on a set of wets. So you're seeing here the difference between a set of dry and wets in equal machinery, both BMWs, and I think Addison knows what's going on, makes it easy for the number 717. But it's a good track position gain, but it's not going to prevail at the end of the stint, Austin. Dry tyres on a wet track. You can already see the pace difference going on right now as Amuello comes back down the pit lane for their set of wet tyres, trying to claw back through the field as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be raining a little bit too long for to say we're not going to pit in extra time. We're just going to stay out here and sort of reap the rewards of not making another pit stop. But I think you're just losing too much time out here without that extra pit stop to make it be worth it. I mean, this is multiple seconds every lap, especially around a track this long. It's really sort of, you're going to be in dire straits if you don't put on a set of wet weather boots. You can see these guys, just how much they're slipping and sliding around. And it looks like both these cars here on the wet weather tires, so you can just see how hard it is to get traction out of these corners.
Yeah, our pit lane reporter Tom Bryant has made us aware that the 62 you see at the front of the shot here, the Audi R8 of Chris Warner, is still out on a set of dries, and the 224 equally, as we speculated earlier, also out on a set of dries. Everybody else in theory should be on a wet tire as Chris Warner nearly loses it into the hard braking zone at the bottom of Breitscheid before they get up to Exmuller and Bergwerk. It's treacherous out there. It is officially deemed wet here at the Nürburgring, so wet tyres certainly optimal at the moment. None of this damp, greasy, mixed condition stuff, but you should be on a fully treaded set of Pirellis right now. Chris Warner isn't, and he is somehow clawing on to that Audi R8 just about for the Brabham Motorsports camp.
Yeah, this is the most spray we've seen from behind the rear of the car. It's pretty much all race. You can start to see water pooling at certain sections of the track. I wouldn't be too surprised. That Ferrari got very, very sideways from Pirtle. Good save for him. Back onto the attack, trying now side by side with the Audi there of Warner and their 62 machine. He's trying to go around the outside now at this point. We'll see if he can make it stick. It looks like he's gonna. I'm not sure if that was just a big move for him or maybe a little bit of a lift from Warner in that Audi there, number 62 car. But regardless, that 38 machine now up in the top 10.
Yeah, up inside to the top 10 indeed, and that's going to be good for their progression, of course, through to the Silver Championship. Luke Addison in a bit of a curveball at the moment, stealing some points away if the checker flag dropped right now, but Lucas Mateja still certainly setting his eyes on to the front. Meanwhile, towards the mid-pack of the field, to Campo under pressure. Statsenko back in the Ferrari after Gillison went out for his stint. Of course, that's probably timed quite well, I would say, for Statsenko, because if you remember pitting off sequence, they put Gillison in. It's probably about the hour mark where they would need to come back in anyway to make a service. So that's probably timed quite well for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports camp, and you see there how focused De Campo is in the car. The bottom right-hand side of his screen, staring intently at the monitor. He's looking down to the bottom left-hand side quite a lot, probably towards the MFD, I think, is probably down that region, seeing how much time is being gained at the moment from the chasing Ferrari as they head through Mutt Curve. You can see there is certainly a drier part of the track, Austin, but lots of standing water around, and I fear for Chris Warner and Luke Addison, if they hit one of those puddles, that's going to drag the car off, and that could be potentially, you know, a lot of time lost just for a big risk of not pitting for tyres.
Yeah, I mean, even without the rain, right, we've seen the grass sort of just drag a car with it off the track. I mean, how many times have we seen a car just barely off of the grass? Next thing you know, it's in the Armco barrier for the rest of the corner, depending on which way the track faces. So these guys are going to have to be extremely careful about where they're positioning their cars on this wet weather track, especially because you see all the standing water. I mean, it's all different parts of the track, sort of where it's banked, where it's going to pool up and puddle. You don't want to hit that, so you're going to start seeing guys kind of maneuver around different parts of the track. The racing line is going to start to shift a little bit, and it's going to be just a different learning curve for all these guys.
Yeah, curbs and painted surfaces as well are going to be quite treacherous, so we see a lot of drivers not really even looking at them in the next few laps as they retain a lot of moisture and become very greasy, especially the AstroTurf sections you see here as they come towards Brunchen on that one. Abu Ladze in the number 255, sizing up the back of the 164. They've become locked back in this fight after the pit stops sequence has gone through. So Abu Ladze, after watching him just the other week at Bathurst, very quick driver, and if he can commit that level of bravery that he did there to here, I'm sure he's going to propel that 255 competition car up the order. Of course, the car ahead is for championship points. However, the next three in line will not affect their scoring for today. So it's going to be a kind of stint, isn't it, of trying to focus on not losing huge amounts of time, but equally trying to gain as much in the 255 all over the back of the 164 ahead as they come through Schwabenschwanz towards the mini carousel, and Galbenkopf dropping it in. Be careful, that concrete very slippery on the inside of the mini carousel. Both drivers surviving nicely up the hill towards Galbenkopf, and I think we're going to see, Austin, another one of those textbook slipstream moves coming down into Tiergarten. Will the 164 make it easy, or will they try and fight the position to try and retain some championship points?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see for sure. You see some more cars diving down into the pits. I think that's just the rest of the people that didn't already change tires. Now side by side going down the back straightaway. You see both cars sort of splitting the dry line in the track. Aston Martin on the right more so in that dry line. See which one's going to blink first. Looks like the 255 is going to get the position for right now. Single file down here into the final chicane of the lap. You see Warner now in the pits as well as Addison. It looks like no doubt he'll be serving that 5-second time penalty he got for bump drafting down that long back stretch before. These drivers back onto the attack now that they've kind of sort of swapped positions, as it were. I'll be curious just to see how much this is going to help the pace of the 255 machine, to see if he can sort of stretch his legs relative to that other Aston just behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed for the 255 entry there. I think I've just seen the BMW of Luke Addison leaving the pit lane just ahead of the 255, so they're going to have another car in their way in order to get themselves back up the order ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Statsenko closing to the back of De Campo, still hasn't found a way past the Veloce Academy car. We saw these guys getting close together as they came up through the Kesselchen section at the top end of the circuit, and Statsenko still finding his feet maybe with the Ferrari, not maybe all too comfortable driving in the way. He's certainly going to have maybe a confidence issue, Austin, after of course being tapped in the rear earlier on at Bergwerk, and it certainly plays on the driver's mind, doesn't it, when they get into these fights. If they've got another car behind them, I know it does for myself when I race, you almost become a little bit untrustworthy of anybody following you for the next kind of couple of hours or so, until you kind of have an incident-free stint where, you know, it keeps it clean. But certainly Statsenko going to be on his toes when he gets past De Campo.
Yeah, no doubt. I find myself in the same situation. You know, I'll be as trusting as anybody else out on the racetrack until I get hit from behind once, and then you sort of kind of doubt yourself for the rest of the race to wonder, you know, is the guy behind me going to make contact? How clean is he going to race me? And then more often than not, when I see them get extremely close in my rearview mirror, I'll sort of let off the brake sometimes just to make sure I don't get, you know, rear-ended, right, going into a corner. And usually, you know, it's one of those situations where I don't know if the rear driver, the chasing guy, is doing that to try and force me into an error, or he's just really trying to make a position, right, to complete that pass. So it's just sort of one of those things. If you do it once, it really knocks the confidence of a driver, and I think that's exactly what you're saying, what happened to Miguel Stetsenko earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Stetsenko going to be, you know, very alert to what's going on around him, I would say, at the moment. But these two are catching, I think, Sean Arnold in the Veloce McLaren just ahead. The number 39 has been handed off from Jaroslav Honzik to Sean Arnold. So again, it's going to be another kind of fight that we're going to see slowly beginning to form over this next lap or so. De Campo 2 seconds off the back of Arnold as they cross the start-finish line. The next timing gate is, of course, just as we get round Arenberg, continuing down to the foxhole. That's when we see the gaps update, but it is still into the breach, keeping Ren Veltman honest at the front of the field. 0.8 seconds to the good, and Team Nitro suddenly closing up onto the back of Ren Veltman as well. They're separated by 0.2 of a second when they came across the start-finish line last time by, and I think they could even be actually through the foxhole section, so these guys are going to be very close towards the front of the field. Luke Whitehead now into the number 40, and that's a name that's very formidable with the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Some of you may remember earlier on this year, Luke Whitehead taking on 24 hours at the Nordschleife solo, Austin. I don't know if you watched it, you caught any of it, but it was an absolute spectacle, and he finished quite highly as well at the same time.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, oh, that looks really fun to do. I wonder how well I would do. I guarantee after about 3 hours, I would be tired and I'd probably need a nap. And there's no doubt in my mind, if I didn't pull off and take a nap, I'd probably just hit the wall and I would DNF. So yeah, mad props to him. That was incredible. I always enjoy when somebody takes on some sort of a hilariously overbearing feat like that, and especially when they can accomplish it. So mad props to him as we ride along with Luca Gagliardini. Man, that Mustang caught up to him in a hurry. I don't know if this is slicks compared to wet weather tires, but that was incredible there. You see Steinbrenner trying to complete this pass there in the 256 car. Looks like he'll get it done. I don't know if that was a little bit of bossiness there, some bullying going on, but he will complete the pass. He's going to pick him up, put him down once more.
Yeah, I think that was a kind of I'm keeping my foot in this, and we'll see who yields when we get to Schwedenkreuz. But certainly the number 204 thinking better of it, allows Nils Steinbrenner through in the number 256 LFM car. And again, they will forward themselves up towards the back of the next Mustang in the queue, although 38.2 seconds up the road is the number 104 with Marchi currently at the wheel. So that's going to be a big ask for Steinbrenner to make up on that one. The number 62, we've noticed, has also made a big jump despite the penalty. They're up into P25. They're just behind Sam Gaskell in the number 45 Azatec car. And of course, they're chasing down currently Manisha back in the number 789 as well. So lots of drivers have changed up and down the field. Oh, and that's a car on the wall. That's a Brabham Motorsports entry. That's Stefan Troneski. That's at the Flugplatz section as Andrew McWilliam goes steaming on through. But the number 52 has had some kind of big moment, and be very careful rejoining. That's almost like trying to join a motorway from the hard shoulder at a standstill. It's a very fast section of the circuit, even still in these wet conditions. Steering looks straight to me, Austin. No real odd kind of angle on the wheel there. The front end has taken a battering of some kind. You see the unnerviness as he goes through Schwedenkreuz, but that's going to be a big moment for Stefan Troneski.
Yeah, you look at that car, it looked like he had some damage on the front and the rear end. I don't know if he just nosed it and then backed it into the wall, or if maybe he got some help with that, but the steering looks straight. It looks like he has quite a bit of confidence in the car. I'd be curious as to see what happened to Troneski. You saw that McWilliam car just go by. If you maybe joined us earlier and then left for a little bit, Darren McCormick was in that car, drove it up to about the top 10 overall, and then Andrew McWilliam took it over, had one unforced error, and then two, I'm going to go forced ones, just driving a broken car back to pit road, and that's why they are so far behind the 8 ball compared to earlier. Looking here, this is the battle for the last spot in the top 10. You've got Pirtle there, number 38 Ferrari, just ahead of Magnani in the 201 Aston Martin, and these two guys are getting after. Look at how sideways they are going through the corners.
Yeah, absolutely wrestling the car, aren't they, through the corners at the moment. Lots of TC levels dialed down, I can assure you, just to try and get a better drive off the corner than the next guy. Drives electing to kind of, modulate the throttle rather than letting the electronics do it and managing that slip angle very nicely. But Magnani sticking with Pertile quite well through Sector 3. It's going to be Aston versus Ferrari as we come through Galgenkopf towards the Dottinger Her, and really see a little bit of a slide out of both of the cars here, and Magnani's going to tuck in behind Pertile, but a big slide from him as well in the number 38. So both drivers having hampered progress onto the Dottinger Her, and I can only assume, Austin, from speculating, of course, Pertile, if you remember, elected to take the set of wets before the rain came in, and he's going to have driven a whole lap on them in dry conditions. So I don't think those Pirellis are all too healthy compared to Magnani, who, of course, pitted with the majority of people, elected to take the wets when the track was damp enough to do so, and it's kept them in that kind of much nicer, magical operating window that we like to see.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how much that might have affected the tires, just the fact that they were out there sort of baking, right, for a lap or two before it really got wet, and in the cooler, damper conditions that wet tire really thrives upon. But so far, it doesn't look like it's hurting him that much. I mean, he's gone up there. He's currently in the 10th position, just kind of vibing for the moment. I'd be curious to see what kind of lap times he ends up putting down. Looks like he just put down a 8:45.7, so we'll have to keep an eye on his progress right now with those, like I say, more worn, I guess you call it sort of overheated, right, for a lap, wet tires compared to the rest of the field. He's got about 4 seconds, excuse me, up the field to Tinko Vandervelde in that number 5 Mercedes. So I'm going to keep my eye on that to see just how well he does, and I think that'd be a sort of a good level set, right, to compare him against two rear-wheel drive cars with engines in the front.
Yeah, of course, Tinko and the Mercedes with the big lump sat over the front axle, and Magnani now free to set himself to the back of the Williams number 5. Of course, Mateja just up the road as well from Tinko, 7.2 seconds to the good on that one. We even saw Tinko there flash past in the front of the shot as the cam went up to the Michael Schumacher S's. So it's not really a big ask for Lorenzo Magnani there. That's quite an easy kind of gap, I would say, to close up. And meanwhile, Abdulaziz stuck behind this time, the number 17. That's the points leader currently in silver. And Austin, I don't think Ramonet's going to make too many kind of haste decisions. I think it's going to be a relatively easy kind of I work with you on this one, and none of us affect our championship runs, because the number 17 really can't afford to lose not only time but positions as well.
No, and especially like you mentioned, there's two different classes of cars out here. Again, same cars. We're not going to say one set of drivers is more talented than the other. They're just out there fighting for different championships. The 17, like you mentioned, silver championship, vying for that championship. The 255 in the pro category. So again, not going to do anything sort of rash. And again, we're barely 4 hours into a 24-hour race. You know, they don't pay out points every single lap, every single minute of this thing. So sometimes it's not the worst idea just to go ahead and kind of relax for a little bit, right, in these longer races.
Absolutely so. And we get another fantastic driver's insight to this time Abdulaziz in the bottom right hand side. Again, you can see how much he's working the steering wheel, trying to find the grip, tips it into the Sabine Schmitz curve, straightens it out, jumps on the loud pedal, a little bit of a tweak to the right to correct the rear end, and back on it again for the hats and back section. So, you know, drivers, I'd love to see everybody's inputs right now. This wet weather really does bring out the guys that drive to the absolute limit. You can see how much the wheel is wrestling, how much they're trying to find that kind of level of grip and where the grip actually is situated on the track. Are they trying any different wet lines to maybe try and get that advantage over their opponent? But Statsenko behind DeCampo. It's been a bit of a stalemate. They haven't caught up to the back of Sean Arnold ahead in the number 39, but they have brought Baumann into the fight behind in that Porsche all over the curb as they come out of Hoiken towards the Flugplatz section, and really exercising the track limits is that Porsche. And again, good car in the wet, lots of weight over the rear axle, so it does aid in traction coming out of the corner, and been quite favourable on the balance of performance as the Porsche for today's race. So still, that's going to be a good machine to keep your eye on as he closes up to the back of Statsenko in that double slipstream.
Yeah, Statsenko wasn't already kind of rushed trying to, hurriedly get past this DeCampo machine, the 711 McLaren. I think it's going to be sort of double right now because he's having pressure, right? He's getting pressure from Baumann just behind. You can see him sort of sticking his nose down to the inside, not forcing the issue, just saying, hey, I'm here. I think I'm faster than you. We might both be faster than DeCampo ahead of us, but I think I'm going to pass you and then I'm going to pass him. So if you want to let me by and then follow me, that's okay by me. But yeah, Statsenko really feeling the pressure, kind of being hurried by this Porsche just behind. A little bit of a look further up in the field. We've got a Taki here, number 4 Mercedes. This car has been firmly inside the top 10 for most of the race so far, just kind of slipping back in the later hours of this thing. Right now, sort of falling under attack, I would say, from the Pirtle machine.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the number 4, had such a good qualifying, good kind of launch out of the gate at the beginning, but since the rain's come in, they've really struggled to find that pace. Of course, Klinkmuller, Kisser, and Tan have all cycled through that car. So, Leon Otoki, the last one to go through, and that completes the all 4 drivers have done at least a stint in that car so far. So it's quite a rarity actually to see that this early on. We tend to see lots of teams electing to maybe split the camp down the middle, so 2 drivers will do predominantly the beginning and half of the night, the other half will maybe do throughout the night paired up together, and then we'll see them all kind of reunite the following morning just to take it in turns to get through those last kind of dying hours towards the end of the race. But Otoki has to be careful. Of course, Patao is behind, although be it on a cooked set of wets. I don't think he's going to be all too challenging in the next kind of hour's stint or so as they come up with Kesselchen there. And we flick back towards the Statsenko fight. Baumann still with Statsenko, and DeCampo still just ahead, and Sean Arnold pulling out just over half a second that last lap. And Statsenko looks to the inside into Bergwerk once again, trying to show his nose, I think, Austin. I think you're right there. I think he wants to get a move on. I'm sure that was a flash of the headlights there from Baumann on the Porsche. The inside lights just flickering as we jumped on board with Statsenko in the 51. You can see how much the Porsche is gaining in a straight line. That's a rarity in ACC. Any regular player will know that car suffers greatly in a straight line usually, but even with the slipstream of the Ferrari and the McLaren ahead, the Porsche still keeping it honest as they come up towards Mut curve. A big wiggle there from Statsenko as he touched the wheel on the curve, and that's dragged him a little bit wide. Baumann with the tighter line tries to get something done, although towards the Stahlstrecke they will go. Not close enough to make a move into the braking zone, and certainly not close enough to make a move through the carousel.
Yeah, Statsenko kind of having a rough go of it here. Can't quite make his way past the McLaren. I would definitely say the Porsche just behind is faster. Obviously, like you said, taking, whoa, big wide arc there for Statsenko. I don't know if I would assume he just got really loose there. Big stamp of oversteer. Had to go wide to catch the car. That allows Benjamin on through. Let's see what he can do to the 711. I will say, too, Ataki had just passed the Pirtle machine. They always say, trust your eyes. Sometimes I'd rather trust the scoring pylon on the left, but we've mentioned that kind of a little bit laggier compared to the rest. It's every single sector time. Lots of RG bar news going on. Is that the Arnold machine, that second McLaren there, that 39 car, that sort of a purple, blue, black car there? Trying to see if I can get a good look at the side of that car, John.
Yeah, that's definitely Sean Arnold there, seeing in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Certainly there's been a mistake somewhere between the carousel and the next section of Vipperman, and a big time loss there for the number 39. Just trying to watch the steering wheel inputs to see if there's any kind of bent steering or damage, but Sean Arnold suddenly dropping off the pace. Baumann already through the Veloce sister car of DeCampo, already done as they come through Brunchen. A big slide there through the uphill right-hander, and still Statsenko being blocked off by the Veloce car. Still can't find a way through, and that's going to frustrate Statsenko even more, that the two rivals nearest to him have managed to find a way past, but Statsenko still stuck behind as they come through Flansgarten, and the Arnold car certainly lacking pace, and it looks like to me, is that, surely he can't be on slick, surely at this point. The 2.8 second gap would have tumbled very quickly. I think Arnold's maybe made a mistake as they've come out of the carousel towards Heract at the top of the hill. I think he's made a mistake in that left-right section. It's the only logical place it's happened.
Oh yeah, I can confirm. So Mike Yao, our director, telling us he did come off track and hit the wall. And at first I was saying I think he's on slicks because you can see the sidewall of his tires a little bit more colorful than that of the drivers around him. But I think it's just sort of camera trickery when I can see the sidewalls of those tires compared to the other ones. You are right. If he were on the slicks, he would be off the track by a lot. But I wonder if he's just having a really difficult time managing the traction control on that car, just trying to get every sort of ounce of pace he can out of it.
Yeah, maybe just trying to push the envelope that little bit too much and just falling foul, like you say. Having the traction control turned off, maybe hit a patch of standing water, just caught him out, or maybe the ABS not kicking in as much as he'd liked. And that's a big use of the curb towards Flansgarten for the Mercedes in the background. That's the number 20 of Cesar, goes back round on himself for the RNL Roar and manages to coast himself towards the outside of the circuit. I think he's kept that off the wall until he tried to turn it back around the right way. That's a very close move from Gagladini as he came through in the number 204 Porsche, suddenly finding Mercedes parked on the apex, and he's struggling to get that one back under control. I'm wondering what's happened to Cesar. That was a bit of a strange place to lose at Austin. We all know curbs are dangerous at the Nordschleife. We've gone, nearly 4.5 hours without seeing somebody hit a curb that drastically, and maybe just a momentary lapse of concentration there for Cesar.
I will say, too, he was following very closely to the car ahead of him. I wonder if he might have just eaten a little bit too much curb off the corner there, tried to put the power down too much, going for a pass. And it's extremely hard to see when you're behind another car. Maybe, Mike, if we could ride on board with one of these cars that's following another one, sort of to see that rain spray, it's extremely hard to get your marks, kind of really understand where the track is, where different parts of the curbing is. And if you even just barely tap one of the curves in the dry, you're going to have a difficult time going, especially more so even in the wet. And I think that's what caught him out. And I think when we saw him sort of hit the wall with the right front, getting the thing turned around, I think that was just the tires being dirty because he went off the track once again.
Yeah, very awkward turnaround as well. Flansgarten, downhill into the apex, trying to just lock it as hard left as he could to get it back underway, not wanting to kind of light up the rear tires and form himself into an extra loop. And let's catch a race replay. This is the Sean Arnold moment we saw earlier, or we heard about earlier on, coming up to the top of Heract, just caught the car on the grass on the right-hand side and slid off hard into the Armco. That's a big lick down the right-hand side of the number 39 machine. That, of course, allowed Statsenko, Baumann, and De Campo all to profit off that one. But again, Austin, a momentary lapse of concentration, just that tyre over in the grass, and you just saw the effect that it had on the number 39.
Yeah, big off for him. And I was wondering what in the world could have made him be so slow, because he was struggling for grip, something fierce. It's not very often you see a car that sideways compared to the rest of the competition. And that's why originally I thought he might have been on slick tires just with how much he was sliding. So I wonder if he might have messed up something in the rear end of that car with how hard he hit the wall there on the side for Arnold. Still kind of curious what ended up happening to the Mercedes, though, that we just saw go off and loop around. I'd be curious for that as well. These guys are eating a ton of the grass going off the curb there, especially that portion there of Bowman. He is hungry. I think he's getting just as angry about how much he's been kind of held up, per se, by De Campo as Statsenko was.
Yeah, Baumann certainly really pushing the track limits in that Porsche. We've seen him throughout the wet stages, really exercising everything he can get out of that 992. Meanwhile, it's the Lamborghini Esports entry. The number 63 finds himself behind the number 96 ATS Corsa Esports team car as they come through Tiergarten up towards the start-finish straight. Of course, the number 63 involved in an earlier on accident. That's offset them massively down onto the 96. And the 96 down that that far with a drive-through penalty earlier on, and it looks like some damage, I would say, to the front end of that car as well, Austin.
Yeah, I think this is the second time we've seen that car get damage on it. I'd be curious if that's carryover from earlier. I want to say it looks a little bit different. I believe we saw that car get repaired completely under one of its pit cycles. So I think this is new damage, and it just shows how treacherous these track conditions are today, especially at a track like this. And, you know, they're always changing. It continues to get wetter and slicker. Even in rain tires, you see them continuing to slide around. That's just how much these guys are pushing the issue. We see that bright green car, Lamborghini, going around the outside, easily takes over the position. Yeah, this Leaf car, the 96 BMW, is really hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we count forward this time to Manisha onto the back now of the Veloce, number 39, sliding it around the top end of the circuit, up the inside on the bank corner. That's the favoured side. Of course, the camber of the road will suck the car through, and Manisha up into P22. Sean Arnold down to P23, walking wounded though in the number 39 Veloce entry. And Sam Gaskell in the Visceral car, you see there a big wiggle as they come out, miss, hit, miss, and Sean Arnold going to come under fire as he comes into X Muller at the bottom of the hill, just about manages to get the McLaren stood up on the brakes, and Sam Gaskell going to get the much better run as they come down the hill. And I think a lift there from Sean Arnold gifted Sam that position. And again, I think Arnold knows he's wounded. He just has to minimize time loss now, Austin.
Yeah, back to what I'm just going to start calling him the kidney stone of the race right here, because he's been the hardest car to pass out here for the last couple laps, especially in these adverse conditions. And I don't know how fast he is compared to the rest of the field. I just know for right now that Bowman is faster than him by, I would say, a decent amount in that number 258 Porsche. I don't know how slow the McLaren is or what kind of line he's been pulling, but he's been extremely hard to pass, and I can only imagine right now how angry that driver must be in the tailing car.
Yeah, I think we saw a point of view from Baumann earlier on. He was hyper-focused at the monitor, kind of, you know, with that angry, frowny focus that we all do when we get intently into video games, kind of leaning forward in the rig, really trying to hustle it past DeCampo in the 711, but a little bit wide at the top of Kesselchen goes DeCampo. Not enough, though, for Baumann to get alongside by the time they get to the Stahlstrecke. Of course, the carousel, one-line corner only. That's not going to be a move, and you see Baumann there sliding the car all the time through the midpoint. Okay, that's probably great for speed right now, but that's going to take some life. That's going to take some tread blocks off these Pirellis, and maybe DeCampos is playing the long game at this point, knows, you know, can see how much Baumann is sliding in his rearview mirror and just wants to keep those Pirellis alive for later on in the race, or later on in the stint, should we say, when Baumann's tyres inevitably in the 992 begin to drop off that cliff.
Yeah, I'm curious how much they're gonna, because even when they were kind of snaking down that back straightaway, the mid straightaway, I should say, it looked like he was much better at pointing his car in whatever direction he wanted it to go. And I'm not sure if that's setup dependent or aero dependent, but you can see he's just dancing around with that car. And every time you see the McLaren get out to a decent lead over him, he runs it back down. I think the Porsche is handling a little bit better than the McLaren is right now, and I think that just comes down to DeCampo being a little bit easier. He's sort of a little bit more reserved, more patient with the throttle, the steering angle. But look at how fast that Porsche caught back up to him. Bauman's really, or Baumann, excuse me, he's really on it right now. I think he's a lot faster. I don't know if this is going to be a detriment to the tires, but I think Baumann right now much faster than the McLaren ahead.
Certainly much faster, you know, sliding that car around somewhat as they come through the final section towards Flansgart, and they go. And it looks like Baumann just has that kind of better, I don't know, better pace, I would say, through the mid-corner maybe. And the McLaren, like you say, just a little bit more reserved on the inputs, a little bit smoother, just kind of finding the grip naturally rather than wrestling the car to the point of, you know, adhesion breaking away and then trying to fight the car back in line again. It's almost like driving an old school car from the 70s, 80s, you know, power sliding it round corners rather than using the grip and the aero that the car naturally has beneath it to, of course, get itself forward.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me, I forget where it is on YouTube, but there's a gentleman out there in a bright yellow Porsche just drifting this thing
around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and this is kind of the same vibes I'm getting. He's just manhandling this Porsche around the racetrack, and it's much faster. It's just every now and then he catches up to the McLaren, tries to make a move, has to back out of it, makes too big of a mistake. I think right now he's got a lot of draft. He's just not going to have the overspeed, I think, to go for it. We'll see what he can do here. I'd be curious how much DeCampo is going to fight him here as they're side by side down the backstretch. Kink to the inside here to the left. Yeah, he's just going to have to tuck back inside. I think the McLaren is just a little bit too slippery in a straight line for Baumann.
Yeah, maybe Baumann's gone for that kind of corner grip setup rather than the sheer straight line speed, looking every which way as they come into Tiergarten, but of course the line covered off nicely by DeCampo. There's no space for a 992 anywhere, and Baumann has to pull back in and line of stern once again through Tiergarten. But Statsenko still can't get near these guys, despite them almost tripping over each other as DeCampo squeezes Baumann to the wall. He gets a better run out of Tiergarten, side by side now, down the GP Strecker straight towards turn one, the last of the late breakers. Baumann's going to be on the wetter side of the circuit. DeCampo on the slightly drier side. Can Baumann pull it up in time? He can't, but he covers off turn two, and DeCampo's going around the outside, gives racing room. Very nice from both drivers, two to tango in this sense, of Baumann finds his way through DeCampo, finally up into P19, and that has now drawn Statsenko back into this one.
Yeah, and I'll tell you where Baumann set that pass up. It was at the end of the long straight. He just started darting around, really made DeCampo guess where he was going to go. And you saw DeCampo kind of take a little bit of a straighter entry, right? Kind of cut himself off a little bit on the entry to that chicane, and you just saw late apex, later apex, even later apex than that, and you can see Baumann just nailing every single corner. All of a sudden they come off the straight. Baumann, you saw him all the way over to the right side of the pit wall, left side from our view, and he just sort of nailed on the brakes. I almost thought he went a little bit too wide, but man, that was incredible racing.
Yeah, incredible racing from both drivers, and as I said, it does take two to tango, so it did take cooperation from both DeCampo and Baumann. You know, DeCampo could have easily slammed the door coming into turn two on Baumann on the switchback and pinched him towards the inside wall, but he didn't. He left enough room, and both drivers got through unscathed, and they will keep going on their crusade for the next 20 hours or so. Manisha, though, with Gaskell now, I think this was a change of position. I think Gaskell was actually behind Manisha last lap, so the Audi R8 certainly struggling in these mixed kills, in these wet conditions, should I say now, actually. We are deemed fully wet here at the moment. Gaskell ahead there, runs it right up to the wall into the Sabina Schmitz curve. It doesn't look like Manisha is going to be kind of close enough to retaliate. Both cars moving around under power as they come out towards the Hatson back section. The air temperature and track temperature both declining, as you'd expect, as time goes on. Nearly 8 o'clock in the evening in game time. 19 degrees in the air, 19 degrees down on the track, Austin, and that means that when this rain inevitably stops in the next 10 minutes or so, in theory the track is going to stay wet for quite a long time. There's not that heat, obviously, to evaporate the water off the surface, so we should see some good mixed running for the next kind of, 15 to half an hour, I would say, at least.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I will say too, the track is going to slowly progress. You'll get a dry line, and then it's going to start to get damp and then really wet towards the outside. Much different than what we saw when the track transitioned earlier. It's kind of like a light switch. Like within about a half a lap, and again, it's 10 minutes, 16 miles around this racetrack, so it's a lot of time, a lot of distance to make up, but you sort of saw all the standing water go away relatively quickly, and I think here it's going to stay around for a lot longer, especially those damp conditions, so we're going to start to see passing coming at even more of a premium. Speaking of passing, you saw Baumann get around to Campo. Now it's Statsenko's turn. This was the guy, he was trying to pass him for a good couple laps a couple minutes ago, and I think the speed is only more, even more in Statsenko's corner at this point, but still extremely hard to pass around here in the rain.
It's quite funny, isn't it? We say a couple of minutes ago, it was in reality probably about 2 or 3 laps, which is of course nearly half an hour ago that we saw these two on circuit coming to blows nearly as they tried to make up those all-important positions. Statsenko once again onto the back, like you say, of the Veloce Academy car, trying to find a way around. You can see Baumann already after the first timing gate down the foxhole, some 2 seconds up the road from DeCampo and Statsenko. And Sam Gaskell, I believe. I've just seen him flash through in the back of the shot as well. The number 45 Visceral Sim Sport car. That's getting very close to forming another train here, as we see a brief yellow out at the top of the timing board at the top. It tells you how long is left of the race. So somebody somewhere, that's Coach Dave Academy. That's the number 38 of David Pertal. He's dropped it somewhere at the top end of the circuit, somewhere around X-Mula or Breitscheid. The car looks relatively untouched, Austin. Has he just had one of those kind of half lazy spins where he's managed to keep it together and certainly kept it out of the wall? I can't see any damage on that 296.
I think so, John. I don't see any damage. You don't even see any paint scrapes. He might have just had a lazy spin, kind of got lucky with it by not hitting the wall. As we look at Lorenzo Magnani in the number 201 car, trying to see if he can't chase down Tinko Vandervelde. Again, another silver category driver trying to see if they can't pass a pro car. This is in that really, really tight carousel in the middle of the racetrack, sort of on the back half. And right now, this is telling me all I need to know. The 201, much faster than the 5 car, just really hard to pass right here. You can see why. That 5 is using up, I would say, 95% of the racetrack, and that 2-on-1 machine, he is all over it. He's driving like a man possessed right now, really giving it the beans, we'd say. I mean, he's just much more aggressive looking with his line, the style of the car, the positioning on the racetrack. He's using up all the track as if it were green flag. Just see how much more sideways he has the car. He's kind of pitching it to sort of help him around this racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, Tinko Vandervelde, we saw him earlier on in the broadcast, quite strong qualifying, although slightly fell off in the early section, trying to make back some time. And we did say earlier, Magnani will inevitably catch him at this point, and certainly has done, but not making it easy to find his way around. And we see there an onboard from David Cesar in the bottom right hand side. And Austin, I'd have loved to have seen a replay with that onboard when he hit that curb just before Flansgarten and went for a little pirouette down the hill.
Yeah, that was a great save by him. It was miraculous that he didn't back the car into the wall. It was so close to being a perfect pirouette for him. I would say it was a perfect pirouette, but when he got the car turned around, he just barely tapped the wall with the right front corner of the car. It didn't look like he got any damage, or certainly no sort of a steering damage for him. You can look at how straight the wheel is down the straightaway, and the car doesn't look like it has any damage at all either. So still lots of speed in this number 20 car. Just a little bit further down the order. I think he lost about 10 or 12 positions in that little escapade he had there a couple laps ago.
Absolutely. So on to the back of the number 204 Porsche as they begin the climb up Kesselchen. Of course, the grunt of the Mercedes should keep it honest with the Porsche, although the Porsche quite generous on the BOP today. Pulls alongside as they get towards Mut Curve. 2 and 1 doesn't always go into the Mut Curve section, and be very careful. It's Cesar on the inside, and it's the 204 around the outside. No can do. The inside more favoured, of course, in David Cesar's case, and up into another position he shall go. But meanwhile, Austin, Magnani still chomping at the bit on Tinko Vandervelde. We've seen lots of passes so far down the Dottinger Her. Will 2 into Tiergarten go? It's almost a reenactment, isn't it, of what we saw earlier on in the race, and move signed, sealed and delivered there. And meanwhile, we've got a battle of 3 silvers here. No, 2 silvers, sorry. This is Baumann still fired up on a run through the field. The number 258 Porsche behind, just ahead, of course, your championship leaders, the number 17 in silver. They don't want to surrender this place, I can assure you, Austin, and they're going to make it very awkward indeed for Baumann to get through, as the Coach Dave Academy car gets a poor run out of Galbenkopf, forces the number 17 off to driver's right. And of course, Baumann is going to maximize all of the slipstream that he can as he comes down the Dottinger Her. 3 wide at this point. I think they've just passed the Coach Dave car. Just enough overlap. I don't think there is actually. The Porsche, not enough grunt to get alongside. There's a little bit of a touch, I think, from the number 17 into the number 38. And I think Ramanet has done just about enough to fend off that charging Porsche before they've got to Tiergarten.
I was just going to say, please, Baumann, do not go for a bump draft. That'll be a 5-second time penalty for sure. He's going to go around the outside of that Coach Dave Academy car as well. Phenomenal move for him and the 17 Ferrari as well. All the drivers there in that little squabble, all silver category guys, with the exception of Pertl and Perta we see going down pit road right now.
Absolutely so. And Baumann set up another move, hasn't he? Perfectly, like he did last time, out of Tiergarten, down the main straight into turn one. This time gets on the brakes a little bit earlier, doesn't run himself so deep, but almost a textbook move to what we saw earlier with De Campo on that one. Rain has officially stopped. You can see no windscreen wipers there. That's just the spray that's being kicked up from Sam Gaskell's car ahead. So you're going to see drivers flurrying down the pit lane very shortly, Austin. Once this track dries out somewhat, I think it's going to take a good few laps to do so, though. It's currently down 19 in the air, 19 down on the track, so it's going to take a while.
Yeah, and these guys are really going to look out too, because the rain is sort of starting to end just at the hour mark here. We've seen a lot of these guys usually, again, they try to push it to the 65 minutes, but at a track like this, with an 8-minute lap time, you're basically just going to have to pit every hour on the hour, and that's what a lot of these teams have done. A small exception, a couple drivers and teams kind of off sequence, but only by about 10 or 12 minutes. Should see the majority of the field come here in about 6 minutes, come down pit road. So probably the next time by, for a majority of the field, they will be pitting, probably changing tires for sure. I would imagine you're maybe going to ride this out on the wet weather tire, depending on how damp it is, but I'd be curious to see how many teams change tires.
Yeah, it's normally around the kind of greasy stage that drivers elect to start taking dry tires. So the number 38, David Patel, Coach Dave Academy car, a little bit too early, I would say, for a set of dries. But again, you're not going to get the benefit out of the set of wets, even if you do bring them in quite gently, unlike last time. So it's a bit of a tricky call at this stage. And Treneski round once again. This is down at the end of the final sector. This is going into Schwabenschwanz. Somehow lost it. I can only assume a little bit too wide on the right-hander before Schwabenschwanz caught the grass maybe, and he's just licked it down the Armco and found himself backwards. But that's not going to be good for the Brabham Motorsports car. And Leon Berndt still trying to chase down Palowski at the front of the field. 21.1 seconds lead into the breach have over Ren Velton, and Luke Whitehead has slowly been chipping away at the number 72 over the course of the last stint. I think the gap was somewhere in the high teens when everybody left the pit lane. It's now down to 10.3 seconds, and Frank in the Team Nitro car as well, keeping Luke Whitehead honest, only 2.3 seconds off the back of them. So top 5 looking really, really close, especially with that number 138 silver car in the mix as well.
Yeah, Pavlovsky, I was really curious whether he'd get into the car and have the same sort of success or pace that Jakob Osterman did. And so far, he's had every bit of that, especially when you compare to what Leon Berndt's been doing. The gap has kind of been increasing the same way it was when you had Osterman in the car. So that 7 car is just on rails today. Obviously, the number 72 car, sort of the next best, right, in the class so far, or the field, I should say. Looking back further down through the field, 20th place overall, Sam Gaskell, and the number 45 car, this is the one that we were talking about, has that 5-second penalty, sees himself just behind there, Stetsenko up the road, and boy, Stetsenko, he's probably got to be one of the hottest drivers right now underneath that race helmet. He's just been catch one driver and you race behind him for the longest time you can imagine. Just wait for him to make a mistake, try to make a move, wait for a mistake, try to make a move, and just you're basically sitting there.
Yeah, Gaskell, you know, relatively accomplished driver, kind of come up in the last year or so in the realm of ACC. So compared to some of the names on the grid, a relatively fresh face towards the grid. So certainly doing very well up against the big names in the field, and especially for Visceral Esports representing as well. He's now latching onto the back of Statsenko, who was, of course, dispatched off to Campo just a few laps ago. Wiper's still going, so track is kicking up some spray, but you can see it again, ever so lighter in the background as the sun tries to break through in the late stages of the evening, just after 8 o'clock in game time, and the number 17 still being a bit of a cork in the bottle for Statsenko, and Gaskell with that 5-second penalty as well to his name. Of course, he's going to lose that time in the pit lane, so going to be very crucial for Gaskell now to dispatch of these next 2 cars relatively quickly, because the last thing Gaskell needs right now is more time loss on top of that penalty.
Yeah, you can see continues to follow this train of cars here. So obviously the best thing for him to do would be to go ahead and negotiate his way up to the field here and try to put down the best lap times he possibly can, again, just to gain that 5-second time penalty back. See what Stsetsenko can do here as we continue to see the track get drier and drier. That should open up a lot more passing opportunities for these drivers if they want to go offline. See there, just off to the side of the track there. You wonder why he's doing that. Just to cool down his tires, raise control. Looks like the incident between cars 62 and 45 on lap 12. 5-second time penalty to the 45 machine for causing a collision.
I was looking at Gaskell's name thinking, I swear we haven't seen that penalty report pop up, and right on time it does so. So yeah, very unfortunate there for the number 45, but that's going to make him, I would say, Austin, even more fired up. Drivers, you know, they tend to get a penalty and they think, right, I'm going to offset this 5 seconds. I'm going to push through the last half of this stint, and I'm going to see how high we can truly get this car up. And you could already see him into the carousel, darting out behind Stsetsenko, just trying to make that Lamborghini a fixture of point on Stsetsenko's eye, just trying to throw his eye away from the windscreen and the apex to see if he can make a mistake for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports driver. But number 17 holding station ahead, and I think Ramonet's doing a very, very good job at the moment, especially for a silver graded car, with the official Ferrari Esports team breathing down their neck.
Yeah, and just up the road there, you see that 258 car, right? Bomb, and he's just continued to drive away from these guys. Just what, a 3-second gap back to this pack. So he was a lot faster. I mean, a lot faster to have gone and gapped them, right, by so much time like he has. So be curious to see what the rest of these guys have in terms of lap times. And I feel like the 45 and the 51, they're both pretty similar to the Bomb machine in terms of lap time. So right now, I would say the 17 car is holding them up.
Yeah, you can see the train forming, can't you, behind. It's also brought DeCampo back into the fight. It's brought Manisha in the Audi R8 along for the ride as well. And as we keep saying earlier on in the broadcast, it only takes 2 cars to, you know, become this duking duo that then turns into what is quite a long train. As just looking out from the commentary box window at the moment, the number 72 has come down the lane for a pit stop. With them has brought the number 138 and the 86. So a couple of early pitters, the number 7 and the number 40, that's Halowski and Luke Whitehead, have continued on their next lap on these wet tyres. And I think some of these Pirellis are going to be screaming out right now. There's not a lot of standing water left on the circuit, Austin. You can see that much drier line beginning to form, and we're probably going to see cars darting to the left and right on the Dottinger, just trying to find those puddles to maybe eke another lap into these tyres also.
Yeah, and to be fair, this most recent set of pit stops, you saw it about 7 minutes after the hour, just because that's when the rain really started to fall down, and then the track was basically way too wet for any driver to negotiate on those slicks. So I guess you're right, yeah, anywhere between now and about 7 minutes from now is when these drivers are going to have to pit. So you see, like you're mentioning, Vanderveld, Ataki, those guys coming down pit road. Wouldn't be too surprised to see some of these guys, you know, a little bit deeper in the field come down, just because they've been out there. The track's a little bit drier. You kind of get a better idea of what it's like 3 wide here as we go down the backstretch. Looks like they're going to go back to 2 wide. Stsetsenko now taking over position from the 17. The 45 follows them through. They're all single file by the time they throw the anchor out before the end of the long straight.
Yeah, getting towards Tiergarten, and I think the number 17 had a slight lift. I think they saw the train coming, and you know, they just thought of the bigger picture, the silver championship honours here on the line, and they thought, I'm not having 3 wide into Tiergarten. We're all coming down the pit lane anyway. Let's just back out of this one ever so slightly, minimize time loss as the train begins to come down the pit lane. Baumann ahead as well. He's come down for a set of dry tyres. That releases DeCampo and Manisha out of that 5-car train. They're going to go another lap on their wet tyres. Let's see how much life they can keep in them. Rain, of course, did stop just a few laps ago, and the circuit is still deemed damp. However, it will be drying out ever so slightly every lap along the way. So at some point, these guys are going to have to come down for dry tyres. You can already see the steering inputs there from Manisha getting a little bit sideways in the mid-corner, having to wrestle the Audi R8 back into line once again. And, you know, Pirellis are only going to be deteriorating from this point as the track gets drier and drier.
Yeah, the tires are just going to get hotter and hotter, and that means they're going to have less and less traction, especially on the rear end when you're trying to put the power down and you're just spinning them.
Right, and the more they spin, the harder they get, the less traction they have. So it really just becomes this sort of giant vicious circle, right, as the track continues to dry out if you're still out there on the wet tires. So you see even more guys coming down pit road, swapping out their wets for slicks. And again, this is about the time, that 65-minute maximum stint time, that we should expect to see drivers sort of come back down pit road. And DeCampo's out there, he's doing his best. He's got Benicia just behind. Honestly, you can see just how much drier the track is out there. Not a whole lot of standing water, sort of has that matte look to it. No more is it as glossy as it was before, and the sun's getting lower and lower, so we're going to have continual reducing of the track temperature. The tire pressures side by side there. You see Benicia trying to go up the inside of DeCampo. A little bit of argy-bargy, kind of forcing him off the track. Position change there, 789 up one spot into 17th.
I think there was a bit of a wiggle there from Benicia as they came out of the Sabina Schmitz curve, and unfortunately DeCampo was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. A little hip and shoulder up the curve went DeCampo, but no real harm, no kind of foul there, I would say. Just kind of hard racing at that point, especially in these mixed, greasy kind of conditions. It's very awkward to deem how much grip you might have come the next corner. As we just said there, the vicious cycle, of course, of as you slide the tire, it gets hotter. As it gets hotter, you lose traction, and by that point, I think we're just losing some more traction along the way. Tom Gorka for Visceral Esports, there through the lane and back out the other side. And I think you can just about see the sun trying to creep out down into turn one. There is a brighter patch of the sky, but it's still very grey nonetheless. He comes off pit limiter, off he goes. That's Kevin today, I believe, was in the car previously. Tom Gorka will now take over for the next stint, and as you can see there by the yellow writing across the sidewall of the tyre, that is a dry set of Pirellis for the Visceral Esports camp. So they're going to be slightly overinflated, Austin, as we keep mentioning, to try and cope with these damp conditions. They'll have no kind of optimum temperature in them, but at least they'll have the correct pressure set.
Well, I mean, let's remember too, right, going back to, I would say, upperclassmen level physics in high school, even college PV equals MRT, right, is the pressure and temperature are linearly, right, dependent on each other. So the more the pressure, the higher the temperature, and vice versa, right? The lower the temperature, the lower the pressure. We continue to see lower temperatures out there on the racetrack. So in order to counteract that, if you want your tire to remain in that optimal band of grip, you need to therefore increase the pressure inside the tire to increase the temperature overall of that carcass. So you're going to start seeing teams kind of overinflate the tires just a little bit to keep that temperature and pressure in the optimal window as they continue to go around the racetrack. And as the track continues to get drier and drier, the temperature of the track increases, as will the tires. So you start to see the handling probably be the best it's going to be in about the middle of their stints, right? You try to set up the car and the tire pressure to be a little bit low right now, and it's going to equalize to be optimal middle of the next stint, and then the end of the next stint, they're just going to be on balloons.
Yeah, exactly that, isn't it? As Michael Tauscher finds himself a little bit out of sequence to where we're used to seeing this number 86. They're just behind the number 276 of Olivia as they come up through Kesselchen. It's almost a Mercedes buried into the rear of that Aston Martin V8 Vantage. I don't think Tauscher could have got much closer on the run up here towards Mut Curve, and it's a bit of a risky move, especially side by side in these damp mixed conditions. I assume both cars are on a dry set of tires, and Olivier there brakes very early for Mut Curve and allows Tauscher up the inside line, and he will propel himself now forwards towards Richter, who of course taking the early pit stop has slipped down to P7. So a couple of cars still at the head of the field yet to make their stop, so giving a bit of a false impression at the moment. Magnani trying to hunt down Matasia. That's for the silver lead. 4.8 seconds to the good on that one, but Pavlovsky at the front, 32.5 seconds as Tauscher slips out of the carousel, and that allows Olivia back up the inside again. Both drivers not wanting to lose any time at the moment, but they're just tripping over each other at this stage, Austin.
Yeah, uncharacteristic their mistake out of Tauscher, and we've seen it from a couple of drivers. Just a big snap of oversteer, and that long left-hander forces him to go up the track, and it's inversely banked right there. Usually you say progressive banking, the higher you go up the curve, the more it gets banked. It's the exact opposite there. All the banking is down at the bottom, so as soon as you go up even one or a half a groove, you're going to lose just mountains of time, and that's why you saw that Essen start to close up and really gain even when he had about a that car length disadvantage going into the corner. Another look at Castorino here in the Coach Dave Academy car. This was the car we were seeing about 10th to 15th place earlier in the race, and I believe this is the car that we saw a little bit of bad luck there in the last stint, so we'll see what Castorino can do here in this stint. You saw the bad luck, pulled off early, kind of set themselves a little bit off sequence, put those dry tires on, probably the earliest out of anybody. I think they lost a little bit of time in that. I think they tried to undercut everybody on the slick tires. I think they just switched a little bit too early.
Yeah, just a tad too early on the wet tyres the last time by. It could have been a genius move, but the rain just wasn't there when they needed it the most. And towards the end of the lap, we did see how much time Castorino was losing on those wet tyres prematurely. But up the inside they go of the BF Racing entry, the number 17. That was easily worked through the mud curve together. Both drivers not really putting up much of a fight, but putting up a fight at the moment. Two Mustangs at the front here of the number 62 of Singh. Steinbrenner and Markey go through the mud curve together, and it's the 104 that prevails over the 256. So Steinbrenner losing a position out there in the silver fight and puts him into the clutch of the Brabham Motorsports car, as we see a POV there from Davlish Singh in the number 62, looking very focused, glaring at the apex there. It's wonderful to see the driver's eyes and kind of where they are looking on the screen at any given time. You can see him there tilting his head, getting really immersed as he tips his way into the carousel, fixated on the back of the Mustang of Neil Steinbrenner just ahead, Austin.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you never really realize that you tilt your head like that until we get an onboard shot like this, and the driver goes back and looks and says, hey, I think I tilted my head. But yeah, sure enough, I've caught myself doing it a couple times. If you're in these bank corners, you start to tilt yourself, and even if you really want the car to turn, you start to get to one side of your rig, just trying to eke out a little bit more, trying to cornering ability right out of your race car. Man, he's all over the rear end of that car just ahead, that Steinbrenner machine, trying to give it everything he can to get this position done. And if there was a closer than white on rice, this is it.
Yeah, this is it indeed. Audi on Ford at the moment. The 104 of Marchi has managed to escape up the road, almost disappeared through the Whipperman and Brunchen section, and a flash of the lights there from Singh says, I am coming for this one. On the inside he goes. Mustang around the outside, no grip through Brunchen, of course, on these greasy kind of worn tyres at this stage. You can see the Mustang there moving about so much as they come through Ice Curve, a very adeptly named corner there down towards Flansgart, and Davlish Singh goes and free to catch now to the back of Marchi as the race leaders, when all that was going on, have come down the pit lane. Pawlowski now out into the lead, 32.3 seconds to the good as they cross the line, and Frank follows. Camera though was provisionally up into P4. That's now Nils Nauyok's in the car, so focus more on the bottom right hand side of the screen rather on the timing gate on the left, as that will change when we get towards the exit of Arenberg, and that will update once again. But it is Pawlowski from Whitehead from Frank. It was Camera and Richter and Matasia, the first of your silver cars. And Samantha Tan, we keep mentioning this, the fight for the silver title, Austin, but Samantha Tan in this early stage looking very dominant in that number 28.
Yeah, they've been on a hot streak. Like I said, they won the last two times out at Red Bull Ring and Monza, so they're on a hot streak right now. They're doing a phenomenal job. Currently, they're the highest scored silver car in their championship, and obviously, you know, you come into here, right, 4 points separating 4 teams, no doubt that they're set up right now to win the championship if things stay the same. Currently looking at Nils Nauyok's here, the number 89 car, again started at the back of the pack, slowly but surely working their way up through the field. This is where we expect that car to run, that BS competition group, always fierce when it comes to these endurance races. You never want to count these guys out because they do such a phenomenal job every single place we go.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we, from Friday's qualifying result, of course, being demoted to the back of the grid. So they've started dead last today in that car, and they've already managed to fight their way back up, of course, to P7. And some fantastic names in that lineup, as you'd expect, of Camera, Naujoks, Schill, and Bakida. And of course, Bakida being on the slightly obscure time zone, that could be the night driver, very much sorted along the way. Of course, we've not seen Gregor Schill yet either, so maybe both of those pairing up to take on the night stint. As for the first time in a little while, we have a break of sunlight during the sunset hours of tonight's race.
Yeah, you can start to see the shadows finally appear, sunlight just barely streaking through in a couple places as we have some Pro Ferrari on Pro Ferrari action. This is Castorino trying to see if he can get the position back from the 51. That's Gillison just up the road, those two in the fast left-right chicane before they make the hard right-hander. Man, look at them snaking all over the place before they go now onto the Nordschleife. 51 machine still has the position, and just behind them, trying to make it a Ferrari triple, that's a 17 machine of Naldi back there. Of course, a silver driver, so nothing going on in terms of the championship points for those pro guys if they let him by. I think right now, though, those two guys are faster than Naldi, so I do expect to see that gap get larger and larger. We'll keep our eyes out, though, because 9 times out of 10, when you get two guys fighting like this, they both slow each other down. That would mean Naldi gets right up to the back of him, and then we got a three-peat of Ferrari, and they better not look out because you got Zerman back there, and then number 45 Lamborghini.
You do often get drivers tripping each other up, don't you? I mean, Gillison's going to be diverting his eye to the mirror to see where Castorino is. Castorino is going to be sniffing at every gap he can see on the Nordschleife. And like you say, sometimes it will trip each other up, and that will bring Naldi back into the fight in the BF racing car. But of course, no points to be gained for him. Both pro cars ahead, and Ryan Gill's heard us talking about the Silver Championship, and he's put his predictions, if the race was to finish right now, how it would end for them. And it would be still the Samantha Tan Racing Esports car, 159 points to the lead. But this time, Gladius will come into the realm with the 201 car on 156.5. And BF Racing will finish third on 124 points. And this is how close we're talking tonight, Austin, or for the next 19 and something hours of the race. It's, you know, it's, I wouldn't say it's do or die, but the 17 really has to wake up at this point and try and find their way forward. Of course, they've got the 258, the 276, the 224, the 6, and the 201 ahead of them as well. And in between those, a few pro cars to boot at the same time. So BF Racing is really going to have to think now about the long game and about where they can try and capitalize and make those biggest gains to try and secure themselves that championship win.
Yeah, well, the best thing, honestly, right now for the 17 car, they are kind of on the back foot, but look at how much deeper they are in the field than the rest of their competition. They sort of have the highest ceiling, right, of anybody else, so they have the most to gain. So, and again, we have 19 hours and 45 minutes left. There's still a lot of racing left. You don't know how these cars are prepared, whether it's for the nighttime, for the morning tomorrow, temperature-wise. Really, it's going to continue to be close all night. That's just how close it is. But man, it's going to be awesome to see, and I can't wait to wake up tomorrow morning and see which car is in the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good one indeed. Obviously, we've got the night stint ahead of us. Sun is setting here in the Eifel region. You can see the kind of haze coming through the trees in this weird kind of greasy track stage with the spray still kind of lingering around the region. Of course, lots of trees here that retain a lot of moisture, makes the track very hard to dry out quickly, and drivers do have to be on their toes still. Although it's dry to a degree, it is still officially greasy in game at the moment. You can see the much drier line kind of forming on the racing line, but the headlights still shimmering off the floor somewhat as they begin the run up through Kesselchen once again. It's a tricky phase, isn't it, for Castorino at the moment? He's looking at the back of Gillison, slightly extending their lead, but again, he's going to be benefiting from the draft at this point. He's going to be able to save and conserve a little bit of fuel, but at the same time, the dirty air will work against him in this kind of realm of tyre usage as they go nearly side by side into Mut curve. Castorino thought about it, but no overlap to get that move done. And in the background, of course, Naldi still watching on, hoping these two don't come together.
Yeah, I tell you, the worst thing for the handling of all these cars right now, as we've been talking about for the last hour or so, the tire pressures and temperatures. You start to see the sun poke out. It's going to drive the track faster, good thing, right? But it's also going to heat the track up faster. So it's just as we were talking about how these tires are probably not going to be over, pressurized, way hotter than they should be until the last maybe 15 minutes of the stint. I would wager to say they're going to be much hotter and much more balloony, right? To put that into kind of layman's terms, a lot sooner than I think we were originally planning for them to be.
Yeah, they're certainly going to be a bit more overinflated than what we once thought, with the cloud coverage and the sun slightly breaking through at the moment. Niels Klinkmuller onto the back of Felipe, the number 201 ahead as they head through the Beloff S. There's a big wiggle as he jumps over the crest in the number 4 there, keeping it in line of stern though as they come through the Beloff S's towards Schwabenschwanz. It's again another silver on pro fight, so it's kind of no real gain for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team here. It's going to be a kind of easy pass on the 201, but the 201 again in the championship running, so they want to keep as close as they can to the number 28. So equally so, I think that again the 201, they're going to think about the bigger picture. They're going to be considering the championship a lot more as they see the number 4 looming in on them, and I think they're not going to make it too hard for Niels Klinkmuller.
Oh, definitely. And I think mostly you see it now going down the back straightaway. This is when that draft really starts to come into play. You continue to look further up and down through the field. This is a look at the battle for the 16th position, 15th, excuse me. You've got Bowman here. Bowman, that was the car that we saw be so fast, especially in those wet, rainy, slick conditions, kind of cutting his way up and down the field. He's now caught up to LaFile, the number 276 Aston Martin. That's a really colorful car you see in the lead with this 2-car battle. I expect to see a move here in about before the end of the lap, just how much faster the 258 is for right now. Now on the big back straightaway. Let's see what he can do. He's going to have the slipstream. I think that Aston is just a little bit more trimmed out arrow-wise, so we should do a good job. And I mean, this Porsche mostly just faster in the corners, especially. He's much better at pointing this car, is Baumann, than most of his competition. I think that's where we're really starting to see this Porsche come into play. But big help though with this draft down the long back straightaway through the fast left-hander Kink. Let's see if he puts out a big braking opportunity here. Tries to sneak to one side. I think he's going to think better of it. Slots back down single file. Just behind those two though, by a couple places, I think 5 or so, we see Zerbin right now in the 20th position, trying to see if he can't sort of jive up the inside of Naldi in the 17 car just up the road. Again, these are 2 silver category drivers, so there is a real position, right points position on the line. Let's see if Baumann can make a move up the inside. This is what he did a couple laps ago. Looks like he's going to take it. Not a whole lot of fight there from the Aston Martin through the switchback. Looks like he's going to hold the position for now.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic fighting from Baumann once again, managing to dispatch of the Aston Martin down into turn 1. The Porsche certainly looking very good on the GP Strecker so far, and back up the order he will go into P15. Of course, timing tower on the left won't update until the first sector at the end of Arenberg, but meanwhile behind Zerbin sizing up Naldi, and this could be another all of championship points lost for the number 17 BF Racing. So I really do hope, Austin, they've got a long-term game plan at the moment, because right now they are just tumbling down the order.
Yeah, and again, there's still a lot of racing left. They do have the highest ceiling, right, out of all their silver competition, kind of top 4 spots in the championship. Only 4 points separated coming into today's race. You see Gorka now side by side. That McLaren over to the left, that's Wong. That's that purple and yellow car trying to go around the outside. Is the Lamborghini trying to get that side draft, almost door banging them as they go down the back straightaway. Looks like Wong is going to hold on to the position for right now in that McLaren 44 car of Gorka. Just going to have to back off for a little bit right now and kind of regroup himself. We'll see if he can do anything here into turn 1. I think he didn't get quite the launch out of the final corner as he wanted to, but we're going to keep the camera locked down here for the next couple corners, see if he does anything. Should get a little bit of a draft going down the front stretch.
Yeah, coming into turn 1, the last of the late breakers, Gorka pulls out, looks to the inside. Can he get it drawn up in time for the apex? We've seen so many cars overrun into the green AstroTurf, but does manage to get it done, and we cam away quickly to Haziq down at Flansgarten in the number 21. That car has found the wall. Looks like front end damage, I would say, on that one, but manages to get it back underway. No harm, no foul on the number 21 BMW, and as we see that, Gorka up into P27, and that's Wong down to P28, so silver change on that one.
And now as we get to the last couple minutes here of our stint, John, let's just go ahead and recap the race so far. Just a Cliff Notes version for you. From the drop of the green flag, the number 7 car of Osterman had it first. He's pretty much been leading since, what, about 7 laps into the race, and then just behind him, the 72 car led off the start and qualified on pole, made a slight mistake right through the rain, and the 7 cars basically set sail. He's up to, what, about a 25-second or so lead since then. It's rained a couple times, John, just on and off, kind of not for more than a half hour usually, but just enough to kind of jumble things up in the order.
Yeah, certainly keeping drivers and teams on their toes as we see a race control message pop up. Incident 201 on lap 30. Warning to the 201 for unsporting behaviour. Typing in the chat is not allowed. So drivers, steward, sorry, giving a little slap of the knuckles there for the 201. Not sure what was said. Obviously, we don't get to see that here on the broadcast, but that's a big no-no in the eyes of esports worlds.
Of course, so raining off and on, a couple different cars on differing strategies. For the most part, we've seen everybody kind of pitting together in one clump, maybe only a majority of the field off by 1 lap or 2, just depending where they are on the track when they feel like, hey, maybe we should come down pit road and bolt on a set of dry or slick weather tires again. The sun continues to set. I think we still have a lot of overcast clouds in the sky, so I wouldn't rule out more rain for the rest of the race, huh, John?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't rule out more rain in the Eifel region. Of course, known for its unpredictability. Cast your mind back a few years when they had the hail in the real-life 24-hour series, and the sim certainly keeping us on our toes up here in the broadcast, but not only us, of course, the drivers and teams as they decide to make split-second decisions on which tyres to use. Track is still officially greasy at the moment, Austin. It hasn't actually dried out. So drivers are still on those kind of unideal Pirelli tyres that aren't quite in the temperature or the pressure window, and it's going to take quite a while to dry out because we're now down to 18 degrees in the air and 18 on the track.
Well, John, we've got about a minute left in our stint. Before we go, though, I want to ask you one question. I want to say the one thing you're most surprised about in this race, and for me, I think it's been the non-dominance, right, by the 86 car. I mean, they've been so dominant for the first 5 races of the season. They've gone ahead and locked up the championship, but I'm most surprised by how much they are not, right, fighting for the lead, or at least in the podium positions. They've been kind of flirting with the top 5 usually. That's what we've seen the 86 cars so far, but that's probably what I'm most surprised about so far.
Yeah, biggest surprise, of course, the 86 wrapping up the title before we even got here, kind of this morning. So, you know, it's fantastic to know that, and I guess the whole crew is just in almost a holiday mode at the moment. They're just enjoying the moment and reveling in the fact that they haven't really got to stress all too much in that one. And of course, Makovkin in the number 138. I'm very surprised about them as well. That's another big takeaway. A silver car up into the top 3, Austin.
Yeah, definitely. Well, for myself, Austin Belke, John Dalton, we're going to go ahead and hop out of the booth, hand over the reins now to David Addison, Aidan Millward. John and I are going to be back in the booth in about 17 hours from now for the last 2 hours of the race. So we'll see you then. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
John, Austin, thank you very much. Well done. Sterling service, as in the background you see the drama continue. Cars clattering into the Armco as we have just over 19 and a half hours of the race to go on a damp and greasy circuit, and one that is already giving plenty of drama. So a lot could shake out of all of this, of course, in the next stint. The next round of pit stops awaits, and everybody at the moment hunting for traction, trying to work out exactly whether or not this is going to be a dry circuit, a wet circuit, and how we fare over the next few laps. But up front, the inter-manufacturer battle still rages on, with, as you look down, the Ferraris chasing. Mercedes looking pretty strong as well. The joy of the Nordschleife, of course, is that you've got so many different assets to it and so many different elements of the circuit which play into the hands of different manufacturers. But the battle that we're looking at the moment, way down, if you like, within the order, to 19th place, which is where the number 17 Ferrari currently sits, out of the Silver Cup. Just a reminder that you've got the battles within the classes as well. That's the Matteo Naldi, Alexandre Lee and Axel Ramonet driven Ferrari. It is Naldi at the wheel of it at the moment, and that car losing a little bit of ground, I suspect, at the moment, just falling back ever so slightly in the pack. So it's just dropped off the tail, as I say, slightly of that traffic ahead, and we've got those two running then ahead, pretty much nose to tail. Castorino just ahead of Gillison, and therefore those two Pro Class cars getting away from Naldi out of the Silver Cup. This is the view on board with Jeremy Leffley riding on board and closing on Bauman's Porsche, and on a drier part of the road gets the tow, gets the draft, and should be able to get himself through by the end of the lap. So a good move that by the Porsche driver. Jeremy Leffley was alongside, has to slot back in. You can see him hard at work at the moment as the cars work their way through the Stefan Beloff S towards the end of the lap, where it all gets narrow and it all gets tight. So Leffley through, and Bauman has to sit back behind him then. The Porsche will try and fight back as they come across the timing line, but that is a place gain then over the line, and a nice move that in the Aston Martin from the ERE RACE Esports team. Gains ground. Meantime, the Inter-Nissan Ferrari contest is not yet done either, is it? Because there, you ride on board briefly looking back from the Isaac Gillison Ferrari through the arena at the start of the lap. Nose to tail, the two Ferraris run. And if those two trip themselves up a little bit, that's going to allow number 17 Ferrari back into the mix, isn't it? Matteo Naldi at the wheel, and he is still looking threatening. He's dropped back a touch, as we mentioned a moment ago, but he hasn't fallen away hugely. And so if they do delay themselves, these two, he's going to get back into the mix.
Yeah, Naldi's certainly still within kind of reach, isn't he, David, as Gillison and Castorino begin to kind of duke it out as they head through the GP Strecker. And, you know, Gillison on a bit of a recovery drive after Statsenko turning around in Bergwerk earlier on with the assist of the number 138, which was penalised with a 15-second penalty. But the luck just not going the Ferrari way at the moment. It seems three of them all in kind of line of stern. We've got Richter, the highest placed Ferrari in P2, 16 seconds though off the lead, finds himself in a bit of a McLaren sandwich. So Ferrari's not really ideal currently at this stage of the race, David.
Yeah, which is strange in a sense, isn't it? Because we know out of earlier races on the Nordschleife in the real world how good a Ferrari 296 can be. And you can't really, in this day and age of an endurance race, real or esports, sit back and wait for the race to come to you particularly, can you? They are badged as endurance races, but they are sprint races, and somebody getting it all wrong there through the chicane just about survives, but that's going to delay and possibly get even grubbier tyres, which is the last thing they need right now on a greasy circuit. But yeah, going back to the Ferrari point, they can't just sit there and hope that the race comes to them. They've got to push on, and if they haven't got the pace, that's a big concern, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big concern. They're going to have to start looking towards kind of strategy moves that they could do. As I mentioned earlier on to Austin, you know, Naldi can't afford to slack at this current stage in time with the championship on the line. Every point matters at the moment, and maybe Naldi's playing the long game right now. Maybe he's just working with Castorino and Gillison, knowing that they're the quicker cars, knowing that, of course, the draft will be provided to him in the wake of them, and maybe just using it to try and pull up to the back of Bauman and Lefile just ahead the 258 and the 276, and then of course they can find their way. Maybe a pro car opens the door and all of a sudden Naldi is through up another position or two, and maybe they're just playing the long game, or maybe they're going to, you know, focus on the night stint. Maybe there's a particularly fast driver in the lineup that, you know, is ungodly through the night, and they can just whack him in and let him do his work over the next few hours.
You're right about Naldi. He's coming back at them, isn't he? And if anything now, it almost looks like Gillison is slightly edging away. But again, because it's such a long lap, it kind of tricks you. It doesn't necessarily mean that if you've gained 2 or 3 lengths at one corner, you're going to be the same all the way around, because there is so much to this lap. You've got to be so precise for so long, haven't you?
Yeah, Austin and myself were saying it earlier, you know, it's an 8-minute plus lap here at the Nordschleife, and you cut that into a Spa lap, and that's almost 4 times around Spa. And you know, where you find a weakness on your opponent, you have to wait 8 minutes to then discover that weakness once again before you can try and make the move and make the pass. So, you know, Austin said the average human attention span's about 20 minutes. So, you know, after three or four laps, you're going to forget that weakness, and you're going to have to find it once again as we flick forward towards the fight between Lefile and Bauman. Of course, Bauman very quick in the wet and still showing the pace in that Porsche at the moment as they come through the top half of the circuit towards Exmüller and Breitscheid. It's the Aston, though, showing really good pace even towards the top end of the field. You know, Makovkin in P5. We've got Abdulaze in P9. So, you know, Aston looking very competitive, and even the Gladius car for Silver Honours currently third in class as well. So, you know, maybe the Aston is a formidable force here today.
Yeah, I was going to say, though, although Lafile gained that place, Boundman's not fallen away too much, has he? So it's another sort of cat and mouse battle. As also, you've got between the BMWs here, 717, which is the Noah Ida entry, and then the redoubtable Niels Naujoks behind him. But what he doesn't know about a BMW or sim racing in general is not worth knowing, is it? So Naujoks, you put your money on sooner or later to make that move, I would have thought, and make the place.
Yeah, Naujoks, you know, a formidable force in the BMW camp right from the beginning of ACC, picking up the M6 and then, of course, the M4 coming later on in the updates. And, you know, even working with BMW in the real world, it's, again, that crossover that myself and Austin were speaking about, brands getting involved along the way in esports. It's become a real big kind of sport, and, you know, there's a lot of money behind this still. To make this work, and like you say, what Naujoks doesn't know about a BMW, again, over the course of a 24-hour race, that car is going to climb a few more positions by the time we hit the checker flag on Sunday.
Absolutely, he's getting closer on this lap alone, isn't he? So Noah Ida is being caught. All up the curb goes Naujoks. You can afford to do that in the daylight. When it gets dark, it might be a little bit more of a courageous stance, that, from Niels Naujoks. But whilst the light is on his side, he might as well go for it. Use as much real estate as he possibly can. He's up the curb again there as well.
We pay for the track today, we're going to use the whole track, I guess, in this sense. Naujoks certainly exercising every single inch of the Nordschleife, and, you know, another driver that's a formidable force in the realm of the esports world. And alongside him, of course, sharing the car with Gregor Schill, Philip Makita, and of course Arthur Camara that we saw earlier on. Starting from the back of the grid today after a qualifying penalty, David, they've really come along leaps and bounds all the way up into P7 already. They've dispatched, you know, nearly 40-something cars to get up here.
And they're not done yet, are they? You know, with 19 and a half, give or take, hours still to go, and Niels Naujoks at the wheel, then there is the chance of further progress before the next round of pit stops. Right, onto the Duttinger Her they now come, almost nose to tail. This is where, in a sense, it should be harder for Naujoks to make a move, because this is down to pure pace, and if they're both in the same type of car, nobody in theory should have an advantage.
Yeah, the classic one make series, isn't it? Where you really have to find that extra kind of 2/10 of a second over your opponent. You have to figure out what they're doing differently to you, almost akin to, you know, the entry level Ginettas we see in the UK real world race. And it's so hard to kind of make that advantage stick. And Noah Ida finds a way through Makovkin before Tiergarten even comes about. I think that was a bit of cooperation there from the number 138. And we'll see how cooperative they are in a few laps' time, I suppose, when Naujoks inevitably gets onto the back of them. But Ida now focused down through the windscreen, really has to get the hammer down and try and extend that gap from the number 89 that's charging in behind.
So Noah Ida up into 5th place. Now we'll see whether he can get away. And Naujoks ain't that far adrift behind, is he? So he's hunting them down, just over a second and a half away from Makovkin. So that's the next target for Niels Naujoks in the background. Meantime, lead gap still hovering around the 17-second mark between Roters and Richters, as there goes Abduladzeh across the line, and he in turn is coming under attack from Fiala behind in the Mercedes. So what's that? Just under half a second between the two, and Fiala really good on the brakes going down towards the Mercedes arena, where better to do it, but they come out almost nose to tail. But that was very impressive, although Abduladzeh certainly lapping quickly. He's got Fiala right on his tail.
Yeah, formidable force, Fiala in the Williams camp, and again taking full advantage of the anti-dive technology as he comes into turn one, stands on the anchors, throws them out the window to get that car drawn up in time, and closing up very nicely to the back of the Aston Martin. But high beams ablaze, going to try and probably distract, I would say, Abduladzeh, but it's going to be a really formidable kind of thing to do. I mean, it's not easy to break the 255 competition driver's focus. He's been, you know, in the zone all day so far, and Philip Minard setting the car up nicely from the beginning as well. And I think that's another car that didn't qualify all too greatly yesterday, and they found their way back up through the field from maybe others' misfortune and good strategy timings as well.
Yeah, the whole qualifying debate for a 24-hour race will never really be solved, will it? If you're at the front, you say how important qualifying is, and if you miss out on a good grid position, oh, well, it's a long race, doesn't really matter. But there's always pride at stake. I would suggest, though, that Abdelaziz is just edging away on this part of the Grand Prix circuit, isn't he? Fastest lap last time around, and now another length pulled back, but then he's up the curb, and you've got to be so careful given the rain that's fallen, because you get a wheel on a wet painted curb, and it could all go horribly wrong very quickly. Now we'll start to see on the Nordschleife where the strength of the Mercedes AMG is, and where Fiala might be able to pull back that lost time.
Yeah, I have to see if Abdelaziz can pull out one of those insane lap times again. 8:06.192 last time by at the line, and it was Fiala with an 8:09.3, so considerably slower, but still catching within the realm of the slipstream. So if Fiala can keep him honest for the next 7 minutes or so, we could see a move down into Tiergarten, or at least down the Dottingerhöhe. We could see Fiala hassling the back of the 255 competition entry.
Now, how far off the next round of pit stops are we going to be? Where do we expect the next drama to come?
Roughly about 40 minutes-ish,
Okay,
I think, if my maths is correct.
Yeah, okay. So in other words, what we're looking at has got to be resolved on the track. And look at the way the gap has stretched now onto the Nordschleife itself. And that gap has really shot up, hasn't it? Now, it may well be that by the end of the lap, Fiala can bring it back again against Abdelaziz. But right now, the Aston Martin is escaping up the road.
Absolutely so, but again, the Nordschleife bites hard, and you don't want to overdrive the car because you could find yourself off into the Armco, or worse, just completely out of the race. Just looking towards the timing, the race logic in Rotor's car, 36 minutes away for Rotor's from coming down the pit lane once again.
Okay, so right now, attention on Niels Naujoks, who has gobbled up the real estate against Makovkin. He's almost on the tail of him now. All of this is allowing Eder to get away. Now Eder up the road in 5th place, but Niels Naujoks, we sort of teed this up a lap ago and praised him to the hilt, and now he's rising to the occasion, isn't he? Because he's almost there on the tail of number 138 now.
Absolutely, so it's a very small margin. Last lap time by Naujoks to Eder, 8:08.3 for Eder, and it was an 8:08 flat for Naujoks. So really both drivers on near enough equal terms, but Naujoks really has to dispatch of Makovkin at this point at the top of the hill. The flash of the high beams for Naujoks says, I'm in a hurry, I want to get this done, as they come down to the bottom of the hill, across the bridge, the public entrance on the right hand side, and through the bank corner where we saw the number 63 slip up earlier on in the race towards Bergwerk. Naujoks does look quick, and I'm assuming he's going to use the slipstream as they come up through Kesselchen just to pull alongside the Aston and make it really awkward as they get into the muck curve.
But again, Naujoks is brave, and he had a cheeky look on the inside. That forces Makovkin out wide and up the curb on the exit of the corner. Naujoks trades from one side of the road to the other and should get the job done on the inside. Very nicely done indeed. Teed that up 2 or 3 corners ago. An element of that was track knowledge, I suspect. But even so, Niels Naujoks leaving nothing on the table. Good move.
Yeah, solid move there. Read the situation perfectly. I think both drivers went a little bit deep into Bergwerk, and I think Makovkin moved right just to say, you know what, have this one. I'm not interested in fighting this. You're far quicker than me. We're not even in the same fight, of course. Makovkin looking at a silver win if the checker flag fell right now. And again, a pro car fighting a silver car. There's no real need for it, David. Neither of them are going to, of course, achieve anything from that one.
No, there is, as they say, a long way to go. Still over 19 hours, so we're really in the early stages of this race. So yeah, they're good battles to watch, but there are far more serious battles, I think, that will rear their head as the race goes on. Another one we're looking at, though, a little bit lower down, is the Mustang, number 256, which is another of the silver cars, with Lucas Tipak at the wheel of it, and 31st he is. And again, hustling on, giving a hard time to the number 20 Lasse Streger Mercedes AMG just up the road, but the Ford Mustangs, which have come on stream in GT3 racing this year, they look great and they sound awesome, don't they?
Yeah, they sound fantastic, don't they? High revving V8 engine. It's almost akin, isn't it, to the early days of the Blancpain Endurance Series. Of course, the Z4 GT3 had a fantastic note to it as well as they go side by side towards Schwedenkreuz. I'm sure it's going to be its position given from the number 20, not wanting to make it too wide through there, and both check up in time for Arenberg. Nobody taking a trip to the beach there. So fantastic move from the number 256 up into P30 they will go, and dropping down a position for Lucas Strej on that one.
Yeah, I was watching Lucas Tipak on that onboard shot watching him at work, and I'm not sure he really was going to breathe. He was as nervous as us watching it because it was pretty close that between the two of them. Meanwhile, lest we forget, number 7 McLaren is still clear up the road, and it's just crept up a little bit, that gap, from nearly 16 to now nearly 17 seconds. So number 7 of Louis Roters still leading the way, and he's out on his own at the moment without having to worry too much about traffic.
Yeah, Roters in kind of a golden space at the moment, isn't he? He's got nobody behind, nobody ahead. He can really kind of focus on what he's doing and just try and drill in those consistent lap times. It's all very well, you know, setting the timing boards ablaze for one lap, but if you can't do it consistently, there's not much point to it. So Roters there looks relatively calm, I would say, on his face cam point of view, just looking off to the side and casually around his room. Is not really too much phasing the German driver at the moment. He's got a good lead, some 20 seconds or so over Richter behind in the number 72, and of course Luke Whitehead in the number 40 Veloce McLaren 20 seconds down as well. So top 3 all nicely spaced out, but this is of course endurance racing, David, and you know as well as I do, anything can happen over the 24 hours ahead.
Yeah, it can, and this is one of the great fascinations of long distance racing, isn't it? Doesn't matter which the category, which the circuit, you never know what is around the corner, whether it's a mechanical drama or a back marker that gets in the way, or change of weather that suddenly catches you out. And I know you've been talking about the rain and what the track surface has been like, but that is another element of perhaps the Nordschleife and Spa, maybe more than other places, the fickle weather that you can never really rely on.
Yeah, it's always, you know, you can look at radars as much as you want, can't you? But in reality, just sticking your head out the window and seeing what it's truly doing is maybe an accurate, more accurate representation. We are due, I think, for a rain shower possibly in the next 10 minutes, but it could potentially be a relatively short one because it is clear after 30 minutes or so. So that could be an interesting spanner in the works, of course, as drivers come up to their mandatory pit stop timer. 30 minutes left on the clock of Roters' car, so still in theory 3 laps or so to go. And as I say that, the heavens have opened a little bit earlier than I'd expect, and the rain is here, David.
Excellent. Now this is going to be a real test. The rain comes down, and now we'll see, first of all, who the brave ones are and who's going to bail for tyres. And it may well be that those towards the midfield or the back are going to come in this lap, whereas the leaders have already gone by. They've got to brave it out, of course, and tiptoe their way round. Could be equally, if it's a short shower, by the time they get to the pit lane, it stopped raining. This is, again, why you can't rely on Nürburgring weather, but it does make for fascinating racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, fascinating racing and fascinating for us up here in the commentary booth, of course, speculating what drivers are going to do when the heavens do open. Like you say, the leaders too far ahead to make a call on it, although these guys just coming through Tiergarten now, they're going to be kind of speculating, do we go, do we not, should we see what the car ahead does? I did notice Noah Eder in the 717 made a pit stop. I'm not sure if he's on any kind of wet weather tyres, whether they've timed that perfectly. Castorino nearly getting caught out by Naudi, and Naudi somehow finding his way ahead of Castorino, and of course Gillinson, they were locked together. Naudi was behind, but Naudi somehow finding his way ahead.
So there you, Castorino had a moment. A little bit further back, Sean Arnold still pressing on, wiper on, and it's continuously on as well. You can see the rain falling, so let's see what his state of mind is going to be at the end of the lap. I can't imagine it's much fun trying to persevere in this, but you don't want to waste a pit stop, do you? The last thing you want is to come in, go onto the wrong tyre, and then the road dry out. So I think probably it is wet enough, isn't it now, to give people enough cause for concern to pit this time.
Yeah, I'm thinking Sean Arnold's doing something there with his pit strategy. You see his right thumb flicking through on his wheel on a menu of some kind. So I can only assume that's going to be the pit stop menu, probably on the radio to the Veloce camp, asking, you know, what's going on, who's going in next, and maybe pulling himself out of that one. Of course, licked the wall earlier on in his stint, just after the carousel, as he made his way up towards Herak. Big lick down the right hand side, hit the wet grass, and unfortunately pulled him off. So confidence maybe a little bit knocked from Sean Arnold, but he's seen it through to the end nonetheless, and he does indeed come down the pit lane. Maybe we can get our pit lane reporter Tom Bryant, who has been very expertly analysing tyres throughout the race, to give us a heads up of who might be switching.
Now what we now need to try and work out also is how much time the leaders are losing, because they had to stay out. They'd already crossed the line in some cases. The rain has come. They've got to tiptoe around. It may be, of course, that the track surface is wetter at certain parts than others, but Ruffers in the lead, for example, may well find himself here on a slow lap relative to those that are now on a wet tyre and chasing after him and bringing down the gap. Good little battle going on here, which gets a little bit too close for comfort, but even so, they survive it. That was Felipe in the back of all of that. He got away with it in the Aston, but if Ruffers is tiptoeing around and there are people behind now on a wet tyre being able to push a little bit more, long term that's going to erode some of his advantage.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You do have to balance the kind of win and the loss. Okay, a pit stop's about 1 minute 10 here at the Nordschleife, coming in from pit entry to pit exit. So, you know, it's a good chunk of time to lose. But again, will you gain back that 1 minute 10 in the long run? And we saw there the battle for the silver lead getting very close as they went through Schwedenkreuz, especially on a damp circuit. It's not something I'd like to try, and we saw Eamon Murphy earlier on going around the outside at Schwedenkreuz and made it stick. So it does work, but it does take two to tango, and the Mustangs certainly not giving up the second place in silver on that one. The rain is only going to be a short shower. We've been told it's only going to be about 15 minutes or so. And that's only going to be about, what, 2 laps, say, at a mixed kind of slower condition on dry tyres. So, again, is it really worth it? Can you brave it out on these dry Pirellis? And I'm sure the race leaders will make the ultimate call as to what the best strategy will be.
Yeah, as you say, 2 laps, effectively. It's quarter of an hour. So they've got to, for the moment, just keep it off the wall, haven't they? Wait for the rain to pass. But I don't think it is... Well, is it worth trying to persevere on slicks for 2 laps in heavy rain and then the road dries out? The danger is you put yourself in jeopardy, but the flip side of the coin is they are very slow laps and you lose a big chunk of time. So it really is a quandary for the leading drivers to decide whether or not to pit, because really you're only going to need wets for 2 or 3 laps before it starts to dry again.
Yeah, you're costing yourself essentially 2 minutes 20, aren't you? And an extra pit stop to kind of boot on that one. But, you know, if you can keep it safe and you can keep it under control. I mean, the man on your screen at the moment, Baumann, he's very well rehearsed in the wet there as he gets very twitchy coming down towards Ex-Müller through the siphon there. It's a very kind of, you know, sketchy corner in the best of times. Even in the dry, it takes a lot of bravery to dab the brakes, chuck it in and pray it's going to stick, let alone on a wet circuit on dry tyres. And both cars on your screens at the moment have elected to stay out. You can tell by the yellow markings of the Pirellis around the sidewall. Anybody with missing the yellow Pirelli writing essentially is on a set of wets. So we'll have to keep our eyes out on the TV pictures to see what we can kind of hazard a guess at and make it stick, as Baumann looks very settled through the Lauda's left and into Bergwerk they go, and beginning to climb up through Kesselchen. Can he make a move using the slipstream of the Aston? I don't think it's going to be all too close this time, but again, if he can pull himself through in the final sector coming out into the Dottinger Herd, that Porsche could go sailing past by the time we get to Tiergarten.
Yeah, that's where he got done by Lafile early on, wasn't it? But actually, in fairness, whether it's wet or dry, Baumann hasn't fallen away. They've been together pretty close in the earlier drier conditions and now in this wet weather that we've had in the last few minutes. So they're evenly matched, no matter what the weather conditions throw at them. We oh so briefly had a yellow flag appear on the graphic at the top. Quickly disappeared as the car in question got going. But actually, given the conditions, it's possibly surprising we haven't had more cars in strife in the last couple of laps.
Yeah,
this one's come right down as well, hasn't it? Look at the way Baumann has hunted him back down again. This part of the track looks wetter than elsewhere, and he's having a red-hot go now to try to retake 15th place.
Absolutely. So track status in game officially determined as wet at the moment. So this is really the territory you need to be on that wet Pirelli tyre, and drivers braving it out. Fantastic shots from the back here of the ERE Race Esports team car, the number 276, as they begin the climb up the hill towards Herak. And of course, Whipperman section, it's again, David, painted surfaces, as Baumann expertly demonstrates on the exit curb, getting a little bit loose. We're going to have to try and avoid all kinds of curbing, and Baumann still dicing with the curbs. He's putting the car where I wouldn't want to see it, and that could come unhinged very quickly, but almost Scandi flicking it through the middle of Whipperman to try and get that advantage. But we saw earlier on, of course, Baumann, just before you came on air, sliding the car on a set of wets and somehow making it work. As a mistake there from Lafile, runs himself a little bit too deep, coming towards the Eschbach section, towards Brunchen they go, and Baumann just not able to capitalise on that. But drivers really struggling at the moment, David. You can see the wheel there.
It won't be long either, will it, before the light starts to go as well. So they've got a greasy track surface to cope with, and before long they're going to have to do this in the darkness. That's when it gets really interesting, really difficult as well. But yeah, the File, having made that error, was able to capitalise in a sense and get his line back and hang on to the place, but he's rattled now, and Baumann will know that. He can apply the pressure. So the File's going to take a deep breath, try and regroup. He's hung on to 15th place, and actually has just about gapped the Porsche, I would offer you, by 2 or 3 lengths. So he has regrouped pretty well, but it does show that he's fallible.
Absolutely. So you can see him working the wheel there through the Beloff S's, making minute corrections as just out of our window, the top 6 all come down the pit lane. You can see just at the bottom there of the timing tower, or the top of the timing tower, but the bottom of the top 5, Roses, Richter, Whitehead, Tauscher, Nauyot, Makovkin and Abdulaziz all come down. So even for the top guys, this is too dangerous. This is too lethal, and you can see the slip that Lafayette got as he came off the concrete surface through the mini carousel. Big armfuls of opposite lock, hampering his run ever so slightly through Galbenkopf as well as towards the front of the silver fight. Felipe has managed to get past Goppel in the number 28 Samantha Tan entry.
Which rather proves the point that you can still race in the wet, but then they both bail for the pit lane. So same point applies, doesn't it? It's a bit too wet, so in comes Felipe, in comes Goppelt, down the pit road they come. Instead of wet's needed, and then they need to look after those because they don't want to be in within 2 or 3 laps because they've overheated them. They're going to have to try and look after that rubber for as long as possible so they don't waste a pit stop. They then want to try and get back on schedule, don't they? So this throws people's calculations into the air, but they need to make these wets that they're switching to last a stint, and it may well be that towards the end of it we're going to see lap times really start to slow because people are struggling because they've warm them out, they've overheated, they'll be going for the wetter parts of the circuit. It won't be an issue short term, but it will be perhaps towards the end of a stint.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a kind of a long game, like you say, David. They're going to want to look after these Pirellis as long as they can. Track status, of course, deemed wet at the moment. Rain is easing off in 10 minutes, stopping completely in 30 as Tinko van der Velde comes out the pit lane. That's definitely a set of wet tyres for the Williams Esports Mercedes there. And yeah, it's going to be, can you make them last the hour? I don't know. It's, you know, it's quite cold in game. It's 17 degrees in the air, 17 degrees down on the track. But once that water kind of evaporates and disappears, you're not left with a lot to cool off those tread blocks.
No, that's right, because although it is wet, we're not looking at massive amounts of standing water, for example, are we? So yeah, they are going to have to hump the puddles out. Meanwhile, Goppelt versus Felipe ahead of him continues in the silver fight. So you've got the Mustang with its very charismatic colour scheme. It's dropped back a few lengths after that pit stop, but I suspect it won't be long before Goppelt is able to get himself back up there. This car with so much grunt, so much torque, certain parts of the circuit will have a real advantage of being able to gobble up that real estate once more.
Yeah, it should be relatively easy for Goppelt, providing he's a little bit tame on the loud pedal. Of course, lots of torque in the V8 Mustang. Doesn't want to spin up the rears all too much, but still needs to keep them in that magical window, and looking very tame coming out of the Dunlop curve at the bottom of the hill up towards, of course, the Schumacher S. The Aston Martin still ahead after the pit stop, so Felipe still in P2 in silver overall, and Goppelt down to P3. Of course, this is a battle between the championship at the moment, so top 4 covered by by 4 points on that one, and it's of course between the Gladius 201, the number 17 BF Racing entry, the Azatec Sim Sports car, the number 44, and of course this car on your screen at the moment, the Samantha Tan racing car. So, you know, every position's going to matter, and like you say, Valentin Goppelt isn't going to want to let Felipe get away, but at the same time he's got to think of the long-term plan here for this stint.
So there is 28, that is Goppelt, turning his way onto the Nordschleife. And you would suggest at the minute that maybe Felipe is getting away. That gap is starting to stretch, and then behind is number 4, Nils Klinkmüller, in the Mercedes AMG. And that car, out of the Esports Team HRT by RW stable, to the eye, looks like it's getting a little bit nearer. So Klinkmüller, who is in Pro, not Silver, of course, possibly is the one we ought to be monitoring now. And I think as this lap unwinds, it is going to be Goppelt going defensive rather than in attack mode. He's falling away too much. You can see how that Mercedes now is absolutely charging. He's gobbling up the tarmac between it and the Mustang ahead, and a change is imminent for 11th place overall.
Absolutely. So the number 4 looking very confident indeed through the first section of the Hatzenbach out towards Flugplatz they go, and I don't think Goppelt's going to make this all too tricky for the charging Mercedes behind on that one. It looks like it's going to be a relatively safe move, I would say, from Goppelt. He's not going to want to detriment his championship or affect the haul of points that the team has at the moment. So I assume once Klinkmuller is close enough, that move should be signed, sealed, and delivered. But from myself, it's time to hand over to the next commentator. So at the moment, it's myself and David Addison. It's been a pleasure, briefly, David, to work alongside you. And I am going to hand over to Aidan Millward. So taking you through the next kind of phase of the race, David Addison and Aidan Millward. I'll be back tomorrow morning with Ewan O'Leary, bringing you all the action from the sunrise of the race. So excited to see how this all unfolds. So best of luck, guys.
John, thank you very much. Sleep well. Enjoy your espresso tomorrow morning. Aidan, evening. Welcome aboard. And we're looking at a lively race, certainly enlivened by pretty horrible track conditions. And wherever you are around the circuit right now, there's a certain amount of self-preservation being required, I reckon, don't you?
Oh, yeah. It's incredibly greasy out there. I've been sort of ducking in and out over the last sort of 4 or 5 hours, and say that the rain's about to end in about, about 10 or 15 minutes or so. So it's in that weird transitional period where the sun's going down, the track's getting colder, the air temperature's getting colder, so the track's not going to dry out as much, and then they've got to try and work out all of their strategies around that because of the way that certain elements of the game work. And it's over a 24-hour race on a track that's this long. It's going to be down to who can figure it out the best, who's got the biggest brains in their respective camps, as it were.
And also knowing what the weather's going to do next, because, okay, this is a short shower, it's been heavy, but it's not meant to last for that long. So you tiptoe around, but you can't keep tiptoeing around. At some point, you've got to roll the dice, because if you're tiptoeing and somebody else isn't, you're losing time and you can't make it back. And, one of the fascinations of the Nürburgring 24 hours in the real world is the great dichotomy of cars and classes that exist. Here, we're talking GT3 only. So you're not going to have that much help from the traffic, either help or hindrance indeed from the traffic. You can't rely on that to change your race. This is on pure pace alone, so you've got to be flat out all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got, you just alluded to it with John earlier, is that each car's got different strengths and weaknesses. So you were saying that the Ford Mustang is absolutely blisteringly quick in a straight line, but like maybe the McLaren or the Aston Martin, or maybe even the Mercedes might be better through the really tight, twisty section, like at the end of the lap in that third sector, just before the Duttinger Höhe, where it's all very twisty. But then it might make it back up between Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz around the first end of the Nordschleife.
Yeah, you talk about that Mustang being quick. It's going to have to be, because it's now got a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Wow. So Goppelt has just copped 5 seconds for an incident with 201, which is the Guglielmo Filippi driven Aston Martin. They were close, and they got too close. So a penalty is going to be awarded to the Mustang. There's confirmation of it as you look at Jaroslav Honchik in the McLaren. So we've had a driver change, I think, have we not? Yes, he's taken over from Sean Arnold on that last pit stop. So Jaroslav Honchik, who's an experienced driver in esports terms, now finding himself thrown into the battle, into the weather, and into a battle on track as well, because he's got Singh just up the road in the Audi, and this is the view. Wiper hard at work. Yeah, and knowing Jardier, he's probably streaming this while with the enthusiasm cranked up to 11 as he's behind the Brabham Motorsport Audi, coming down towards Adenauer, I believe this is. I'm not an expert on the Nordschleife or any of the corners. I'm going to butcher the pronunciations as well, so I do apologise in advance. But you can see that he's quite wet out there, as this is one of the faster sections. So maybe the Audi's got a little bit of an advantage. Well, this is towards Bergwerk, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So right up now is Honchik. Yeah, brave there. But a lot of this is really going to be guided by the car ahead of you. Yeah, it's like following the taillights of the car in front on a motorway on a very wet day. And when it gets dark as well, if it starts pouring down like it is, it's going to be made even harder with all this going on. But it looks like the Audi's got that little tiny bit of an advantage in the straight line here. Yeah, it's impressive this, isn't it? He's certainly getting away, so no question about it. It's looking promising this for Davlish Singh, the Brabham Motorsport Audi. But now, maybe it's advantage McLaren, because another length is pulled back and another length is pulled back, and the gap starts to narrow. That Audi looks larger because you're closer to it. But then Singh is able to use this part of the circuit to his advantage. Honchik late on the brakes, coming out of the right-hander now, and then the Audi starts to edge away. Fascinating this to see the different strengths of the cars at different parts of the circuit, and indeed bravery of driver.
Yeah, I mean, Jardier, he's a well-known personality in this scene. He's got over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he's, like I say, he's got the enthusiasm always turned up to 11. So he knows his way around this particular sim. He knows his way around this car. He's in Veloce, which is one of the sort of more known teams in the series, and you can see that the McLaren, or Jardier, has got something that the Audi and Davlish Singh hasn't got, as we cut to Leon Otaki on the Dottinger Hohe in a bit of a drag race with the Mustang here.
Indeed, and he's going to get through. I think that means that's another driver change, because when we last looked it was Klinkmuller, but the timing tails updated itself after that pit stop. So through goes now Leon Otaki, goes through, gains the place, and that will put him up ahead of the Ford up into 13th spot. Nice move. Honchik in the meantime is all over the back of the Audi like a rash, has a look on the inside coming out of Brunchen, gets up alongside, and Singh has to exit stage left for fear of contact there. That was a little bit robust from Honchik. They didn't touch, but there was certainly no argument. I am coming through, make your own arrangements. Job done though.
Yeah, that's the other thing about driving around here is, where do you be aggressive? Because it could have easily ended up with both of those guys in the gravel at what is more commonly known as YouTube corner.
It's the one part of the circuit that attracts huge crowds even for track days, isn't it? Waiting for people to fall off. Right, so what that now gives us is another shuffle of the order, and we're not done yet, because there are yet more battles a little bit further back, with Artem Manisha trying to get through the traffic as well. And on the Dottinger Hohe, this is all about how much grunt the car has got and how heavy your right foot is.
Yes, this one isn't going to be as easy as we saw before, so one of them's probably going to have to give into Tiergarten here, and it's a little bit of contact there, and it's hard to believe that once upon a time that chicane wasn't there, and that's contact, and the Veloci car's round, and that's a biggie.
It is, both of them off, and in the end it's Artem Manisha into the barrier. Louis Fleischer gets going again, and that's going to get looked at by race control. And really, given that there are just under 19 hours to go, you could argue that both drivers have a case to answer there. It wouldn't have taken much just to back out of that, know when to hold and when to fold. There's a bigger battle, if you like. Maybe 19 hours of racing still to go.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be looked at, because we were literally just talking about how aggressive do you be, and one of them got it wrong, as Davlish Singh. Now we're seeing the Audi come back into things a little bit as it chases down that McLaren to get its spot back.
Yeah, now we've seen how quick the Audi is at certain sectors. Now it's a narrow part of the circuit, this, up towards the end of the lap, but if Davlish Singh gets a good exit heading towards the timing line, then he might be able to think about doing something at the end of the pit straight. I think he's dropped back too much time, and as the pair of them now break the beam, go down towards turn one. Interestingly, that Honchik there ahead of him moved up to the pit wall, maybe going for a wetter part of the circuit already, even though these wets are not that old.
Yeah, it was an interesting little test there from Honchik. I don't know if he's maybe overheated something, or maybe he's just giving it a little bit of a test to see if there is anything there for when the track starts to dry out. So different drivers have different strategies or different ideas, or yeah, that's a bit of a weird one, considering it's still raining pretty heavily out there.
Unless he's just erring on the side of caution. Keep them wet, keep them cool, and they'll last that little bit longer. Start doing that process now, rather than when they start to lose the edge and it's a little bit too late. We've also had a change, have we not, in 89. Niels Naujok's replaced by Arthur Camara, and that car in 7th place. Naujok was making a bit of progress up until that last pit stop, and Arthur Camara, who was one of the stars of the very, very first SRO Esports Monza event, he is now behind the wheel, and his next target is number 138, which is the silver class leading car. Nick Babin at the wheel, the Aston Martin, so that's the next target, and he's getting closer all the time.
Yeah, that car has come from the back of the grid, remember, because they got excluded from qualifying for an infraction there. So to go from like 43rd all the way up to about 5th in less than 5 hours, I mean, that whole team is just stacked, as we see the ATS Corsa Esports team car of Mohamed Alif coming through. I think he's a little bit wide through there. I didn't know if he was letting somebody through, or but he's got that move done. just into Tiergarten. So there's a lot of action happening on that back stretch. The
But
cars
that's how it should
are
be
quite
done,
close.
isn't it? That was without contact, whereas the back we saw early on got a bit silly. So, again, nowhere to back out of it. At least got company as well now looking at this. Somebody lurking over his shoulder. So focus ahead, not what else is in the room.
Well, there's a warning from history on that car as well, because it's a bit bashed and battered, hasn't it?
Yeah, Alif, we think, racing from university, so lots of interested onlookers as number 96 BMW, 35th at the moment, goes out of the Whisper It Mercedes arena, back onto the power, but right now, keeping out of trouble. That's another car within the Silver Cup. 11 Ferrari has just pitted as well. That's the Ragioli Esports team car that was running behind on the circuit. Now, Sam Gaskell in the meantime, in 17th place, involved in a fight. You can see 45, the Lamborghini, and that is Sam hard at work. It's always fascinating, isn't it, to see the driver's face. I mean, we have onboards in the real world, but of course they've got crash helmets on, so you might get the eyes, but here you get the full facial expression, and he's almost into the back of the Ferrari of Statsenko.
That was almost an accident, wasn't it? It's, yeah, I mean, having the webcams on is always good because you get to see what they're doing, because you're just going to see a 3D model in the actual car of the whatever driver they've put in. So to see what they're doing, it sort of gives you that sense of they're using their feet, they're using their hands, they've got a wheel in front of them. So it's, I've always said that, I mean, we have actually seen it, the YouTubers like Jaroslav Honzik and Jimmy Broadbent, who have gone on to real racing from what they've been doing in the sim world. And you're not going to end up playing for Barcelona because you've got really good at FIFA. It's probably the only esport where you're doing what they're doing. You're not going to be a pro skateboarder if you're good at Tony Hawk because of the using the controller. It's unique amongst esports, I think.
True enough. But interestingly, now Sam Gaskell has fallen back over the course of this lap, hasn't he? So he's hard at work still. See how much effort, how much energy has to be put in. I know it's a wet circuit, but even so, he's absolutely fighting that car. He drifts it a little bit wide up over the curb. Now, is this, towards the end of the lap, a part that's going to play back into the hands of the Lamborghini? It looks a little bit closer to the eye. Sam Gaskell turns his way right. Road starts to climb once again here. But there's a tough fight, this, between the two of them. Statsenko's Ferrari, he's another experienced esports racer, of course. Statsenko through the carousel, still keeping the Lamborghini at bay, but the gap certainly has come down, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if some drivers are deliberately being a little bit more cautious through certain sections just to make sure that they get through without crashing, because there are some bits where you just can't afford to push, but in other cases it might be that the car has got a little bit of a strength over another one. But you can see that Sam Gaskell's Lamborghini there, it's almost dancing through some of these corners because it's just giving that little bit of a four-wheel drift and just now getting towards the back end of the Ferrari Esports car in front of him.
Yeah, there's almost a point actually watching Gaskell where you think just steady. Certainly there, I was fearful that any second it was about to overstep the mark. So he's certainly pushing hard, no question about it. The track conditions far from ideal, and he's caught right back up again. So now maybe he's thinking about a move on the Duttinger Herb, but it's got to start roundabout now. Stay on the back of the Ferrari, stay close, and then get into the toe, and then make it work. But here maybe is not the part of the circuit to be a hero. Just stay on the back of the Ferrari and wait for the road to open up.
Yeah, and those curves are about 18 feet tall as well, so if you hit one of those wrong, you're gonna be spinning even in the dry. So I think he's in the right range to definitely have a crack on the Duttinger Hoa, but if you get too early on the Duttinger Hoa, you're going to get caught back. You see a lot of the time at Spa, some of the drivers will lift out into Eau Rouge and Radion so that they've got the run coming up the other side. So he's definitely close enough. He's just got to bide his time and not get impatient.
Easier said than done, isn't it? But he's there, almost pushing the Ferrari along, nose to tail, both of them up the curb, but there's a little bit of traction on the other side of it, so that doesn't compromise them too much. So it's impressive stuff, this, by Sam Gaskell, because he has stayed glued to the back of that Ferrari for the last 8 or 9 corners, and he's staying there, ready to, if you like, pull the pin when there is an opportunity for that Ferrari to use the power, use the aero. They're both relatively aero-friendly cars, these. Now we're on the Duttinger Herb, but as he came onto it, maybe had just dropped to length, so he's not quite as close as he really needed to be.
Yeah, and they're getting some momentum on that final corner as well, as there's a Cars running just to the left and the right, maybe trying to pick up a little bit of the wet tarmac there to cool their tyres down in a straight line. But yeah, we were saying that he might be able to have a shot, but it doesn't look like he's got it there. Maybe didn't carry enough speed through those corners, or the Ferrari just got a much better exit. Who knows? But it's not going to happen on this lap, but it might happen on the next lap.
Am I being optimistic if I say a dry line is starting to emerge at certain parts?
It does look like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, wipers are off, which is interesting, and certainly the discoloration of certain parts of the circuit now differing from others. Into the pit lane comes Sam Gaskell. Maybe that was partly why he didn't make the move, but that's going to be out of sequence, isn't it? Because everybody else around him had already pitted for wets. Now, if Gaskell was braving it out on slicks, he's done a good job. Maybe they now feel that they've got to do another tyre change. But as I say, that's sort of out of sequence with everybody else over that last pit stop.
Yeah, we didn't quite see the sidewalls of his tyres there. We didn't see if he's gone up on the jacks, as we see Lucas Tipak basically tandem drifting through sort of the final section of the course here, as he's locked in on the 996 of Lee in front of him in a very striking coloured McLaren. It looks like he's itching to get past him here.
Yeah, you're right. And that livery of the McLaren, yes, you're right. There's something about, whether it's esports or real world, Asian motorsport liveries, they just have a completely different feel from those in Europe or America. It's brasher, it's bolder, it's louder, it works way out there, goes Tipak, but he survived it. Save of the day. He's only lost about a length or so, but yeah, there is something about Asian team liveries, and there's another example. That Mustang is going great guns. It is perilously close to an off, I fear, but Lucas Tipak is really throwing everything at this.
I don't think he's got anything else he could throw at it. He's even throwing the kitchen sink at it, but he's got to be so careful, especially through this little section. But I mean, that thing's rapid in a straight line, as we've seen, so gets a decent run out of this final corner here. He's passed on the Dirting Home, no problem.
And actually, while they've been squabbling, not that far behind them is Salvatore Ferrandino in the Absolute Restec Porsche. So if they carry on squabbling, then that Porsche might well have a chance. And look, he's getting nearer and nearer and nearer. Now look, this is the Dirting Home. This is absolutely made for a Mustang, and this is where Tipak ought to be able to make the move against Kin Long Lee, but it ain't happening for him.
Is he pitting as well then?
I thought he'd recently pitted, but he could be. But even Pride would say, if you've got the grunt, you'd go through, even if you are pitting at the end of that. You'd want to prove a point, wouldn't you, and gain the place?
That's true. That's a bit of a weird one. He was so desperate to get by, and now he's decided that he doesn't want to get by.
Or can't get by. Let's see whether he does.
A bit of a weird one.
Yeah, look right, and he is in. You're quite right.
There we go.
Hot. So there he is down the pit lane. He's not the only one by the look of it, because also in has come number 63 Lamborghini. So Dario Emiolo is in to give way. That's the car that he shares with David Tonizza and Daniel Savini. Tonizza, former Ferrari factory esports driver. We've had a change also for second place, in as much as now it is Jonas Rech who has taken over from Bastian Richter, and the leader has changed drivers as well. So Kamil Pawlowski has replaced Louis Roters. So it wasn't just a tyre change on that last pit stop, but a driver change for many of the cars as well.
Seems to be something that they're doing every time, isn't it? They're just, because they've got the 65-minute limit on their stints as well, so they're effectively just changing drivers every time just to reset that counter. As we see Henrik Gamble and I think this is Babin as well, just fighting it out as the Aston Martin is desperate to get past.
And again, looks like he's got the grunt to do it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the grip.
Yeah.
As he's almost there, but Gamble is saying no at the minute.
I'm sure the road is drying, and this is giving people a little bit more to think about. In number 255, there's been a driver change also. The car that's done the fastest lap of the race, Konrad Siata, has taken over from Abdelaziz, who did that fastest lap. So now Siata running in 8th place. There he is. So that car's been looking pretty strong so far. And with still so much of the race to go, then he's just going to keep out of trouble here. Now, we've got 18 3/4 hours to go. We are at 9:20 local time in game. It ain't going to be long, surely, before the light starts to go.
No, it's not, is it? It's think that part of it depends on what season or what date they've got set in the game as well. So I think it might be closer to the real world 24 hours of the Nordschleife rather than, September the 28th, as we've got it in real life. So probably about another couple of hours, and it will be dark, maybe even another hour. But at the same time, it could rain again and make it go darker that way. So, but if it starts pouring down when it does go dark, these drivers are going to have it way harder than they've ever done, because the track's going to be stone cold.
Exactly, and you just can't see the puddles, can you? You don't know where the reference points are. Racing at night is a real challenge, but think about real world races that we've had this year with the rain. Take Le Mans, take Nürburgring. Long safety car periods or red flags have come because it's almost too dangerous. Here, though, in 9th place, Tinko van der Velde in the Mercedes AMG. That car going quite nicely at the moment. The Team Williams Esports entry. Van der Velde, another experienced esports campaigner, and he's one of the few people that's lonely. Got nobody to battle against at the minute. He's not catching Ciata, I don't think, and he's not being caught by Filippi behind him.
Well, in a way, that's a good thing to have, because you're not under pressure from somebody behind. You're not trying to throw in the fastest laps you possibly can to catch the guy ahead. So all he can do really is just focus on driving, get it to the next pit stop in one piece, hand over to the next driver, and he can have a rest, and then he can come back and do it all over again. So I think he's probably in the best position compared to some other drivers that we've seen who have either got a little bit too impatient. As I say, that he goes a little bit wide, got a little bit too impatient, or they've tried to go too fast and they've ended up facing the wrong way at a really tricky part of the track. So
now, sorry to interrupt you, Aidan.
No, it's all right.
We're into the pit lane. So that I would offer you is that the road is drying out, but there's more rain forecast in 30 minutes. Now, there is the second place car, Jonas Rach, down the pit lane. This is where you come back to what you might call a wasted pit stop, because they've gone onto wet. The road, I reckon, has dried quicker than they were expecting. They're going to change again, but it's going to be only half a stint, effectively, if the next shower is due in 30 minutes' time.
Yeah, I think this also depends on how the other stints have gone, where it's rained halfway through and they've decided to get rid. So I think the weather gods are working against them a tiny bit, but again, it might only be a light shower where it's safe to stay out on the dries.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it could throw it down, and then that really will be the wasted pit stop. So they're gambling at the minute.
They are. That's what makes this kind of racing in this sort of track condition so fascinating. Meanwhile, a little bit lower down the order, number 17, which is Matteo Naldi, coming under attack now. That is Jeremy Lafile behind him. Now, these two have been together for a good hour or so now, and there's never been much to choose between them. It's kind of advantage Ferrari at the moment, but Naldi can't really escape up the road.
Yeah, I think the Aston Martin's going to have a crack at some point. It just seems to have something that the McLaren doesn't quite have, but it's locked into the slipstream right now. It's not going to get past into Tiergarten, so I think they're just going to hold back a little bit. I don't think any of these guys have pitted recently, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Aston's actually getting a little bit close.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I think he's going to get there.
Looking quite toey here, and he's up the inside. And then it gets all a bit nervy, but he's done it. Nicely done. Through on the inside, secures the place into the next corner. Job done. So back ahead into 14th place, then goes Jeremy Lafile in the RACE Esports team. Doesn't really roll off the tongue, that. A little bit further back as well in 22nd place is Mattia Zampedri. And he's coming under attack as well, isn't he? And that's from Gaskell after his pit stop. And a big tail wag there for the Mustang.
Yeah, just hit the that little banking on the carousel just a little bit wrong. And if you do hit it wrong, you can just lose all the momentum, because you need to stay on those concrete curbstones to try and just have the centrifugal force, or whatever it's called, to throw you around. And he just drifted up a tiny bit too early, and that ruined his momentum. So you'd expect the Lamborghini to pass by the time they get to the left-hand kink at the top here.
So Gaskell in the Lamborghini, almost hidden, isn't he, behind the huge rear wing on the Mustang. Trouble is, to do the overtaking now, you've got to go offline where it's a little bit damper and a bit more greasy. So maybe that's why some drivers are being a little bit reluctant. But I mean, Gaskell could barely get any closer, but he's not really committed left or right, has he?
No, because again, like we were saying, it's do you try to be aggressive? I think he's trying to work out how the car ahead's going to, as Sampedri's going to react to him being there. Is he going to defend? Is he going to let him go? I think they've got to try and learn each other's habits as to whether it is safe to have a go, because as we saw earlier, it could end up with both cars in the wall.
True enough. And Gaskell is on fresher tyres because we've seen him pit only in the last lap or so. That's why he's dropped down the order a little bit, down to 23rd place. But the rubber, whichever he's gone on to, will be fresher. He's got them up to temperature quickly enough, and now he's eager to make the place onto the Grand Prix circuit then. So the newer part of the Nürburgring, which opened in, 1984 for the German Grand Prix, but also for the sort of trial race meeting when they had the World Champions Mercedes 190 race. So down to the Dunlop curve, together they are. Gaskell has a look to the inside, thinks better of it. Trouble is, he's been sat there thinking about it for about a third of a lap, and before long the frustration's going to creep in, and that's where mistakes come as well.
Yeah, he's going to try and want to get past as soon as possible, because if he's held up all the way through the Nordschleife where it's incredibly tricky to overtake, then he's going to lose a lot of time behind that Mustang, and like you say, the frustration might creep in, or you could just try and pressure him into a mistake, but Sampedri doesn't look like he's going to be making one anytime soon.
No, you're right, he's looking pretty solid, isn't he? So he might not have the quicker car, but that Mustang is very well planted right now, and with no rain falling and hardly any spray either, road's dried out pretty swiftly here. You've got one or two more pit stops taking place behind, but it's not really affecting the pointy end of the order. Up the curve goes Sampedri, and that's proof that it's drying a bit. Gaskell, though, now commits to the inside line. If you've ever seen a car breathe in, that was it. The Lamborghini goes through on the inside. Brilliant effort that by Gaskell. Proper send, caught Sampedri off guard because you think nobody's going to try and overtake me there, but Sam Gaskell does it. Really nice move.
Yeah, that car up ahead isn't for position, but Sampedri's gapped him already. So, yeah, that Lamborghini definitely faster in the twisty section. The Mustang better in the straight lines. And Sampedri had to get past either there or in the Dunlop hairpin to make sure that he can start to get that Mustang and pull away as we cut back to yet another battle here.
So Leon Bant, it is, looking to try to get third place, and he has done so now from Ciata. So the order, don't forget, a shuffle. There's a legacy of that last round of pit stops. It is still number 7 in the lead, and interestingly, it's gone back to Louis Roffert, who was only out of the car for probably 4 or 5 laps, if that. He's back on board number 7, whereas 72 was second. It's fallen back to 4th on the most recent pit stop, now up to 3rd, having just moved back ahead of 255, which we put Conrad Ciata into. And this is down to fresher tyres, because look at the way that Ferrari, having got past the Aston, is romping away once more. So you've got to be on the right tyre now.
Or is he? Because he just hit the wall.
Possibly so. He survived it. No, that gap's
Just
widening,
about.
I reckon.
Yeah.
We'll see whether there's any lasting damage, but no, I think the Ferrari's got the advantage again now. So on the right rubber for a drying circuit, now you've got Leon Bant getting away. So his next target is going to be 138, Nick Babin, leading in silver at the moment in the CRT Pro Aston. But Leon Bant here is absolutely charging, isn't he?
Oh yeah, the Ferraris, despite that little scrape on the wall, taking most of the paint and sponsors off that right-hand side, it's he's gone.
Yeah, no messing, and he's ahead of the car that's done the fastest lap of the race. But I reckon 255 is still, if you like, on the wrong tyre. I think that's on the wet, and he's trying to nurse them. Whereas on slicks now, on a drying road, you can see the difference that the correct tyre choice makes. That Ferrari in a league of its own.
Yeah, if the Aston Martin's still on the wet, it's going to be burning them up right now as the track dries out. As Gaskell is on the back of the Ferrari here of Gillison in front of him.
Right, so having got past Sampedri, Gaskell has made short work of the gap, hasn't he? So he's on the tail of Gillison in number 51 Ferrari. I think that car briefly was in the hands of Mikhail Statsenko, but it's gone back to Gillison. So interesting how some stints have been very short in terms of drivers, whether that's because they have drivers that feel more confident in the wet, or they're trying to keep certain drivers for the dark part of the race. We'll wait and find out. But some cars trading driver to driver, like the lead McLaren as an example. But won't be long before Gaskell gains another place. He's almost touching the back of the Ferrari. This does not get much closer than this.
No, and in such a tight part of the track as well, it's going to be pretty difficult for him to get by. But he's gone full send on one car already. He's going to go full send into the right-hander before the carousel.
I wouldn't bet against it. If he can find a gap, he knows he's got to get on with it, because if he's stuck there, Zampedri will be on him as well. Gaskell pulls out, pulls back in again. Thinks better of it. This is for 18th, 19th and 20th places. Gaskell tightens the line, has a look up the inside, to no avail there. And in fairness to Gillison, he is also getting on with the programme and catching the traffic ahead. So we're going to end up with a real concertina before long. We've had another penalty, by the way, to 789, which is the Orojev, Manisha, Kolosov, Sabirov Audi for causing a collision. There's confirmation of it as the very Italian battle, Ferrari versus Lamborghini, continues, with the Ford edging closer once again.
Yeah, but this battle's played quite nicely into Zampedri's hands here, because he's able to keep up with them as a result of their battling, slowing each other down. Be interesting to see if they catch those two cars that are just ahead of them, as we see Nick Babin in third place come into the pit lane.
Yeah, got as high as second, hadn't he, with others pitting, but in for tyres. So Nick Babin is in. Much shuffling of the order, of course, while you've got this kind of out of sequence pit stops. Out of Brunchen, up the hill goes Gaskell, still sitting on the back then of the car of Gillison. So Isaac Gillison for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, very much the factory Ferrari squad. And Gaskell in the Lamborghini, looking for a way by. Don't forget that Lamborghini is out of the silver class, whereas ahead is a car from Pro. So Gaskell really taking the fight to the Ferrari here, doing a good job.
Well, yeah, because you've got the well, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 silver class cars in front of them. So Gaskell's probably looking to clear Gillison and have a go at Ramonet, who's up there in 17th position there.
I'm intrigued to see, though, where Gaskell makes the move, because it didn't really come prior to the pit stop on the Dottinger. Where's it going to be in this little fight? Because he can't really afford to sit and wait now. There's no pit stop due for either of them, I don't believe. So the Ferrari through. In turn, as you say, the 51 Ferrari closes on number 17 Ferrari, another of the silvers, which is the BF Racing Esport car. So the whole concertina is going to grow over the next couple of laps, I reckon.
Interesting to see how the slipstream works here. He looks to be closing up initially. He's getting there.
He is, but I think you're right. It's getting rather than got. So by the end of the Dottinger, he's going to run out of time, run out of space. Now he does commit to the inside. There's traffic up the road. Gaskell is alongside almost, but where does that put him? Then he goes through. It sort of came good right at the very end of that section, didn't it? Suddenly the car kind of picked up a little bit of pace and went through.
Yeah, I think Gillison also just let him go as well, given how close he was. So he's just, I'm just going to run my own race. Yeah, his next rival is about 4 or 5 positions behind, well, 3 positions behind. So that's who he's racing, not a guy in a silver class. So if he's in a completely different class, just let him go. There's no point.
18.5 hours to go. Pick your battles. That's part of it. And it's also part of having a good team in Discord, isn't it? Saying to that driver, just don't fight. It's not worth it. You know, you're not in his race. It's not a battle you need to be picking. So the team's doing a good job of keeping drivers informed of who they should be racing against. Now, another Ferrari going nicely. He's a little bit further back here. 22nd place for number 38 with David Patilli at the wheel of the Coach Dave Academy entry.
Been seeing quite a bit of this car over the course of the race. I think it has been in the wars a couple of times. I think I did see it facing the wrong way a little bit earlier in the race, but 22nd isn't bad. Could be a lot worse. Seen a couple of cars nursing a lot of damage and driving around with steering wheels that are pointing at 45-degree angles, so it's better to survive a spin than to be stuck in the pit lane for like 20 minutes getting it all fixed. But car seems to be driving okay at the minute. And I think he's only about, what, 0.8 of a second behind Santima in front of him, so there's a possibility here for another battle.
Absolutely right, yeah. So, again, this is building up nicely. It does start to look a little darker to me. The road is getting drier all the time, but now the headlights are being reflected, aren't they, on the ground as they come down towards the Mercedes Arena. 44, which is the Fabrizio Campanella Lamborghini, going after Audi number 62. Now, that's had a driver change of late, I think I'm right in saying.
Yes, Adam Pinches is in for...
Yes, Devilish Singh.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's still going nicely, that Audi.
Yeah.
It might be an old car in GT3 terms, but it can still deliver.
Oh, we've seen how rapid it is in a straight line with that V10 in the middle. I think the Lambo's also got a V10, so we might see V10 versus V10 a little bit later on in the race, depending on how things go. But the 62 running there in 26 did have a 5-second penalty for bump drafting earlier in the race, which was a penalty I've never seen before in sim racing. But rules are rules, so that was how it worked. I think it's because he got the advantage for it, so that was he managed to get a position in doing so. But the Audi and the Lambo, some would say it's the same car, but they are nose to tail at the minute.
They're certainly out of the same stable, aren't they, in a sense? Volkswagen Audi Group brands both, and you would say at the moment it's advantage Lamborghini because up the inside has a look at least at 44, no way through though this time, and then a real mess by Pinches. That was kind of on the cards, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I think that little look into that previous corner made Pinches sort of have a moment of what's going on, and then that caused him to strike the sausage curb and really upset the car, and that's a freebie there for Campanella.
It is, and he's going to get away, isn't he, while Pinches tries to regroup out of all of that. So big frustration, but could have been a lot worse. Do that on the Nordschleife, it really does hurt you. Now, looking at this next battle pack, where the charging Sam Gaskell is still hard at work. He's got Gillison behind him now, so up into 18th place, and now Gaskell is almost onto the tail of number 17 Ferrari. So the next scout to claim is that of Axel Ramonet for BF Racing Esports. And the Mustang is still almost there, isn't it? Still on the tail, but not quite close enough to strike the position.
I think he's just stalking at this point, but we saw that Lamborghini in front. They've now caught up to the other Lamborghini. So now it's going to be a case of can Gaskell do to Ramonet what he did to Gillison earlier on.
The other car that's fallen back after its last pit stop, 255, so that, remember, has got the best lap of the race to its name, but Conrad Ciata pitted and has fallen now back down to 9th spot. He's still clear of this long line of cars, all busy arguing, and there, Sam Gaskell again, he's on his toes, tries to make the move against Ramonet. Up the inside, Ferrari just hangs on. But I'll tell you what, Gaskell is not afraid to get stuck in, is he? Doesn't matter where it is around the circuit, he's prepared to have a look.
He's having another look, I think. No, I think he ducked back in just as the camera changed, but I don't know if there's anybody in his ear telling him to slow down a little bit, because it's you know how, like, Stefan Berloff in 1983, he was driving a bit too quick and he ended up putting it in a wall at the corner now called the Stefan Berloff S. It's almost on that level. It's like just slow down a tiny bit and maybe not be as risky as you're being.
Well, again, Gaskell finds half a gap, commits to it, tries to get up alongside, and he does it. Very brave stuff. That was a little tiny rub between them, and now Gillison's trying to get up the inside of Ramonet as well, and through he goes. You get put off your stride by one car, and you're all at sea, aren't you, for 2 or 3 corners, and suddenly you're easy pickings, because not only has he lost 2 places, a third one might be lost soon, because the Mustang of Goppelt is almost there as well. So,
Sam
Pedri, it is, in the Mustang, yes, thank you. He's almost there as well, and in turn, you've then got the threat of once you've lost that place, falling into the clutches of more traffic. So as far as Ramonet is concerned, it's been quite costly that. Lost him a place and he could be losing even more. Now, this battle, number 4 Mercedes, which has gone back to Niels Klinkmuller. He's taking it back again, charging on and catching onto the back of number 258 Porsche, which is the Emanuele Cardinale driven car.
It's one of the few Porsches on the grid, I think. It might be the only Porsche on the grid, because I've only seen that one. I think it's been pretty popular in the YouTube chat as well, because it being the only Porsche in the field, or one of the few Porsches in the field.
Yeah, I think you're right about it being the only one, which seems criminal, doesn't it, for a proper GT brand.
Well, this is it's esports, so maybe they know something we don't about how the cars work, because they'll do balance of performance to these cars as they would in real life, and maybe the calendar didn't suit the Porsche, or it could be a multitude of reasons. But it looks like Klinkmuller in that Mercedes is going to have at least a look, maybe even have a go into turn 1.
I think you're right, he's been caught in the process as well, isn't he, by Romagnoli behind him. I'll tell you a lie, there is one more Porsche, 204, which when we last looked had Salvatore Ferrantino at the wheel of it. So we've got 2 of them, but still not enough, they're proper cars. There is Klinkmuller then, comes up over the line, and actually rather than attack, he's going to have to think about defending, isn't he? Because now, as they come through, it is 164 of Romagnoli, looking ever so threatening on the outside line and going down towards turn 1. And Michael Romagnoli can't quite find a way through, but not for the ones of trying. But it's getting ever darker now, and so this is the next problem for the drivers. They've just coped with that change of conditions, the track getting drier, but now the light's fading.
Yeah, light's fading, and we're still expecting rain in, what, 10 minutes, I think?
Something like that now.
Yeah. So we're probably going to see a raft of pit stops again, or we're just going to see a little bit of a light shower and nothing to really write home about. But that's one of the great things about this particular thing, is that the forecast isn't known. So the teams in the esports world, they'll have spreadsheets and they'll have databases, and we saw the 39 car, the driver there, he was going through all of his pit stop settings, because in ACC you can have pit stop presets. So you can have like preset 13, it'll have the tyre pressures set, so they might have a block of those set. So this is what you need when the track temperature is 19 degrees, when the track temperature is 25 degrees, when the track temperature is 30 degrees. So you just got to go through all of that, and there's so much going on. It's almost like it's real. It's incredible watching all of this.
Now, Niels Klinkmuller is another experienced esports driver, but at the moment he is struggling here to get past the Porsche of Cardinale. Can't find a way by.
It's going to be even harder now, isn't it, with going onto the Nordschleife proper, as Jeremy Lefille for Race Esport team is being stalked by Cardinale in the... no, sorry, I'm reading the wrong part of the standings entirely. Gaskell. He's been stalked by Gaskell. Ignore me.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. No, Lefille, you're absolutely right. Has been gobbled up, hasn't he, almost by Gaskell now, who, as they come onto the Nordschleife in the gathering gloom, is just absolutely storming. So Lefille was involved in a big battle with the Baumann driven at the time Porsche earlier on, but the way that Sam Gaskell has gone, he seems to make short work of anybody. Just arrives on the scene and then terrorises them everywhere around the circuit. He'll dart left or right until finally, almost in submission, they just get out of his way.
Well, I mean, every couple of weeks you watch Ash Sutton do the same thing. It's it's maybe he's been watching ITV4 on a Sunday afternoon, but it's.
Well, I do recommend it. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's absolutely flying out there. I don't know if it's the conditions or what, but I'm liking what he's doing out there.
No, for me, he's the star of the stint at the minute, Sam Gaskell, because he's putting a lot of effort into this and he's not making mistakes either. You know, the car looks edgy, looks great to watch, but it's the right side of being in control, isn't he? He's doing it absolutely right, and the progress that he's making will get him a bit higher up the order before his next pit stop. Whereas Niels Klinkmuller here has got a bit stuck. He can't quite find a way past Cardinale, and he's being able to fend off Romagnoli, but big pressure on Klinkmuller, attacking and defending at the same time.
Yeah, it's a position I hate being in when I'm racing, is that I'm trying to overtake the guy ahead. So you've got to almost have one eye looking directly in front of you and one eye looking at wherever your virtual mirror is, and that can help either put you into a position where you end up making a mistake yourself, or you end up hitting the guy ahead. It's a position I hate being in, but that's why I'm not doing this, and they are.
I wonder whether or not the team are saying to Klingmull that don't worry about that Porsche, because that's in silver, but it's the car behind that's in the same class as us. That's a pro car. So on the one hand, it'd be nice to get past the Porsche, and then you've got a bit of a cushion. But that's not really the focus, is it? The focus is staying ahead of that next car. Meanwhile, Jeremy Lafile is about to be gas-cooled because Sam is getting ever closer to him, and this is a proper battle for position because these are both in the Silver Cup.
I love that view. We've had that view quite a few times, but it's you get to see the car behind, and that just looks menacing as well. So it's fantastic to watch. It really is.
Right, so where does Gaskell make the bid? Well, pretty much everywhere, isn't it? He's not afraid to be on his toes, and the car is quick and almost into the back of Jeremy Lafile there, saying, right, come on, I'm quicker, hurry up, or get out of the way. And Lafile gets a little bit wide up onto the curb on the outside of the corner there. But Gaskell knows he's got to get on with the job here. There's traffic behind as well that might try and capitalise if he, for a split second, loses a little bit of pace. And look how much darker it's getting now. This is a real challenge for the drivers. If you're in the car now, I suppose it's not too bad because you are adapting to the conditions. But the real challenge comes when the next driver is thrown in and into the darkness.
Yeah, especially if that driver's last stint was during the day, because sometimes when you do it, it feels like someone's come along and moved all the corners. And it's like you end up braking like 50 meters, 100 meters earlier than you normally would, and it's like, well, nothing's moved, but it feels like something's moved. So there's so many challenges involved with this, and then if we're throwing in the rain in about 5 or 10 minutes time, then that's going to be made even harder for them, as Gaskell's just looking for every which way past at the minute. He wants that position. He wants to be in 16th. He's got a 5-second penalty as well.
He has, and I think that's new, isn't it? And that's just come up because it was a time penalty for causing a collision with 104, which is the Zampedri Mustang. So he was a bit brutal in his way past, presumably. I'm trying to remember whether we saw that, whether it was a big whack or just a brush, but either way, 5 seconds given. So to get through 24 hours without a penalty, in fairness, he's going to be quite something in this Cup and Thrust kind of single regulation race, GT3 cars only. But Gaskell's going to have to compensate for that now. And having talked about how well he was going, all of a sudden, he's dropped 3 or 4 lengths.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, unless he now knows he's got that penalty and he's just decided, I'm going to lose the time anyway, or he's burnt his tyres out or something else. I don't know. It's could be anything,
but
especially on a track like this.
Coming back at the car now, so whether it's a psychological thing, he's told you get a penalty and there's an argument or why and a question, or while he's doing the talking, it just distracts him enough to lose ground. It's a possibility, but he's regrouped and he's coming back at Jeremy Lafile now. There is Isaac Gillison, who is all up the curve, isn't he, there? And as you were making the point, Aidan, now the reference points are all changing in the darkness, so it's becoming a lot more difficult for the drivers.
It's looking a lot darker here than it does from the outside.
Something about nighttime racing. I know we're not quite into the darkness yet, but whether it's stadium motorsport under floodlights or this kind of racing in the dark, there's just something magical about it. It's a different feel completely. It's a brilliant thing.
When in real life as well, you'll have the bonfires, you'll have the lights of the motorhomes and the caravans, and you'll have the parties that are going on, so that just adds to the atmosphere, and you get it at Le Mans as well. And it's it becomes almost like its own little town in a way.
Yes.
At night.
And the campsites are with the most outlandish sound systems and the most remarkable smells. Don't mean from the barbecue, I mean from everywhere else. The first time I went to the Nürburgring 24 hours was in the night. So I was at Spa for Formula 3. I'm going off on a tangent here, forgive me everybody. German TV company was doing both, and they said, why don't we go after the F3 race on Saturday afternoon at Spa round to the Nordschleife? Yeah, great idea. So we did. I got the media shuttle round to Brunchen, and off I went, and I thought, what is that smell? And I was nearly as high as the front row at a Bob Marley concert by the end of it. It was quite something. But it is an amazing race. You've got to go. It really is. It's a brilliant thing. Right, back to the plot. This is Gillison. He's lost a lot of time on this lap, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah, he's Yeah, it's again, that could be down to anything as well. So I mean, it looks like that Gaskell has started to get a stomp on to try and get those positions up, because if he can make up the time, then he loses less when he has to inevitably stop for the. Oh, there we go.
That's
Got your lights and your lasers and your barbecues.
So this is Klinkmuller, and he's getting away once again from Romagnoli, but still can't clear that Porsche. So Emanuele Cardinale is doing a good job hanging on to that last place within the top 10, although Klinkmuller remains omnipresent, and those headlights now bearing down on the Porsche. Romagnoli behind, number 164, is dropping back a little bit in the Aston Martin, but still there or thereabouts, to use that awful cliche.
Yeah, Klinkmuller just losing a tiny bit of time there by running wide, but it hasn't affected him too much, I don't think, as they're coming up towards the kink on the back straight of the Grand Prix course up to the chicane. And they'll make that hard 90-degree turn to the left and then onto the Nordschleife, where all the lights get turned off and it looks a bit scary.
And Gillison, just going back a conversation, has pitted, hasn't he? Number 51. We were talking about him dropping back. Well, he's going to drop down as well as back, because he's headed to the pit lane. So 51 Ferrari will fall out of that battle pack for the moment. So up front, number 7 McLaren, now with a much bigger advantage, because it was round about 16-17 seconds an hour or so ago, and now it's over half a minute between number 7 and 72 Ferrari in second place, which is Leon Band at the wheel of it, and then in third place it's number 40 McLaren, Eamon Murphy at the wheel. In fourth place you've got the best of the Mercedes AMGs. Into the pit lane comes 44 Fabrizio Campanella, just finishing off fourth, 86, which is Tobias Pfeiffer. In fifth place it's 717, which is Henrik Gamble and Nils Naujoks from the back of the grid up into sixth place. Now I know he's not done it single-handed, but that is still, as Aidan made the point early on, a mighty drive to get through all of that traffic. So 89 BMW is sixth, and we better give credit for seventh place to the leading silver, hadn't we, of number 138, which is at the moment Leonid Makovkin, and that car well clear in silver at the moment.
And it's raining.
And it's dark.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Cold.
Yeah.
So there's no track temperature, there's not much visibility, and there's not much grip. Great. This is why we like GT racing and long distance racing. So this is really going to put the drivers on their toes now. If you can get through this without making mistakes, you'll have done very, very well indeed. That's Makovkin leading in silver. And he's got the road to himself as you look at 63 that has pitted, the Tonizza Savini Iamolulo car. And it was Iamulo at the wheel of it. So we'll see whether there can be a driver change. Send that one back out in a moment. But again, if it is raining, what do the leaders do? Do they come in for wets? Do they tiptoe round? Tiptoeing round in the darkness a lot harder than it was in the daylight, because you just can't see anything up the road in the same way that you can when the daylight is there. You know, the puddle becomes more of a surprise to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're going to be feeling it more than looking out the window, aren't they? Because it's, I mean, they will have certain bits and pieces on the in-game user interface that will tell them how hard it's raining, how long it might last. They have like a 30-minute forecast ahead of them, so it might say, oh, it's only light rain, you might get away with it, but then it might say 15 minutes from now it's going to intensify, so over an 8-minute lap it might be fine, but then 4 minutes into the next lap it might get heavier, and it's like, okay, I'm going to need to pit at the end of this lap. So it's going to depend where they are and how hard the rain's going to be coming down in the next 5 minutes or so, because at somewhere like Silverstone it's not going to be too bad, because that's only, what, a 2-minute lap. But here, where it's 4 times as long, oh, that's nice. That's it's going to throw everything up, and sometimes you forget how much further they're going, because you think, oh, a stint, and then it's like, oh yeah, that'll be like 20 laps at, say, Bathurst or somewhere like that. But then it's just like earlier when they said, oh, we're 3 hours into the race and they've only done 20 laps or whatever it was. So it's like, oh yeah, it's a 16-mile lap, isn't it?
It's quite a thing, this place. Yeah. And a mistake you can make, you know, at one corner it's almost forgotten about half a lap later, because that half a lap is so much. You can make or break so much time over the course of the lap. Here, a little bit further back in the queue, in 33rd place, is Dennis Alakwa in the BMW that he's taken over from Mohamed Alif. Although I'm confused now, because it says Dennis Alakwa on one caption and it's got Alif's name still in the timing tower. So we'll go with the timing tower, shall we?
The timing tower, I think, is like a lap behind. They have to wait for it to go round again.
Okay. So we'll go with Alakwa then, on that basis, having taken over. But now thrown into the car, thrown into the darkness. There is Mattia Zampedri, and he has got himself onto the tail of the traffic up the road. The Ferrari of Axel Ramone, his target, and he's been there or thereabouts for a few laps now, but he hasn't quite been able to crack that car. And then the next one up the road after that, number 6, is the Jonathan Halama Lamborghini, the Vincenzo Sospiri Racing entry.
Yeah, it's just about half a second in it at this precise moment in time. A little bit of spray being kicked up, but not enough to really get anybody worried about grip or anything. So everything's all right for now, at least.
You're right about the spray. It's much more noticeable than it was 5 minutes ago, even, I think. So, we were talking about a dry road. Now that spray is most definitely there again. And if the spray, that means it's raining a lot. I think this is getting much worse, much quicker. This is, the amount of spray would suggest this is heavy rain now.
So they're going to have to pit at some point then.
Yeah. They can't, especially in the dark, they've got to have confidence. And the confidence will come from traction and from grip. So, I think another raft of pit stops is imminent. Look, you can see at the timing tower, 5th and 6th are in. I suspect the leaders may well be in as well. So the pit lane is going to get very, very busy. But self-preservation in the dark, you can understand why, can't you?
Yeah, I think that for a lot of these guys, they'll just be happy to finish, won't they? Because I think the pro category championship's already been sewn up, so it's racing for pride and the last scraps of positions that you can make up. But it's a 24-hour race at one of the most difficult tracks in the world, this side of the Isle of Man. It's just going to be the trophy is finishing, isn't it? As we see, Makovkin, Rodriguez, Noyox, Gamble, Pfeffer, and Murphy all into the pit lane here.
But interestingly, the top 2 didn't, well, unless they've been in and gone out again, but they weren't shown as being in the pit lane. So we need to double check whether Rofers and Ben pitted and rejoined before we got to that pit lane shot, or whether they stayed out. It'd be interesting to see. I would have thought they'd have to have pitted, but better brains than mine run these teams and will make the call as to what they want the drivers to do. And as you've been making the point, if they've got a long range weather forecast, as it were, and think this is a passing shower, they might consider it worth staying out. But the amount of spray there would suggest to me this is going to be a really treacherous track now, and more drama is not far away.
Yep, almost 3 wide into the kink at the end of the Duttinger Heights. That drag race has been run by Zampedri in his Mustang.
Well, it is a bit like a dragster, isn't it? So
yeah.
It's a good shape, that car. And fair play. I mean, in these conditions now, bravery and commitment there was exemplified by Zampedri. So that's going to bring him up the order by 1 spot. Let's see what he does. He pits. Yep, needs some wets now. So to do all that on slicks was quite something. Where's the lead car? It has made a pit stop, and they have done a driver change, yes. So Kamil Pawlowski has taken it over. So it was in and out well in advance of everybody else. And therefore, number 7, McLaren, clearing the lead of the race. New driver. There you go, Kamil. It's wet, it's dark, off you go. You can see from the timing tower graphic how many more people are coming into the pit lane. So, yeah, there's no real debate anymore now, is there? It is wet, it is dark, you've got to be on wet tyres.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of these cars just four-wheel drifting through some of these corners. It looks impressive, but it stops being impressive when that car ends up in a wall. So
yeah,
that thing, now it's dark, they have to err on the side of caution and just play it safe. And then when the sun comes back out, well, assuming the sun comes back out and it doesn't keep being like this all through the night, it will they'll probably start taking those risks again, especially as they get closer to maybe winning or coming in second.
But it's a good point you make, in as much as the rain might stop, but it's going to be a cold track now for a good 10 hours or so, isn't it? Because, you know, the sun ain't going to break through until tomorrow morning in game. It's 10 o'clock now, so, you know, you're looking at 7 hours maybe before it starts to come properly light, and therefore for the track to get any warmth out of the sun. So it's going to be a cold as well as wet track now for quite a big chunk of the race.
Yeah, it's well, the track temperature is now 16 degrees. The air temperature is 16 degrees, and Siata's car, the 255 Aston Martin, set the fastest lap when the track temperature was 19 degrees. So, and that was before it obviously started raining. So the track's going to dry a little bit slower because it's been raining, and it's a little bit cooler than it has been.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they're going to have to rely on opening up that dry line with the wet tyres, and then pit and start driving as normal. So they're in that situation where they can't rely on the air and track temperature helping them out. They're going to have to do it themselves at this point.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's going to be like this for a long, long time before the climate, if you like, starts to give any warmth back to the circuit. So that last round of pit stops has done quite a bit of shuffling. You're looking there at 276. That has also had a driver change. Jerry Miller-File having given way to Matisse Leitao. So driver change for the car that is in 16th place. The Aston wriggling its way down the hill, up the curb. So these drivers, fresh, they're not tired, but they are really thrown in at the deep end, aren't they? With the darkness and with the rain. Now, you're watching this fight going on for 16th and 17th places. What we also need to see is where in all of this Sam Gaskell has got to. He should be up the road and escaping, but there he is. Well, there is the car at least, which has now been given over, number 45, to Fidel Moreira. So the Visceral Esports car goes through a driver change. I'm almost disappointed in that, because Sam Gaskell has been well worth watching over the last hour, and we'll have to wait a little bit longer before he gets back into the car, but hopefully they won't keep him out of it for too long, because he has enlivened that last hour measurably.
Unless Moreira is as good as Gaskell has been over the last hour or so, but he seems to be... it's hard to compare it when you've not got another car around, but we're looking at Jonas Gerhardt in one of the two Porsches on the grid. I think he's on the GP track. Yeah, he's just going through a Dunlop hairpin here.
He is. Yeah, I was going to say Moreira's got a lot to live up to, hasn't he, after Sam Gaskell's effort, but Jonas Gerhardt then paddles his way up towards the link onto the Nordschleife, and cars around him. He's under attack on the road at least. So there is Gerhardt, and the track surface is getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, we talk about the rain, but the more, I know it sounds obvious, but the more that falls, the more standing water there is, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, isn't it? So it's becoming ever more difficult for the drivers now, this.
And this is where we'll find out how good these guys are, and they'll be showing us how good they are. Because most of us in sim racing, we only race on dry tracks in the day. These guys are racing in all sorts of weather, and that's why they're the best of the best. So fair play to them doing all this and doing it for 24 hours.
Absolutely right. So the Porsche splashes on. Chris Hartwelt, in the meantime, has taken over number 51 Ferrari. So that was from Isaac Gillison. Chris Hartwelt, another driver that's done a huge amount of racing in esports over the years. He's been a regular in SRO championships as well. But right now he's got all of the spray being thrown at him by the Leitao Aston just up the road ahead. So, you know, we talk about the lack of grip, we talk about the lack of light, now there's the lack of visibility with the spray being thrown at you. So it keeps on giving, this, doesn't it? Absolutely.
It's they're going to have no respite until it stops raining and that spray clears. It's, I mean, some of these guys, one of the tricks of esports is to turn the spray down, like the graphic settings down, so you don't get the spray. It's one way of getting around it. But I think some of them now, they're starting to not allow you to do that because it's technically cheating. But it's just one of the many things that esports drivers can do to make their lives a little bit easier. But for us watching, it's still incredible to watch them driving in these kind of conditions, because at the end of it, that track is still wet.
Another good battle lower down, 789, which is now Artem Manisha trying to get through the traffic. There is the Audi that got a penalty earlier on, and it's Sean Arnold, is it not? 39 McLaren, the Veloci car, up the road ahead of him. So we've gone past 10 o'clock local time within the game, and you can see now how much darker it has become and how much wetter it has become. You do not really want to be the driver in this stint. This is the other problem. Look at the spray now being thrown into the face.
You can barely see the lights in front of you, can you? And I think this is a good way of showing, because I think when we're watching it on TV at home, it doesn't look that bad. But when you actually see on board, and you can barely see the lights of the guy in front of you, that's when it starts to become dangerous. Because if you're racing at Spa and you're going up Radion and somebody's parked broadside across the track in front of you, you're not going to see it in the rain, are you? So that's why with all these races getting cancelled or red flagged or safety cars coming out, it's because of the spray rather than the lack of grip. And it gets horrendous. It's like driving behind a 42-ton lorry on the M6 without your wipers on. It's horrendous.
And this kind of circuit, the Nordschleife and Spa, because of all the trees, yes, it's great topography and it looks great, but of course on a wet day it just hangs in the air. It doesn't go anywhere. It's sort of trapped between all the trees. So there's this constant amount of spray in the air. But here, Artem Manisha, despite the spray, despite the lack of visibility, despite the lack of grip, he's still not giving up, is he? And he's closing there onto the tail of Sean Arnold, almost into the back of the McLaren. Good driving, this.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant driving. They're keeping it nice and close without touching each other, and that's part of the skills that these guys have, isn't it? But that car that Sean Arnold's driving, he's just taken over from Jaroslav Honzik. And Artem Manisha for Zoom Racing, he is he's hoping he can get past soon. So if he can get in front of that McLaren and not have to put up with that spray anymore, he's laughing.
Just while we're watching this, another idle thought is that in 30th place is number 63 Lamborghini, which has now got David Tonitza at the wheel of it, and that car would appear to me to be a long way down, given the quality of driver that it's got. So Tonitza, Savini and Yamelu ought to be further up than that. David Tonitza at the wheel of it now will be a man to watch, but he's got a lot of work to do. I know they've got a long way to go, but even so, they've lost a lot of time early on.
Yeah, they started 7th on the grid. I think they had an accident on one of the opening laps, and that's why they're that far down. They spun off early on in the race, so that's why they're that far down. A bit like I think it's the Di McCormack Williams car as well. They had an accident early doors, so that's why they're quite far back. So they're just fighting the way back through the field, and with the talent on tap in that car, then they should be able to get quite a decent way back up again.
Yeah, fingers crossed. The next target for Tonitza is going to be, we looked at the car earlier, Kinlong Lee's McLaren. Meanwhile, Artem Manisha here is really up the curb, putting a lot of pressure onto Sean Arnold, whose McLaren almost slides out one. There's just about enough natural light left to give Manisha confidence to push, but yeah, this is looking edgy, isn't it now, because they are absolutely together. But the trouble for Manisha is to overtake. Age-old story, you go where the puddles are. You've got to go offline where it's wetter.
And where it's wetter, there's less grip, so it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, as Martin Brundle would say. But you think if he gets a decent launch out of this right-hander, then along this back straight, he might get past before the Bilstein Bridge.
Right, well, let's see, because he's still got the same problem. Yeah, he's got the pace, but now he does pull out, he does go offline. There's just about width of dry-ish road to get two side by side. And actually the McLaren is just going to stay ahead for a fraction longer. Manisha in the Audi will have the inside line for the next part of the circuit. but has he got the grunt to get through? He's on the inside line, he finds all the wetness, and Arnold stays ahead of him. So the McLaren able to stave off the Audi. Good racing between the two, respectful racing as well.
Yeah, just had that last little couple of kilometres an hour on that straight to avoid it being a slam dunk slipstream overtake. A bit like Piastri's car at Baku a couple of weeks ago, it just had that little bit left just to stop the other car getting by. But he could have another run into the first corner here if he gets the overspeed. Going to go to the outside, or maybe not. And now he's going to try the send. A little bit skitty on the brakes, and he's through.
So Manisha does gain a place, and now we'll start to see whether the Audi can get away. But as we said earlier on, might be an old car, but the R8 can still deliver, can't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's that V10 that it's got in the middle. Just unleash that in a straight line, and it's not only a rocket ship, but it also sounds glorious.
So that gap starts to widen. Where do we go next to have a look for a fight? Well, let's try 17th place, where number 17 Ferrari has gone back the way of Matteo Naldi. He's taking it back from Axel Rummenigge, and Naldi then falling away from 45 of Moreira, who in turn has taken the car over from Sam Gaskell. So that gap has widened a touch. And conditions still pretty foul.
I think it has lifted a tiny bit, but we can't see the raindrops as clearly as we could about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, the spray is still there. Certainly the grip level is not good, but I think you're right, it's easing, just to tease the teams a little bit more. But again, we've made the point already, now that it's a colder track, it's a cooler ambient, they'll stay on wets for a lot longer now, because the track won't dry as easily as it did in the daylight hours, and you want to give the driver as much confidence as you can for as long as possible. And we have gone a whole half an hour without a penalty, so people are wising up now, trying to keep out of strife.
Yeah, we've just seen Miato coming into the pits in the 164, which seems completely off-piste compared to what everybody else has done, so interesting to see what that's for.
Yeah, there's no immediately obvious reason for that, is there? Because it's so far out of sequence. Unless he's had a moment somewhere and picked up some damage.
Yeah.
Naldi, in the meantime, is dropping away from Moreira in their Silver Cup battle, but he's not, in turn, being caught by Mustang 104, again out of the same class, which has now got Leonardo Pagano at the wheel of the Mustang. And all of a sudden, this gap's come right down, hasn't it? As now Finn Zimbal, who is running in 21st place, puts himself onto the tail of 224, the BMW of Abe Santima. The way that Zimbal is going suggests that that's going to change before much longer, right on the tail of the BMW here. This, for me, illustrates in GT3 racing, whether it's esports or real world, one of the things that's so good about it, two completely different shapes, two completely different concepts, but both meeting the GT3 regulation. You know, you've got the BMW that looks like a huge car in comparison, it looks like a big touring car, then you've got that rather dart-shaped Lamborghini behind, and yet they are both so evenly matched and capable of winning races in their own right. One is not necessarily better than the other, and illustrates the manufacturers coming at it from a different end. Way out wide, though, there goes the BMW, and very nearly changed the shape of the car there by getting close to the wall, and that's going to really delay Santima. Zimbal goes round the outside. Done it. Job done. Takes full advantage of the error from the BMW, but yeah, that was good opportunistic stuff by Zimbal, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could have got like a magazine between the two of them as he went by. Have to really trust in the netcode in the game and the ping of the driver that you're trying to overtake. But yeah, Zimbal with a great opportunistic move there. And going back to what you're saying about the different shapes, I think that's why GT3 racing is so popular with everybody is because you've got your Lamborghini, you've got a Ferrari, you've got your BMW, you've got your Mercedes. So if you're a fan of a particular brand, you always have somebody that you can support.
Yeah, it's true. And also the sound, every car makes a different noise. You stand by a GT race, close your eyes when you're at the fence, and you know what car's which because of the engine note. And that's another of the great things about it. They're different shapes, different sizes, different sounds. In an era of motorsport where we have to put up with electric things that hardly make a noise at all, long may proper sports car noises reign, I reckon.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where all this goes in the future, but I don't want to think about the future. Let's just think about the now, as Zimbel appears to be pulling away from Santima here.
Yeah, quite easily. Having made that pass, goes to show, doesn't it, how much time you lose by being bottled up behind a car. And sometimes drivers will tell you, you almost start to become hypnotised by the car ahead. It's doing a pace, you can't find a way through, and you become at the same pace as that car, and you believe that's about as quick as you can go. Zimbel, having got through, is certainly pushing on to get away, but the car's looking ever so nervous. It's off the road, it's back on again there, but yeah, Finn Zimbel might be energetic, might be spectacular, but he doesn't want to get on that wet curb and on that wet grass too often. Abdeladze back at the wheel of 2:55 then. He did the fastest lap in that car when it was a mainly dry racetrack earlier on. So interesting how, as we've made the point, some of the teams are switching drivers, yes, but not going through all four. They're sort of using two in quick succession and maybe keeping more in abeyance. But of course, one of the factors in this isn't that you've got all four at the same race circuit. They might be all around the world, so there are different time zones to factor in, I guess.
Yeah, it's. I think that's one advantage. If you've got a guy that lives in Australia or Indonesia or Japan or somewhere in those far eastern time zones or wherever, it's like, right, you're doing the night shift for while us Europeans go to bed, and then we'll take over again later on. So that's pretty much what Brabham have been doing, because they've got one of their drivers is in India, so that's take advantage of the time zones while you can.
Exactly, yeah. It makes sense, doesn't it? Absolutely, because fresher drivers are always going to be better. Abdeladze here has got number 5 Mercedes as his next target, which was Tinko van der Velde and is now Igor Rodriguez. There it is, just up the road. So this Aston doing a good job. We know it's quick. We've seen that from his lap times. Still hustling on up now through the S towards the end of the Grand Prix lap, and instead of going right at the old Coca-Cola curva, you go left, you go over that little cut through and onto the Nordschleife and onto a totally different sort of race circuit. Narrower, twisty all the way, and precision here absolutely paramount. You can make the odd mistake on the Grand Prix circuit and get away with it, but here it's a totally different challenge.
It makes it hard to believe that once upon a time that they were driving around in things that didn't have the aero of today, and the likes of Jim Clark and Graham Hill and Jackie Stewart and those guys. It's just baffling when you look at the pictures, and even today you've still got these more modern cars running around, and this is pretty much the fastest car that will ever go around from now on, because of safety and regulations and things like that. But it's still being used, which is nice.
And there's a place change imminent here as Abdeladze gets onto the back of Rodriguez. But yeah, you're right. This former home of the German Grand Prix, and Formula 1 car certainly couldn't do that now. Just wouldn't be safe for it. Abdeladze is going to go through. Job done. That was nice, because again he had to go onto the wet part of the racetrack to do it. So Abdeladze goes up into 8th spot. Aston clears Mercedes. And having gone through, starts to edge away. All nicely put together, this by the team behind 255. Jordan Sherratt, Conrad Siata, Philip Minard for 255 competition. The other 3 drivers, but right now it is Vyacheslav Abdeladze behind the wheel and up into 8th spot. Next target is quite a long way up the road though, Nick Babin in 138, the silver leader.
Yeah, there's about a sort of 12-second gap there between them, which around a normal track is, if you put in the consistent laps, you're going to be able to do that. But here, in the wet, consistency it's something else. You've got to be on it. You've got to have a laser guided car for lap after lap after lap, and one mistake and you've got to start all over again, which is again just adding to the challenges that they're already facing.
And I suppose it's why, certainly in the real world, and I guess in esports as well, there are people who are Nordschleife experts. They do the 24 hours year after year after year. They do the NLS races. They will do drive days. They know every corner, whereas others might rock up once a year for the 24 hours, and they just take longer to learn the circuit. And if when it's such a long lap and there's so much in it, the more experience you've got, it can only stand you in good stead. There are people like Dirk Adolf, for example, Nordschleife specialist, doesn't translate necessarily to anywhere else, but put him on this lap, and he's got so much experience that that always shines through.
Yeah, there's definitely guys in sim racing that are, as you call them, Nordschleife specialists. I mean, Jack Keithley, who drives for Williams Esports, he did a lot in race room to start with, became kind of a Nordschleife specialist, but then he came over to R Factor 2 and just dropped straight in, and all he had to do really was just get used to the physics of that sim versus the one he came from. But the track's still the same track, it's still the same kind of laser scanned representation of it. Just got to get used to the physics engine, and he was away and he did quite well. I think he can do the same thing in iRacing as well. And what are the sims on the market that have got the Nordschleife, which I think is pretty much all of them at this point. So there are guys that can do it, but me, I do about 2 or 3 banter laps around here a year in a Lotus or something like that. And no, I'd rather be good at, well, I say good, but semi-competent at 10 tracks rather than just the one. That's more fun for me.
There's so much to learn, isn't there? You think, oh yeah, I know this bit. It goes right and then left, and then you realise it's a different right. Because there are so many corners, and that's it. It's being able to remember lap after lap after lap exactly what the circuit's like. Many years ago, a friend of mine who used to race minis raced at Spa, and I said, "Oh, I bet that was a challenge in a mini." He said, "Yeah, it was a bit like having Alzheimer's." He said, "Because every time I came around, I'd forgotten where the road went. Such a long lap." And it's probably about the same in this for some of the drivers if you're an occasional visitor. However, those that we are looking at are doing a very impressive job, because actually, given the conditions, we're not seeing that many cars going off the road. We're not seeing people making mistakes, and what we are seeing here is the lead McLaren extending the gap. It's very nearly now at 40 seconds, whereas about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours or so ago, it was round about 15 seconds, and they've had 2 pit stops in that time as well. So the number 7 McLaren is most definitely a way up the road now.
Yeah, it's how Pavlovsky and co have managed to eke out that gap over the last 2 hours is nothing short of impressive, given the weather conditions changing, because if it starts raining midway around the lap and it intensifies midway around the lap, you have a lot more to lose than if you're halfway around the lap at Kyalami or Laguna Seca or something like that. So either they've got incredibly lucky with the weather. I mean, that could be a part of it, given how long the track is, but if they're just on it with the strategy, they're on it with the driving, they're on it with knowing the limits of the car and the particular conditions, then they absolutely deserve to be right at the front of the race and leading by the gap that they're leading by.
44 laps done. That is all, which gives you an idea of partly the length of the lap, partly the pace given the rain. But you think, really? Have we been going for that long and yet only 44 laps done?
That's mad.
It is, isn't it?
The Belgian Grand Prix is like 45 laps.
That takes 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yes. So, again, part of that, like I say, is inevitably because of the slower pace given the rain. But, yeah, it does illustrate the length of the circuit, no question about it. Pavlovsky, then, for the moment, just has to keep out of trouble. I know that's easier said than done, but with nobody really to battle against, he's just got to do the lap times and be error-free in this stint, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It's, if he smacks it into a wall, then that lead can be gone, because not only has he got to drive slower because the car's damaged, but he's got to pit for the repairs. So
yeah,
it's that balance of pace and safety to get to the end in one piece as fleshing out for Veloce Academy, chasing down Santima in his 224 BMW.
So that's 21st and 22nd. Silver on silver takes a a genuine battle, if you like this. It matters. They're in the same class. They're fighting for overall position and class position. And as we get towards 10:30 in game, darkness descends here at the Nürburgring. They're looking back from Santima's BMW. Louis Fleischer looking a little bit more competitive now, getting a little bit more determined to try to find a way through, and will be working out, won't he, the strength of the McLaren relative to the strength of the BMW, and closing right up there under braking, but then the BMW stretches its legs the other side of the corner. Great shot that, looking back from the BM. You can see that almost elasticated gap. Certain parts of the racetrack it will come down, and then it stretches out the other side of the corner.
Yeah, the concertina effect at the Nordschleife is it's a bit more intense than any other track I know. But it seems that the McLaren is quite aero friendly, from my experience in driving the previous model before they updated it. So it works very, very well in certain conditions, but over curbs it's not great. But certainly when you have to throw it through a long corner like this one, it can really grip up and give you an advantage.
Well, let's see what Fleischer can do then, because we know the McLarens are good. We've got one in the lead outright. This car that you're looking back at is in 22nd spot. And now Fleischer makes the move on the Duttinger Her. He's alongside. And now we'll see whether you want grunt or you want aero. And at the minute, it's advantage aero, isn't it? 3 goes.
Yep, and he'll have the grip into the kink here. That's a nice easy position there for Fleischer, up to 21st position.
Yep, nicely done. No real drama about that. And in fairness, Santima gave him racing room, so no point being a hero in the wet. Let's ask the Vantour brothers. It was this part of the circuit they came to grief, wasn't it? Over the line then will be Louis Fleischer in a moment, in now, as we say, 21st spot. And his next target is going to be Finn Zimborn, who is not that far away, so that might be one to watch. Meanwhile, in number 17 Ferrari, it is still Matteo Naldi, and he is now on the back of Moreira, is he not? So 45 of Fidel Moreira has fallen back into the clutches here of the Ferrari. Last time we looked, it was a much bigger gap between those two. So Naldi, who's done quite a lot of the driving thus far, using the experience to get within half a second now of that Lamborghini.
Yeah, looks like he's in a position where he's going to be in with a shot of taking a position here. Is he going to try and do what we saw earlier with that Lamborghini on the Mustang? No, he's just going to stay in behind and just keep it there, and maybe grab him at the same place that everybody else has been grabbing positions, which is the Duttinger Her. But I have been very kindly given an update on the silver standings as of lap 44. So Gladius Competition will have 156.5 points. That's the 201 car. The 28 car ST Racing Esports will have 138. The number 17 BF Racing Esports 130 points. The 138 CRT Pro will have 119.5 points. And in 5th position, the number 44 Visceral Esports by Acertech Simsports, try saying that 3 times fast, 114.5 points. So that's your updated standings for the silver class. So as it stands, the 201 Gladius Competition in prime position here.
Doing a good job therefore. So championship on the line this weekend. We talk about the race sort of in isolation, but there's always that championship to factor in as well. And that might well, of course, determine how people attack the final few hours, whether they need to go for broke or can just bank points and take a title accordingly. Now Matteo Naldi here, still on the tail of Moreira. And then Chris Hartevelt a little bit further up the road ahead of the pair of them in number 51 Ferrari. So they're hustling on together, these two silvers. Hartevelt not that far up the road, as I say, 2.5 seconds or so they would need to catch to get onto terms with number 51 Ferrari.
The 17 in 17th here is still harassing the back of that Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini seems to have just inched a tiny bit ahead. So maybe this is the sort of section where the strengths and weaknesses of each car starts to balance each other out, but not anywhere near as close as it looked a moment ago. But there is that dry line now really starting to appear, so it's slowly drying out again. So we might see an influx of pit stops, I don't know, maybe half an hour from now or something like that. It depends on how quickly the track dries out, really. That's a slide and a half from Morera there.
Yeah, I think last time they were forced into it because the track had dried so quickly. I think now it's as we've been saying, it's going to dry slower, so they can probably make them last until the end of a natural stint, if you like. They're not going to be forced into the pits by the road drying faster than the tyres will really want. Would be my theory, at least. Meanwhile, looking on board from Matteo Naldi's Ferrari, staring at the back of the Fidel Moreira Lamborghini. This is 16th and 17th, this battle, and there's a yellow flag out somewhere. Somebody's been off the road and back on again, and then it goes yellow again. So now people being caught out perhaps a little bit more by the conditions. They're still trying to push, and if you've got to that sort of halfway house where it's neither wet nor dry, then you can quite easily be tricked, can't you? The grip you think you've got suddenly disappears.
And the one place you don't want the grip to disappear is here, because as we saw, the yellow flag came out briefly and then it went away, but that yellow flag could stay out easily a little bit longer. And if you see white flag, that usually means you've got a very damaged car crabbing somewhere over the back end of the circuit.
You don't want to come across that when you're flat out trying to make a move, do you? So here is Naldi in the Ferrari, who is close, but not close enough to make a move against Moreira. So he's almost there. He needs the Lamborghini just to make a small mistake. Closes up here, look, thinks about it, but there isn't really the width of the racetrack there to really commit. Tell you what, the lights on that Ferrari are good, aren't they? Because you look out of the front, he's flashing the lights at the Lamborghini now, but the illumination is really impressive. What you don't get an idea of from looking outside is what the driver's real perspective is. Through he goes now. Moreira almost gave him that on a plate.
Yeah, I don't understand why he was flashing him though. If you want past him that badly, then overtake him. Okay, 51 off track there.
Yeah, I think Moreira gave him that. That was Chris Hartveld that was off the road in 51, so that's suddenly 2 places gained effectively by Naldi. But maybe with all the pressure being applied, that Moreira thought self-preservation really here. Let him go. Let's not get involved in a scrap. Let's just run to our pace. And maybe if I can sit on the back of Naldi and put my headlights into his mirrors and dazzle him, he'll know what it's like, and he might make a mistake, because clearly the pressure was starting to tell there.
Interesting to see how Hartveld ended up facing the wrong way at that particular corner. I think he might have just grabbed the curb wrong, or he hit a damp patch or something, but I'm sure we'll get a replay at some point just to see how that story played out.
Yeah, I don't think there was any other car involved, was there? There was nobody else really around him, but it certainly delayed him. It's thrown him back down to 17th place now, so there is Chris Hartveld. But that, I think I made the point early on, that's an experienced ACC esports racer, and he makes a mistake on his own. So these conditions, they can certainly bite, they can certainly catch out the best.
It doesn't look like the car's damaged, but it's still sliding a bit. I don't know if he's overdriving trying to catch back up, or he's baked his tyres a little bit, but he's certainly putting the hammer down to try and catch back up.
I think also that the road is in this neither fish nor fowl state. You know, it's not bone dry, but it's certainly not wet or fully wet. So it's greasy, and that's another area that it can catch people out. So Chris Hartveld coping with the changing grip level, the deterioration of his tyres, the lack of light, and this is how he did it on his own. Runs wide up the curb, that puts him onto the grass, and then the back overtakes the front, and that was quite a whack into the wall, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm amazed how the rear suspension hasn't been completely caved in from that. It's driving in a straight line. He seems to be okay.
Yeah, but not that quick. He's being caught, isn't he?
I think he's going to have to come in and get that seen to.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. So Chris Hartveld, he's in the car, as it were. He knows what it's like. He knows how the feeling of it will have changed. He'll be reporting to the team, no doubt, as to what he thinks has happened, what they might be able to do to it. But yeah, that's not really the kind of damage you would want to risk for another lap at high speed, would you? Especially in the dark, especially in the wet. In he comes.
Yeah, that car's going to be sat there for. I mean, you can see just about see all the paint, all the damage on the back there. That's when the front's taking a hit as well, by the looks of things. So yeah, that thing's not going to be in a very fit state. So they're going to be sat there for a long time.
Right, so there's another, if you like, fancied runner in the wars, and we'll drop down the field. So we had Isaac Gillison, we had Mikhail Statsenko earlier on in the car, and keeping it on the fringes of the top 15. Meanwhile, in second place, number 72, which is Jonas Rech, is being reeled in by number 40, which is the Aidan Walsinger, Eamon Murphy, George Boothby, Luke Whitehead McLaren. It is Luke Whitehead at the wheel of it. You can see how much closer they have got. So it's Ferrari versus McLaren for second place. This is game on, right at the pointy end of the field.
Yeah, it's good to see the leaders aren't having it all their own way, just sitting around in clean air. But even behind that, you've got Gregor Schill, who's no way. That's not a. Yeah, no, ignore me. I'm reading that entirely wrong. But yeah, but Whitehead and Rech here, only a second between them. That can change pretty easily, as we have seen, as the track evolves and the cars show their strengths and weaknesses. So, I mean, we've got Jonas Rech for Renvelt and Esports, and then Whitehead in the McLaren. So he might have a McLaren 1-2 come the end of the lap, or maybe not. It depends on how things are going to go.
But Whitehead's done a good job here, hasn't he? Because he was a long way back earlier on, and he's chipped away. He's got that gap down to just around about a second. And clearly he's got the pace to go even better because of the way that he's been catching. But now that he's got onto the back of Jonas Rech in that Ferrari, is he going to be stuck? And if he is stuck, he needs to be careful, because not that far behind is Nicholas Halban in the best of the Mercedes AMGs in 4th place. He could get up with them if Whitehead is stuck behind the number 72 Ferrari for much longer.
Yeah, you lose so much more time here compared to any other circuit in the world, but at the same time you can gain so much more time compared to other circuits in the world. It just depends on how things go in your favour. In this case, it's traffic, and if Rech is taking it too easily, or he's just not feeling it in these current conditions to drive within his limits, as it were, then Whitehead's really sniffing now. He wants past.
Definitely. So all the pressure is on Jonas Rech, who is going to be getting ever so concerned about this. He'll be a nervous Rech, I suspect, at the moment, because he's got Luke Whitehead right there behind him. But on this part of the circuit, there just isn't really the room. You haven't got a nice long straight, have you? The road is constantly flicking from one direction to another. So Luke Whitehead needs to just bide his time. He's proved he's got the pace. He needs to strike when he can, and it's going to be our old friend the Duttinger Her, isn't it?
Absolutely. And we've seen that the McLaren is a little bit more slippery in a straight line compared to some of the other cars, maybe other than the Mustang, which is just pure American muscle. But the little bit of a mistake there from the Ferrari. Is that going to give him the opportunity? Luke Whitehead up the inside, and he's going to say thank you very much for that one.
Applied the pressure, a mistake out of Rech, opened the door, and Whitehead didn't in the end have to work that hard, did he? Because the road came to him, and all of that was done in the nick of time, because look how much closer to them Nicholas Halban has got behind in the Mercedes, there in the background. So this is Halban's view. You're on board with him, and he's just seen the place change, so he's no longer chasing a McLaren, he's chasing a Ferrari. He's seen that Ferrari make a mistake, and he thinks if I apply the pressure as well, it might do it again. So all of a sudden, Jonas Rech finds himself on the back foot here. So McLaren at the minute 1 and 2, Ferrari 3, Mercedes AMG 4. And although the wipers are still on Halban's car, there's not a lot for them to shift anymore. I think they've just been left on because he's so focused on peering through the windscreen and what's out in front that they're not really shifting much water now.
Oh, that looked a bit. I don't know if that was just the internet, or that was a little bit of a wiggle there from Halban's car, but it seems to be pointing in the right direction at the minute. But want to see what happens here on the Döttinger Höhe. Is the Ferrari going to make a comeback at the McLaren, which looked to go a little bit wide there, but I think it's okay. Halben might be able to be in a position to maybe take 2 positions at the end of the straight if things go his way, but it'll be a hard task to get past the McLaren, but I think he should get the Ferrari.
It depends how close he is, doesn't it, really? They're coming onto that straight. He's not near enough yet. He needs all the grunt to kick in here. So, nice long straight, but this is where all of the cars are able to use all of the power. And Halben is not really gaining that much yet. And he's going to run out of straight if he's not careful.
Yeah,
very evenly matched in a straight line, aren't they? Even though they're 2 very different GT3 shapes.
Thing is, the Ferrari's getting the slipstream as well, so that's going to be helping Halben out. No, sorry, not Halben. Wreck out.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're closer, but now you've got to the narrow twiddly bit where there's no real opportunity for Nicholas Halben. He's caught up, admittedly, but he's going to have to try and do this then, coming over the timing line down towards turn 1 on the Grand Prix circuit. So that move starts here.
Yep. Oh, they're pitting.
All 3 of them after all of that. Oop.
Whoa.
Halben almost tripping over the back of the traffic ahead. Now, did the leader come in? No. So he's going to stay out and try and nurse the wets, but it looks as though the others have decided that the road is drying quick enough to make a switch. So there's going to be another shuffling of the order here as the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars all pit. And this is the race leader, out on his own. But yeah, that you would look at and say, that is a dry racetrack.
It's most definitely a dry racetrack. So he's coming up to the chicane, so he's at the end, well, towards the end of the GP lap. Then he's going to go onto the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
So he's still got another 12 miles-ish to run.
So what he needs to do here is find the wetter parts of the circuit. But in theory, there should be more wetter parts of the circuit because the Grand Prix circuit doesn't have trees and leaves sort of shielding it. Big dive there. Halben gets ahead, leaving the pit lane. So the Mercedes jumps ahead of Ferrari number 72 on pit exit. I think that was legit, but it might get looked at by race control because it did look like they were overlapping in the pit lane. However, if the Mercedes was on the move and it had the momentum, then the place would be it. Nicholas Halben then stays at the wheel and not only comes out 1 place further up, but also a little bit closer to Luke Whitehead ahead of him. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th, this is going to be a good battle to keep an eye on now.
I think Tobias Pfeffer has actually taken over that car now to go because of the timing screen on the left is on a 1 lap delay. So
right,
it's an easy. It gets confusing, doesn't it, sometimes? But Abelardze, Rodriguez, Kisser, they're all in. Oh, actually, Abelardze's car's just left. So, yeah, these 3 have left the pit lane as close as they came in. So we're still going to have the battles going on all through the night at this rate.
Yeah, I think you're right. But especially now that Pfeffer has got himself up past that Ferrari, he now takes the battle to Luke Whitehead's McLaren just up the road. They've fallen down in real terms because of that pit stop, but their fight is in a shuffled order, at least for the minute. Pawlowski then leads the way, but as I say, he's on the Nordschleife where it is going to be wetter. It's not as open, as exposed, if you like, as the Grand Prix circuit is, which will dry faster. In other words, he might find the wetter parts that he needs to keep the tyres cooler, whereas this lot, on a fresher set of what you might call the correct tyre choice now, back onto slicks potentially, they're going to have the pace.
I think either way, Pawlowski's still going to have a comfortable lead when he does pit because of how big that gap was before. It'd just be interesting to see how much it's gone up or comes down with these 3 being on fresher tyres. But at the same time, if they're going to be scrapping like they have been, they might end up doing Pawlowski a favour here.
Yeah, they're going to hold themselves up, aren't they? Yeah, you're right. And, delay themselves. So now up into 2nd place, but if you like, owing as a pit stop, is Noah Eder in the Team Nitro BMW number 717. And up into 3rd place now has come another of the BMWs, the Gregor Schill, Philippa Bokida, Arthur Camera, Niels Naujok's entry out from the back of the grid. so back in the grid to third, but it's a kind of phony third because it's there after that recent round of pit stops rather than on pure pace. But it's still in the reckoning, that car, which is quite an achievement.
Yeah, plumb last to around, I think they're going to be around like 6th or 7th when they finally pit. That's still an incredible job that they've done.
Oh, absolutely.
To get through, you know, if they've been able to be incredibly fast around the track while saving a tiny little bit extra fuel, that means a couple of seconds less stopped time in the pits, and so on and so on and so on. So it's yeah, I mean, the BS competition in ACC, they are one of the best teams for a reason, and it's for stuff like this.
Now, Tobias Pfeffer is staying on the tail of that McLaren of Luke Whitehead. He's giving him a hard time, no question about it. And that's a battle that's going to rage on now for another hour or so, assuming that the track surface doesn't change again and force a pit stop for tyres. But if it runs to a sort of natural hour, a natural stint, then they're going to be hard at it for another 60 minutes or so here. And if they continue to fight, as they are doing, that will play net into the hands of Pawlowski, because he's got no traffic around him, no one to battle against him and delay him, and even if he owes us a pit stop, he still should be able to come out ahead of these cars. The others around him will have to pit anyway, so he should be able to maintain pretty much all of that big lead that he's built up.
I'm just looking at the track map on the live timing to see where he is. He's coming up to sort of the back end of the circuit, so he's in the third sector. He's coming up to the Stefan Beloff S in that section, and he's got nobody around him. The next car behind him is just coming into the carousel. The car ahead is just coming through the mini carousel.
Right.
So he's got nobody around him. He can do whatever he likes at this precise moment in time.
Which is a great place to be in strategically, isn't it? Because it gives you all the options.
Yeah, I think he might pit at the end of this lap, just to get rid of the tyres, and then you have a little bit fresher tyres just to go out and do what he needs to do. So yeah, like I say, he can do whatever he wants at this point.
And the other
Only if
big
it
help
starts raining, he's in a bit of trouble.
Sure. The other big help is that these two, as we say, are battling and therefore delaying each other. So that's going to give him another bit of an advantage, playing into the hands of the lead car. Thought I saw some spots of rain there for a moment, but let's look the other way. Tobias Pfeffer then, right on the back of the number 40, now Eamon Murphy driven McLaren. So two drivers fresh into the cars and straight into a big battle. But no idea what the track surface is like because they've not been out on it yet, and thrown into a big fight, and it's an important one as well, because in real terms this is for second place in the race.
I think there was a bit of contact there on the exit of the carousel, just bumping Murphy offline there a tiny bit, but didn't take the advantage, which is fair enough, as we've seen earlier on in the race. Giving a bump draft and gaining the advantage, or doing a bit of a bump and run, that's not allowed. But Pfeffer seems to have adapted to these fresher tyres a little bit better than Murphy has. But then that's bringing in Burns in behind them to this three-way scrap for second.
So in the context of that contact, were you suggesting it was assault from Pfeffer? Tumbleweed, I can hear at the other end of the line.
Yeah, I think it's...
Mercedes then, being caught as well, is it not now? Because behind them is the bent Ferrari. So another driver change to put that back into the hands of Leon Bent, but that is benefiting from Pfeffer being stuck behind Murphy.
Yeah, and Pawlowski has pitted as well. It's just popped up on the screen there. But he's got so much time in hand that it's not going to matter on the way out.
It's interesting again to see in this little battle where each car has its strengths, because you know the Ferrari was up with the Mercedes 2 corners or so ago. Now it falls back a little bit, but the Mercedes hasn't yet, despite the fact in a sense it's almost ideal for this track with all the torque it's got, hasn't been able to clear the McLaren. McLaren's had a decent day in the real world British GT Championship with a pole position for tomorrow's 2-hour race, but right now in the virtual world, Eamon Murphy running fourth on the road and under a big attack now from Tobias Pfeffer.
Yeah, Murphy slid the back end out coming through that last little section of track. Has it lost him enough time? They're actually snaking a little bit up the Dirtinger Haar here. Murphy trying to break that slipstream, but the Mercedes and the Ferrari going with it at the same time. So, yeah, what's going to happen here? Is he going to make it in time to get past? But I think the McLaren might just hold on. But here comes Pfeffer.
It's going to be brave stuff, this, but he has got the momentum. He's had the toe, but he's on the outside line and he can't clear the McLaren there. Keeps his foot in, tries to go all the way around the outside, but no, Eamon Murphy is able to get back ahead when it matters, get to the turning point for the corner. So great racing between these three, with the Ferrari then of Leon Berndt right there behind them. But again, pressure is telling on Eamon Murphy, and their lap times are going to be slower here. So in real terms, this is an absolute godsend for Pawlowski. Another effort. Pfeffer to the inside line down towards turn one. You've got to be careful not to brake too late and go deep. So he does go through, he does go deep. McLaren looks for the switchback, and it's the Ferrari that might well benefit, trying to go around the outside of Murphy, almost a brush between the two. But Pfeffer has done it. He's gone by, he's cleared Murphy, and straight away starts to build a gap.
Yeah, that was a case of when, not if. Now the Mercedes up into second as we look at Leon Berndt, who is hassling the McLaren in front of him. So it's interesting to see all this play out. Is there going to be a send into the Dunlop hairpin here?
Let's have a look. He thinks about it, but then discretion is the better part of valour. So Leon Berndt stays on the back of Eamon Murphy. Frustrating for the McLaren team though, because that car had sort of worked its way into contention, and then after the pit stop loses a place, loses a chunk of time as well, and it's starting to fall away once more. Worked hard to get up into second spot. In contrast though, Tobias Pfeffer in the 86 Mercedes out of the MSI team's stable, doing a really good job, and that car now, as it tries to build that gap over the opposition, becoming perhaps a bit more of a threat. More pit stoppers a little bit lower down on the fringes of the top 10. So 47 laps for the lead car, and in the traffic Leon Berndt tries to pick his way past the McLaren. Get the feeling it won't be long before he makes that stick.
Yeah, that's the generally accepted way of this planning out, isn't it? So as they come through the first sort of section of the Nordschleife, that's going to be incredibly difficult. But then you've got Schredenkreuz, and you've also got Arenberg a little bit further along, which are prime places to try and make a move. But that's all dependent on whether the car ahead of you is cooperative enough, because they could easily end up with making contact and one or both of them ending up in an Arco barrier somewhere.
Sure, yeah. And there's not much runoff, of course, on the Nordschleife. That's the whole difference between that and the Grand Prix circuit. Make a mistake on the Grand Prix circuit, yeah, okay, you'll lose time, but you're quite a long way from the wall at certain places. Here, look how close those barriers are. There is a bit of runoff, but it's about 6 inches, if that. And a little bit wide and up the curb there, just up the road went Eamon Murphy. So riding with Leon Berndt, and there he is in the wheel tracks on an increasingly drying and therefore quickening track surface.
Looks like the McLaren had enough through that little section with its aero to get everything sorted. But the Mercedes, though, of Eamon Murphy, it's gone.
Yeah, Tobias Pfeffer doing a really solid job, isn't he, in 86? Way up the road now. So Pfeffer's next target is going to be 89 of Gregor Schill. We'll see how long it takes to get up with that. It's quite a big gap between them, but Pfeffer flying at the minute. Gregor Schill in 89 is out of sequence, because I don't think that car has pitted of late. It sort of got up there with others stopping. Still the fastest lap of the race to number 255 Aston, that's now got Jordan Sherrod behind the wheel of it. So another driver change as they cycle through, try and keep people fresh. just over 17 hours of the race to go. Still riding on board here with Ferrari, but actually that gap not coming down. It's sort of plateaued, hasn't it, at about 6 or 7 lengths.
Yeah, it'll come down in a minute because of the way that the things have gone. But I think seeing Murphy on the last lap, he was just that little bit slower from the carousel onwards. So that will be where we need to start looking at where things start panning out between Burnt and Gamble. Sorry, no.
Burnt and Murphy, I think.
Burnt and Murphy, that's it. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, as you say, it's then Henrik Gamble in 6th place. And we're looking here at Jordan Sherratt in 2:55, 8th, now 7th, because he gets ahead of McAfee, goes through.
Yeah, Silver Driver just let him go because it's not his race.
Exactly, yeah. Sensible stuff, isn't it, that? And
yeah.
Again, it's partly the driver, it's partly the team, but it's tough to do in the dark because you're never really sure that set of headlights behind you, exactly what they represent. In terms of the Manufacturers' Championship coming into this race, Mercedes-AMG effectively having already won it with a monster advantage over Ferrari and McLaren, but it is McLaren leading on track with now another driver change on that last pit stop, having put Jakob Osterman into the lead car. And although some in the Pro Cup go with 4, that McLaren team going with 3 drivers, the ITB Racing entry. So now, as I say, turn of Jakob Osterman behind the wheel. Ferrari, as you were predicting, Aidan, up with the McLaren finally.
Yeah, it's the carousel again. So I don't know if Murphy's just not comfortable through there or anything like that, or he's just made the same mistake twice. It's both of the last 2 laps. It's brought the car behind him straight up onto the diffuser. He's going to be close enough to read the part number on that rear wing in a second. He's that close.
Well, assuming the headlights are good enough. Yeah, it's still very, very dark, but it's a lot drier. And a good fight this now, raging on then. It's a proper battle for position. So 4th and 5th, it's still advantage McLaren, but only just. That Ferrari on this part of the circuit, much, much closer.
Right to the edge of the track as well. That Ferrari wants that position.
How much of this is down to the strengths of the Ferrari at certain parts of the circuit, and how much is down to the increasing confidence of Leon Bent because the road is drying out, we can discuss, but certainly the more confidence a driver has, the harder they're going to push.
Yeah, I think a little bit of it is Murphy not being too great through the carousel for whatever reason. But at the same time, as we say that, the McLaren's just slightly pulled away again, so maybe it's the point where the tyres have just come up to pressure and up to temperature, because I know that, I mean, I've not driven this track in ACC as of yet because I've been doing other bits and pieces in sim racing and YouTube land, but ACC takes a couple of laps for the tyres to be up to the temperature where you can start putting in your best laps. So maybe it's that, maybe it's the car, it could be any number of things, especially here.
That's the car that's second from last on the grid. They've almost got from back to front. Second place currently, Gregor Schill at the wheel of 89. So the best of the BMWs, but it's slightly out of sequence. I think I mentioned a lap or 2 ago that it's got there because it hasn't pitted in sequence with everybody else. So it's slightly off kilter, and when it does serve the next stop, will of course drop down the order. This is that next pit stop. So now 89 will fall back down the queue, probably to about 6th place. I think that's where it was before last cycle of stops. So it's there or thereabouts, and considering where it started, they've done a ripper job.
Yeah, so you're going to lose the time in the actual pit lane driving at 30 miles an hour, and then I think it's 30 seconds minimum for the pit stop anyway. So yeah, 6th-ish is going to be where that car's coming out.
Now, McLaren versus Ferrari, it's advantage McLaren once again as they come over the stripe, because Eamon Murphy has got away slightly from Leon Bent. That gap's widened. They've regained the position ahead of Gregor Schill in the BMW, as was expected. So it goes back to being Osterman ahead of Pfeffer from Murphy from Bent. And we'll see then where the 89 BMW slots back in once it rejoins. frustrating this for Leon Bant, and it's one of the age-old problems under a balanced performance. Of course, you can get so close to a car, you can go really quickly in clean air to get through to catch a car, and then you get stuck because you are going at the same pace. That's what the BOP does. It tries to balance out them. So there's no real advantage to either brand, and it's really now trying to force a mistake out of Eamon Murphy that's going to give Leon Bant the best chance.
Unless it's your car that doesn't have the pace, in which case the BOP's biased against you, which is just it's an argument that happens every round in a series like this, and I'm sure it's happened at some point over the course of this. Oh, this car's too fast in a straight line, this car's got too much grip on corner exit and things like that. But BOP is either a way of making sure that you have all of these interesting supercar shapes on the grid, and you have a series that is, you know, lasting a long time, which GT3 has, or it's just a way of drivers complaining that they've not been good enough on a particular weekend. But oh, there we go, Leon Bant makes a mistake into the chicane there.
So that's one BOP. You make a mistake and delay yourself and get dirty tyres, so that suddenly opens up the gap. Yeah, there's this common delusion that people want parity. When people say we want parity in our racing, what they mean is I want everybody else to have parity half a second slower than me. And yes, in the real world at Brands Hatch today, there are a few noises made about the balance of performance for certain cars. But that, irrespective of any BOP, was just driver error, wasn't it? Leon Bant has cost himself quite a chunk of time there by that mistake.
Yeah, he's lost a couple of seconds just from hitting that sausage curb in the wrong way. Sometimes with these more aero-dependent cars like the Ferrari, like the McLaren, if you hit a curb just right, you can just sail over it. But 99 times out of 100, you're going to hit that curb and you're going to be speared off. And it's happened in an ACC league that I raced in a few years ago, as just in Stubborn Rock for Visceral. Makes a dive into turn one here. Takes that position nice and cleanly, or is the other car going to come back on him? Nope, that move's done. It was at Zolder, and the BMW could just launch itself over the curbs, no problem, but I was in the McLaren and couldn't do that, so I was losing a couple of tenths a lap just because I couldn't take the same lines. It's one of those things that happens because of the way the car's built, but it is what it is. You just got to cope harder or drive faster.
Sure. And the other nice thing about the Nordschleife is we don't seem to get track limit penalty warnings, do we? Especially in the Nordschleife element. Maybe on the Grand Prix circuit you can be a little bit more generous with some of the lines, but you can't take any liberties at all on the Nordschleife, especially not in the wet.
Well, the limit's the wall, isn't it? So,
pretty much.
Yeah.
It's a great leveller. 45 then, as you say, Stubenrach now coming under attack, because behind him in number 38 Ferrari, which is one of the pro cars, Luciano Wittvoet, Coach Dave Academy. So another good little battle developing here as they plunge through the darkness. In game, it's just gone 11 o'clock. And a yellow briefly appears out on track. Somebody takes a moment, gets back onto the circuit, problem clears. That's still the car with the fastest lap of the race to its credit, but Jordan Sherratt, a bit lonely at the minute, isn't he, down in 7th place?
Let's have a look at that car. Was that the 255?
Yeah.
Somewhere on the track map. He's got the 89, 4 seconds up the road. He's got the 138 3 seconds behind him. So he's in a bubble, but it's not the same bubble that Osterman's got at the front.
And 89, after that pit stop, has got Arthur Camera back into it. So again, a short amount of time in the car for Gregor Schill, and then they put Arthur Camera back into it. So Jordan Sherratt still pressing on in pursuit of Camera, trying to strike, if you like, whilst Arthur gets himself up to speed, thrown back into the car, so he's got to quickly adapt to a new set of boots, to a different track surface. And seeing that he's already into his stride, Jordan Sherratt now trying to capitalise on that. He's up the curb a little bit there, but no real dramas, doesn't cost him any time, and it doesn't put the car in jeopardy. So lower down is 276, running in 14th place. That's gone back to Matthijs Leitao. hitting that far off the Porsche up the road ahead, is he? 5.8. Now that car into the hands of William Pisano now. So, although the Porsches are doing okay in silver, they're certainly not threatening overall in it.
I'm impressed that Matt Kofkin's car's Matt Kofkin's car being as high up as it is, because then there's got that gap of Rodriguez and Klinkmuller, and then you've got this pack of Mangani, Latau that we're watching now, all the way down to Ramone in 16th. So there's even though this is a track where you get spread out pretty easily, there is still a lot going on, which is great.
So now what we're interesting is to see the margin between the two leaders, wouldn't it? Between the McLaren of Osterman and the Mercedes of Tobias Pfeffer. It's going to be a big gap, I would have thought, but it'll be interesting to see, you know, whether or not Pfeffer can do much about that McLaren. So looking at the timing tower from third and back at the minute, two race leaders further up the tower. Going through is Matti Schleitau, but Tobias Pfeffer, having got behind the wheel of that white Mercedes, absolutely storming.
Yeah, he's got 2 seconds over Eamon Murphy in fourth. I'm just looking at the gaps at the front. The number 7 McLaren, the last lap time was a 9-minute 22.4. So something's happened at some point.
Well, that wasn't with a pit stop, was it? Because
No.
that had already taken place. You can't blame traffic.
No, so there's none around.
So was one of those brief yellows that we saw flick up on the screen something to do with Osterman having a moment, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Might somewhere be in the system. We'll try and hunt down whether or not that car did have a moment, but the lap time would suggest all is not plain sailing. So what does that now leave the lead gap at?
The live time is saying 31.3 seconds.
Okay.
But
So it
that
has
might
come down.
that might update in a minute.
It's come down significantly then between that top two.
Well, he's responded by doing an 8.19, so the pace is back.
Right. Replay from on board the Team Nitro car.
Oof.
Big slide and big whack into the barrier.
Yeah, that's a big one.
So car will rejoin. Damage done. So Team Nitro 717 BMW damaged but unbowed, carries on in the race. Strange, isn't it, how little incidents like that can happen? You know, we talk about the road drying out, but all it takes is a driver just to push ever so slightly harder than the track surface permits, and suddenly out of nowhere, just when you think everything's calmed down into a rhythm, bang, there's a car off the circuit into the barriers.
I think the live timing's messing with me now, because it's now saying the gap's 51.2 seconds, so I don't know if it's a lap behind or something, but it's all over the place.
Varying degrees of live, clearly. Now 717 that you've just seen in replay going off the road has persevered and hasn't pitted for the damage to be attended to. That was the car in 5th place, of course. It was Henrik Gamble. Possibly staying out is a gamble as well, but anyway, Henrik is still going despite being off the road. No pit stop. You could argue he would know better than anybody. He's got the feel of the car, and if it feels okay, might as well press on, but he has stayed out.
He crashed head on into that wall, so he might lose a little bit of top speed, but in terms of the car going in a straight line, I think it should be fine.
And here we're about to have a change, are we not? As Leitau gets up alongside Pisano in the Porsche. Has he done it? I think he has. In the darkness, yes, Aston Martin ahead of the Porsche. So Pisano drops back into 14th place. That's been in the post, hasn't it, for the lap, really? But Leitau making it work, goes through. Aston ahead. So up towards the end of the lap go the mid-pack, and Leon Bent still chasing after Eamon Murphy. So this is still for third and fourth places, and Bent now struggling, it seems, to really do anything about that McLaren. He's made up the lost time after he went over the grass, but he's not, for the moment, being able to get near enough to offer a proper challenge to Eamon Murphy. He needs Murphy to make a mistake in the darkness.
Yeah, Eamon's found pace, hasn't he? He's seems to have picked everything up as they're coming. I mean, like you say, when it goes dark, I've lost track of where I am in the dark. It's just this is the opening section of the Nordschleife, isn't it? This is Schwedenkreuz up to Arenberg. Yeah, I know where I am now. Good. Yeah, so again, it'd be interesting to see how things are through Sector 3, but for now, that McLaren seems to have found the pace that it needs to keep the gap.
Sure.
At the point where the Ferrari can't make a decent attack on him.
You could argue that Bent is content to sit there until the next round of pit stops. He's staying on the pace of the leaders. Yes, okay, he'd like to be ahead, but he doesn't necessarily need to throw caution to the wind. It's dark, it's still greasy, but the car's got decent pace because there are parts of the circuit where he's able to claw back some of the time.
At the same time, there's about 17 hours left in the race, so if you can just stick with this one car,
yeah,
it's better to challenge him with an hour to go rather than 17 and end up binning it while trying to get past.
So 51 seconds is that gap now between the top two. So it seems a lot, but given the length of the lap, it's not actually as huge as 51 seconds might sound. But it's a good gap to have, isn't it, for Osterman? That.
Yeah, it's huge.
Pfeffer. It's a very healthy margin indeed. Still rather dominating in silver is number 138, which is the CRT.Pro entry, and it is Leonard Makovkin back at the wheel of it, well clear of 201, which is the Marco Lomi, Lorenzo Magnani, Guglielmo Filippi Aston. And then third in the class is the one you're looking at now, Lucas Matcha in 28. Lucas Mateja having taken over the Mustang most recently from Valentin Goppelt. There it is, third in silver. And the battle for second in class, therefore, is becoming a bit more intense, isn't it? Because in 201 now, look, Magnani is being caught by Mateja. And it's for second on the road, but it's also effectively for the lead of the Silver Championship. So it's okay, it might not stay like this for 16 hours and 50 minutes, but it's an important battle, this, for the outcome of the championship.
Yeah, so both cars are going to have to just be a little bit careful. You know, there's no point in battling now. Like you say, there's 16 hours and 52 minutes on the clock. And we were saying that earlier with a couple of the other cars that were going around and battling with each other. So this one will hot up, assuming it stays like this towards the end. If they're in a battle for the championship, then imagine winning it at the 24 hours of the Nordschleife, because you were able to do something brilliant that the team couldn't. And that Ferrari is pretty close to the McLaren again.
Yeah, suddenly woken up, hasn't it, that Ferrari, as you say, and he's right onto the tail of Eamon Murphy. We know that the run to the Duttinger is the most favourite place to get by, but again, it's the pressure being applied now. You've got a quick car behind you, you've got the headlight blazing down on you, you're trying to drive the lap, you're trying to stay off the curb, stay off the wet part of the circuit, not make a mistake. And look, Murphy starts to stretch it ever so slightly at this point.
Yeah, there's something in that little run down that little part where near U-Tube corner where the McLaren does tend to stretch its legs, but then the Ferrari tends to close up just a little bit here, but then the McLaren has that little bit more on the Duttinger that just means that the Ferrari can't quite get past. And I think that's what's keeping Eamon Murphy ahead at this point in time.
But while he's been defending, he's lost 6 seconds to Tobias Pfeffer, who in turn is still 51 seconds away from the race lead. So Number 7 McLaren has almost had it too easy in this stint, hasn't it? It's just been able to motor away, keep building that lead. Meanwhile, the second silver, it is still Magnani, but Mateja is almost with him now. That Mustang using all the grunt where it can. Comes up to the lights at the end of the lap. Slightly tighter line in, applies the pressure. So Mateja is doing a good job here.
He's having a sniff there. I was like, what are you doing that for? Unless he's just trying to put him off, which, you know, is fair enough.
Just try to apply the pressure all the time, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, on board with Mateja then now, through the trees. Again, you can see how close the Armco is on left and right side of the circuit, but it's narrow here, there's no real obvious gap. Brave stuff this by Mateja, totally focused on that car ahead. Makes this small climb uphill, go right, over the brow, brake, go left, down a gear, back on the throttle. Another dip in the road, so the driver having to work all the time. There's hardly any respite around Nordschleife. That's why you get to the Dottinger Herd, you can almost hear the drivers have a sigh, because finally they can relax for a moment.
Saw Magnani run a tiny bit wide there, but that's not affected him too much. You see the sparks just bouncing off the car as they bottom out through that little dip there. That's great to see. I think he's actually pulled away a tiny bit.
He has, you're right. Yeah. Good effort this by Magnani. We'll now see, though, whether or not the Mustang has a strength anywhere else, in the same way that Leon Burton has been able to pull back the lost time to Eamon Murphy. They, though, are on the Grand Prix circuit down at the Dunlop curve and make the climb up the hill. So it was on this part of the lap where Bernd made his mistake a couple of laps ago. He's still chasing on in pursuit.
Now we get to see both battles side by side, so we don't miss anything, which is great.
Mateja has gone by, has he not? Up one place in the queue, so he's put himself ahead of Magnani, I reckon. So the Mustang ahead of the Aston Martin. Ferrari still staring at the back of McLaren. Eamon Murphy doing a good job, but again, while you're defending, you're going a bit slower, you're losing time to the opposition ahead.
Yeah, that gap's now 7 seconds to Pfeiffer in front, so I think if Brandt can get by, I think he will pull away. It's just that little bit that the McLaren's just got that tiny bit of an edge that's stopping him from doing what he wants to do. If he can get by, I think he should start to just gently edge the gap out.
But up front, Osterman for number 7 McLaren, still looking pretty unstoppable in this. Getting a replay of Leon Burnt up behind the McLaren, but no way through. So Leon Burnt still 4th, Murphy 3rd, Pfeiffer 2nd. And with 50 laps on the board now, Jakob Osterman clearing the lead of the race. And at the moment, there's nothing seemingly to dislodge number 7 McLaren, is there? Now, we talked about Mateja being ahead of Magnani in silver. We'll catch up in a moment on how that all happened. And the overtake came. As you look at 3rd and 4th outright, this was the move in silver, so you're riding on board with Mateja, and it was a mistake by Magnani, wasn't it? Too wide, and then oof, that was a dive and a half. I think the gap was just about there, but there certainly was when the manoeuvre was finished.
Yeah, I think when he started launching that car in, there wasn't a gap, and then the gap opened just at the right time. So I think he was sort of semi-lucky there that there was a gap. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty hefty shunt and would have probably decided the championship.
So, place gained for the Ford Mustang. Lucas Mateja then for ST Racing Esports. Up 1 place, 2nd in silver, 11th overall. And important that for the outcome of the championship, as, again, Leon Burnt has dropped away. The start of the Nordschleife lap is not Ferrari friendly, it seems. Towards the end, it gets more Ferrari friendly, but there's a gap again.
I wonder how frustrated Leon Brandt's getting right now.
hugely frustrated, I would have thought, because it's not just that he can't clear the McLaren, he will be aware that, bit by bit, Tobias Pfeffer, in second place, is building a gap over the two of them. And that's really the car he wants to be trying to catch up to, bearing in mind that Ferrari was second earlier on in the race. Now it's down in fourth and not looking instantly as though it's going to be able to respond, because it's struggled to stay with and get past Murphy for 5-6 laps, and they're long laps.
Yeah, just to take things back to that battle we saw between Magnani and Mattia a few minutes ago, that's put ST Racing Esports into the lead of the championship provisionally over Gladius. So ST Racing Esports will have 152.5 points, and then Gladius will have 148, assuming that everything stays as it is for the rest of the race. Okay, so yes, there are more things that can certainly be happening, but interesting to see how the championship situation sort of ebbs and flows across the teams. I think that McLaren's got an even bigger gap now. Yep, so it's 52 seconds, isn't it? So it's getting away all the time. I meant between Burnt and. Oh, sorry, the Murphy car. Yeah. I think it's caught back up again. But yeah, again, it's different parts of the track that the McLaren is stronger than the Ferrari. I was just wondering whether or not there's any more range teams, but maybe they've had enough of that for the moment. Another car that's creeping back into the mix in sixth is the 255 Aston that we've now got being driven by Jordan Sherratt. That car is in contention. It's only 4.5 seconds back from Arthur Camera, so that might be a battle to keep an eye on as well. Yeah, I think that was about 6 seconds a couple of laps ago, so definitely chipping into that gap, and with those two cars being off kilter with terms of the strategy, with the BMW seeming to go longer than everybody else, and that's a lot of water on the screen there. Or is that just Discord being compression? No, I think that's water all of a sudden. But yeah, you're right, it's a lot out of nowhere. It's only around the windscreen, isn't it, that you're seeing that? Yeah. So it does look like it's, and yet there's no wiper on. It's all a bit curious. Maybe Leon Burns. I thought I was seeing things. It's like, yeah. Is that Discord compression, or is that actually water? It is raining, we understand. It's only light rain, but for the minute, I think Leon Burns is quite happy to let air pressure get rid of it. So, but again, you've got rain, and they're on slicks. I think we're still on slicks at the minute. Yes, they are. Yeah. So there's going to be an element of caution thrown into this, but he was 11 tenths back from Eamon Murphy at the last timing point. Now it's rather hard to see what the gap is, because struggling to see the Ferrari amongst the rain on the screen, but to the eye, that gap has widened again. This bit of the circuit looks dry enough, even though we're being told about more rain. So the team's constantly being teased here with the conditions. So Leon Burnt chasing after Eamon Murphy. Matti Schleitau is closing now onto the back of the Luca Magnani Aston. Sorry, Lorenzo Magnani. Whilst Silver Championship leader Lucas Mateja gets away up the road in 28 Mustang. Yeah, that gap's opened up quite decently, hasn't it, since Mateo got past? It's only 1.5. Right, couple for the pits now. Tobias Pfeffer is in, and Leon Burnt is in as well. So that puts Eamon Murphy up into second place, but that's a gamble, because only light rain, but those drivers feeling that if they go onto wet now, the track will come to them. Others less sure. That is an interesting strategy. I mean, Sherritt's in as well.
Because here, it doesn't look too bad, does it? But again, this, I think we touched on this earlier on, it's one of the beauties of a long lap like this that covers so much of the area. It's never going to be consistent all the way around. You can have bright sunshine at one part of the Nordschleife and really foul weather at another. But, it's getting right. '89 of Arthur Camera has stayed out, whereas Henrik Gamble has come in. Remember, he went off the road a couple of laps ago, so this gives them a chance to do anything to repair damage as much as change tyres now. So the order being shuffled by all of this, and it may well be shuffled again, depending on whether people have made the right call on the tyres here and whether it was right to pit or whether they should have stayed out. We won't know that for another. Next one across the line ought to be Klinkmuller, losing time in the number 4 Mercedes. But right now, number 7 McLaren continues to dominate with Jakob Osterman at the wheel.
Ooh, that was a dummy and a half.
Bit of indecision as to whether to pit, but fair, it doesn't look too bad at all, does it?
I think they've got to be careful about that as well, because I saw something somewhere in the notes about crossing the white line and being committed and things like that. As Letao has he had a sniff, he almost pulled it off. He's going to switch back on the exit. Might be a bit too greasy for that.
Yeah.
Just hangs on.
So Lorenzo Magnoli fending him off. They're not that far behind Mateja, are they? I thought he'd scarpered up the road, but they're coming back at the Mustang pretty much now. So concertinaing again, this is 10th, 11th and 12th, and Matis Letao getting closer all the time. So they've shuffled up the order because of others making pit stops, and Tobias Pfeffer still hanging on to his 3rd place, or a place, ahead of Leon Byrne after that pit stop. So the rain has arrived pretty much on schedule. Let's see how long it lasts for, whether it's going to increase, because it still doesn't look to be that bad. Drivers might argue, though, as the car starts to squirm underneath them. Lorenzo Magnani hangs onto the place. There is the Aston. And Lucas Mateja just up the road ahead in the Mustang.
Magnani just kind of overshot the corner there as it got a little bit greasy, but you can see that the spray now has properly picked up and the windscreen wipers are on.
Yeah, the interest will be to see what it's like all the way around the Nordschleife now, because yes, it's raining here. How consistent is it all the way around? The lead gap, and I know it's now over the number 40 McLaren, so we had that change of the order, but it's now over a minute, so it's a huge advantage now that Osterman has got. To be over a minute to the good this early, relatively speaking, we're not anywhere near halfway yet. That's good going.
Yeah, it looks like Stubenrauch in the 45 Lamborghini's picked up a drive-through, so that might be for speeding in the pit lane. So we went a long time without a penalty, and now we've got one.
Yeah, exactly. Although it's what you could argue is for a driver error rather than for contact, but even so, yeah, the penalty comes. 15th at the moment, that car, but it's going to tumble. Interesting this, isn't it? After the way that Mateja was able to get past Magnani, now that the weather has changed, Magnani looks the braver, and he's right back at the races, isn't he? Right on the tail of the Mustang now. Gets right up behind him, starts to threaten again for position. With the rain falling more heavily, I would, on this part of the circuit. Fascinating duel between the two. Mustang just ahead.
Yeah, the spray's definitely getting worse, isn't it? You can see from the outside shot, it's getting quite misty behind the Mustang, but it looks like that Magnani has something that Mateja doesn't when it comes to a wet track. So can Mateja hang on here? Because this is all for the championship, remember?
Yeah, again, he's got to make that decision, hasn't he? Whether it's worth a fight now with 16 and a half up to go, or whether he can afford to let Magnani get back ahead and just sit with him and fight again in the daylight hours. because right now they've got a lot of race to go, they've got a lot of darkness to get through, and coping with that and the rain, just get through. The heroics can come the other side of dawn.
I'm interested to see what Osterman does at the end of this lap.
Yeah, nothing seems to phase him, does it?
No.
When it's all dry, he just metronomically goes round and round and round. It's probably one of the reasons we've not seen much of him. Big lose there, though. That was Lightau getting it wrong, going off the road, but he managed to survive that. That was quite an eye-opener for him.
Yeah, if he wasn't awake before, he is now.
Yes, I think everybody was up watching that. Could have been a whole lot worse, couldn't it? So that takes the pressure off Magnani. Concentrate purely now on attacking Mateja for 8th place. Still the lead for the silver championship battle as well, and the last round of pit stops actually now means that you've got the top 4 in silver, one behind the other in the standings. Not necessarily on the road, there are some gaps, like nearly half a minute between 138 leading silver of Nick Babin and then Mateja, but the fact you've got them all in a line in position perhaps gives renewed hope to some of the teams to be able to fight on. Number 5 there, back in the hands, the Mercedes of Tinko van der Velde. He's about to get past Matthijs Lightau. No, he's not. He was given the outside line, and that was not the place he wanted to be. Van der Velde on wet, so you can see how much of a benefit that traction is giving him. That Mercedes making short work of those on the slick tyres. So Van der Velde goes through and gains 1 place. Does he clear off into the distance from Lightau? Not easily, but he is starting to try to edge away.
Be interesting to see how fast he catches the 2 cars ahead of him as well. Because I mean, I know he's in a different class as well, being in the top class rather than the silver class. But he's cleared that Aston. He's pulling away. So how fast will he be on the back of the guys in front? I mean, Osterman's just pitted, so it looks like the wets is the tyres to be on right now.
Okay, well, Osterman had plenty of time in hand, didn't he? He should be able to keep that lead without too much sweat being broken. But yeah, Van der Velde, it took him a while to get away from Lightau, but he's done that, and all of a sudden gets onto the back here of Magnani. So this is Van der Velde's chance to shine, isn't it? Now the road is coming to him effectively, now that he's on the wets. And look, makes absolutely short work there of Aston. Easily goes through. Might be the same spec of car, but differing tyres really goes to show a huge difference in pace. So Magnani drops then behind Van der Velde, and Lucas Mateja's Mustang is going to be the next target.
Look how quickly he's destroyed that gap.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Osterman's rejoined from the lead and still has a huge gap over Eamon Murphy. Arthur Camera up into 3rd now from the back of the grid. Look back at Van der Velde. You're riding with Lorenzo Magnani and Tinko van der Velde tucked up behind him, waiting to strike.
And those headlights on that Mercedes, it looks like some sort of like the glowing eyes on some demon, doesn't it? Through the mist. It's great.
Yeah. Interesting, he got oh so close to the back there of the Mustang, and then seemed to have to brake a lot earlier for the corner. The gap suddenly shot up, but Lucas Mateja hangs onto the place. Remember, this is silver versus pro as well, so it's a battle for overall position, but it doesn't affect the points necessarily scored by the Mustang drivers. And again, much closer is the Mercedes. Looks for a gap on the inside, gets the drive off the corner, but still a really good defence this by Mateja against that Mercedes on the wets. Van der Velde, because of the grip that he's got, has a little bit more opportunity to dart left and right. He's got more lines available to him. He's got more chances, more options.
I think you get him here. I know he's flashing him to let him know he's there, but yeah, he's got him now.
Yeah, he's
just had that little bit on the exit of the corner, so he's... If Mateja's got any sense, he'll lift out to just let him go into the kink. There's no point in fighting him here.
No, I think you're right. But then again, they're racing drivers, aren't they? Mateja has still got enough grunt to be able to fend off the Mercedes, so he stays ahead.
Wow.
You want to tell him to back out of it now? He obviously feels he's brave enough, and he's got the grunt still, and still got the place. Good driving that by Mateja. Something
interesting to note, though, is as they just drove past on the Dirtinger Hoa, I saw one of the marshals waving a meatball.
Ah, okay.
Someone somewhere's got a meatball.
Right, let's have a look to see whether that comes up in the penalties log anywhere. Not yet, but we'll keep an eye to that. So over the line, Mateja still ahead of Van der Velde, who now makes the move on the inside. Can't find a way through that. Interesting though as well, even though Van der Velde's got a bit stuck, they're not really being caught by the two behind, are they?
Yeah, that is interesting because they're all still on slicks at this point, aren't they?
Yeah. Now Van der Velde makes his move on the outside, goes through, nicely done. So that brings that car now up into 8th place. It also splits the order of the silvers. They've now got another pro sort of creeping through them. So having had all 4 in succession a few laps back, now Van der Velde is trying to work his way through that silver pack. There is Mercedes number 5 then, clearing its way through the silver traffic. Still looking strong. So still Pawlowski up front, and that's courtesy of Dynamic, our favourite picture of the race right now, reflecting the lights on the cars, the lights in the campsites, a high curb as well, a deterrent to people, and different shapes and sizes of GT cars. So they're number 5, Tinko van der Velde, up now into 8th place. Still storming along. Got the road to himself though now, hasn't he? So there's nobody really around him that he's going to be able to battle against for the moment. He's got quite a lot of ground to make up before he's up with Nick Babin, the silver leader. Also on the move is the Henrik Gamble BMW. Remember that was in the barriers earlier on, but Gamble has been able to fight back. Damage or no, wiper on, and through the traffic, a move imminent. Flicks left. Aston gets all up the curb, and Matis Leitao runs out wide, opens the door. Thank you very much, says Gamble. Through he goes, and that puts him now up into 11th place. Tinko van der Velde, meantime, through the darkness and the spray, out on his own. And when it's just one car, you suddenly appreciate how dark it has become, because, okay, he's got his lights on, but they're not contributing that much to clear the way through the darkness.
Looks great, though, with all the reflections and stuff, but he's, yeah, like you say, he's on his own. It's the track's probably going to look a little bit different without all the other lights of the other cars he was around for the last lap and a half or so. So he's going to have to make some slight adjustments to how he approaches things, because he's not going to have that extra illumination. But he's on the wet tyres. He seems to have the grip, and he can just go off and catch up to the cars ahead of him, as we have this is Hoban on the back of the BS competition car, and maybe taking the position
for second place. And up the curb goes Nicholas Hoban. 3 wins that car has had this year, the white Mercedes, but at the moment trying to fight its way up past Arthur Camara. the darkness, camera's going to need his flash gun here, but he's got that Mercedes breathing down his neck, goes a little bit wide up the curb, door opens. That was a tiny error out of Alpha Camera, and Nicholas Halban perfectly placed to strike. Nicely done. He's up the curb, but look, he's gone through and straight away starts to build the gap.
Fantastic move. BMW doesn't look as stable as the Mercedes does, but excellent work from Halban to make the move, and great cooperation there from Camera to not have a collision, because that's a difficult part of the track to get by. So it was opportunistic, but you also had to rely on the other guy not being a bit of an idiot with you.
Can I ask a silly question? What's happened to number 7 McLaren that is no longer showing on the timing graphic?
Oh, you're right.
Is that to lose all of that time so suddenly? Is that a disconnect, or have we missed something?
Well, he's not on the timing. Yeah, he's 7th. I think he's had a case of disco fever. He's to go from a 60-second lead down to 7th like that. That's a disconnect.
I can't even see him at 7th, because that's Van der Velde in number 5 rather than number 7.
Oh, I'm looking at the position, not the number.
Yeah, I can't
it's
find
late.
number 7.
It's late.
I can't find number 7 there at all.
Yeah, he's fully disconnected.
Looks like it. So we've lost number 7. We've also lost 86, which is the Halban Mercedes, is it not? So the car I was just talking about, we've just seen gain a place.
It's disappeared.
Has disappeared as well, disconnected. So there's an internet drama somewhere. Now, does that take them out of the race completely? They can't reconnect, I'm assuming. Or if they can, they've lost the time, haven't they? So that's a huge, huge drama for the top 2 in the race.
I'm just trying to see if there's any other names on here that are no longer. Yeah, those 2 have. I don't know if anybody in the YouTube chat's noticed anybody else disappearing, or anybody in production has noticed anybody disappearing, but it's. I mean, to have a 60-second lead and then have your internet drop off, that's harsh.
It is.
Really harsh.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the equivalent of a mechanical failure in esports and sim racing.
I guess so. Right, so it turns the whole complexion of the race on its head, because also 86 Mercedes, I think I just mentioned it, had 3 wins this year. That car has gone as well, even though we've just seen it on screen going nicely. So number 40 McLaren was leading, but has now pitted. So that's going to put Alpha Camera in 89 into the lead of the race, provisionally. Although that car will know as a pit stop. But Eamon Murphy then leads, but has come into the pit lane. So it's all change within Pro. Silver's a bit more stable at the minute, but in the Pro category, it's all happening. Now Pavlovsky has been found again on the timing tower. He's down in 4th place. And 86 I haven't yet found, but we've got number 7 McLaren back into the mix, albeit in the pit lane.
Yeah, so I think they've rejoined the server, joined in the pit lane, so they might be able to get going again.
Right, and hopefully 86 Mercedes AMG will be doing the same. Right, well that's turned things upside down, hasn't it? We thought we knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Having talked about this monster lead and the metronomic pace and all of that, you can never legislate for internet dropout. So Pavlovsky on the timing tower, on the leaderboard, but dropping down. Was 4th, now down to 6th as they try to regroup. Meanwhile, number 201 of Magnani still in his big battle. And Matis Leitao now ahead of him, but whether it's going to survive there, I don't know, because back at him straight away comes Magnani. Toe-to-toe they go along the Duttinger Her, and I think Magnani is going to be disappointed here. Leitao looks like he might just have the line on the inside. Magnani keeps on coming, doesn't he, on the outside line into the darkness. Forget how long that part of the racetrack is. It goes on and it goes on and it goes on, side by side through the left. And still there's a bit longer, and there on the inside line, that's where you've really got to back out of it on the outside line and give the place to the man alongside you. Pavlovsky down to 8th now as he sits in the pits trying to get back into the race.
And Magnani pits.
That last hurrah on a light fuel load, in he comes. And also Mateja is in, and Magnani is in, as you say. Right, so at 11:15 in the UK, 11:45 in the game, an awful lot has happened to really shuffle the order and confuse life. Lorenzo Magnani down the pit road. Eamon Murphy is the race leader, and a little bit further back, number 4 Mercedes, now taken over by Lars Kisser. That's the car you're looking at. So 8th it is now, the order again being jumbled by this last raft of pit stops. That's a rather lonely Mercedes, that, on its own for the minute. So that's a car that hopefully will find a playmate soon.
Well, the car behind it's in the pits, and the car ahead of it's 16 seconds ahead, so...
Yeah. And Stubenrauch, who picked up that drive-through earlier on, is now pitted as well. So clear that. So, at the moment, Arthur Camara is the leader. So the car that started last of all is now the lead car. Number 7 McLaren is tumbling down the order. It's down to 18th place now, having lost a lap. So, okay, a lap is quite a long time around here, but it could have been a whole lot worse, I guess. But even so, to try and come back from that's going to be very difficult.
I bet BS Competition can't believe their luck at the minute. To have the 2 cars ahead of them drop out like that, and they still need to pit as well, but they still... The way things are working out, they're in a prime position to win this, I think.
It's tempting fate a bit after what we've just seen, but you might be right. As long as they can keep out of trouble, the race is kind of coming to them, isn't it? They're not chasing the race anymore. They're letting the race come to them. But on the next pit stop for 89 BMW, that should give the lead to number 72 Ferrari that, what, half an hour, 45 minutes or so ago, was struggling to get anywhere up from 4th place, and all of a sudden could find itself in the lead. You're looking at Arthur Camara, working his way through the darkness. I know we've talked about number 7 trying to rejoin, and it's now outside of the top 23. What news, if any, of 86 Mercedes? That's been able to do anything at all to rejoin, has it? '86 is missing in action, so no news as to that car being able to rejoin the race at all. Arthur Camara, in the meantime, still trying to build an advantage, stay out for as long as he can. Camara taking advantage here of having nobody really around him to distract or get in the way. He can just drive his own race, can't he? Concentrate on his own line, get the most out of this before he has to serve a pit stop with Leon Bant not that far behind him, just about 6 seconds adrift now. There is Camara out on his own. What's this gap like between him and Leon Burt? To the eye, I would say it's coming down a little bit, but we shall see come the end of the lap. Further back is then Jonathan Halama. He's taken over the Finn Zimbal Lamborghini. 17th place it is. There it is, number 6. And they're going on to the Grand Prix part of the off the Grand Prix part of the circuit onto the Nordschleife right now. So Jonathan Halama in 17th spot. Car ahead that he's trying to sort out is Ferrari number 38, which is another of those out of Pro, and is Luciano Wittwurt at the wheel. He's not quite close enough to strike to make a move at the moment, but not for the want of trying.
Just trying to figure out where that number 7's gone now.
The flippant answer is home, I think. It's so
Yeah,
far down, isn't it, now,
I think they've disappeared entirely.
Yeah. But it is one of the things you just can't seem to legislate for, no matter where you are in the world, no matter how good you think your internet connection is, all of a sudden out of nowhere, 31st they're now being shown as. '86, we understand, are probably not going to rejoin. They can't win the race, they can't win the championship, they're so far back. So after the disconnect, I think 86 are probably, oh sorry, have won the championship, I should say. The championship won. So they've taken the title with those 3 victories. There's nothing else they need to do. So with the title in their pocket, they can't win the race. What's the point of staying up all night kind of argument, really? They wouldn't be able to achieve very much from so far back. So it looks like 86 will, yes, have already taken the championship, but have to withdraw from this race, whereas number 7 might still try and persevere.
Well, if you've already won the championship, there's nothing else to do. Oh, here we go.
So that's for the lead, isn't it? And from a 6-second deficit
that's contact.
off the road goes Bent. Blimey, that was close to disaster.
I think that was a massive hit on the wall there from the Ferrari.
If I say he's bounced back, you know what I mean, because he's pretty quickly got back onto the tail of the BMW. So, yeah, could have been a whole lot worse. But again, interesting where he tried to do it. You know, in the darkness at a tight, narrow part of the circuit. Maybe the closing speed was such he had no option but to try. But Arthur Camara still leads. The bigger surprise to me was how quickly a 6-second deficit had disappeared.
It's going back again, though.
He is, and has got the inside line down to turn 3. BMW's got the grunt, the Ferrari's got the aero, but time hemorrhaged on that previous lap by Camara. Now he's got to make that car very wide indeed, but the Ferrari gets the switch back. Up the inside goes Leon Bent. He should get the job done here.
Yeah, this is going to be a late braking manoeuvre into the Dunlop hairpin. Here we go. There we go. He's through.
Yeah, makes it look easy, doesn't he? And Camera realising, yeah, I can't withstand this forever. So the Ferrari, as we were predicting, hits the front. BMW still owes us a stop. And here was Ferrari ahead at one point. And then Camera got back alongside. So the Ferrari briefly ahead. BMW went through. That was the contact. And yeah, a real whack into the wall.
How's that car not damaged?
Well, you know, let's see if it manifests itself over the next lap or so. That'll be the real telling point, won't it? So Camera goes through, down in 2nd spot now to Leon Bent. And up into 3rd place, 255, steadily getting on with the job. Right, so there is the BMW. Arthur Camara still running in 2nd spot. I was going to say, yeah, 255, which is now Ciata back at the wheel of it. That car has got itself up into 3rd place. It's sort of crept up there, hasn't it? I know others have had problems, but they've really chipped away from being at the bottom end of the top 10 now to, well, at the moment, a sort of podium finish could be on the cards.
Yeah, got lucky with the. I say got lucky, but you know they got a little bit of help from the disconnections around them. That's helped bring them up, but still with the fastest lap of the race, with the track temperature going a little bit cooler, they might get something faster, or another car might get something faster. But for where they are right now, that's pretty good considering we were seeing them in like 7th or so before that. So yeah, I'm pleased for them.
Indeed so. Right, through the gloom. Still going to be a really fascinating remaining 16 hours of all of this, isn't it? As you look at the way now that Leon Bent's trying to build that gap. So Ferrari leads the way, BMW 2nd, Aston Martin 3rd. And in fourth, which is another very credible effort, isn't it? Creditable effort. Nick Babin leading in silver. So as we nudge our way towards 11 o'clock, there is a real-world British GT Championship race taking place at Brands Hatch tomorrow. That you can also see within GT World, and it is to that my attention must turn in a few minutes' time, because we've got the warm-up session for that early tomorrow morning. So, Aidan, I think it's probably about time you and I got some shut-eye and passed on the baton, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been great working with you after hearing your voice on TV for so many years. So, yeah, I've been tripping all night. I was like, I'm working with David Addison. It's great. So yeah, best of luck for tomorrow and the final round of the BTCC in a couple of weeks. I'll be sure to tune in for that, because it looks like it's going to be a great finale in the touring cars. So we get to hand over now to Mike Noss. I think I've pronounced that correctly, if he's available. So Noss on the night shift. Come on in.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Aidan Millward, as well as David Addison. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. I'm over here in the States commentating, and we are going to be here for the midnight shift of the 24 hours of the Nordschleife. It's the first ever event, by the way, SRO has ever done at the Nordschleife, in case anyone was curious. That was just a statistic that I've been holding on to for a while that I've been meaning to say. And my goodness, what an exciting race this has been thus far. We're almost 8 hours into this session, just about encroaching onto that right now. And the amount of action that we have, and the amount of action that we have in front of us, is immediately Leon Burt under threat from Kramer, now heading down the back stretch into the twisty bits, and Kramer's going to re-secure the lead. The BMW, the 89, takes the position for the Ren Welter and leaves the Ren Welter in the dust for right now. But these two have been scrapping for quite a while now, and I definitely don't expect it to go anywhere. Looking back at my notes, just over the past 2 hours, we have had an extreme amount of action. We've had Klinkmuller battling with Romanali, who unfortunately had some connection issues. We've seen a few of those connection issues here tonight. And this battle raging on sort of developed a little bit earlier when we were in pit lane, actually, at about lap 51, roughly on lap 45. Whitehead managed to capitalize on a mistake over Rec, who was piloting the 72 at the time. And by the time they all had reached pit lane, everyone dives in at the same exact time. And on exit, Tobias Pfeffer in the 86, who unfortunately since has disconnected. They managed to make an overtake out of pit lane, which kind of left Nicholas Hoban to run away with that for a while, or rather Tobias Pfeffer, who took the wheel from that. But the 72 under threat then after that from Eamon Murphy, who, again, disconnected, taking over for Whitehead, with Walshingham behind the wheel now. That's the number 40 car, my apologies. And the 72, who did not let Murphy by whatsoever. Since then, they have parted ways and now have found a bit of a competition. Leon Burt battling for the lead of this race, which he certainly did not expect, and I don't think our race leaders previously would have expected either. The number 7 car was piloting to perfection, but unfortunately suffering connection issues and mechanical failure that did, in fact, put an end to his day, unfortunately. But beyond that, of course, technical difficulties aside, that does leave good results for other drivers out there. And some of the drivers on the recovery drive, of course, being Tinko Vandevelder in that Williams car, down in 6th position currently in the number 5, 43 seconds off the back of Walshingham. But with Gamble not too far behind either. Lars Kisser potentially in that conversation. And looking at the silver category, we have currently leading at the 138 of Nicholas Babin. Behind him, Michael Mooning currently running in 2nd for the Samantha Tan Racing team. And points-wise, I haven't had an update. I think as of the points were on lap 50. Currently, we are on lap 54. So as of 4 laps ago, which, by the way, was about a half hour ago, that is just the nature of the beast here of the Nordschleife. Nordschleifer, excuse me. But back then, all the way back then, we had Samantha Tan leading the points over Gladys Competition by only a small margin. Those two are battling basically for the points lead, and we have the Porsche team as well. joining that conversation. The BF Racing as well into that, currently at 130 points. And joining me, speaking of silver category team principals in this case, or should I say the proper introduction, co-owner of Visceral Esports, team principal and team manager. Welcome, Mr. Pranav Kalavala.
Thank you very much, Mike, for the warm welcome. You know, I'm really excited to sort of get this underway. It's my first race commentating for SRO. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. Just came out from helping out the car number 45 for the Visceral Esports by Ace Sim Sports entry. And yeah, we're looking good at the moment. Like, definitely a massive step up in terms of recovery, especially after what happened at the start of the race. But you know, we'll keep plugging away, and I'm sure all the other teams will be doing so too.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, just to go way, way, way back to the start of this race, about 8 hours ago, in case you did miss that, definitely go back and check the VOD, either on the SRO Motorsports Twitch page or the GT World YouTube channel. And a big shout out to everybody that is joining us on those platforms. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you're on the YouTube side of things. It is, of course, free. And we thank everybody for joining us here at the SRO Motorsports. And of course, a big thank you as well. I should get this out here early. A big thank you to all the people that make this possible, this event here, and this championship in general. Of course, we have our sponsors and partners, Fanatec, AWS, Pirelli, Kunos, AK Esports UK, SimGrid, AMG Motorsports, and of course, the people providing the best photographs on the planet for ACC, as well as other games. That's Dynamic, and we have seen some absolute brilliant shots of them providing some of the most realistic I've ever seen for simulators. And of course, big thank you to all of our production team as well behind the scenes. We got Mike Yao, Ryan Gill as well on production, Tom Bryant, and of course, Gary over at Dynamic, and all of the stewards as well for the live stewarding. Remco Otten's leading the team, Stefan, Scotty, Kevin, and everybody else. Alexis, apologies if I'm forgetting you guys, but you guys make it possible here at SRO, and I just thought that I would throw that out here before we get into the real meat and potatoes of tonight, Prawn, and dive all the way back to maybe something that you don't quite want to reminisce as much, but unfortunately, we're going to have to. And if we do, actually, we will be able to pull up the replay as well, all the way back to the start with the contact between Dario Emulio as well as the Visceral Esports car. So here we see Dario getting out of shape, parking it in the middle of the very unideal spot, and with a chicane in a straight line. That was the Visceral Esports car with that by Ace-Tech clattering the side panel, sending both of them into pit lane and on a recovery drive. There is the Visceral car as well. Here's the perspective of what they saw at the start. So you can see also, this is the 45, getting tapped in the rear, getting tapped in the side, spun around every which way. And Prawn, why don't you tell us a little bit more about those incidents, as you, of course, that is your team.
I mean, I have to say, it's quite painful having to look at those again. I mean, it's something that I definitely don't want to relive. But, you know, like, we have to reflect, and, you know, this is the perfect time, I guess. Like, these things happen, you know, like, in every single form of motorsport, things like this will happen where, like, you just don't expect something like that to ever occur. Like, we were in the wrong place in the wrong time, and it's just a very, very bad stroke of luck. And yeah, we've had our fair share of luck in the last couple of races, so yeah, I mean, we were due a little bit of misfortune, and unfortunately it happened at probably the most critical time for us.
Yeah, unfortunately. And looking at the live standings as of lap 54, currently you guys are sitting in 5th in the championship at 116 points if the checkered flag was to fall on this lap. Now, it's only 3.5 points behind the CRT Pro team, as well as not too far behind the BF Racing Esports team. So in terms of the championship standings, it's not out of the cards just yet, as there still is 16 hours on the clock. And you can see there are issues like this. Penalties coming in. Car 72 and 89 having a bit of a collision on lap 54. 10 seconds to the 89 for causing a collision. That's the BMW currently piloted by Schill. Enough of those penalties, Prawn, and your team could be smiling pretty handedly for the 44.
Indeed. And, you know, as for every team, you know, like, it's a very, very you know, sadistic sort of trait where, you know, you kind of want other people to have a rough time, and you kind of want to just, you know, push through it and sort of have some misfortune go other teams' way. Whether you like it or not, that's sort of how it goes in sim racing a lot of the time, where when you're at the highest level, you know, you like those freebies, and it's always a welcome treat to see other people get penalties that could potentially benefit you as a team. And, you know, it gives you that extra push of motivation, and it just helps you to sort of lock in and zone in a little bit more and just, you know, think about the bigger picture.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really, at the end of the day, what these endurance races are about, is you kind of have to set little micro objectives. You cannot plan for the end of an endurance race. You can't plan for the final few hours, because anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. And unfortunately, our leaders have found that out the hard way with a disconnect. Both currently our championship leader ending up with a disconnect, and they have secured the championship prior to coming into this round, as a BMW there finds themselves off into the kitty litter, looks like through Armberg. But unfortunately, again, mechanical failures happen, and our race leader, the number 7, did end up disconnecting. I think since has rejoined, I'm pretty sure, and is sitting down in P32 right now, piloted by Luis Roters.
They have officially retired the car.
They have? Okay.
Team manager chat, and yeah, they've decided to park it, which is completely fair enough. Completely heartbreaking for them, you know, like especially for the crew that had experienced the disconnect in Spa already, after taking such a brilliant start, to going into Nords, you know, wanting to do well, and then with Jakob, Luis, and Kamil putting excellent drives, and then seeing that happen is never easy. And like, even if you're in another team, you have got to feel for them.
Yeah, and you know, it is unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles at the end of the day, but it is just absolutely devastating when you are a part of that team. And again, thankfully for the 86, they did secure themselves enough points ahead of this, but if they didn't, and they did end up disconnecting and losing a championship in that manner, that would be the absolute most heartbreaking way to do so. But thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. They have secured it, and it is all set and good. Currently running in second place in the championship is the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. The team that actually we saw earlier with that replay of the Visceral car having contact. Since then, they have managed to make their way a decent ways up the field, but have been struggling a bit. They got bottlenecked at a certain state, and since currently sitting in 24th position with Imola behind the wheel. We'll see on their recovery and how far they can make it, but currently sitting behind the Visceral car they made contact with.
Indeed, it's been a pretty rough road for the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, fellas, and yeah, it's going to be a rough road. They're going to have to be extremely innovative and creative with the way that they operate in terms of strategy. It's like, with these, you know, up and down weather conditions, with a lot of wet conditions and a lot of dry, you know, they'll want to, you know, take risks at this stage, and every single move has to be spot on, because especially in Nords, everything matters, and you have to be pinpoint perfect in every single decision that you make if you want to win. And as much as a win may seem far right now for Lamborghini Esports team, it's definitely possible. Crazier things have happened in sim racing, and crazy things will happen in sim racing very soon too. So, you know, if they continue to, you know, plug away and, you know, keep consistent, they can sort of get themselves into a strong position. As we see Jonathan Hallomer in the Vincenzo Sospiri Racing car at the moment. And the Vincenzo Sospiri Racing car has a very special tribute for a driver called Christian Colagrosso, who unfortunately passed away last year in a road accident. And, you know, it's such a touching tribute to what was an extremely talented Italian driver that they had in their roster. And for him to go so soon, you know, like, it definitely touched the sim racing scene. So it's very, very good to see Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, you know, put that story out there and, you know, highlight that to everyone. And yes, very, very good to see them up in the positions too. with Jonathan Hallam. You know, he's a very young driver. He's only 15 years old, and he's putting everything he can into performing well on the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that. Look at the man he's about to be battling with right now, Mattia De Campo, in the 711 McLaren. Now, this is a battle in class for roughly P8 or 9, if I'm not mistaken, but that's way out of shape for De Campo. And, well, Halma is going to grab that position with both hands and run away smiling. The 15-year-old wonder is off to a very nice start here in the night stint.
Indeed, that was a pretty, like, I'm sure Jonathan is extremely happy right now, probably smiling away. It's exactly what he needed, and that's another position gained. And best of all, it's a silver class car, so it means they get extra points, and especially in Nords, with the increased amount of points that you get for this round, it's going to be a welcome surprise for their team.
Yeah, it certainly is. And one thing that I did want to mention as well out there is we talk about teams, you know, that's one thing that I feel like we should touch on here, is these drivers are not just a single driver out on track. They have 3 or 4 different teammates alongside them, piloting these machines to their absolute limit here at the Nordschleife. And this is such a difficult track. This is a track that, it depends on who you ask, but if you ask me, I would say it has 87 corners, 42 to the right and 45 to the left, and yes, I did count. Located in Nürburgring, Germany, it is a track that's about 12.9 miles, 20 kilometers, founded all the way back in 1927. The GP circuit added in 1984, and the layout that we use today from 2003. But there's just been so much history at this circuit over the years. I think it's so cool that we're going to make a little bit of history here tonight with the first ever SRO race in sim racing, or on Assetto Corsa Competizione, here at the Nordschleife.
Indeed, it's a very special track, this, and, you know, there was a lot of hype coming into this track, and, you know, it's definitely showed with the level of popularity it has. You know, you look at public lobbies, there's always a Nord server ready to go, packed full of people. You know, there's been plenty of Nords races that have taken place across SimGrid, for example, that have, you know, attracted many people. And to have a track such as this on ACC is, you know, something that's been long awaited, and I'm extremely happy that we finally have a platform here to sort of bring Nords into center stage, as we see Mattia De Campo take the position back from Jonathan Hallam coming into the Dottinger Höhe, coming down into the chicane. He's well cleared in by that point. A clear top speed advantage there over Jonathan Hallam, who's in a Lamborghini that tends to struggle in straight line speed in comparison to other cars. But yeah, I mean, he seems to have got the move done, and seems to be a little bit of vengeance for the carousel.
Yeah, certainly. And as we head on to the GP circuit, this is where quite a few overtaking opportunities will arise, but De Campo has a solid gap as we tune up here. This is Filippi currently in 10th, chasing down Cardinale in 9th. The Aston Martin and the Porsche, another little bout in terms of different manufacturers. And this was something I think that was touched on a little earlier, but I want to touch on it a little bit more, is just the beauty of GT racing and GT3 racing in particular. We see all of these different machines out on circuit. We're currently looking at an Aston Martin with a 4.0 liter twin turbo V8 chasing down a Porsche which has a 4.0 liter flat 6. Now you might say, well, clearly the V8 there's more cylinders, it has a turbo. Obviously it's going to be faster than a Porsche, right, with a 4 liter and 6 cylinders. Yes, you are right. However, it's faster in different parts of the track. That is what makes these cars so amazing, is yes, the Aston Martin might be quicker in a straight line, but what that allows is the Porsche to be a little bit more nimble into the corners as well as out of the corners, so they have different parts of the circuit that they handle on. And at the Nordschleife, there is, well, 9 sectors that all have different strengths and weaknesses for your cars, so every single manufacturer gets to shine a little bit here.
Indeed, and there's something to be said about, you know, the fact that the Porsche is a naturally aspirated car and the Aston is turbo. So very, very different driving styles in terms of throttle application and just, you know, spooling the turbo on exit. It makes a difference, especially on traction related and low speed corners. It's definitely going to be useful to have that Porsche traction.
Well, you say the Porsche traction, but obviously one of the things the Porsche is known for is, of course, throwing the rear end in front of the front end. Now, that's obviously going to be down to the driver and trying to keep that under checks, as it's not how the factory engineers had designed it to drive. But the Aston Martin being front-engined, it has a different weight placement as well, and that allows you to have a little bit more forgiveness when it comes to certain corners, but can also bite you quite hard in others. And again, it's just different strengths and different weaknesses for each car. And this is only 2 cars that we're talking about. There are over, what is it, Prawn? Over 15 cars in the current SRO grid, if I'm not mistaken. Now, obviously, I don't think there are 15 different cars on the track right now.
If I recall correctly.
9, okay, manufacturers, but then how many different cars per manufacturer, I guess is what I should have asked. Because, of course, these all have different variants, too.
Just under 30 is what I'll say.
There we go.
But yeah, I mean, the brand diversity in SRO is always very, very good to see. Especially, look at that. Like, just in the top 10, we see a Merc, we see a couple McLarens, Ferraris. It's always very, very good to see these different cars join a grid and just send it. It's always, for me, I've always preferred driving the Ferrari or the Lambo, and I've been dipping my toes into more the Honda. But 2 different people may like 2 different forms of cars altogether, and it's always very, very good to see that drivers tend to pick the cars that they usually like in endurance races such as these, because it just makes the endurance season all the more enjoyable.
It does, but another issue though is, of course, different drivers have different skill sets, and you have to be on a team. What if I like the BMW and I have to be on Visceral Esports? Oh no, now I have to drive the Lamborghini. What will I ever do? Well, good thing I'm human and I can cope with that and learn from the best of the best. That is why you have teammates. You teach each other, you learn from each other, and you share setups with each other and share experiences as well. As, of course, this is a very emotional experience through sim racing. It's not easy out there. Just because this isn't real, just because you're not actually throwing a car around the circuit, doesn't mean these drivers aren't getting physically tired. Doesn't mean that they're getting mentally tired either, as this is one of the few tracks that exist that you can forget where you are on the circuit at certain points. I've certainly found myself victim of that time and time again at the Nordschleife. But at the end of the day, these drivers are professionals, and they know how to hammer these laps in lap after lap, time after time. And Jonathan Halema may be a little bit younger out there, but is definitely one of those young gun prospects, I think, to keep an eye on. But so much of this field as well, and just over the years, the age of sim racing going down as well.
Indeed, there's a lot to be said about the accessibility of sim racing nowadays, in terms of bringing young talent into the scene. There's countless teenagers that can very easily slap up all these old veterans, coming in and, just doing such a good job. They adapt quickly, they learn, they're resilient, and most of all, they have the time to grind and the willingness to do so as well. Something people tend to forget with esports, especially, on sim racing, is the fact that it takes so much effort and mental, torture to try and get through and to improve lap times and to try and push for that last 10th, which is ridiculously difficult, especially in a platform such as this, where you have, the world's best drivers on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, and it's always tough, but it's made a lot better by having a strong team around you and a strong foundation of skills. You can start anywhere, pretty much. You can start on a G27, you can start on whatever, but you can make it. And no matter what equipment you use, or what your background is, you can just hop into an online lobby and be fast.
Oh my goodness, sorry to cut this off here, Prawn, but this is actually, as Ryan is currently reading my mind as he immediately transitions up to the action that I wanted to see. 10-second penalty has been handed the way of Gregor Schill. and that is going to cost him massively. The gap is only 1.5 seconds to Jordan Sherritt. That car has the fastest lap, the 255 competition, Aston Martin, making a run now onto the GP circuit through the final corner. That's going to be an overtake send onto the Nordschleife, and Jordan Sherritt finds himself ahead at the most optimal time, because if you get stuck behind after that corner, it is just going to be a long waiting game. Jordan Sherritt, he does not have the fastest lap. It was his teammate that did end up setting that lap a good while ago, back when the track was dry. Since then, it has gotten wet, then it's dried out, and then it's gotten wet, and then it's dried out. It's pretty much your typical weather in the Ardennes here through the Eifel region. You can really expect anything, or you really can't expect anything, I should say, as the weather is just constantly varying, making these drivers have to debate, do I switch to wets, do I switch to dries? And that's kind of what's allowed some strategy to play out, as Aiden Walshingham has managed a very solid strategy. When everybody went into the pit lane to take wets, they stayed on dries, managing a full 7-lap stint, which is all you get, by the way, on this track, is only 7 laps of a stint. But that put him up in a very solid position with the pace, and of course with the other disconnects. That is why they are currently leading this race over Gregor Schill by a pretty significant margin.
Indeed, and Veloce have, succeeded in creating a strategy that works for them, and you have to be inherently lucky to, be in P1. If you are in that position and 2 cars disconnect, you still put yourself in that position to be in P1. You still put in those drives. And the Veloce McLaren crew have all been very, very clinical with the way that they've driven. And on that move from Jordan Sherritt, that is a textbook, move from him. Just putting your nose in and, spooking out the other car, trying to, elicit an error, and he did that perfectly. And yeah, Jordan Sherritt, putting himself up into P2.
Yeah, and that team, the 255 competition team as well, coming into this race, in terms of the point standing, sitting in 7th right now at 59 points, behind the Rennwelter Esports team number 72. So they have an opportunity to make up a couple points there, but the biggest gain is going to be trying to make some points over the Williams Esports team for the number 5 AMG. They're sitting at 101 points, and with this final race, again, double points are on offer, so anything is possible here tonight, minus the fact that the Automobile Lamborghini cannot win the championship. That is the one possibility that cannot happen. We do have the number 86 crowned as our title already.
Indeed. And the good thing with these esports tournaments is that it's always so close. Especially in the Silver Championship, P1 to P3 were literally separated by 5 points across, 5 rounds of intense action, and that's the only small gap that was there. And to me, that just signifies that, anyone can have bad luck, anyone can put in good results, and there are many teams in the mix. There's 5 or 6 teams in the Silver Championship right now that have a strong potential of winning. And this is the one thing that I love most about sim racing, is the fact that everyone is under such small margins across entire season. It's very, very difficult to be a team and, keep that motivation up and, push through with consistent results. And
we will be here taking a look very shortly at the 72 replays as well. But Prawn, one thing that I did want to touch onto with you after we do check out these replays here, this is going to be the Rennwelter car currently running all on their lonesome. You can see very large gap in front, very large gap behind, and maybe a little bit of sleeping at the wheel there briefly. Oh, and they clatter the panel there of the wall. That's on the back stretch. It looks like it's really hard to tell where we are, but I can't tell if that was through Kesselchen or not. But you can see that is not quite how the aerodynamicists or the factory had designed that Ferrari initially, and they are limping back to pit lane. That is going to cost them massive amounts of time here. And they were running in a very good position up in terms of the podium running spots, and since then they have fallen all the way down. Oh no, down to 18.
That must be about 2 minutes of damage. That's heartbreaking for their team. to have driven so well across the race, and then for just a small lapse of concentration. That's all it takes on this track for what seems like a great race to turn into something very sour. And unfortunately, Renvelton have experienced that. But just because they've done that once doesn't mean that they are out of it. They can still push through. They can still they can still properly get that result if they, from here on in, play their cards right.
And speaking of repeat results, here's Halema trying to find the back of Mattia de Campo. The gap has come back down to a half a second in the slipstream here as they go on through the very tight, twisty, windy sector down the hill here into the slowest part of the track, and have to round that long right-hander back till they go down the hill here. Halema has been all over the back bumper here like a rash of Mattia de Campo, but Mattia, he's shown that he's not a weak candidate here for this race, as he did get overtaken already by Jonathan, but then immediately cracked back down the Dottinger, showing the true pace of the McLaren and how quick it is in a straight line compared to the Lamborghini, which, believe it or not, is the second slowest car in a straight line. That is actually not the Lamborghini that we're looking at, but unfortunately, Prawn, to your dismay, the second slowest car in a straight line is Felix Hacker currently.
Well, it's expected, to be honest, and even though we might be slow on the straights, we can definitely capitalize in the corners. And if you capitalize on the corners, there's a lot of window of opportunity to push through and even get slightly close to the back bumper of the car in front. And from there, it's just a case of sticking in the slipstream and, on the Dottinger hill, as Jonathan gets a little bit loose. No harm done, though, as he, saves that in very, very good a time. But yeah, I mean, you can try and get moves done. And the one thing with the Lamborghini that's extremely good, especially in the dry, is the brakes. You can definitely perform late braking maneuvers. It takes a little bit of patience and a lot of risk, but if you can do that, then things are solid. As we see Artyom Manisha from Zoom Racing on Momentario just go slightly wide coming into the carousel. That will lose him a little bit of time in his pursuit to Jonas Rek in the Renvelton Esports car.
Yeah, Renvelton here on a recovery drive right now. And interestingly, this is a strat, or one of the things I also wanted to bring up is Bastian Richter, Leon Burnt, and as well as, of course, Jonas Rek. They've all been doing a very good job of splitting their stints up in terms of pretty much time after time, they're single stinting their drivers. Now, some of the ones that I was looking at was, of course, the number seven earlier, who did decide to run all of their drivers pretty much in one stint. But the 777 as well, the Williams Academy car, early on ran Dar McCormack for the first 3 stints, then handed over to Andrew McWilliam. After that, I have not seen Dar McCormack back behind the wheel, but it's interesting, Prawn, for your point of view as a team principal, is this a valid strategy? I know we were talking briefly before the event saying that you typically, in the silver categories, you want to keep your drivers to a 2-stint maximum, just strictly off of fatigue and strictly off of long-term racing. Is that something that these drivers here are also going to be keeping an eye on here, as we also keep an eye on this Tommy Linden and barrier battle for P20?
Indeed, it's very driver dependent, to be honest. Like if in the middle of the race, a driver goes, well, I can do, an extra stint and I feel like I can push through, then teams may be more lenient towards it and make provisions in their stint sheets to make sure that, there's someone to fill in for the extra stint that they're doing. And it's something that very much depends team on team. There's some drivers that love doing double stints. It helps them, extract that little bit of focus they need. Some prefer to keep it short and sweet so that they can get the maximum pace out of that first stint and just push through. And they'll have little breaks in between. They're a bit more focused come, the end of the race, and they can just, send it. as we see Tommy Lydon in his first ever SRO Esports race, and he's sizing up a move against Valentin Barrier in the number 39 Veloce Vexed entry. Let's see how it goes. I think, yep, and Tommy Lydon has gotten through with the BMW's top speed, and a very, very well thought out move. You know, Tommy Lydon looked to be sizing up a move way before, like even at the start of the final sector, and it seems to me like he's finally got that move done. But Valentin Barrier is not letting that that position go lightly, as we see Valentin Barrier go onto the inside. But no can do, especially when the BMW's now got the inside line coming into the left-hander. But yeah, I mean, Tommy Lydon making good work of it, and he'll be looking to progress further and maybe, you know, be in tabs with Jonathan Hallemer by the end of his stint.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a stellar overtake and a really good defense as well, as you mentioned there. If I would have favored the line there from the McLaren if we were on the just straight up GP layout. The thing is we use a slightly different first chicane that's a lot tighter. We don't go through the arena sector here in the Nordschleife variant of the Nürburgring. So that kind of just was allowing Tommy Lydon there to close that corner off earlier than otherwise would have been allowed in the just GP variant, making that overtake significant, rather defense at that time, significantly easier than otherwise would have been. And an excellent job as well in that battle. I'm sure will potentially carry on here, but we'll see. Valentin Barrier seems to be pretty reserved in his pace right now, saving the tires, saving the fuel for the long-term side of things. And we're going to check up here now with our race leader, by a significant margin, the sister Veloce car of Aiden Walshingham. And he is driving off into the Nürburgring, well, not sunset, as it is fully dark at this time. It is after midnight, and he has no one in front of him, and, well, nobody behind him either.
Indeed. I mean, I know Aiden extremely well. I mean, last year he was with Visceral Esports, and he is a driver that can, you know, string together an extremely good amount of consistency. And his raw pace is very, very good too, which also means that, you know, the mix of raw pace and consistency is always welcome in races such as this, where it rewards people who can be consistently fast. And, you know, Aiden Walsingham showing exactly how talented he is behind the wheel as he navigates the final sector.
Now, one thing to keep in mind for these drivers here is they have a 65-minute stint timer, and throughout the entirety of this race, they have a 6-hour and 40-minute maximum driver time. So no driver is allowed to exceed that. Also, another thing these drivers got to be keeping an eye on is pit entry and exit. We are monitoring the white lines here, and I think if anyone has watched any previous races here for this championship and seen my commentary either at Monza or at Spa, practice your pit entries, everybody. We don't need no silly pit lane infringement, 5-second penalties, 10-second penalties. They're just unnecessary. Practice your pit entries, everybody. You always should be doing so. But one other thing with I wanted to dive into, I've had the pleasure of chatting, and I know some people saying, oh, this is, we're in the podcast hour. Yes, welcome to the Midnight Stint, everybody. We're trying to keep an eye on the battles as much as possible. Jonathan Halema and Mattia De Campoa pretty much being the closest battle right now, but Jonathan not really showing too much intent in making an overtake. We will be keeping an eye on it, though. But I had the pleasure of interviewing one of the drivers out there, currently not on circuit, but of the Coach Dave Academy team, and that is going to be, of course, of, as I draw a blank, I have it written down, Amadeo Castorino, of course. And yes, as I'm getting told in my ear, that very nice as I don't check my notes properly. I have too many notes. That's the problem. Of course, he's also teammates with Dave Pertelli, down currently in 13th position, but they had the pleasure of giving me a little interview and talking about their strategies. And one thing they also had mentioned, Prawn, is similar with you. Not doing a double stint. That's one thing they wanted to keep in mind, is have fatigue be the long-term goal rather than just trying to get big blocks of driving out per each driver, maximum of a 2-hour stint. And of course, they will be doing as well blocks of 6 hours, I mentioned there, being that basically you have a driver coaching you, and you have a driver in the call. So you're a dedicated 6-hour shift with your driver throughout it before you do end up going to bed, switching off with another driver that has to sleep, because of course that's another thing. You got to manage your sleep schedules. There's only 4 people to drive the car over 24 hours, and sleep is an issue. That's one thing. These drivers, their nerves are flying. Trying to get to bed can be a bit of an issue, but you have to do it. And Amadeo, he also mentioned that he likes to do his stints before he goes to bed, mainly because he's a lot slower after he wakes up. The adrenaline's gone, and he's just not quite as mentally there. Is that something that you've run into with your drivers, Prawn? As we have here another development between Felipe and Cardinale. Cardinale, though, still remaining ahead and bottlenecking the Aston Martin.
Indeed. I mean, we've experienced this before where some drivers are extremely motivated as soon as they get out of bed. I don't know how they do it, because I'm definitely not a morning person at all in the slightest. But there's some drivers that can just wake up and deliver. But there's some drivers that, prefer the graveyard stints in the night and, love that sort of it's just them and the car, just sending it through the night and just doing such a good job. It's very driver dependent, and it's always very, very good to have drivers in a team that fulfill the best of both worlds, as the Porsche of Emanuele Cardinale goes slightly wide, allowing Felipe in the Gladius competitions entry to size his way through, which would be a very welcome surprise to Giacomo Chiappe, who is the team manager at Gladius. I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy with that one. Felipe moves through the straight. Doesn't seem like the Porsche is close enough behind to size up a sort of retaliation move. So yeah, it seems like they've secured it, which is very, very good to see from the Italian driver.
Secured it, but secured it for how long? We will find out. Of course, we are going to be entering the pit stop phase, I think, in a little bit here. We can take a look at our race leader. They've been out for 6 laps, so Aiden will be coming in on the next lap with a 65-minute stint timer. You pretty much have no choice but to pit after lap 7, as you'll be getting very, very close to exceeding that. Here's a bit of a replay, though. This is that overtake that we saw earlier between the Lamborghini and the McLaren, as we go through the twisty, windy section into the rave. No, this is not the overtake. That was the almost overtake. Excuse me, the Lamborghini still chasing. That was the save and a half that we had the pleasure of catching there from a while ago, as they still keep on biting at the heels. That was Halema down in P17 chasing Mattia De Campo, the 711 McLaren.
Indeed, it's, Mattia De Campo and the McLaren is, Mattia De Campo is very, very experienced, and with Jonathan Halleman not, having as much experience, but still sticking behind, just shows like anyone can perform. And it's just a case of Mattia De Campo staying consistent and sticking to his markers, which is very, very difficult in the night conditions. But it's a case of right now Jonathan Halleman is trying to size up a move, but if you stay defensive and put your car in the correct spots, anything can happen. You can keep Jonathan Halleman behind for lap after lap after lap. But there is the case of whether, they're losing time in all this battling. It's very, very difficult while being a driver to see the bigger picture. And sometimes you get lost in that and you don't really see the fact that, if both of them work together, they can maybe catch up to Jonathan Riley in the Ferrari, or even Fidel Moreira in the Visceral Esports 45 car. So it's very, very hard to find that distinction, and it's just basically about managing expectations and sort of judging pace, seeing where the cars are quicker, and seeing how you can best work with each other. How you communicate that is a very, very different story.
Yeah, and that is one of the more important things as well, communication with the drivers and trying to find that balance. And Halema here, These two are doing a bit of as Prawn was saying, a non-call communication. They have no communication with each other, but they're still talking to each other with their body language on the circuit. And Halema hasn't really looked too particularly interested. Now, we did see on the Dottinger a little bit of a look from Halema, and to be honest, it's a bit of a Doberman being chased by a pincer. In Halema, when it comes to the straight line speed, the McLaren is just a rocket ship, and even with the slipstream, Halema struggles to keep up in the rearview mirror and has to find something a bit more clever. We're going to be trying to look potentially for some different overtaking opportunities, maybe through Aremberg, down towards the carousel as you go through Kesselchen or Bergwerk. You need to make an opportunity that doesn't necessarily exist, I feel, if you're Jonathan Halema. But as you said, that can cost these drivers to lose time and then end up being chased down for P18. Now, they are surrounded by two pro-class drivers with the silver class here, Sandwich. So they are going to be battling, keep that in mind, with the other silver plates out on circuit. Now, they will be battling with the pros, but that doesn't matter in the overall standings. The points distribution is per class.
Indeed. And as much as the point distribution, is divided by class, it's always good to have that bragging right. One position is one position. And, when you're on track, regardless of what class you're in, like we've been in a position, especially last race in 3 Hours of Monza, where, we were stuck, behind a pro-level car, and they were losing us time, and we needed to size a move, and we did, and it helped us massively going into it, and just to give us that edge, because every position just helps dramatically with the mental.
Yeah, and that is the long term, again, those little micro objectives that I mentioned earlier, and I'm sure I will mention time and time again, as these drivers are playing chess at 200 miles an hour. That's kind of the name of the game of racing. And especially at the Nordschleife, you can see the walls are never far away, and that adds a whole other element into making an overtake happen. It's one thing to try for an overtake on Paul Ricard, where you have an infinite amount of runoff zone. You don't make it work, you go deep and you hand the position back. Oh well, nothing really lost at the end of the day. Here though, if you go for a move and you end up too deep onto the grass, or you end up taking too much curb, you might end up in the next town, potentially, upside down and on fire, as unfortunately we've seen so far in this race. Maybe not the fire or upside down part, but relatively close at times.
Indeed, and just the unassuming nature of this track, especially in the night where, drivers just cannot see. And they may have a lapse of concentration, they may just hit a curb that slightly veers them off, and next thing they know, they're in the barrier. And it's very important for the drivers to, do a lot of night practice. Teams tend to put up night servers in varied conditions in order to get their night stint drivers accustomed to how the track will look before the race. There's a lot of preparation that goes into events like this. As Jonathan gets slightly closer to Mattia Del Campo, it seems that Jonathan just has a slight edge under braking in comparison to Del Campo at the moment in the McLaren. But yeah, it's just extremely important when you're in this position that you just keep yourself calm, because especially in crunch time situations like this, you need that composure, as we see Tommy Lydon making yet more strides, catching up to Jonas Reck at the moment. And Tommy Lydon's been looking electrically fast, especially come these last few stints where he's really showed how good of a driver he is. And going up to the double right hand over here, he's going to be sizing up a move.
He is, and now there's one thing to keep in mind here for Jonas Reck, and this is the fact that 72 car was once leading this race. They started on pole position, Leon Berndt did, all the way back 8 hours, 37 minutes, and 50 seconds ago. And there we see the 72 car losing yet another position. It's not going to be an overall position, or will be an overall position, will not be an in-class position, but Lydon there able to make the ground up while he can here, and he'll be next up chasing the battle that we see on our left, Halema. That's the next up the road, 15.5 seconds. See if he can manage to catch it. As of now, Halema has fallen off the back again, unfortunately, of the McLaren, but we've seen time and time again, Sector 1 through 4 seem to be pretty in favor of Jonathan Halema. Sectors 5 through 9 maybe more in favor of De Campoa, which adds another interesting element. We come there through the carousel, and we're going to be heading back around again. But the VSR here has some work to do. And again, are they content? I see every now and then they're going for a move, but are they really committing? Is that just to scare Mattia?
To be honest, I think they're just holding position right now. I just don't think it's wise for them to battle and lose unnecessary amounts of time. I think it's just more beneficial to all of them if they, work together and just try and close that gap between, Mattia De Campo and Benjamin Baumann especially, because once they reach that sort of threshold, it becomes easier to get to Fidel Moreira, the Brazilian driver. And yeah, they just have to remain calm and make the correct decision, which it's just extremely difficult to do so. And that's why, they have a driver alongside them to help them out at all times. And it's important to have that where, you have either your team manager or your engineer or just another driver, talking about gaps, talking about lap times with the people around them. It's important to have those figures around you to help you, compose and look at everything in an objective manner.
Yeah, and one thing here that I'm also recognized from chat, they have a really good point, is fuel saving an important factor in this simulator and in this game? The answer to that, the short answer is yes. The long answer for this Nordschleife race is not as much, and the reason that is because we have a 65-minute stint timer. There is no car that is going to be able to burn up their fuel tank in 65 minutes. Maybe the Porsche, it's getting a little close, but not quite even enough for the Porsche. So it's going to be down to the drivers to put the proper amount of fuel into the car for the 65-minute stint. But most of these drivers are ending the stint around that 58-minute mark, 59-minute mark, as that's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles here at the Nordschleife with a 65-minute stint timer. You go any longer and you'll receive a penalty.
And something to consider is that at the start of the race, you'll be constantly within the slipstream of a car in front of you, and with that, you burn less fuel because the other car's essentially punching a hole in the air for you. So some teams like to use that, calculate how much fuel you save across the entire lap, and then, try and save time in terms of refueling for the next stint. And it really does help because small margins like this can, make or break a podium or even a win position.
Absolutely. Also, shout out to Amaris, the best mod here at the GT World YouTube channel. Had to do so, and there we are. There is the pit lane. A little bit of an ambitious dive from Jonathan, trying to get as alongside as he can, because one thing is, clipping gets enabled in pit lane, so these drivers are going to be able to potentially go through each other, as you see here. And Jonathan, he has an early pit stall, so he's going to be trying to get this stop done as quick as possible. He hit his marks there, and he will be getting his auto jacks activated. Holy smokes. Matthias Zempedri there, taking a bit of an exploratory line, kicking up some grass, but it is the Ford Mustang GT3. It's a bit of a rally car itself.
Indeed. The Ford Mustang is a challenging car for me. I mean, unless I put copious amounts of TC, I end up spinning it on exit. It's one hell of a difficult car to master, and especially in changing conditions, the Ford Mustang does tend to struggle, especially on traction on exit, as we see Fidel Moreira from a team that's very familiar to me for some reason, not quite sure why.
Indeed, the team principal / manager / supreme lead. I mean, Fidel Moreira here driving for the Visceral Esports team and going through onto the GP circuit one more time. Nobody around right now. You can see there they make the left-hander onto the start-finish straight rather than continuing on the Nordschleife. And of course, rather than when they make it to the Coca-Cola curve. Oh no, excuse me, that was the Coca-Cola curve. My apologies. Everything looks the same here at night. My apologies.
Indeed, as Fidel Moreira with a very, very good amount of experience. Vice champion of the GTWC America Pro Championship last year, and an IGTC driver for us last year as well. You know, he possesses a great amount of experience. You know, his main team's Williams Esports Academy, and yeah, he's driving with Visceral on a guest perspective for this race, and you know, putting in an exceptional effort for us. And it just shows that, you know, even though, you know, a driver might be driving for a different team to them, they still have the same amount of commitment and the same amount of motivation, and the inherent willingness to do well is something that is truly embodied in sim racing, where the gaps are very much closable with the amount of hard work that you put. It's very, very, you know, proportional to that hard work. And, you know, like, you see drivers time and time again, especially in an underrepresented region such as, you know, the LATAM region, where, you know, there's a handful of drivers that are active nowadays, and just seeing Fidel waving that flag for Brazil as he makes his way down to the extremely fast left-hander that always scares me when I drive it.
Yeah, every corner on this track is a terrifying one. It can pretty much bring an end to your race at any moment, and these drivers doing an excellent job of doing so. Morera as well, of course, doing an incredible job. And yeah, really, you mentioned it there, is just kind of showing his muster, showing what he's made of out there, and saying, you know, Williams, this is what happens. You know, oh goodness, let's not jinx him.
Very easily done that.
Saw my life flashing before my eyes with the team principal in the call there, but that's all good. He managed to keep it between the mayo and the mustard at the end of the day. But Morera here, showing his strengths and trying to prove to other teams, look at me, I'm the driver to keep an eye on out there. That's what every one of these drivers wants to do.
Indeed. And as we see Michael Merning, who's been a rising star in the ACC scene nowadays, you know, consistently putting in good results. You know, he won an LFM Pro Series race not so long ago in Hungaroring. You know, he's truly putting his name out there as one of the best in America. You know, he's, since, you know, last year, like, he's just got an extreme amount of improvement, and especially when joining SC Racing Esports, which is a team that I have a massive amount of respect for. And yeah, just putting in a fantastic shift. You know, he loves the Ford, he's dialed in with the Ford, and look at him. I mean, he's battling the likes of Jonathan Riley in the Ferrari Esports entry. That genuinely does show that no matter if you're in the silver class or not, you can still put up a strong fight against those in the pro class. And you know, Jonathan Riley's no slouch. He's the Ferrari Esports champion of 2022. So he knows exactly what he's doing and where he wants to place the car. As we see a battle going on for P6 at the moment between Jacques Olivier in the ERE Race Esports team entry and Dennis Schoeniger in the Williams Esports 2024 entry. And what we see now is Dennis just trying to size up a move. You know, he's trying to keep close to Jacques Olivier's bumper. As we see a little look on the inside, just trying to spook Jacques Olivier at the moment, and just coming on to that.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind here, Dennis Schoeniger, this is a driver that knows the AMG better than most. Not only has he driven it in ACC to absolute perfection multiple times, he recently participated in the Rennsport ESL finals as well, and almost managed to make it to the finals day. Unfortunately, did not quite, but managed a great showing over there. And Dennis backing up his team as well, representing Williams absolutely excellently. Flash of the headlights here as we go on to the party section of the Nordschleife. And Dennis trying to find any way by. He looks to the inside, but the door is not open. He knows best there. The overtaking opportunities are rare. They're few and far between. But as we go through the second carousel now, we're going to be launching ourselves onto the Dottinger. And this is where the AMG can let its legs roll, as it's against the Aston Martin 4.0 liter twin turbo with 535 brake horsepower versus the AMG, a 6.3 liter naturally aspirated V8 with 550. Who's going to do it? The slipstream here in favor for the Williams Esports team. And as they go up the hill, beginning to get ready for the descent, a flash of the headlights, such a distracting thing here in the night. can really get into your head. Not every driver, though, gets as affected. The inside line is what it's going to be for Dennis Schoeniger. He's going to be fully committed, flashes the headlights to say, I'm going for it. And as they come now down to the end of the Dottinger, it is full commitment, Dennis Schoeniger. He is showing why he is the driver, and he has managed to make up into P6.
Indeed, as you know, Jack Olivier seems to have backed out. You know, that like Dennis Schoeniger isn't his fight as he sides his way into the pits in a very, very quick succession. But yeah, I mean, I think you'll find that when pro cars and silver cars battle each other, it's normally quite a futile situation because at the end of the day, you're not losing any points by letting them past, as we see Michael Merning completely disprove what I'm talking about and trying to size up a move against Jonathan Riley, and with the superior top speed of the Ford Mustang, he gets through with ease and, you know, makes his way into P10, and you could just tell that Michael Merning wants to get past Axel Ramenet and Jack Olivier in front of him. You know, the two French teams showing exactly what they've got to offer, and in a scene that, you know, typically doesn't field a lot of entries in many esports championships, but, you know, the French teams come into SRO time and time again and show just how good they are.
Yeah, and Michael Moning in particular. So as it stands, if the checkered flag was to fall, I think Samantha Tan Racing would still be in the lead of the championship by about 2 points over Gladius. However, one thing I need to give Michael a bit of a shout out here. He has been absolutely on the ball. You mentioned it, Prawn, recently. He participated in the Global Esports Games qualifier for Team America for the United States Esports Federation. Almost managed to clinch the title, but at the end of the day, he was beaten by somebody maybe a little bit more familiar to you, Prawn, Zach Doran in the Visceral Esports team. Race 2, he ended up getting spun a little sideways. He tried to recover, but Zach, he was the man that took that one away from Michael, and I'd imagine Michael's gonna have a little chip on his shoulder and maybe want some vengeance against Visceral. You never know. No, Michael, of course, very nice guy.
Mike is amongst the most chill people I've ever met in sim racing. He's one of the kindest souls ever, so he would never do such a thing. As we see Tadas Juknavicius, the Lithuanian driver, you know, trying to get close to Finn Zimbal in the VSR entry. As I guess in the pit stop phase, Jonathan Hallemer was replaced by Finn, and, you know, Finn is taking on the night stints with Tadas closely following him, trying to size up a move. But yeah, I mean, it seems to me like VSR have jumped Veloce Academy in the pits, whether that be a difference in, you know, fuel or tire strategy, we never know. But it seems to me that this battle will be raging on for a hell of a lot longer.
Yeah, I definitely do not expect this to go anywhere. Juknavicius and Zimbal in the midst of war at this point, and it's going to continue on for the foreseeable future. But one thing these drivers got to keep in mind is, while yes, I'm going to be trying to make up positions in the night, your real goal of a night stint is to survive. That's the only goal at the end of the day. If you make up a couple positions, excellent. That's brilliant. You couldn't have asked for anything more. Literally, your only thing you're asking is to live and to stay in the relative position that you were in, because that's just... It's such a difficult circuit here at the Nordschleife. There are no lights pretty much whatsoever. We're on the GP circuit right now, so there are a couple, give or take, as we go through the Schumacher S's. You can see some lighting up the grandstands in the background. But as we get into the middle sectors of the Nordschleife, and we get into Armberg and through Foxhole and down, obviously, onto the back straights through Kesselchen and whatnot, no lights. It's a dark circuit. There is not many opportunities for visibility, and just these high LED headlights is all they have to illuminate the sky in front of them, which doesn't do that well.
Indeed. This battle, by the way, is raging on, and amidst that, Tom Gorka in the Car 44 entry is getting closer and closer and closer, and for Tom at the moment, his priority is to get as close as possible and take advantage of any mishaps between the Tadas Juknavicius and Finn Zimbal, and maybe gain some more positions. And the cars in front of Tom at the moment, all three are silver class entries. So he'll be looking to grab all of them by the scruff of the neck and get them easily.
You know, one thing that I've been trying to keep an eye on here, I haven't mentioned it just yet, but I had someone whisper in my ear that there was going to be rain in 30 minutes about 45 minutes ago. We haven't seen much rain here, or if we did, it hit very briefly and was very light, or only on a certain part of the circuit. Does ACC work like that? I don't even know.
No,
No, it doesn't, dang. Then never mind on that. But Yuknavicius here, haven't seen him necessarily struggling for traction just yet in that Veloce Academy car. With Finzimbel ahead, though, I'm loving this. If we have a three-way fight and the rain starts to fall, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does, and you never know. Thomas Gorka on the recovery drive right now. Is he going to be able to cope with the pressure here? As I know, we had talked again, Prawn, before, about how you manage your night stints and just who do you decide, or how do you decide who goes behind the night stint? And one of the things that you mentioned to me was who wants to go into the night stint? Who is the most confident? And I'm assuming Gorka, I don't know if you want to spill the beans there, was he the most confident heading into the night stint for the Visceral Esports 44 car?
I mean, if I'm being brutally honest, it was a case of who has school on Monday and who needs to wake up and who can sacrifice their academic pursuits as effectively as possible. And what we decided was the fact that, you know, Kevin and Fabrizio Campanella, both of them being, you know, young drivers, they have to, you know, go to school. And we decided that it was best for Tom Gorka and Felix Azizahaka, being the older guys in the team, to sort of take those night stints. They're a lot more experienced and they can just, you know, plug away. And that's the most important thing right now, is just to make sure that you have those experienced anchors in the team that, while they may not have the raw pace, though, you know, our guys were all very, very equal on pace, like, you'd rather have a slower driver in the night stints that won't, you know, put the car into a million pieces. And it's very important for that to happen.
Yeah, it is. And now I'm just taking a look here. I noticed something. So we have, I think, our pit phase going underway. I think Gregor Schill went into pit lane on this lap, serving his 10-second penalty. Yes, indeed, there is the BS Competition 2021 blue car. We also had a pit stop being served from our race leader, Jordan Sherritt, in the 255. Since then, they have returned out in fourth position. I'm not sure if they have remained behind the wheel or not. As we check down here, this is, oh no, Adam facing the correct way at the very least in the Brabham Motorsports car, but it is a spin. Just taking a look at the damage, I'm not seeing anything immediately catching my eye, but that doesn't mean much. He could have ended up clattering that front end. The splitter might be gone, the wheel alignment might be off. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully they can keep that Audi out on circuit and manage to make it to the end of their stint. Thankfully, it seems, though, that most of these drivers are coming down to a close for their stint on this lap.
Indeed, and, you know, in these critical times of the race, you know, we're reaching, you know, 9 hours of the race done. So more than a third of the way in, and fatigue starts to kick in around this time. For me, this is the slowest time of the race, where, you know, you just feel like not a lot of time is passing and not a lot is happening, and it gets a little bit mentally exhausting having not a lot go on, as, you know, wild as that sounds. But it's about attrition, and those who have that attrition can push through and get on with it.
Yeah, and that is definitely one of the differences that separates a lot of these drivers out there. But so I'd love the comment in chat is who has school on Sundays, probably.
It's
Jack
more for
Oliver
Mondays.
Yeah, that makes sense. As this is, of course, it's very taxing, the sim racing hours that these drivers have to contend with, depending on where you're at in the world. Time zones vary. And of course, if you are in the Americas, it might be awfully early. If you are over in the Australias, like Felipe Bokita for the BS Competition car that we were looking at before, it might be relatively late.
Indeed.
Or tomorrow.
Wow. time zones are always a bit of an issue, especially with some of the drivers, especially in APAC or, you know, the LATAM or NA. And the thing is, in these times, you know, that plays into teams' advantages. You know, put those drivers in the night stints, just push them to it. Go, okay, well, you're based in X country. Do these stints. You can't do anything about it. See ya. That's how it normally runs. And it's always really, really good to just have that, you know, stability where it's not that late for a certain driver, and they can afford to just keep lapping. And for a European driver, especially driving right now with like midnight, even 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for some people, it's going to get exhausting. And you could definitely sort of see that, especially right now where, yeah, things are getting extremely difficult, mentally speaking.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see if we could pull up some driver cams here. I know we have that access for some of these drivers, just to see the motions that are currently behind their faces. Are they going to be a bit droopy? Are they going to be locked in? Are they going to be excited, laughing? I don't know at this stage. Again, it really does depend on where you're at. And if you are in that European time zone, things are pretty late right now for you, and you might be feeling the fatigue as this race goes on. But either way, the battling up at the front, I did notice briefly there was a small fight for P3, but I think since then they have pit, and we have that resolved. The next closest battle out on circuit, realistically, is going to be Uknavicius and Finn Zimble, still with about less than a second separating them, battling for 15th currently. Zimble in the number 6 is ahead. And there is Uknavicius chasing him down. The Valache Academy SRO car hot on the heels and heading now down towards what looks like the Dunlop hairpin, all the way at the bottom of the GP circuit, the southernmost point. And there is Uknavicius. You can see he looks fairly locked in. Maybe a little tiredness on the face. Either way, you can see in the dark as they ride through the night. Ahead of them, the Lamborghini twitching every which way.
Indeed, in the Lamborghini, you can feel every single curve, every single bounce. And it's always going to be critical for you just to look past that, you know, have that car control. And especially in high pressure situations such as this, where you have such a talented driver behind you, you really need to put all of that concentration into motion. And Finn Zimble is really, really pushing it right now to make sure that he doesn't lose that position. And in the meantime, Justin Stubenrauch behind is extremely excited, because what you can see now is that Justin has, you know, slightly closed up on Tadas at the moment. And it's going to end up with a three-way battle, no matter where you look, to be honest.
Yeah, and we are here for it. That is 24-hour racing, you know. Yeah, people always say, oh, it's the night stint, things get boring. What are you talking about? This is, again, where you can make or break your race here, and you need to be so careful when you're battling it out. As you can even see, the latency issues potentially playing a role at some point. Hopefully not. We've already seen enough of that with the disconnects from the 86 and the 7. We certainly don't want to be seeing that anymore. But here we go. Long run now up the hill as they go through towards the flue plots. Right-hander ahead of them here, and they get ready for the long stretch down to the left-hander. This is sort of deceptively fast through here. This is a very high-speed, high-commitment sequence of corners, and if you do end up making a mistake, your race could be just devastatingly over, because if you crash here, which is so easy to do, you have such a long time before you have to limber all the way back to the pit lane. Thankfully, everyone has their best behavior currently right now, and as they head back down the hill towards Armberg, no issues arising just yet, but that is going to be Stubenrauch joining the conversation now, and we're going to have 3 people trying to negotiate for the same piece of tarmac here on the Nordschleife.
Indeed, as you see, Justin Stubenrauch very eager on the brakes, trying to get ever so close to Tadas Uknavicius, and this is shaping up to be an extremely fun battle to watch. And for me right now, I am looking at that and thinking, that's 2 positions. Let's have a look and see what happens as we see Justin flashing the lights right now, saying, right, I'm significantly faster than you, you know, consider letting me through. However, it's important to note that, you know, excessive flashing might attract the attention of the stewards. So you need to be very, very careful and conservative with the way you use it. But Tadas will not want to let that position slide. Because if you do let that position slide, and Justin is way faster than you, you do not want them to pull away. And especially with the Lamborghini being extremely good on the brakes, you know, it's always going to be an inevitability that a move might happen, but you have to do your best to avoid it. And with Tadas now, he's playing an extremely defensive game, trying to make sure that he places the car in the correct position. And while all this happens, as he goes slightly loose, and in the midst of this, Finn Zimbal is pulling away right now, which is extremely good for him.
Uknavicius there with a heart-in-mouth moment. Stubenrauch trying to capitalize on it immediately. He wasn't able to. You can still see that rain light flashing behind. We do expect some showers to be happening relatively shortly, though it is going to be predicted to be light. This is Stubenrauch looking left, looking right as they go all the way down. It's going to be towards the carousel that a move has to happen. Half committed and a half look is going to need to be a little bit more than that, but just trying to force the McLaren offline, which they managed to do, but no! That's going to be Stubenrauch making a mistake himself. The Visceral Esports Lamborghini pushes the envelope slightly too far, and they have been at their own demise. Oh, careful on the rejoin as cars are flying by. But Pranav Kalevala, heart-in-mouth moment, I think, is a bit of an understatement. Oh, no.
Yep, not ideal, but if anything, we've made something out of nothing before, and Justin will be more than prepared to take this on. He's got a lot of experience, and he knows exactly what he needs to do to try and make a recovery out of this. And yeah, I mean, if anything, these sort of incidents show that anyone can make a mistake, and anyone can, you know, face the wrath of the Nordschleife. But it's important now that Justin, you know, stays calm, stays collected, and yeah, just gets the job done. And yeah, he seems to be calm right now. That, like, I know Justin very well, and that looks to be, you know, a fairly calm expression from him. So yeah, we shall see what happens.
Gather your thoughts and move forward from there. That will be another position for the 44 at the very least. So there is some benefit to this nightmare situation, but with 14 hours, 53 minutes, and 54 seconds left, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. Here is Mike Milanowski battling with Manisha for P17, currently the Veloce Vexed McLaren. This is a car that we've said the name of quite a few times. Now, there are a few Veloce Vexed McLarens out on the circuit, but they're constantly finding themselves in the action, in the battles here tonight. And this Audi as well has been quite the show. The 789 had a bit of a scare moment earlier, but hasn't let that affect them, as though the likes of Milanowski behind. This is quite the intimidating prospect, as objects in mirror tend to be closer than they appear, especially when you have the likes of Milanowski.
Indeed, Malinowski is a very, very experienced driver. You know, he's been around for a while, and he's one of the very few drivers on the grid that I think races with VR. Just a little fun fact for you. But yeah, I mean, he's closing up to Artyom Manisha, who's also a very, very well-respected Russian driver. And yeah, he's trying to size up any potential opportunity of getting past. Especially with these two being in the pro class, every point matters in the championship. And as you can see right now, Maciej Malinowski is putting himself onto the inside, trying to size up a move, and it looks to me like he's had more strife. And yeah, and he returns to the garage, and it looks to me like that is a big one for the car number 45 Visceral Esports entry.
Well, Milanowski manages to get ahead there. We did miss the overtake at its prime, but out of the blue, we could see they're just trying to, and that is just not the sight you want to see if you're Stubenrauch. That is a very, very gutted individual, and they are Yeah.
I mean, I feel extremely sorry for Justin. I mean, I know he'll be beating himself up about that one. But yeah, I mean, look, it's 14 hours and 51 minutes left of the race. You know, we can salvage something out of this, as we see Maciej Malinowski making a fantastic move.
Milanowski managing for the defense into the first corner, actually. This is the Audi. They were fully behind, but they're trying to make lunges back onto the exit as they go through the first sector of the Nürburgring. Not able to make it stick, but the Audi is hungry. And do they smell blood in the water despite the fact that they just got overtaken? Maybe the pace is in favor of the Audi right now that they feel the slipstream. You got a little bit of a bone to chase, which is also a bit of a helping factor. When you're out on circuit all by yourself, you kind of get in a bit of a lull state. You can't remember sometimes the corners. Now, obviously, these drivers are a bit more professional than me or even Prawn, who is in the call, who's a professional team principal. But, you know, drivers, they still make mistakes, and we've unfortunately seen that with the likes of the Visceral car on the previous lap, and that was even with a bone to chase.
Indeed, like, it's always going to be rough. And, yeah. I mean, Malinowski's, you know, trying to, you know, get out of the slipstream range, which is all too important. And Manisha's just trying to keep on the back of him, and it's always going to be tight. It's always going to be, you know, no holds barred, but it always happens with battles like this.
Yeah, Manisha has his nose to the grindstone for the time being, but the real driver who is on fire is Aiden Walshingham. No one to really contest right now, minus Jordan Sherrod, who's about 6.5 seconds off of the first position. So definitely not out of the cards just yet. Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez as well, currently sitting in third position overall, doing a brilliant job in the silver category for the 138. Now, they may not be bringing home the championship here tonight, or maybe in a championship fight at all, but the 138 sitting 8th in the championship at 67 points. This is going to be a very welcome effort. Their best finish before this was round 2 with a P3 finish, and now looking for a first.
Indeed. It's, yeah. Noah Edda is, yeah, trying to defend extremely hard at the moment, as we can see here. You know, it's going to be tight, and Noah Edda being extremely experienced himself and driving for the very newly formed Team Nitro that, you know, consistently shows just how, you know, a team can just come out of the blue and, you know, put in stellar performances. And right now they're being, you know, chased or even lapping another car right now. I think that might be the Axel Sports entry. So yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a number P30. I cannot quite make out who the car is behind, but it definitely was a back marker there getting involved. Here is Dennis Schoeniger, currently out on the circuit, all on their lonesome, the Williams Esports 2024 car. Doing a great job so far, and just keeping the lap times honest. They ended up qualifying earlier on at the start of this race in a less than ideal position. I think they started somewhere around the 6th position or 5th position, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 5th, or yes, I think it was 5th.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm just taking a moment to sort of think about what's happened in the last sort of 10 minutes. It's been a very, very manic, you know, last couple of minutes right now, and it's a process. And
yeah, particularly, you know, for your team.
I mean, right at the start of the race, there's always going to be that intense pressure. But then, you know, coming into the middle of the race, you know, things get a bit quiet, and then this stuff happens. And in that position, you're just sort of like, yeah, you know, like a lot of things can happen, and the full brunt of it is shown. So...
Yes, absolutely. And not one of these teams out there is innocent, or not innocent, is not at risk of an incident happening throughout this next 16 or 14 hours plus 15 hours, give or take. And Dennis Schoeniger, he knows that. He's been a part of that here on this circuit in the 24 hours of the iRacing Nordschleife in the past. He's been unfortunately beefed off the track and put an end to his team's race earlier in the year. A very disappointing finish, unfortunately, for Dennis, but something that I'm sure that he isn't going to forget, and he's going to try to come into this race with a little chip on his shoulder and say, I am a king of Nordschleife, and I can show that. And Dennis, he is doing an excellent job so far.
He definitely has a homeland advantage being German. He's definitely showing it, though. I mean, he's putting in a stellar drive at the moment for the Williams Esports crew. And I'm sure that Jake Hammond and Carl McCollman, who are the managers over there, are ecstatic right now at how Dennis is, pushing through, trying to close the gap to the top 3, and just making sure that, he can push through.
One thing I'm trying to keep an eye on as well is this weather situation. I haven't seen it develop really much at all as of recently. We get sporadic showers every here and then. It's kind of hard to tell with the night amongst us. Can't really see the water falling on circuit. It's not really even enough for these drivers to warrant turning their windshield wipers on. They can just deal with the air pushing all of it off of their car. And beyond that, we'll see. The rain has been a constant factor, though, tonight, and has played havoc in different drivers' strategies. Earlier on, certain people electing to take wet tires in that first in the first wet stint, which didn't really work out for them. It seemed the drivers that stayed on the dry tires had the advantage for longer and managed to eke that advantage out in the long run. But again, anything can happen in racing, and it's the Nordschleife, and we are in the Ardennes forest, and rain can just kind of happen, and it can kind of just not go away either. One thing I realized I haven't necessarily got into yet is I haven't done any fun facts about the Nordschleife, Prawn. Let's get into that. I think that's something that we should do here, as this is a track, again, that has plenty of history, and the castle section, or the Kesselchen, I think, around that area, has a name around it. There's actually the Nürburg Castle, which stands at the top of the second highest hill in the Eifel Mountains, at an altitude of roughly 676 meters. On a clear day, you can see the spires of Cologne 85 meters away if you are in that castle. 85 kilometers, away. And the castle dates all the way back to the 12th century. First mentioned in 1166 and built by Count Ulrich von Arch.
Damn. Now that is a fun fact. I always love these fun facts bits from you, because you always seem to put in a very, very good amount of research into it, and something I didn't know. So I guess I'll need to add that to my checkbook of trivial information that I probably won't use again. But I mean, I certainly will remember it now.
Will you,
because
though?
anything
Will anybody?
anything coming out of your voice, I'll listen to. Like, come on, you're Mike Nouse. Like, anything that you say will be a memorable thing. And
as half of chat has left now.
Nah.
No, thank you everybody for sticking around. Welcome if you are on the YouTube side of things, on the Twitch side of things, from the GT World perspective, or for the SRO Motorsports Twitch page. If you guys haven't yet, hit that follow button if you are over here on Twitch. Hit the like button and that subscribe button to keep up with everything GT World related over on the YouTube side of things. And look at that. That is there's a bit of a rave going on for Matthias Zempedri there as he as his screen flashing.
Indeed. That reminds me of the old days in SRO Esports when Josh Staffin used to, have like a disco ball, like RGB lights, during his races. Like, it's always good to, have a look at like an insight into the driver personalities, just based off, the lights that they have. And yeah, some people have LEDs, some people drive completely in darkness, some people really like to drive just completely illuminated. For me, I'm very much a case of, I have RGB around me, and then I drive completely in the dark because it just helps me, have that tunnel vision and only look at the track rather than, being distracted by 100 different things like the wall in front of me, or like my headphone stand, or my Aston Martin autographs that I've got next to me. Like,
reflex, but okay.
Yep. So I just rather not get distracted by all that and just focus on the track. So, I mean, it's, again, with sims, everyone's equal in terms of, setups and all that kind of thing, like, provided you put in the effort. the only thing that differentiates you is preference, and whether that be hardware or just simple things like lighting, it can really help to make a driver more comfortable and more confident going into a stint.
And that's a really good point as well. And one thing that I also want to mention is a lot of these drivers have LAN experience as well. You go and look at the Williams Esports team I just had mentioned, Dennis Schoninger, coming off the back of the ESL Riyadh LAN and managing to use the equipment that is provided for them. I know I was hearing from some of the Williams guys that it was a bit difficult for them to get used to the equipment as it wasn't quite their spec. The seats are a little bit different. You're switching constantly with other people, so you have to adjust different things. Here, you don't have to worry about that. You have your own setup. You're at home. You have the comfort of your own bed behind you, and you know that you're not in an unfamiliar environment, that these drivers are in very high-pressure scenarios, as well as, of course, when they are at some of those LAN events, they are some of the most high-pressured situations those individuals have ever been put in, for the most part. And it's incredible to see how a lot of them handle it. Tinko Vandervelde, he's been to his fair share of LANs. Dario Mulio has been to his fair share of LANs. And of course, a few others. Dara McCormack, he also was at the ESL R1 Riyadh LAN. So a lot of these drivers, they have plenty of experience on not just one wheel, but on multiple different setups. And you get used to different bits, and that preference starts to not matter as much. But at the end of the day, everyone still has what they love the best.
Indeed, and it's interesting you make that point about LANs, because like the Renvelt and Esports guys are currently in Mendik in the
Oh, we've had a little connection issue here. Hopefully Prawn comes back relatively shortly. I think Prawn has
yeah, okay.
There he is. Prawn has vanished into the ether, and he is back.
I do apologize. But yeah, like just mentioning, like, talk about LAN, but Renvelton are currently in their HQ in Mendig right now in Germany, and they've brought a lot of their drivers together. They've all got sim rigs, not what they're familiar with, and some of their drivers in what is probably the toughest race of the year is that they're all going to have to get used to some hardware that they're not used to, and especially like when you're dealing with like unfamiliar equipment, they'll be practicing way beforehand on their rigs at home, and where they're all comfortable, and the Renvelt and Esports guys are having to juggle through that extra challenge too. And it's really interesting to see that these guys, there's some that are going to be online, and so there's going to be some teams that can budget and afford to spend that extra money and bring these guys out for what will be an unforgettable experience. And that's what Renvelton have done with their drivers this race.
That is really cool to hear. Here, though, is our pit lane, and there was a little shake of the fist from the 255 competition car. Jordan Sherritt hands the car over to Philip Minar, and Philip takes the race lead in pit lane over Aiden Walshingham's team, the number 40, over the number 40. As Aiden now hands it over to George Boothby, and Boothby onto the back foot immediately, over a second separating them. But I know for a fact Boothby's going to have fire in his eyes, and he's going to be looking for that position. Both him and Aiden, they have some experience together now that we have Boothby as well. I would imagine we're going to see these two race extremely hard. The 255 competition and the number 40 Valache Vex. This is not the first time that they have fought in the wet. Now, brand new tires on. That was only a 4-lap stint for Jordan and a 5-lap stint for Aiden, and we've elected to throw wet tires on. The question is now, how long is the rain going to stick?
Indeed. I mean, the rain could, it could end now, it could end, half an hour in time, it could end never. It depends very much on just factors outside the driver's control. The only thing they can control is how they perform. And with Philip Minar and George Boothby right now, they are no strangers to each other. They've battled constantly during the last LFM Pro Series, and they have been rivals on track in such a brilliant way that they have such mutual respect for each other, and if we see a fight, you know, it'll always be respectful. And you know, Philippe Menard very recently actually took his first LFM Pro Series win, and he's going to show just exactly what that winner mentality looks like when, you know, trying to fend off the likes of George Boothby, who is the most recent LFM Pro Series champion, as we see Philippe Menard there looking extremely concentrated right now. I think it must be like, what, 2:30 a.m. for him? And, you know, he'll be pushing to his absolute core right now, trying to make sure that the 255 competition car can, you know, stay ahead. And with the Aston in these changeable conditions, it is known for being one of the better cars. And
Yeah,
it will always provide a, you know, stable platform for Philip to then push slightly harder.
Exactly. It is one of those, like I said earlier, it's a front engine car, very heavy, big V8, and you have a lot more freedom than, say, the Audi does in terms of how punchy it is, and even the Lamborghini. These cars are very quick to rotate, and in these wet conditions, that can exacerbate it by about a factor of 10. And as you mentioned, Philippe Menard, he looks locked in as ever, and you can see outside of his window there, it is dark. He is, as you said, driving around 2:30 at night into his time, which is difficult. Let's say the energy drinks are probably flowing at this stage, and the caffeine in the veins, trying to keep him alive here for the next hour as he just took the wheel. And you can see we've only completed, Prawn, 65 laps so far. By the time we reach hour 12, we're looking at potentially 70, or maybe even like 75. We're looking at like 150 laps total in a 24-hour race. That's the Nordschleife, baby.
Yep. And, you know, Philippe Menard he looks dead set on creating that big gap. You know, on ACC, you know, the slipstream, you know, threshold is around 7/10. So he's aiming to, you know, he just wants to keep that gap as wide as possible so that he has some breathing room. And looking at all of his steering movements at the moment, he is locked in and ready to go right now. And George Boothby will need to try and find something in his driving. I mean, you forget that, you know, George might not have, you know, been in the car for a couple hours. So he might be, you know, just trying to find his feet again. And Philippe Menard is now in a position where, you know, he's just having to, you know, stay consistent, eke out that gap.
Actually, that's a really good point that you mentioned. George Boothby has not been behind the wheel of the car yet. This is actually his first time taking a stint in this entire race. So he is going to be going into this not only in the dark, he's going to be going into this into the wet as well. Now, obviously, if there's any driver on the planet that you want to be driving a car on the Nordschleife at night in the wet, it's probably George Boothby. He's definitely up there in my top 5 choices for ACC drivers that I would want that exact scenario.
Indeed, and it's scenarios that are like this that just, it enthralls you. It keeps you engaged. It keeps you focused, and especially for me right now, I mean, I've been up for, you know, 12, 13 hours at this point, and it's a case of, yeah, you just gotta push through.
And again, caffeinate. Very, very helpful for drivers, for commentators, and team principals all alike, as there is a lot of work that goes in, and I'm sure as well for the production behind the scenes that we just don't hear about. Of course, Ryan Gill, Mike Yao, behind the cams here today, as well as all of our production in terms of our race control, dealing with penalties. We got Remco Ottens, Kevin Stefan, all of the absolute regular legends, and of course, Gary and Tom Bryant joining us as well from Zynamic, and as well as RCI. So thank you guys so much. There's the Zynamic photo as well on cue. Look at that brilliant, brilliant photography. It's almost like it's real life racing. You can see as they negotiate the left-hander. And there have just been so many brilliant photos. I'm keeping an eye on our chat here, and the one that like absolutely shines me, if we could do the one of the headlights at some point, that is my favorite one. The one that's just it shows what it's like for night racing, and it just absolutely amazing. So shout out there to Zynamic, and of course all of our sponsors here at SRO, and also all of our partners, of course, as well. Starting us off with Fanatec, AWS, Pirelli, Kunos, AK Esports UK, SimGrid, AMG Motorsports, and again, Dynamic. So thank you guys for that. And of course, we're driving on ACC, the official game of SRO, and thank you so much. Yes, look at that. That is my favorite photo so far of the night, I have to say. It's just a brief summary, one photo summary of what we've seen so far, and it's just, this has been an incredible race. The amount of action prawn that we've had for a 24-hour has been absolutely electric. Typically by this time, by the 10th hour, there really isn't much going on, and sure, right now we don't see a battle happening. However, we go and look down towards Finn Zimble, 1.2 seconds off the back of Uknavicius. That has not gone anywhere whatsoever. We have 2 seconds separating our race leaders right now, and we've just had an overtake happen, and currently the 255 competition does have the fastest lap. That was set, though, a long time ago by Abuladze in the 255, and they set that at an 8:06.1. I don't expect to see any of those laps anytime soon, Prawn.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I just don't think that with all the wet to dry transitions that, you know, a fastest lap is on the cards for anyone at the moment. I mean, maybe at the end of the race, you know, things might differ, but, you know, as of right now, as Dylan Tan from Team HRT by Team Rentvelton gets it slightly wrong and drifts into the corner. But yeah, I mean, it just doesn't seem likely to me with all these changeable conditions that a fastest lap can be found. By the way, you know, Dylan Tan, he is one of the fastest drivers from Asia. You know, he's also extremely young. I think he's like 13 or 14. And, you know, he's always been up there. You know, he's an SRO Asia champion last year. And, you know, he drives for the Legion of Racers, which is a Singaporean team run by, I think, Melvin Moe, if I'm correct in my statement. But yeah, I mean,
that, sorry to cut you up, but that has to be one of the coolest team names I think I've ever heard. Legion of Racers.
Indeed.
That is super metal. That sounds like, I don't know, like a Korean drama or something like that, or in this case, a Singapore drama.
Indeed. I mean, the Legion of Racers has always, you know, put themselves on the forefront in an APAC competition, and yeah, I mean, they're showing it today by fielding Dylan Tan in the Team HRT by Rentvelton lineup. You know, Team HRT making best use of the talent available to them and providing Dylan Tan with the opportunity to compete in IGTC again, which is, you know, something that I'm sure Dylan is opening with welcome arms at the moment.
And that is just so cool, and something I'd like to talk about really quick as well is just the fact of how young drivers are getting to be for sim racing. You know, and not just sim racing, it's real racing as well. The drivers just keep getting younger and younger. The internet allowing drivers to practice at such a young age. I mean, you can be sim racing by the age of 4. Heck, I mean, I was racing by the age of 4 in terms of quads and motorcycles, but you know, when you have the ability to be driving a literal GT car when you are not even close to being old enough to have a license, it's such a cool element. And that's one of the main things, I think, the main appeals of sim racing is just the learning that you can have. Not only are you learning how to sim race and how to race with others, you're learning how to drive a car, which is, in case anyone is curious, at least in America, is one of the most useful things that you can know how to do. And unfortunately, not enough people know how to do it well. So, and I'm sure whatever country you're from, the feeling is probably mutual as well. So this is just something you can learn to improve your real life safety in a video game, which is not something that you can say from a lot of different esports out there.
Indeed, and I mean, with all these young people coming through, it's an extremely promising thing for the ACC esports team and, you know, sim racing esports in general, because you consistently have these young talents showing through and, you know, putting in the good performances. And it just shows that the next generation is here, and they're here and they want to do well. And it's something that I love the most about sim racing is, you know, looking out for these young talents, you know, seeing how they progress. And you know, we have a very, very young roster on my team. You know, our average age is around 17. You know, we've got 2 16-year-olds in each lineup. You know, we've got a few sort of older guys in there to sort of help nurture them. And it's always a good thing when you have that balance, because for me, it helps keep things fresh, and I can look at the world in a much more, younger perspective. And it's something that's just so good about the sim racing scene, where you can unite so many people from different walks of life and just all come together with the passion of pixel cars racing in extremely quick succession around.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think I could have said it better myself. It's, at the end of the day, we're just watching cars drive around in a glorified circle, and this is something that I just absolutely love more than anything on this planet, and am so happy to be a part of here at SRO. And so big thank you to, again, everyone from behind the scenes here, but just allowing to see these drivers out on the circuit and giving opportunities to the younger drivers as well, as we said before. And as well, I guess I should mention, the younger team principals. As Prawn, you were once a viewer of this championship, nevertheless a team principal. Do you want to maybe talk a little bit more about that, as we have a bit of a lull on track right now?
2 years ago, I joined this the SRO Esports Discord just to figure out, if there's any sort of way I can get in. And it's like you'd look at all these names in there, like the team managers, the production artists, like the people that are, commentating and broadcasting, and even the drivers. And I thought that would be incredible to be a part of. And 2 years later, and an unhealthy amount of time spent, I'm in the position where I am right now, and to be honest, I couldn't be more humble that I'm in the position that I am right now. Like, this is... Sim racing for me has been the greatest outlet, and it has taught me a lot of very, very important skills for me moving forwards. And, anyone can do it. Anyone can start their own esports team, and anyone can progress up the ladder if they want it enough. And the accessibility of sim racing just makes it even more tantalizing in that prospect, because it's a growing industry. Things are always changing, and there are always going to be things that you can do within it that are always going to provide something engaging. And literally no 2 days are the same in sim racing. Like, I cannot think of a single day where something like is literally been like the Truman Show, where things happen all over again. Like, it's always very, very captivating just to see how the scene changes. And in the last 2 years, it's changed a lot. And for me, it's about keeping on top of that and making sure that I put my best foot forward in that.
Yeah, and that is the goal for everyone here in the esports scene. And again, if that's something that interests you, again, get started, get involved with different communities, and try your best to get involved here with SRO. And as Remco says, let's not get too emotional here, Prawn, as of course we're getting a little sappy at this point in time. But no, of course, thank you so much for sharing that, Prawn.
Hold on. Have we just seen Jeffrey Ritchie disconnect or something from the server? Because I could have sworn he was in P3 and now he's in P23. Something must have happened.
I think you are... Yeah, you're 100% right. The 138 Aston Martin in the silver category was in third. That's a great spot. Let me see if I can find here what exactly happened. And
shout out to Taras Yukonavicius, who brought that up to me. Straight out of his stint with Veloce Academy. Giving me all the information like a champ. Absolute beast. Love that.
So interestingly here, I don't know if there was a disconnect or if they made another pit stop, but looking at it, I think there was a disconnect considering that they had a significant margin of being stationary. But they on lap 66, which we are currently on, they did have some form of entry into the pit lane on the end of the lap, and since then have come back out, but the pit stop time was roughly 2.5 minutes, so that was going to be enough for a disconnect. So presumably, yes, there was a disconnect, and that is one more to add into the mechanical failures here tonight. And what a devastating result, because they were driving so superbly. The 138 car really had nobody around them to worry about, and now getting dropped down into the mid-pack, that's absolutely a gutting way to experience it.
Indeed. I mean, they had a superlative drive until this point. Extremely consistent, extremely clean. I mean, all those drivers, they put in a lot of hard work in this race, I'm sure. And yeah, to see them, disconnect is, not ideal. And, you've got to feel for them, haven't you? Because, I mean, you never want to see that, like, from a viewer's perspective, to see, someone's hard work, shatter just like that out of nowhere. Like, it's never an ideal thing. And, I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy, even though, we perform very, very closely against each other. There's the old adage, keep friends closer, but no, keep friends close, but enemies closer. And while that is true, you kind of got to, look at your competitors and, put yourself in their shoes a bit. And, it must be heartbreaking for them at the moment. And, I really do feel for them.
Yeah, that is never a way that you want your competition to end. And even if you're the Samantha Tan 28 team, that's not how you want to take a win. They're going to be welcoming it, though, because that is just more points to put them currently in the lead. As it stands, again, Ryan Gill reading my mind in production. Absolute legend. As it stands, the current standings as of lap 66, if the checkered flag was to fall, Samantha Tan Racing would take the championship by 3.5 points. I can math. The Gladys Competition Esports would finish in second at 156.5, and BF Racing at 137, with Valache Academy in fourth, and then the Visceral Esports coming home currently 1.5 points off the back of the Valache Academy in fifth. So the Valache 44 has made up a significant amount of points so far, and if they overtake Zampedri, I think that'll put them at least half a point behind, which means that they're getting very, very close here to potentially negotiating their way into a podium position at the end of the day.
Indeed. I mean, any podium position is always going to be a tantalizing prospect, and every team would want to, stick themselves on the podium for the final race of the season and, end the season on a high. That's something that's very, very important. Especially if, a team hasn't had the best of starts to a season, they always want to make sure that they, exclaim to the world, I'm still here, I'm still, we're still here in with a fight. And, a podium is always going to be good.
Exactly. And really good point here. Marco is saying, and actually that was a return to the garage from the 138. I wonder if that's just a frustration return to the garage, saying enough's enough, we can't win the championship. I hope that's not the case. I'd like to see him make the checkered flag. That's one thing about racing, especially endurance races. Just taking the checkered flag is a win in itself, and it seems they have unfortunately disconnected and their race is done and over with. Was leading the category, now is all the way in the doldrums. You hate to see it again. That's never how you want to see somebody end up. But here, a really good point from Marco in chat, saying, just started sim racing and it's super difficult yet frustrating, but watching this makes me feel so motivated again. I'm really glad that's the case, Marco, and anyone out there that is new to sim racing, first off, welcome. Welcome to the community of sim racing, and I hope that you do end up catching the quote-unquote bug of sim racing and wanting to get as involved as myself or as Prawn or any one of these drivers out on track are, or anyone behind the scenes. But anyways, get involved with a league. That's my biggest recommendation. Get involved with any league out there, wherever you are in this world. If you're North American, if you're European, if you're in the Asian regions, get involved with some leagues in your area. Find some friends, some drivers that are around your skill level, and improve together, because doing this on your own is very difficult. That's one thing about the sim racing community as a whole, is we're a community, and we do really want to help each other out, and all of these drivers are so nice and willing to help out. That's one of the things that I just love about sim racing, is we have one of the nicest esports communities out there, I feel. A lot of them have a lot of toxic vibes, but here, it's just nothing but love, I feel. And even in the esports level, and especially at the community level, that is where you can have tons of fun and learn tons of different things. So that's where I would recommend.
And I mean, put it this way, I mean, whenever there's money involved in sim racing, there's always going to be, that level of, just some certain people just coming to blows. But at the end of the day, at our core, we want everyone to be, performing well. Sim drivers are selfish, inherently. They always want to take that win. But it's always very, very good to see that, when your friends perform well, that, you congratulate them. You tell them, you deserve that result. And yeah, like for me right now, I see a lot of, people that I know in this grid, doing such a good job. And to me, that's all I need, like it's always really, really, like, it's fulfilling in a way to see the scene, stick together.
Absolutely. And a really good question as well in chat. This is a game? Yes, this is a game, a simulator, as some people might be correcting me immediately. And yes, this is a simulator. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione, the official game of SRO. And yes, this is one of the few simulators out there, if not, maybe I might even go as far as saying the only current simulator out there, where when you go onto the GT World YouTube channel and you hover over their thumbnails to try to get a little idea of where they're racing, what's going on, and you look at the thumbnail and you say, oh, it's the Nordschleife. Is that... are those real cars, or are those those look like real cars to me. And then you click on it, you're like, oh yeah, I'm watching real racing, and then 5 minutes later you're, oh, no, this isn't real. These are fake. These are pixel cars driving around the track. Yeah, this is... holy smokes. Even Tanitsa making his presence known there momentarily onto the 21. That was going to be Thashby behind the wheel of that BMW getting overtaken. But yes, this is just one of those games and simulators that just looks amazing, and probably the best looking simulator for racing, hands down, I would say.
Indeed, and like I'm just thinking of the the game producers that make the game look this good, and thinking that's the highest compliment I could ever receive for the work I've done. Like I've sent people screenshots that I've made on ACC, and they have to second guess themselves. They're like, did you take this in real life? Did you actually go to the track? And I'm like, no, I took it on the simulator, but I take the compliment for it looking realistic, because it's always good to see a game look this good and then also have the core fundamental physics down. Like,
yeah,
that's one thing that is very, very, very important for a sim, is to get everything right. And it's like, there will be complaints from people, but at the end of the day, we sink a lot of time into this sim, and there's got to be a reason for that, no? Like,
oh, wow, yeah.
I've put 1.3k hours on ACC for one reason or another, whether that be for driving or just watching my guys race, or just taking screenshots. There's always something to do on ACC, and it's like that's the great thing about sim racing, is just limitless possibilities of what you can do.
Yeah, exactly. And as chat pointing out, looks aren't everything. No, you're 100% right, but this is one of the best feeling games as well. Is the traction model perfect? No, it's not perfect. Is the rotation no, it's not perfect, but it's pretty dang close. And to say that is pretty good. That's a compliment in itself. And of course, ACC is at this point I don't want to say it's an older simulator, but it's getting there. It's been around for a while, this simulator. And it's kept up to date to the best of its ability. It is, again, lacking on one or two different departments. The rain, obviously, maybe iRacing has us there. But either way, this is still the best simulator, hands down, in my opinion.
Indeed, and like right at the start of the development process for ACC, there were a few things that needed changing, and Kuno Simulazione made those changes. They listened to the community, and they made it the sim that we know today. And for someone who spent an ungodly amount of time on this game, I absolutely love it. It is quite honestly the sim that I feel the most comfortable in, and I feel like I just feel it that way.
It's a simulator streamer, actually.
Indeed, I apologize. But yeah,
Come on.
ACC is like I genuinely think that it'll be my comfort game for probably the rest of my life.
It is one of those games that's going to hold out for a long time. It has the best handling for GT cars, and that is also another complaint, obviously, is oh, it's only GT cars. So what? If you like GT cars and you love GT3s, which I personally do, this is where you want to be for anything GT racing related. And of course, that's one of the other amazing things as we see here. David Tanitsa as well as Rick have managed to find each other out on circuit once more. Both of these drivers on a recovery drive right now, and the 63 Mustang, they've had a fire lit under their pants for the past little bit now, the past few hours in fact, as they had a lap 1 incident that plummeted them all the way to the back of the grid. Since then, up into 20th, now looking to make it 19th with the 72 Ferrari, kind of being the cork in the bottle for this time right now. Looking ahead though, we've seen just at pace alone, I want to take a look at the average lap times of these drivers as Jonas Rek, this stint so far, has had an average lap time of about 20, because of course, because it's Nürburgring. Average lap times, maybe not the most relevant, but about 9 minutes and 48 seconds, of course, that does average the outlap as well. But let's take a look at recent lap times instead. 8 minutes and 48 seconds for Recht, plus, or against an 8:46 for Tanitsa. So Tanitsa looking about a second and a half, roughly, quicker than the likes of Jonas Recht. But we all know, Prawn, it's one thing to catch, and it's certainly another thing to overtake, especially here at the Nordschleife.
Indeed, and it's always going to be tough to try and size up moves here. It's like, it's always going to be especially as risky as, you know, we're facing quite adverse conditions right now. And it's important just to keep your head in the zone and just make sure that, you know, you don't make any silly mistakes and just plow through, I guess. It's very important for David Tanitsa at the moment that, you know, he keeps his head cool. And yeah, he's got a position up for grabs, and whether he wins that on track or through strategy, that's down to ultimately Lamborghini Esports team. But for right now, Jonas Rek doing a fantastic job of holding David Tanitsa back.
I gotta say, I'm just looking, oh man, look, oh no, that's David Tanitsa off in the background through the carousel. Jonas Rek, I thought I saw a smile on his face briefly, and I was wondering, I was gonna mention that I saw a smirk, and I was wondering what it was. That is why he was smiling. Jonas Rek, the pressure of the world has been lifted off of his shoulders, and David Tanitsa making an uncharacteristic mistake. I'm sure we're going to catch a replay of that here very shortly, but immediately now has been thrown into the grips of a BMW. That is a backmarker BMW, thankfully, so they will not have to contend with that. But David Tanitsa, again, sleeping at the wheel maybe? That was very, very uncharacteristic from somebody in chat pointing out the previous F1 champion.
Indeed, David Tanitsa, a widely regarded driver in the esports scene, not even on ACC, but also on F1 as well. Like, I just think it's just a lapse of concentration. Like, as I've been saying before, it's very, very easily done. And it's something that, you know, these drivers, they not only have to deal with, you know, like their driving in terms of how they operate the car, but also managing their, you know, mental side of things when you are in a high pressure scenario. And it probably didn't help that, you know, he was in dirty air of Jonas Rek at the time. And yeah, just misjudged it, which is unfortunate to see. But, you know, he's probably got maybe a lap or two more of a stint to catch up again. So it's more than likely that he can just, you know, try and get close once again. He's got all the ability in the world to do so.
Yeah, and actually, David Tanitsa out for 3 laps, Jonas Rek out for 2 laps right now, and I'm certain that everybody is on wet tires currently. The lap times certainly are reflecting that. So they have plenty of time in this stint. It'll be keeping an eye on the rain to see if that dies down at some point, and potentially the drivers looking to strap on a set of dry boots and trying to maybe make some ground up. I'd be curious. It's very risky. Here's that replay, by the way, that we were talking about. This is David Tanitsa into the carousel, bottoming out, I presume there, and yeah, just a little late on throttle, a little early on throttle. I'm not sure what it was, but regardless, the Lamborghini bottoms out through the carousel. The back end tries to overtake the front, and a little bit of time loss happens. Thankfully, nothing in terms of damage. There was no hit to the barrier that I saw. but is going to be a bit of wear thrown on the tires and just a bit of frustration that they have to deal with as well.
Indeed, I just think it's just an overzealous willingness to, get close to Jonas Freck. And, it's just a case of just a slip of throttle, because the entry didn't look too bad. It didn't look too untoward from what I've seen from my boys. It's more the case of, mid-corner, just slightly getting on the throttle too aggressively, trying to get close to him, as a minimum speed was a bit too low at the time, most likely. And yeah, just overcooked it on entry and managed to spin the car around, which is not ideal, but he can recover from this. That's a minor mistake in the grand scheme of things on this track.
It seems like he already has, to be completely honest. The gap was closed down pretty much immediately, back down to a couple tenths, as we maybe could tune on down to them. It seems, though, David Tinitza made another mistake, because it was 5 tenths. It was half a second. Now it's 5 seconds. So I think David Tinitza, is he pushing a little bit too hard at this stage? Maybe he got something wrong with his tires. Something isn't there for the 63 Lamborghini team. And yes, they are currently, they've made up quite a few positions, but they're going backwards recently.
Indeed. I think in these situations, it's best just to, recollect yourself, think happy thoughts. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of frustration right now in David Tinitza's mind, and it's best to just try and get out of that mindset a little bit. It's easier said than done, of course, but if you drive happy, then it will show on track. And it's just a case of, as I keep mentioning on the stream, and I'm sure the viewers are very bored of it right now, managing the mental aspect of it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really good point, and I'll mention something to back in my karting days is, when you're out there in these endurance races, you get to a point where you start getting fatigued, and you start kind of thinking about other things. You start thinking, oh, my back, oh, my leg, my foot, my ankle's kind of cramping a little bit. I really can feel my left ankle more than my right. Oh, my hands, I'm gripping the wheel too much. You start to your mind starts to wander, and that's when mistakes start to creep in. You start to go too deep because you're not thinking about the task at hand, which is just to drive the car that you have to drive. You can't worry about these things right now in the moment. Yes, you might not feel like everything is optimal, but you have to remember, you're out there for a reason. You have the talent, you have the skills. You just got to mentally lock back in, dial in, let go of the wheels sometimes. Like I say, when you're death gripping the steering wheel, Prawn mentioned, when you drive tense, your car is tense. If you are all uptight and trying to make moves left to right, you're grabbing the wheel very hard, your car is going to be jittery and overly responsive, and you're probably just going to spin. When you have your hands loose on the wheel, it's flowing in your hands, you have a lot more control mentally and physically of the car. You're just more relaxed, and your car body language will show that, and you'll be able to make up more ground. It's just trying to find that groove, find that rhythm, before you end up making a mistake that is beyond repair, which we've unfortunately seen a couple times so far tonight.
Indeed, and with mistakes that are beyond repair, like, these drivers will definitely feel it. It's something that will always be a weight on their shoulders, and it's something that, they'll want to sort of look past. But it's like, these things happen to every driver. Every driver's been in a position before where, a race hasn't gone their way, and for better or for worse, or if they were in control of it or not, it's happened. But, like, it comes with experience and it comes with time. And with a lot of these guys, they sort of know, like, things can happen. If it does happen and it's beyond our control, what's the point in dwelling on it? Like, these guys have got plenty of series to do. Aside from this, they can prove themselves elsewhere. Of course, it's the highest level, so, you'd want to perform higher. But yeah, sometimes it's just not meant to be.
Yep, exactly. And we have a fun fact request from chat. You know what? I'll amuse you, Remco. Why not? From one of our stewards out there. Prawn! Got a good question for you here. Do you happen to know how many different species of birds happen? Holy smokes, hold that. I thought George Boothby milking the cow there briefly as he has a bit of a struggle through the Nürburgring sector. Manages to keep it on circuit. Now anyways, back to the fun fact. Do you happen to know, Prawn, how many species of birds are in this Eifel region?
I'm gonna guess 2,000.
Ooh, species of birds here.
Oh, a species. I don't know, maybe like 40, 50.
You went from one extreme to the next. I'm just going to have to answer it here. There are roughly 548 different species of birds, 15 of which, by the way, have been introduced by humans. It's absolutely fascinating. And beyond that, Ron, about 90% of the trees in this area, there's about 90 different tree species, and at most, 15% of them are beech trees.
Indeed.
So that's to complement the aviafauna in the area. That's some fun facts about the local flora and aviafauna. I hope you all enjoy. Fun facts with Mike Noss.
Interesting. Well, I love all these little factoids because, well, I'm not a particularly, I mean, I don't personally research animals in my free time, to be honest, so it's always a welcome fact, I guess.
Sounds like a you problem, to be completely honest.
I know, it's totally a me problem. But yeah, he's, I need to try and, come up with easier fun to do an SRO race, because, I mean, you're stumping me in every aspect right now. I need to try and get better in something at the very least.
You gotta come prepared for the Nordschleife. When you're on the midnight stint, you know that you're gonna need a fun fact or two to make it through the stint. Now, I gotta say, these drivers have provided some amazing action for us throughout this, and I haven't needed the fun facts as much as I was thinking I would, which is very welcome to myself. But, of course, I have them, and I have to use them legally. Not really.
Interesting. But yeah, we see right now Barnabas Fazekas from Raggioli Esports, another sort of rising team, an Italian team run by Alessio Raggioli. And yeah, they seem to be, picking up the pace somewhat, putting in some good performances. They've got, Yves Eigenmann, Eduardo Ruggiero, Francesco Mazza and Fazekas in the lineup. And yeah, they seem to be putting in a bit of a shift right now. They seem to be either on the cusp or in the points paying right now, which is always good to see. So they'll be looking to try and, get within touching range of Marvin Butzin in the Myrtle Motorsport Honda machine.
The lone Honda NSX out on track. Now that is a car that's had its days, Prawn, and I feel like we should talk about that a little bit. The Honda is a car that I absolutely love. I wish it was still a meta car, and obviously back in 1.8, if anyone remembers the good old days of 1.8, pre-Nordschleife, pre-Ford Mustang GT3, pre-McLaren Evo 2, pre-Lamborghini Evo, pre-all of the new stuff that we know and love today, pre-296, we had the Honda NSX, and that used to be pretty much the most meta car. It's a 3.5-liter twin-turbo V6 with about 573 brake horsepower, and it really hasn't made its mark in Assetto Corsa Competizione as much as it has in the real-life scene in the past few years. Since 1.8, it kind of fell off a cliff with the balance of performance updates, and I've been missing it. I love the Honda.
Well, I do too. It's like driving the Honda on ACC is such a good experience. Like, I've driven it a lot, and it's a car that I identify with a lot. But I drove the Honda in an invitational esports race and made a bit of a fool of myself a little bit. But we won't talk about that. But yeah, I mean, it's just a car that I can just hop into, get a decent lap in about 10 laps, and then disappear. And yeah, it's a car that can definitely perform well. I mean, especially in the dry to wet transitions, like the car has very, very good traction on exit. And because people tend to use TC in the car, it can be a very stable option. The only issue is that once you reach a certain slip threshold, the Honda likes to, lose it on you. And it's something
very quickly, by the way, in case you were curious.
Indeed, and it just, like, 1 minute you feel like you're in control of the car, the next you're you're in an uncontrollable spin and you have no idea what to do. But
You're
if you
upside
can,
down in the crowd and on fire.
indeed, but if you can tame it, it will reward you handsomely.
It is such a brilliant car, and yeah, it's so volatile nowadays. Back in 1.8 though, like I say, that was the car of choice. Not anymore though. We're in what, 1.10.2, 1.11.2 now? As it's been a while. ACC again, one of the older simulators, and it's awesome to see the changes that have been through and the additions that have been added. Again, since that time, I mentioned the Ford has been added, the 296, the Evo 2 for both the Lamborghini and the McLaren, and as well as plenty of BOP changes have been made as well to every single car out there. And things change, and that's what keeps this simulator spicy and keeps everything alive, right? Change is the variety of life, and we see the likes of some drivers not really wanting to change, and I love it. The Honda NSX, brilliant choice. Now, one thing I do want to touch on back to the race here for a moment is we'd noticed at the exit of pit lane, we got to see Philip Minnaar get by George Boothby. And ever since then, George Boothby hasn't really been able to answer. 5/10 slower on the previous lap, and that's been pretty consistent throughout the entirety of this stint. Minnaar is just kind of has the pace over Boothby right now. George settling in though for a long stint, I presume. Again, this is the first time he's been behind the wheel so far. He's just in it for the long one right now, trying to keep the gap within 15 seconds. That'll be ideal by the time we reach pit phase. But beyond that, Philip Minnaar, though, as I say that, I think that was a little bit of latency. No contact made. But he's been driving superbly. Just the whole 255 competition team, as well as they have the fastest lap. That was set again by Abuladze in the first stint, I'm not mistaken, with a, what was it, a 8:06.192.
Indeed. And Philip Minnaar just showing how classy of a driver he is right now. He's really showing that he can hold his own against the best of the competition. He's a driver that I know very, very well. You know, last year, around the end of it, you know, he was in my team. And he's one of the main reasons why we're still on the map. You know, putting in great results in the Renvelt and Sprint Series for us. And yeah, he's a driver that can, you know, come into any car and, you know, be consistent and put in lap after lap after lap. And it's a very, very good trait about him that, you know, makes him an all too, you know, hot of a prospect for teams right now. And yeah, he's putting in a shift for the 255 competition team that's currently managed by Fred Olsen Forsberg, who was a previous SRO driver in his own right. You know, very, very strong driver in 1.8 in the Honda. You know, very, very, very talented himself. So he's got a really good group of people around him that can help him to, you know, showcase his potential. And he's doing that right now in live time in the highest level of competition that Assetto Corsa Competizione has to offer.
Absolutely. Also, welcome to Angelo in chat. New to racing. So many people here tonight joining us that are new to racing. First off, again, welcome. Welcome to the SRO Twitch page. Welcome to the GT World YouTube channel, wherever you are joining us, and welcome to racing. We're sharing our passion here that we love absolutely so much. And a brilliant question. New to racing, why don't they put any streetlights on this circuit? And that's a funny tangent that I have on regards to that, because believe it or not, that statistic is where I got my fun fact idea from. At the beginning of last year, David Crofty had a fact that just absolutely blew my mind. And that was the fact that at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, there are roughly 1,500 floodlights that they put up there to illuminate the Jeddah Corniche track. Here at the Nordschleife, yes, this track was built back in 1921, and they've had plenty of years to add floodlights and add spotlights to light up the track, but they haven't. This is just how it is in real life. It's a big track, and this track, of course, 12.9 miles, 20.8 kilometers. I think I have that wrong. I think that's just the Nordschleife circuit without the Grand Prix track added, so I think it's 15 miles total. In a track founded back in 1927, 87 corners, 42 to the right and 45 to the left, with about 300 meters or 1,000 feet of elevation change throughout the entirety of this lap. You'd need quite a few floodlights to light that up, Prawn.
and just the cost for the Nürburgring Nordschleife like owners to build all these lights around the circuit, which is so incredibly long as is just going to be astronomical. And to be honest, for me, like, the lack of lights makes things interesting, because the lack of visibility is something that makes the circuit all the more challenging, especially when you get to the night times where you literally can't see anything. Like, the only thing you can see is about maybe 50 meters in front of you, and just enough so that you can see some of the apexes. But a lot of these corners you go by through feel, and a lot of that feel is derived through copious amounts of practice and just getting that muscle memory lap after lap after lap in. And yeah, I could not put myself in these guys' shoes right now, because yeah, that's a level of concentration that I will never reach, and it's something that I envy a lot. I sit here and I'm not bad. I'm around a second and a half off the pace, 2 seconds off, and I think that's all right. And then I go to these esports drivers and they're clapping me. They're doing like if I battle with an esports driver, like, I will be left in the dust by a sector in any normal track. In Nürburgring Nordschleife, after the GP section, I'll be gapped by about 4. So
that is precisely why we are in the commentary booth right now and not out on circuit.
Yep. I mean, with us like team managers, there's often a case of like a lot of us, we want to be in the driver's position, but we can't, and we realize that very quickly, that we weren't talented enough to be behind the wheel, or like in some cases, like with Fred Olsen Forsberg, they've given up driving and they want to manage a team, and you just go from there. And for me, it was the first one. I realized very quickly on that I just could not attain the level of pace needed. So what do? I just manage a team instead. And to be honest, I think level high. Like, I think I'd rather prefer watching my guys race for 48 hours on end than to drive 2 hours worth of a stint. Like,
yeah,
level right now.
It is very impressive what these drivers can. In fact, I'd be curious, chat, what are some of your lap times in the Nordschleife? That will tell us. What sort of times do you guys put out there? As again, our fastest lap time currently set is a 8 minutes 06.1. Has anyone beat that? Has anyone beat that in race pace? Obviously, some of these drivers have in quali, but in race pace alone, that is what these drivers are managing to muster on a dry circuit. And as these race continues on here, of course, we will eventually reach what's called the happy hour. Now, that is about at 6 o'clock in the morning to about 7 o'clock in the morning, give or take, depending on the conditions. If it is raining, we will not have to worry about this. There will be no happy hour. But if it manages to stay dry for the rest of this night session, by the time we reach the morning, the track will be nice and dry, it'll be nice and rubbered in, and then we'll be able to see the fastest lap time set around that 18-degree track temp, because the track temp started warm, it cools back down, and then it'll heat up as we reach the morning time, and that is when you can really start to set in some blistering laps.
Indeed. And when you talk about blistering laps, like, if I was to drive this, it would be anything but. Like, I think if I was to do a lap in the dry, I think I'd end up doing medium wet pace that these guys do. Like, it's crazy the level of these guys right now. And like, even for some drivers that before this race had no experience in Nordschleife, and they come in, they put in the effort, they practice, they look at track guides, they compare Motec, and they learn the track that is possibly the hardest to do, because it's like some of these corners, like, if you look at them separately, like, they don't look too challenging, but when you put them all together, it's a memory game. And doing that lap after lap after lap is something that is extremely difficult. And that's why you see so many mistakes from these drivers, because at times it's really hard to keep up that memory game.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. We got some of the answers in from chat. So we're seeing an average lap time somewhere around, I would say, the 8:15s from chat. I'm seeing some 8:20s, I'm seeing some 8:11s, some 8:16s, and 8:40. No worries, Mr. Wiley. Faster than I am right now, that's for sure. But no, that's awesome. I love to see that. And yeah, that just, again, goes to show you that out there, these guys are built a little bit different. Now, this is a track that is, again, the longest circuit, the longest permanent circuit on the planet, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there is any longer track out there. And again, one of the oldest ones as well. Survived World War II after being bombed repeatedly, and we still have it here to this day.
Indeed. And I just wanted to touch up on the top 3 at the moment, because it just seems to me like, you know, there's some sizable gaps in there. Like from P1 to P2, I mean, that gap has just increased dramatically so. And it's something that, you know, just goes to show the consistency of Philip at the moment as he, you know, pushes that Aston Martin. But yeah, I mean, the Veloce still looks strong. They look like they can still, you know, push some good results down. I think it's just a case of, you know, beating them on strategy, as we see Igor Rodriguez in the Williams Esports entry, a driver that I rate extremely highly in my estimations, and a driver that waves the flag even higher for Brazil at the moment.
Yeah, and big shout out to all of our Brazilian viewers as well. Obrigado to anyone out there, as I know there are, as of late, I've been seeing so many more Portuguese and Brazilian drivers joining the scene, and it's just awesome to see. Those are, in my opinion, I love Brazil so much. Absolutely one of my favorite countries just out there because of just the fire and the passion that they have. They are one of the most energetic countries out there, maybe second to Italy, maybe above Italy. Italy is, though, in my opinion, the only country that comes close for fire and determination and excitement and passion for motorsports as well. These guys, they're just built different in Brazil, and I absolutely love it. And I mean that, again, in the best possible way.
Indeed, and like Visceral Esports have had a lot of Brazilian drivers come through. I mean, we've had, you know, Renan Negrini, we've had Vini Oliveira, we've had Fidel Moreira, Marcelo Rodio, and these guys just come in and, you know, they put that time into practice, they put that time in to improve, and the sheer passion to do well is something that I've noticed heavily, you know, in my time with working with them. And it's something that, you know, I really appreciate, and it's something that, you know, it reignites the love in sim racing for me a little bit, because it makes me, you know, it just makes me think of just how hard people work to, you know, achieve what they want to achieve in sim racing.
Yeah, and the amount of effort that they've had to put forth through it as well, and these drivers have had their fair share of trials, tribulations. I mentioned earlier, the 28 Ford Mustang, the Samantha Tan Racing team, currently leading the silver category in the points as well as on track right now. They have had, well, Michael Moning in particular, has had some ups and some downs recently in the global esports game, you know, with the attempt of qualifying. Had Samantha Tan in chat, cheering him on throughout the race, and unfortunately he still came up second, 3 points short of the qualification. But these drivers just, you know, again, they have so much camaraderie and work so well together despite the fact that they're on different teams. And Michael and Zach, they're both great friends as well. But Michael, he doesn't get deterred by that. He's back out on track in the next week and ready to show you just how fast he truly is. And again, how can you be any quicker than leading the silver category as the 28 Ford Mustang Samantha Tan team is doing right now?
Indeed, and every driver faces trials and tribulations. I think what separates, you know, a good driver from a great driver is how you push through with it, and how you know, look at the next challenge and how you perceive it. And, you know, time and time again, I see drivers that, you know, they have something go wrong, and yeah, they continue to deliver. And it's something
Here we go. Sorry to cut you off, Prawn, but we got a battle on our hands here. The RNL Roar Car under pressure. It seems that the shoe is on the other foot right now. The Predator is the charging bull, the Lion under threat in Sector 1 of the Nordschleife. It's not going to happen just yet as they exit now through the first little bit and up towards the long right-hander of the Flugplatz. This is where overtaking opportunities can open up. Finn Zimble in the VSRX Christian machine. We've already talked about that and the meaning of that and just how cool it is. Finn, though, behind the wheel, trying now. Has the slipstream, is going to be making the long run down towards Armberg and down through the miss-hit-miss complex into the foxhole, where the overtaking opportunities sort of close up. And if you really want to get the move done, you kind of got to get it done there. And as we go away from that battle, we'll have to tune in later to see exactly what happens. This is David Tinitza, what looks like on the Dottinger, as I assume, in the slipstream, seeing the mirror of the 72 there. He's going to be trying to make a lunge on the last little bit into the final corner complex, but you have to be fully alongside if you want to make this overtake stick, and David Tinitza, he knows that. He lifts off the throttle, backs off early, and maybe we'll have an attempt down into the first corner of the Nürburgring as we come around now the final corner. And we both go into pit lane. It's going to be a battle of the pit exits. David Tinitza sends it on pit entry. Did he make the overtake stick? I don't know. Did he speed in pit lane? That's the real question that I'm going to be asking myself, because that was very, very close.
I genuinely think he has sped on entry. If he hasn't, then first of all, what a miracle. But two, he got very, very close to that pit entry board. And as we see, I think George Boothby, slightly further back than I'd have anticipated. Maybe he's, gone off track as a... I get in my ear that, he's gone off track. We'll try and fetch a replay for you guys so that you can see what happened. But yeah, George Boothby, slightly further back now than he'd like. But, it happens. Either way, I think all eyes are on, this battle with Lasse Streger and Finn Zimble at the moment. And also if, David Tinitza has, sped into the pits or not. Because that is a make or break thing.
I think he's good. I think he managed to get it stopped in time, but it was very, very, very close. And here's another very close battle. This is going to be Lasse Streger onto the outside right now. The RNL Roarcar is just having to work extra hard right now, and you can see they do get overtaken. Is that Finn Zimble? Are we out of pit lane right now? I can't quite tell if that's
Indeed.
the Lamborghini that we're battling. That is, or is that Gorka?
Nope, that is Finn Zimble.
Finn Zimble getting it done.
Indeed, very, very good job from Finn, the young driver, showing, I can get my elbows out, I can make moves. Have this, take it, and I'm now going to disappear from you, as he looks to have, pretty superior pace at the moment in comparison to Lasse Streger in the RNL Raw Mercedes machine.
And good question here in chat. So they have to pit alternate between dry and wets every 30. No, so not quite. That's just kind of how the weather has been playing out as of late. It's been a very, very unpredictable session in that the rain just kind of hits every now and then it just disappears. It sometimes doesn't hit long enough to warrant dry tires, to warrant wet tires. A lot of the drivers just sticking on dries in those harsh conditions, and it's working out for them a good bit of the time as well. Some drivers did decide to go in for wets on the previous stint, and they did make up some time. George Boothby was one of those drivers that did that and made up a very solid margin, or Eamon Murphy, I should say, who was behind the wheel at the time and then handed it over to Aidan Walshingham. Here, though, is Philip Minnaar into the pit lane, and presumably this is a scheduled stop here as they have reached the end of their stint. And yes, they have 7 laps complete, 59 minutes under the belt for the stint timer. It's a 65-minute mandatory stint timer, and with an 8-minute lap, you can only get 7 laps done.
Indeed. And
that's Will Pisano spun sideways right now in the Absolute Res Ace Attack. by Acelit. The Porsche, big hit to the rear end. That is going to be some diffuser damage as well as some front splitter damage. Looks like they're about midway through the track right now, and thankfully I think Pisano has to come into pit lane on this lap regardless. So it's not going to be the end of the world in terms of strategy for him, but certainly not what they were looking for here on lap 71.
Indeed, and as they look to try and, close the gap with the cars in front, that's not what they needed in terms of strategy to try and, push through. And I think with Philip Minard pitting right now, I think my main point of interest is how will Veloce and BS Plus, try and catch up to them? What is the strategy that they will take? These drivers are not, they're not nobodies. George Busby, champion. Philippa Bakida, she's been selected as the Australia representative for the FIA Motorsport Games this season, and has been just electric fast in recent times, and has been literally the flag bearer for the APAC region, especially in global competition. And these guys are no slouches, so we'll need to see how they try and get even close to 255 competition at the moment, because they seem to have like a very big upper edge right now, and they'll need to think of something very drastic and very bold in order to see this through.
Indeed. Also, a little update here on the weather. It's damp right now on track. The track isn't really drying due to the fact that, well, obviously there's no sun in the air to do the job of drying the track. It's just these glorified hoovers out on the track that don't do a really good job of displacing water. Not like a Formula One car. But in the next 30 minutes, Prawn, it's gonna rain again. You guessed it. As soon as the track hits dry, within the next 30 minutes, we switch over to rain. That has been the trend. I know, like I say, people in chat have been noticing it. Yeah, I can't disagree with them because they're 100% right. The conditions just cannot settle down. It's almost like a casual British summer day, but we're here in Germany.
Indeed. And I mean, it's always just so tight, and it's just a case of, again, mental fortitude.
Also, I'm curious how that pit lane battle ended up turning out. I didn't see any penalties, so I'm assuming everything worked out, but who ended up with the position at the end of the day? That is what I'm wondering.
I'll try and see, but right now, I mean, there's a battle hotting up yet again with Mattia De Campo, being chased heavy right now by what seems to be... Wait, who's that? That's Maciej Malinowski. So yeah. The Veloce Academy car, fighting against one of the Veloce Pro cars. So this should be interesting. Mattia De Campo will want to show that he has what it takes to take on the pro drivers in Veloce Esports, and he will want to, put his best foot forward. Either that, or he'll let Maciej Malinowski through and help him out like the teammate that he is. What decision they'll take, who knows? But we'll see right now. I think it'll be something in the middle here. I think what we're going to see is Mattia De Campo, he'll be fighting Malinowski to a certain extent, but as soon as we get to the end of the straight here, if Malinowski gets fully alongside, I fully expect Mattia De Campo just to back out. He's going to give it all he can, but not risk anything, because this is his teammate. Rule number 1 of racing is do not hit your teammates. You also don't want to impede your teammates. You're in a different category. You're a silver plate driver versus a pro plate driver, and both of them know that. Malinowski knows that, De Campo knows that, and there we can see right now, actually, both drivers going into pit lane side by side. Another picturesque photo here. This is for the Veloce team this time, as he got a lovely shot of the purple livery and the yellow livery entering the pits simultaneously. Indeed. And what you'll find is that a lot of cars will be very, very synced in strategy, and then you'll get one car or one or two cars that are offset by like 25-30 minutes. And like this is the one part that really does put my head in a bit of a swivel, is figuring out net position in these times, because at the end of, like, for us and my team being silver, you know, we need to think about, you know, who from silver class has pitted, who has not. And it just does my head in sometimes figuring that out.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have an update as well. David Tanitsa did get overtaken by Richter on the exit of pit lane, and they came out pretty much 1 second ahead, did Richter, over David Tanitsa in the number 63. So 19th and 20th has been settled. It seems that David Tanitsa doesn't quite have the pace to keep up with the Cavaliere Rampanti of the number 72.
Indeed. And I've just received some news, but yeah, the VSR car, the Vincenzo Sospiri racing car, has suffered from a disconnect. So whether that means retirement for them or not, who knows? But yeah, that's extremely disappointing for them, as you know, Finn Zimbal was putting in a very, very strong shift.
Yeah, and that's also who else is on that team? Was that Sam Gaskell's team?
Nope, that's the team with Jonathan Halama, Andriy Pozniakov, and Pavlo Polovchuk.
Here's a little replay of the Valache number 40 car. That's actually, pay no mind to our P2 runner having a little bit of a issue on track. That's George Boothby having a picnic in the carousel. Pay no mind to that.
Indeed, but that certainly won't help their charge to try and get P1, that's for sure. So they will be looking to avoid any mistakes like that going forward.
Yes, certainly. An uncharacteristic one from George Boothby, it is to be said. And actually now we can see Matteo De Campo. He is behind now George Boothby, and that is the blue flags almost in the other direction, as a silver plate driver seems to be a little bit quicker than the white plates. Now obviously we are talking to Matteo De Campo, who we know has been around the block when it comes to esports racing. He has been a part of quite a few different teams and has represented the Valache Academy here at SRO very, very well. And definitely as a driver, you do not want to shake a stick at or underestimate at any point in time. We're going to see. I don't know. Is George Boothby feeling vulnerable? It certainly looks like by the racing lines he's taking. I don't know, did he get something wrong in the pressures? Did he get something wrong in the setup? Or is he just not as comfortable behind the car that we're used to seeing from Boothby?
I don't think it's anything setup related as far as I'm aware. I just think, you know, well, it could be a setup thing, but it's late in the night right now. You know, it's 1:30 a.m. for George, and you know, any lapse of concentration can occur right now, and that might be it. It might be something, you know, wrong with the setup in comparison to, you know, how it felt in practice. You know, there can be some discrepancies of how it feels. So there's that to explain that too. So it's a case of them just trying to drive around that issue. And yeah, there's multiple possibilities for why that is. But the main thing is that, you know, they're keeping it on track right now. It's not a catastrophic mistake, so they can just push through and hopefully keep that P2 and consolidate that at the moment.
Yeah, that'll be the goal moving forward for them. Hopefully they can keep it all on the circuit between the mayo and the mustard for the next 13 hours, 29 minutes, and 10 seconds. It's a long ways to go. We're almost to the halfway point. We're 10 hours, 30 minutes, and 52 seconds into this 24-hour race at the Nordschleife. And what a race it's been. Again, in chat, someone pointing out there that my favorite part of endurance racing, and 24-hour racing in particular, I added that a little bit, but is the fact that even after 10 hours, we have no idea who is going to win. And we do know who's going to win the championship in the pro category. That's the number 86 Team MSI car. That we knew that coming into this race. However, when it comes to the on-track position, absolutely completely in the air. Jordan Sherritt is leading at the moment in the 255. George Boothby, though, has led this race. Felipe Bokita is certainly a driver you never want to count out, and with their team as well for the number 89, the BS competition, that is a team that is waiting in the wings to try to have an opportunity. And beyond that, the silver category. Who the heck knows what's going to happen there? As of now, I think the Samantha, as of nothing has changed for that one recently. So it is going to be the Samantha Tan racing team leading the championship if the checkered flag was to fall on this lap. And behind them would be the Gladys competition car, the BF Racing in third, Valache in fourth, and then the Visceral number 44 coming up in fifth. That might have changed, though, since then, as Felix Tezvina Hacker is now behind the wheel. Still, though, 34 seconds to the likes of Marchi in front.
Indeed, and, as far as we're concerned, we'd be looking to try and just plug away, Like, the difficulty of doing these sort of stints is figuring out, like a target for yourself, because everyone's tired, everyone's a little bit less motivated, and it's in these hours where it really tests your strength. And for all of these drivers at the moment, they'll need to, evaluate everything and think of, a reasonable way to, reach those targets. So, if you want to, get to someone, 10 seconds in front of you, and you've got sort of 8 laps to do so, then you're going to want to catch them by 1.25 hours, so around an hour and 15 minutes. Like you'd need, no, not an hour 16 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, no, a minute and 15 seconds a lap. So you really need to try and push.
I mean, that is the goal for these drivers, obviously. Got to keep the pushing on. And you can't let it go as of these esports drivers. Here we go, though. This is Lucas Meta under pressure from behind of a back marker. However, 1 second up the road. No, I think they've just made an overtake, have they not? No. As Lars Kisser is only 1 second up the road, at least according to the timing charts. I'm curious if that is accurate. As behind them, I'm curious who that car is. Is that Luke? Is that Kiss? That is Kisser. Lars Kisser is behind right now. So Lucas actually made the overtake up. The Samantha Tan racing team has also put a car in between them and P2. Lomi now has to answer Lars Kisser in the number 4 AMG before they can have a chance to have a sniff at the lead of this race.
Indeed, and that just relieves so much pressure from Lucas Matea and ST Racing Esports at the moment. It's something that, they all want to do, is to put a car between them, and it just helps a lot in terms of, keeping everything in check. And right now, Lucas Matea seems to be in control of the situation, and the strategy that they've implemented has seemed to work.
Worked so far. That's the thing, though, is this is the track that can give it, and the track that certainly can take it. And if anyone knows, I would say it's, well, any one of these drivers that's driven the Nordschleife. You haven't driven this track. If you have driven this track, you've made countless mistakes here. There's pretty much every single corner on this track is easy to make a mistake on, and I myself, have found pretty much every way to crash on this track, as I used to drive it back in AC all the time, but I actually haven't had the most experience on this track in ACC. I'm a washed-up driver and now just a commentator, so I really haven't had the chance to wring some cars' necks around this circuit, but I have a little bit, but not as much as I would have liked to.
Me neither, because right now I sim race on a 14-inch laptop with integrated graphics cards in it. So I guess any viewer that sort of understands at least the basics of, computing will know that is a suboptimal, just hardware for Nords at the moment. And I have to battle sometimes with, just screen freezers and whatnot while just lapping in single player. So I've not had the time to really try and push this track. But I get my enjoyment from watching other people push the hell out of their cars and wring the neck out of them, because it's just so wonderful to see. And when you look at drivers like Vyacheslav Abeladze in the 255 competition car, he has such clean inputs, and he does it in such a seamless manner, and it's something that any driver would aspire to have as well, just that innate knowledge of one track and be able to apply that across the board consistently. And yeah, it's always good to see when, you know, drivers excel in something and excel so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. On cue, David Tanitsa has managed to find the back of Richter. This has been on here for the past little bit. I think down the Dottinger, the Lamborghini managed to close up to the Ferrari 296 in a straight line, which is almost unheard of. But here we go. On to the Nürburgring circuit as we head through Sector 1 and down the hill towards the Dunlop hairpin. As they go through Valvoline and into Ford here, it is going to be pretty low on the overtaking opportunities, but you can have a run potentially into Dunlop if you are confident enough, and then on the exit of the Schumacher S's potentially. But you want to get it done sooner rather than later, because if you do end up behind a car into Hatzenbach, you're not going to be getting by. The first sector of the, or rather the third sector, I should say, of the Nordschleife, or first sector of the Nordschleife, is very difficult to overtake on, and you don't have really many opportunities till you get to Armberg, or even down into the foxhole and whatnot. But through there, the track is just so narrow, and overtaking is so difficult here. David Tanitsa, well, he's found that out the hard way, unfortunately, is after trying to work an overtake, he found himself facing not the wrong direction, but not the right direction either, and having to recover from that. Here we go, though. David Tanitsa, he knows he's running out of time, trying it into the final corner complex. Through the Schumacher S's they go, and back up the hill towards what would normally be the Coca-Cola curve, but instead you make the long left-hander into Hatzenbach's onto the Nordschleifer. And now settle in and buckle up, because it is a heck of a ride when you're on board. This is a roller coaster of a track. And speaking of roller coasters, I think now is a great time for another fun fact. Prawn, did you know that there used to be a roller coaster here at the Nordschleife?
I did indeed, and I'll tell you why I know. It's because me and my team's graphic designer, Daniel Monaf, who does a brilliant job, by the way, we were discussing, you know, what to add to our graphic, because we tend to add like a monument or something of the track, or, you know, the surroundings. And we were looking and we saw the roller coaster and we were like, do we add it, do we not? And we decided against it and decided on the waterfalls nearby, and then also the Nürburg Castle. So
that we mentioned earlier.
Indeed. So, you know, like, the roller coaster looked like fun. I imagine it would, yeah, code brown moments for a bunch of people. Not as much as it would be, you know, if you're on this track and you're a newbie, but, you know, you'd come close.
I actually have some fun facts about that roller coaster. As it was opened early, back in the early 2000s, and invested about, or the goal was to create a $215 million or million euro motorsport themed tourist attraction. And the ring's centerpiece would have been this roller coaster, and it's a 15,000 square meter park. And the fastest accelerating roller coaster at the time, called the Ring Racer, would accelerate from 0 to 217 kph, or 135 miles an hour, in 2.5 seconds, basically making it quicker than a Formula One car. Except for, we don't really talk about all of the minor details where the budget didn't necessarily happen because certain people were allegedly sent to jail, and then it didn't really work, and there were some health and safety issues. But again, we don't really talk about that. We just talk about the fact that it would have been the fastest accelerating roller coaster in the world.
Indeed. I mean, I like, genuinely, the adrenaline that you get from being in a roller coaster, I just don't think it could even compare to the adrenaline that like it would be to even race in sim racing in this track, let alone IRL. Like, man, I just feel like, you know, all these people that, you know, race in the Nordschleife and do it so well, they're nuts. Completely.
Yeah, you have to be a nut crazy in the coconut to be able to tackle this circuit for the time that these drivers do. And David Tanitsa here, you can see he's onto the back of Richter still. And as we have it, there's been a few other battles that have managed to elapse in that time period as well. We have the likes of Leafy and Szymanski currently fighting it out for, I think, 9th position, or currently, I think, up in where they were fighting for 9th, but it seems Szymanski has fallen off. We also have Valentina Barrier and De Campoa having their little bout. De Campoa still chasing down Barrier, but not wanting to make any moves, it seems, just yet. Is comfortable having a little bit of a margin there and just keeping up to pace with the 39.
Indeed, and with Valentin Barrier and Mattia De Campo being teammates, you know, there'd be the inclination that they'd, you know, work together and try and catch up to Chris Harterveld in front, who's, yeah, trying to also catch up to Matteo Naldi and Hubert Szymanski, who we see in the Coach Dave Academy team at the moment driving. He's a immensely talented driver from Poland. He's also an extremely funny guy. I talk to him fairly regularly, and he's just always been fast, you know, like he just consistently sets good laps. And yeah, I mean, we had our team had the pleasure of battling him last time out in the 3 hours of Monza, and he is just always such a fair racer, and it's always good to see him, you know, battling at the forefront and always being there, you know, battling against the best, as we see him inside up a move with William Pisano, which ends up almost pear-shaped, with William Pisano getting a slight, like, wiggle on the rear. That was scary to watch. Like, I wonder how William Pisano is feeling.
Prawn, the way I like to describe these is this is the type of battle that ends up like a knife fight in a phone booth, to be completely honest. Szymanski here, he wants this position, and so does Pisano. Now keep in mind, neither of these drivers really need that position, as this is two different classes battling it out. I would like to see the Porsche have a little bit more discretion on the defense, as they are just kind of wasting each other's time right now, and the 38 needs to be making their way up the road. It's been a bit of a tough championship for the Coach Dave Academy car. I had the pleasure of talking to Amadeo Castorino, one of the drivers for that, who at Monza last time around. If you guys did miss, head on over to the SRO Twitch page or the GT World YouTube channel. Find the VOD for Monza. That was a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago to be exact. And we saw the Coach Dave car have a stellar drive. Amadeo managed to make up 16 positions in his drive before, unfortunately, later on in their stints, another one of the drivers had a bit of a spin after getting made contact and dropping down the field. And I think, I can't remember exactly where they finished, but it certainly was not up 16 positions. They had a less than ideal result. So it's been a back and forth championship for the Coach Dave team, and they would have liked to find themselves in a bit higher of a points paying position than they are currently. But it's been a great effort all the way around, at least in this Nordschleife race. I know for a fact that they've done quite a bit of preparation. Amadeo talking about his preparations in particular, and just the amount of practice he's put in, lots of hours every single day. And hopefully it's been paying off. Well, so far it has been. They managed to make up a good amount of ground, and just trying to keep it, as the sparks there you can see illuminate the night. Just absolutely beautiful.
Indeed. Like, one thing I really love about the Nordschleife is, you know, you can take such really nice pictures. Like the lights that you have around the track that just illuminate the circuit and provides a little bit of a reference point actually for some of the drivers. It's always really helpful. And, you know, we had a video made for us, for our team, and just the way that the track looks in this game is phenomenal. And it's something that I really appreciate, you know, when I'm, you know, trying to take screenshots and just looking at the Ferris wheel, looking at the, you know, party atmosphere around the track. You know, it's like, look at that, like just constant lights, you know, the Nürburgring circuit, like the track map being illuminated. It's something that is just eye-catching and really good to see.
It is, and on that here in a moment, we'll have to come back to that. Here we see, this is Dennis Schoeniger. You can see him on the right-hand side, dialed in as ever, battling with the BS competition team. That's Schill currently behind the wheel. Gregor defending like a madman. He goes a little bit deep, forcing the Williams car there online, and not going to compromise. You can see Dennis there, a little bit of a, what is that word when you do a frill of the lip? I don't know what that proper term is, but he moved his face in a very disappointed manner, is how I guess I can describe it. And he knows that he's just going to have to settle in for the long haul and wait for the Dottinger really to make an overtake stick. Schoeniger He's going to be eager to make up some ground for the Williams Esports team here. They want the points desperately, and especially they want the points over BS Competition. That's one of their main competitors right now in the overall standings. So every point matters, especially when it's your main rivals.
Indeed, and Gregor Schill will have to use all of the experience that he's built up over the last 3-4 years in ACC to try and defend off Dennis Schoeniger, who seems to be hot on his tails and seems to really want that position. So we're going to see a tantalizing battle right now as we see them navigate the twisty section that leads into the fast right-hander. And yeah, I mean, Gregor Schill will have to, you know, strategically place his car in the correct places, and Dennis Schoeniger will see if he can elicit errors out of Gregor. And that's tricky, because Gregor Schill is an extremely experienced competitor.
That certainly is the goal at the end of the day, but look at Schoeniger. He is pressuring left, he's pressuring right. He's trying to really get into the head right now of Gregor Schill. We all know you got to get up pretty early in the morning to distract the 86 driver, the 89 driver like that. However, that might just be the case. It's pretty early in the morning. Dennis Schoeniger, he looks eager and ready as ever behind the wheel. The pace is electric for him. And with 2.5 tenths separating, they're going to be heading into the final carousel right now. And the Dottinger is where they are going to be trying to line up that overtake. Of course, there's a few more corners before they get to the final carousel, because I can really tell where we are on track. The nighttime, the circuit looks all the same. And it is very different. There is the second carousel. I wasn't too far off. But now the long shot onto the Dottinger. Dennis, a bit further back than he would like, I would imagine. He wants to be right on the tail of the BMW. And this is going to be George Boothby in for a stop. Now the rain is going to be falling here within the next 10 minutes. However, it's looking like a bit of a sprinkle. George Boothby has only been out for 3 laps and he's coming in. Was he on wets and now is he taking dries? That I don't know, but that's an early stop no matter how you look at it.
I think it's just down to the changing conditions and, you know, George thinking maybe that the tyres that he's on, you know, won't be beneficial in the long run. You know, a lot of these strategy calls are made, you know, thinking of, you know, an hour, like down, further down the line. So, like, him and his teammates will be thinking about every single possibility. So I'm sure this is a wise decision. But yeah, we have yet to see like how it will look for the rest of the guys and girls. So as we see Gregor Schill and Dennis Schoeniger enter into the pit lane, and we shall see, you know, where they come out in comparison to George and to Jordan, because Jordan Sherratt has, well, he just gapped the entire field at this point, and he's doing a tremendous job keeping that consistency up, as we see David Tanitsa hot on the tails of Bastian Richter, 2 heavy hitters in the ACC scene. Let's see what David Tanitsa does right now with Bastian Richter having the Nürburgring Nordschleife as his literal backyard. He knows this track in and out. He is extremely experienced in this track. So we shall see what David Tanitsa can do against such an experienced and capable driver as Bastian Richter right now.
Oh man, if I'm Bastian Richter, I am sweating like a cow in a burger joint right now as David Tanitsa is trying to take a bite out of that Ferrari. Either way, he hasn't managed to yet. Through this middle sector right now as they go on down the hill through the through Wipperman, I think is where they are currently on the track, or Bergenwerk, as they go through the second carousel. Yes, and now onto the back. That was the first? Oh, of course it was. Okay, my bad. They were going through Kesselchen into the first carousel then. So it all looks the same. My apologies.
Gucci, as we see Gregor Schill still very much in that battle with Dennis Schoeniger. He's managed to eke out a slight gap in the last sector. You know, 6 tenths is a sizable gap. We shall see if the Mercedes Grunt is able to, you know, get even close to him by the end of the last sector coming into Dottinger. But for right now, Gregor Schill looks measured, relaxed and composed.
Certainly does, and not really any eagerness to be shown, and as very understandably, 13 hours left in this race, give or take a little bit more than that. These drivers have a long ways to go. However, the halfway point is very much in the grips for these drivers, and they know that once you reach that halfway point, you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. You say, well, I survived the first half. What's surviving the second half, right? Well, it's only twice as hard as surviving the first half, just mathematically speaking.
Well, most of the accidents in Nordschleife happens right in the middle of the race, to be fair. So, you know, come the end of the race, people will, you know, just be coasting at that point. They're not going to be pushing the absolute limit. So we shall see what the complexion of the race looks like at the end. You know, I'll be, you know, intently having a look, and I'm sure all the viewers will be doing so too.
Absolutely, and for anyone curious, if the checkered flag was to fall right now on lap 75, Samantha Tan Racing Esports team would take the championship by about 3.5 points over Gladys Competition. We also have the BF Racing team coming in third with Visceral Esports by Acetec, now ahead of the Velace team. So they have managed to muster enough points and positions. Now, is that because of the pit phase? It very well may be. Things are going to get shaken up. This is not final positions by any stretch of the imagination. And here we go. This is Richter, who got overtaken by Tanitsa. Richter's immediately coming back.
Indeed, and Bastian Richter will not want to concede any position. He is a driver that will always fight back and will always give it his best. And we see David Tanitsa just struggle a bit with the top end to try and stay in front of Bastian Richter, the Ferrari being an extremely aero-efficient car. So we shall see how this looks, because every time David Tanitsa looks extremely strong in the corners, but it just seems to me like Bastian Richter just has that extra juice in the car that's able to get him like straight past Bastian again.
Yeah, and all this squabbling isn't really helping them either. So here we go, into pit lane. Let's take a look at their strategy right now, as I presume they're on wet tires and they are going to be strapping on a set of dries for the next stint. The rain, you can see the windshield wipers are on. I don't know if we can hop on board just to see. You can, I think, how light the rain is currently. It's a bit of a sprinkle for about 10 minutes, and then it's predicted to stop. Hard to tell right now with the night conditions, but it will be a drag race out of pit lane between the Cavallina Rampanti and the Charging Bull. There as well is our current, no, not our current race, that's the 224. No, wait, is it? Who is that in the pit lane?
That looks to me like it's ATS Corsa Esports team. No, actually. No, that's Genesis, so that's probably the car piloted by currently Tommy Lydon.
As it's, yes, indeed. Tommy Lydon currently sitting now in pit lane. 16th position for him in that BMW. So making their not mandatory stop, making their change over to dry tires and are going to be out on the circuit. I would love to see if we can maybe catch a, can we catch a view, Ryan, of the sidewalls potentially here of these drivers out on circuit, potentially, or either our race leader or George Boothby? I'm curious just to see if there is a little yellow stripe on those tires or if they are on wet. I cannot. I need to see a very zoomed in shot of that. Hopefully we can get that soon. Because I'm curious if they're on dries or wets. There's really no way to tell in ACC, unfortunately, other than looking at the sidewalls of the tires. There's no little blip or graphic anywhere telling us that, unfortunately.
Indeed, and can I just give a quick shout out to Tommy Lydon? This is his first ever SRO race, and he is holding his own against some of the toughest competition. Like, he's doing a tremendous job to keep up the pace, especially in such difficult conditions. Like, he's doing so incredibly well.
He really is, and just keeping up the consistency is what you need to do here at the Nordschleife. And welcome back to Tyler as well. Welcome to everyone joining us here again on the YouTube side of things. If you guys are tuning in later, if you joined us earlier, welcome along here to the GT World YouTube channel or the SRO Motorsports channel. We have almost 13 hours left in this race to go. It's still, again, plenty of action to unfold. My goodness, what eventful racing we've had so far for a 24-hour race, and also what conditions we've had. It's This is Remco Ottens, one of our stewards, has sent me a meme in Discord saying, "It's your time to reign for 20 minutes. Yes, honey. Yes, it's been just a bit of a sprinkle on and a sprinkle off, really, and it's made these conditions very unpredictable. And to be honest, the drivers have coped extremely well, all things considering. I haven't seen too many off tracks in the past 2 hours. We've seen a couple, but all in all, nothing to what you would normally expect in a wet night Nordschleife race."
Yeah, I'd rather not jinx that if I were you, Mike, because I'm sure all these teams are comfortable right now, you know, trying to manage their pace and consistency, trying to make sure they don't do that. But I guarantee that in the next, 5 minutes, at least one car is going to be off now that you said that.
Okay. No promises on that in the jinx, but Omaris in chat also, hello and shout out to the comms booth for entertaining us. Hey, Omar, shout out to the best mod over on the GT World channel as well, providing moderation for not just the Intercontinental World GT Challenge, but all of the streams over on GT World. Always see you in the chat there, and always smile when I do. Our Indonesian brother or sister. Thank you for your hard work. And thank you to everyone, again, behind the scenes for all of their hard work as the drivers continue on the circuit here. 5/10 separating Rodriguez and Schill. Gregor hasn't been smooth sailing this past stint, obviously into pit lane. It's been very hit or miss, I feel, for the BS team. 1 minute they have blistering pace, and then the next minute they're under threat from somebody else.
Indeed. By the way, I feel like I dismissed that last bit. I mean, Omaris, I see them all the time in GT World streams and stuff. So, a true unsung hero in the motorsport scene, just in terms of, just the sheer amount of information that Omaris has in their locker. Like, it's so good to see people so passionate about not only real life motorsport, but also sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And also everyone here joining us that maybe isn't too invested in motorsports or isn't too interested, and you guys are joining us here anyways. Thank you guys. Cheering on your friends, your family, because I know a lot of people are out there. Let us know who you're supporting. We want to know who you're cheering on. Show them some love. When they go back and watch the VOD later, they're going to see, I know that person, they were cheering me on in chat. And that is, of course, such a welcome feeling, such a warm and welcome feeling. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you for hitting that subscribe and like button, as well as the bell notification if you are on YouTube for the GT World channel, and also hitting that follow, as it is free over on Twitch.
Indeed, and I see a lot of people in chat, saying like, I'm not too invested in watching this. It's the only thing live right now, and I'm happy to watch. That is great. And I'm glad that we can entertain you right now while you have nothing to watch. I mean, that's our goal. It's something that we, strive towards doing. And, we're happy that, we can provide some entertainment while you're bored right now.
I just like watching cars drive around in glorified circles, Prawn. Like, look, maybe call me a simpleton, call me what you would like, but I like racing. And this is what I could not think about spending my Saturday doing anything else, to be completely honest. This is exactly where I want to be, is watching these cars drive around the Nordschleife, and we've now hit 13 hours remaining in this race, and so much more action to unfold as well. And again, as we approach that daytime stint, there's going to be more and more battling. You can see right now, though, the tailpipes glowing as they just have the maximum amount of heat and energy being thrown through them right now. And this is where the fatigue, as Prawn mentioned earlier, really starts to kick in. You've been out there for at least 3 hours. Pretty much every single driver has had roughly 3 hours, 2 hours at the very least of driving, and you start to get a little tired. Some have had 4, some have had 7, or not 7, no one can have 7. Some have had 6 though. It's been and so obviously the drivers with 6 hours, they can only provide 40 more minutes to their team before they have their maximum stint timer allotted. 6 hours and 40 minutes is the amount of time that each driver is allowed behind the wheel at maximum, with the 65-minute stint timer in between.
Indeed, and that poses a lot of issues for some teams because, like, inherently you'll have drivers that are faster. So, you'll want to put them in for like 8 hours and then give some respite to some of the others and then just let them do a stint or two. But with this format, it makes it so all the more important to get all the drivers on pace. and it means that we have just a greater level of consistency and performance across the board. And that's something that's very, very important to see, because it just it helps everyone get better. It's an incentivized thing where you put in the effort, you get better, and everyone performs better, not just one person carrying the team.
Yeah, exactly. And I see we have some, not necessarily specific people being rooted on, but we have some specific cars being rooted on. We're seeing some love for the Honda NSX. I love that as well. That's a great choice. And we're seeing some love for the Ford Mustang GT3, the American machine out on the circuit. And I like that. As an American, I gotta say, what isn't there to like about the Ford Mustang GT3? It's a brilliant car, the most recent addition to Assetto Corsa Competizione, and the most recent addition to GT3 racing as well. In terms of the world, or in terms of GT World. And we also have over on the Twitch side some cheers for Kolosov and for Russia. So thank you for that as well.
Indeed, as we see Marvin Butsin in the chat, most likely just finished his stint with Myrtle Motorsport in the Honda entry. Well done. It takes a lot of strength and concentration to finish a stint, and you did very well. So just a shout out to Marvin in chat.
And what the lap times we're seeing right now are a little bit on the irrelevant side, as every driver has just done their out lap pretty much. So we're seeing 9:28.6 from our race leader last time around. That's not their actual pace. That is just because they decided to make their pit stop on the previous lap. The average lap that we've been seeing throughout these midnight stints, looking at our race leader in the 255 competition, Philippe Minard, managed an average lap time of about 8 minutes and 36 seconds over his stint. And again, that does count the out lap. So the average stint time doesn't necessarily tell us everything we need to know. I wish it didn't count the out lap, but it does. So we'll see. We'll see at the end of this lap. But somewhere around the 8-minute 30s has been pretty typical. Around the mid-8s is what we've been seeing for these wet night conditions. But fastest lap overall, currently set by the 255 competition. That was Abuladze that set it at a 8:06.192 in the race.
And that's lightning pace at the moment that is being set by these guys. And it just goes to show the quality of drivers that SRO Esports continues to empower across several years now. I think it started in 2020. So for 4 years consistently showcasing the best of ACC is something that is very rare, and it's good to see.
It is, and this is of course the first time as well that SRO has managed to have a race on this lovely circuit in ACC. This is the first ever Nordschleife race on ACC by SRO, so we're making history here tonight. And also I just wanted to throw out there the fact that the number 72 Cavallina Rampanti, the Ferrari 296 of Brandon Richter, qualified in pole position, and he qualified with an 8:01.982, almost a 7-minute lap time.
A 7-minute lap time is ballistically quick. I think the viewers at home may not understand just how hooked up the lap needs to be, because you have to have everything perfect across a nearly 8-minute lap, and it's something that is a lot of people talk about perfection in sim racing, and normally that doesn't exist. But when you set laps like that is true perfection and personified, and it's something that people seldom do.
It really is, and the amount of talent as well, like we said at the beginning here. I don't know if we can, right? If we can go back and maybe have a replay of the race start, and just to see kind of what has unfolded thus far from the first corner, and have a bit of a highlight, as we do have this battle on track though between Tanitsa and Richter. We definitely don't want to miss that. But these two, I don't predict these two are going anywhere from each other. Even if David Tanitsa does make an overtake onto Richter, it's not the first time we've seen it in the past hour. These two are just scrapping tooth and nail, and I'd made the comment of the knife fight in a phone booth. These are the two drivers that are having a knife fight in a phone booth. And yeah, playing chess at 200 miles an hour, whatever anecdote you want to make for these two, they're on the ball right now, and they are absolutely giving each other the most of what they have and getting the most out of each other as well, which is so cool to see. They're pushing each other maximally through this middle sector as both of them are on a recovery drive. These are two drivers that easily could have won the race tonight. David Tunitsa, though, with a lap 1 incident, an unforced lap 1 incident, very uncharacteristic, found himself the wrong way around and collecting the Visceral Esports car as well. But beyond that, Brandon Richter, he has had his fair share of incidents in this race as well and plummeted himself down into 17th. He's still with the fight, though. The heart of a lion, and they are absolutely on the ball right now. There's the Charging Bull flashing its headlights in the rearview mirror of the Ferrari, but no, objects in mirror are not closer than they appear. You just can't fit a piece of paper between them.
Indeed, and these tight gaps that, you know, make or break a driver. You know, you have to be able to cope with the pressure when a driver behind you is tailing you and, you know, trying to elicit errors.
We also have over on the YouTube side of things here, Tyler joining us. We got Laura Graham. Welcome everyone over on the YouTube side, as well as Scaldison as well, saying that they currently follow NASCAR and IndyCar, but have really gotten into sports car racing lately, and you plan on going to COTA. Let's go for the SRO and the WEC race this year. That's awesome. Man, that is goals myself. I want to be going to COTA so bad. What an amazing circuit that was built back in 2012. Found influence from tracks like Hockenheim and Suzuka and what else am I forgetting? Spa and a few others as well. Very amazing. So thank you guys so much for joining us here on the YouTube side as well as the Twitch side. And we are going to be here for, well, a good long while. As I think I will be. I think Prawn will be checking out here in the next 15 minutes. But don't worry, chat. You're stuck with me for the foreseeable future. It's the midnight stint with Mike Noss coming up. And my goodness, here we go. This is on. David Tunitsa trying to make a move onto Brandon Richter. At least he's trying to push him into a mistake as they run on through the Kesselchen down towards the hairpin or the carousel. Who is going to give? Someone has to give, and it looks like it has to be David Tunitsa as he doesn't get a good enough run. We're approaching now the barbecue area. You can see the lights flashing in the background, and you can smell the burgers as you drive by. And there's Bastian Richter, dialed in, locked in as ever, and you can see he's got eyes on the prize right now, but sweating like a cow in a burger joint. This is very exciting, and again, not going anywhere anytime soon. This might be, Prawn, the greatest thing since sliced bread, but these drivers, they need to make sure they don't become toast.
Well, sometimes it's unavoidable to become toast. But, you know, that's life. Like, when you're on track, like, you do everything possible not to become toast. However, sometimes you get the diamond in the rough, and it's that sliced bread that is, you know, perfectly cut with just the right amount of crust and enough filling when you then make it into a sandwich where it's just right. And yeah, it's always a delight when you get that perfect sliced bread on track. I also cannot believe I've just spent about 2 minutes waffling about sliced bread.
That's okay, get used to it, Prawn. Welcome to my world. This is Lars Kisser here. And, oh, is that the back marker getting in the way as well? They move out of the way very early, not getting in the way of this scrap. But Kisser and Mooning, they're having a little bit of a tooth and nail fight right now. And Lars Kisser, you can see he's got the HyperX headset acting like a mustache, to be completely honest. If you just look at it in the right way, it almost looks like Lars has a very fine mustache on his chin, on his lip. I don't think he is. I think he's a cleanly shaven man, is Lars Kisser. But either way, he is trying to have a little bit of a kiss onto Michael Moaning, or at least avoid that, as he goes for an overtake down into the Nordschleife sector, all over the back bumper, as Moaning is wearing him like a license plate. But there's no daylight to be found, and that is, well, partially because we're at night, but mainly because Moaning is not going to be opening the door.
Well, if there's anything I know about these drivers, I mean, Michael Moaning is not going to want to let that position go. I mean, even if Lars Kisser gets past, that means that there's one less car in the middle of him and Lorenzo Magnani in the Gladius competition's Aston Martin entry. So he will want to keep that car buffer around and make sure that he has that, defense mechanism.
Love the comment from Hydro saying that a 2-minute rambling about sliced bread from a British person is to be expected. Can you tell if they're American or not? I assume they might be. Welcome. No, I love that. But you're 100% right. Lars Kisser here, he is kind of, I don't want to say he's fallen off. It's still a half a second as the timing charts say. That'll update on the next sector. He's about a second behind right now. If I had to make my eyeball guesstimate, my laser eye guesstimate, that's just my assumption, is a little over a second right now between the two of them. Lars Kisser's keeping it on the tail, but he doesn't want to lose sight there of Moaning. And of course, this is a battle that isn't necessarily the most important. What this will do, though, is put Lars Kisser in a position to capitalize on Eder eventually. But what it'll do for Moaning is it'll kind of give him a bit of a hurry up and say, well, now I only have one person, well, I have nobody separating me and Magnani. Yes, there's 11 seconds currently, but that gap we know can come down. It's only 11 seconds over 12 hours, 47 minutes, and 23 seconds left.
Indeed, and Lars Kisser will not like the situation that he's in right now, because his eyes are firmly set on the Team Nitro entry with Noah Eder behind the wheel. But, if you have a car, especially if it's another class, like, he'd be thinking in his head, just like, why won't you let me go? Just, you're not, we're not in a fight together. Like, just help me here. And then Michael's like, nope, because I need that car buffer, so I'm not going to let you pass. And it's a whole, game of cat and mouse, where, you have one person thinking one thing, and then another thinking completely differently. So, Lars Kisser will have to think of every trick in the book now that he's got in his locker to try and get past Michael Moaning. Though, don't count out Lars Kisser. I mean, he's been extremely quick as of recent and will continue to be so.
Yeah, definitely. Not planning on going anywhere and, not planning on making an irrational overtake, I think is the biggest thing. One of the things that I often like to point out, and one of the things I love about SRO in particular, is we have the driver cams, and I think it tells you an entire story just by looking at a driver. And Lars Kisser, you can see the way that he interacts with his wheel. He's got a very straight arm approach. He's one of those, kind of like a Sterling Mosk figure in my mind, that drives with their arms very straight at the wheel, at least more than me. I have a bit more of a bend in my elbows when I'm driving. Granted, I come from karting, as I mentioned earlier, so I like to be sitting as far forward and close to the wheel and pedals to get my center of gravity up as I can. That's just what I'm used to, and you get used to what you get used to. I don't like that laid back style as much. Obviously, it works. It's all preferences. It works differently for everybody. But Lars here, you can see how aggressive he's seesawing at the wheel, and part of that is because he's using an extremely high force feedback, and I know that. And the other part of it is he's really driving that car. He is muscling that car around the track. In fact, he's muscling it around the carousel to get by Michael Moaning, as I think that was a bit of a communicated pass. I don't think Michael went deep there on accident. I think he let Kisser through on purpose. I don't think that was actually a valid, it was a valid overtake, but that was Moaning handing that one over, I think.
I would beg to differ, actually. I just think Mike just got a little bit too deep on the brakes and, just, rejoined the track in a bit of a, sprawled manner behind Lars Kisser. It just seemed to me like it was just a common, driver error. And, Lars Kisser will take that any day. And, the Merc is possibly the most difficult car to push to the limit in ACC. Trail braking has to be perfect. You have to, steer smoothly. You have to get on throttle in the best way possible, because it's an NA car, which means, you have to have that throttle control. And he's just doing such a good job wringing the neck out of the Merc, because, it's a tough old beast to tame, that's for sure. And Michael Moaning just, it came out of the second best in this instance, but, all is not lost. You know, Michael is, you know, around 12 seconds in front of Lorenzo Magnani by now. So he has that buffer, and he has a lot of it. And if Velasquez breaks away, which it looks like he has, you know, it's some clean air for Michael to play with. And, you know, that's always welcome. Clean air is pivotal in making sure that, you know, the stint is done as fast as possible without unnecessary battling.
Yeah, exactly. And a really good conversation that I'm seeing in chat here, and something I'd like to touch on, is just like the love of GT racing. And yes, I see the discussion of, oh, what's better, Formula One versus NASCAR? I don't think anything's better. It's all preference. It's all what you like at the end of the day. However, I will say one thing about GT racing, and this is one thing because I love Formula One, I love NASCAR, I love Indy, I love racing. That's just what you'll find about me. I love all forms of racing. But GTs are a little bit different. And why, you might ask? And that's, well, Formula One, all of the cars are the same, relatively. There are obviously little minor details about them that are different, but all in all, they all have the same body shape and the same regulations that they're going to be following. Same can be said with IndyCar. The same can be said with NASCAR up to the manufacturers, of course. But GT racing, it just kind of takes all of what I'm saying and just throws it into the wind and throws it into the shredder, bonfire, lights it up with a million tons of gasoline. Because on what racing series do you get to see a Ferrari 296, a little six-cylinder V6, battling with an Aston Martin V12, battling with a BMW M6, battling with an M4, battling with a Huracan, battling with a Porsche, battling with a Ford Mustang? Nowhere besides GT3 racing is the answer. And granted, a couple of those cars that I mentioned, yes, they might not be raced anymore, but they're all still in our hearts. The Jaguar, of course, being another one of those cars, the Lexus. These are all machines, and all of them different engines, different engine configurations, different places for the engine, different torques, different horsepower, a different weight. Everything about these cars is different, minus the fact that they all go around the circuit at relatively the same pace. And that's, of course, due to BOP, balance of performance. They change these cars' engine maps, they change the amount of fuel usage, they change the ignition timing, they change the weight that's added onto the car, and so much more to balance all of these machines to make it so over the course of this Nordschleife circuit, which again is 15.7 miles, 25.3 kilometers, they come down to almost the exact same time, milliseconds separating them.
Indeed. And it just goes to show, like, how, you know, far homologation has come, like, since, you know, like, just in the olden days, like, you'd have cars that was just huge discrepancies and not a lot to do to balance them. And the homologation in real life has really, you know, benefited from that. In the sim, there's not really a whole lot you can do. Like, you can add ballast up to 40 kilos or even, you know, remove weight up to 40 kilos. And you can, you know, up the restrictor by a certain amount too. That's about the limitations that you get on ACC. But, you know, a lot of the data that they use for these cars, they get from real world teams and then implement into the game. Kuno Simulazione, who's managed to, you know, translate real world data into something that, you know, you can put into, like, what is essentially a sim software and make it work and make it relatively close, which is what they've done. And with SRO Esports, you know, they have their own custom bot that they run, so that, you know, like, it's based off of I believe the sectors in terms of quali times. So, you know, every series does what they can to, you know, equalize the performance of cars. For better or for worse, that's how it is.
Speaking of equal performance, check this out. David Tanitsa and Brandon Richter, these two have been the definition of equal performance this entire night, and we're going to follow them into pit lane again. I need to know what tires these drivers are on right now, because I just don't know. I don't see the windshield wipers moving. Let's take a look, Brandon, because these guys have pit within the past few laps. So David Tanitsa, let's see here, pit 3 laps ago, so went for a 4-lap stint, followed up by a 3-lap stint. I'm curious the thought process behind this, because obviously over the course of a 24-hour race, you want to make as minimum pit stops as you can. Also, these two sharing a pit stall together, even more apt. But it seems that they haven't maximized the stint timers this time around. Minar also came in 3 laps ago. or no, excuse me, Minar's still staying out. I'm very, very curious what tires these drivers are on and exactly why they feel the need to come into pit lane right now.
Because, like, when you're on track and you just feel like the tires you're on either will not last until the end of the stint time, or that it wouldn't be beneficial to, keep these compounds on. You replace them. It's all based on driver feel at the end of the day. Like, you look at the weather that's around, you check and see, is this right? Like, is there anything that could help me, more while driving? And then you just go from there. Like, it's very much feel orientated things. We see Bastian Richter, pull a sizable gap from David Tanitsa at the moment. And I'm not sure what's happening with David Tanitsa, because, they're dropping back a lot here.
Yeah. It's not raining. They have dry tires on. You can see that yellow indicator as they come out of pit lane. The foreseeable track, it's a damp track currently at 15 degrees ambient, 15 degrees track temp. And it's going to rain a little bit in 30 minutes. Now, how much is it going to rain in 30 minutes? I don't know. If it keeps the trend up like it's been, it's going to sprinkle for about 10 minutes and then stop raining for about 20. That's been the pretty much summary of tonight's race from start all the way to, or rather start of the night stint all the way to finish for the night. And we'll see if that continues on all the way. But we haven't... I'm very curious at those pit stops from the 63 and Bastian Richter. I think I said Brandon Richter, my apologies. Bastian Richter, I'm not completely sure, but either way, they've come in and they have put dry tires on. So they were on wets, they gambled, and it clearly didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see what happened, because even though they must have replaced tires and fuel, a pit stop should not take that long. It felt like they were in the pits for about 2.5 minutes. So I don't
check that one for you.
Like, I don't quite know what the reasoning was, whether they've got damage that they want to fix, like in the middle of the race, so that they have the next 12 hours worth of, no damage, hopefully, touch wood. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see why not, like why they've not, come out sooner.
I agree, and actually here I have a confirmation on exactly what you're saying. So the pit stop time for the for Bastian Richter for the number 72 was about 1 minute and 12 seconds throughout the entire pit lane. David Tanitsa 1:57. So significantly, about 40 seconds slower out of pit lane. So almost certainly damage repair must have been the culprit.
Oh, I know what it is. It's brake pads. Because because during a 24-hour race, like, there is always a necessity to change the brake pads for, like, in the middle of the stint, because if you do an entire race with one set of brake pads, then you'll find the brake performance decreases across the entire race. So to minimize that, they change brake pads and ensure that, they can progress forward. And you'll see these drivers change their brake pads at different points depending on feel. But I feel like now, like, David Tanitsa decided it was a perfect opportunity to change them. So
it's interesting,
because brake pads tend to take about 30 seconds longer, by my reckoning. Someone can correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but that's around about the amount of time it takes.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you hit the nail right on the head. That's something I completely forgot about. But yes, you're 100% right, is that these brake pads in ACC cannot last a full 24 hours, and they will need to be changed at some point. So that must have been the reason that they took a little bit extra longer for that stop. And will that pay off for them? It will in the short term. They're going to have a little bit more pace advantage for now as they put those dry tires on as well. But is it going to help them long term? When do you decide to pull the trigger on that one? And how long do brakes last in ACC? As a commentator, I'm going to be honest, I don't fully have that answer.
Normally, if you're on one set of brake pads, it normally, lasts around about, 10 to about 15 hours. And then after that, on ACC, you'll see like on the brake indicator, like a red spot on the HUD, and when you see that, then there's a clear indication of brake fade, and that needs to be addressed. When you get that, it's just clear performance decrease, and you'll notice it when you're driving, on the limit at Nords. So again, it's based off of feel, and it's based off what the drivers want to do in the given moment, but I'm willing to bet that every single driver here will be changing their brake pads at least once across the race.
Yeah, and as we have Remco mentioning, as well as Tom Bryant saying that it's about 45 seconds, as I can't speak. So that would, yes, basically be exactly the difference in the pit stop time between them. So that's almost certainly what has happened for them. That's interesting. And what does that do for this race? I don't know. Does it do anything, Prawn? What do you predict?
I mean, it won't make much of a difference, to be honest. Like, just pedal to the metal and see what happens.
Fair enough. And here in goes the 201, and it looks like everybody else following suit here. Making their pit stops, there's the Coach Dave Academy car as well coming in behind, and just taking a look over at their stint timers. This is just drivers switching from wets to dries. Our race leader, Philip, is on wet tires, has not managed to, did they come in on this lap? I don't think they did, so they did not manage to switch over their tires just yet. They're confident with the rubber that they're on right now, and they have a pretty decent gap as well over second place, so it shouldn't affect them too much. But I'm also, Prawn, having word in my ear saying that the rain is going to be increasing a little bit in the next 30 minutes.
Interesting. So that is going to change the complexion of the pit strategy a bit, and it's going to bring like a very big challenge, of course. I mean, this dry to wet transition has always been a challenge for drivers, and it's those who can identify when the perfect time to change tires, the perfect time to, change the compounds even. Like, it's always going to be a challenge for these guys, and especially with this being the first ever SRO Esports 24 hours of Nordschleife race that's happening. It's a whole new challenge, and with a new rule set and regulations that come out, it'll be different to other races that they might have done in preparation. So they'll really need to lock in and figure out, how they can progress further. As we see Eduardo Ruggiero in the Raggioli Esports car making his way down into the north section, and Eric Muschka currently facing a decent amount of pressure from Bastian Richter in the Rennwelt and Esports machine. The Genesis Esports BMW looking very, very strong in this sort of mid stage of the race, and it seems to me like Eric Muschka is most likely going to let Bastian Richter go, because he's thinking, well, you're not in my fight, so I don't need to stick in front of you. Like, I can just coast, use your slipstream, and then see what it is. But I mean, yeah, we'll need to see, as Bastian Richter is on the inside, and yes, Eric Muschka definitely does back out. And coming into the chicane, Eric Muschka is now thinking, let's use Bastian Richter's slipstream and figure out a way to progress forward, because his eyes will be firmly set on Mattia Marchi in the Restec Ford machine. So he will be looking to take advantage of Bastian Richter's pace if he can keep up, which I have full confidence he can.
Micro objectives are the name of the game. We've said it once, we've said it twice, and I'm sure we'll say it again. As yes, Eric Muschka not prioritizing track position right now. He is prioritizing the long run, which is very intelligent driving from the Genesis Esports team in the 224. They're in the silver category right now, not too worried about the pros, and having just a good time on the circuit. Again, using that 72 as a benchmarker. They know they're quicker than them, and that can be a very useful advantage for Muschka, as again, they get to use that slipstream Prawn was mentioning to their advantage. But on the Nords, one of the issues as well, of course, that you have to pay in mind is dirty air. There's a lot of turns on the Nordschleife, and there's a lot of very fast corners, so you do have to be careful at certain points. But the BMW it's a pretty planted car. In fact, some might even say it's one of the most planted cars out there. One of the more beginner-friendly cars if you are newer to Assetto Corsa Competizione and looking for a car to potentially drive. The BMW is a great choice. The Aston Martin, another really great choice. But try every car. Get used to, the McLaren, also a very safe choice. But those are 3 of the cars that I would recommend for newer drivers to consider at least trying at least one time and seeing how they feel. But, it comes down to your preferences as a mid-engine driver versus a rear-engine driver versus a front-engine driver. And sure, there's only one rear-engine car out there, but it's still a very valid choice, the Porsche 992.
Indeed. And the Porsche is extremely difficult to drive. I mean, I never touched that thing on ACC because it's just, you have to be, it's such sensitive in terms of steering, and you just, whenever you drive it, you have to be so ultra buttery smooth, and there's only a few drivers in the game that can truly nail it, one of which is Luke Whitehead in the McLaren Veloce entry. He's excelled with that thing and has, he even drove a 24 hours of Nordschleife race solo with it against some extremely tough competition, and came P3 in that race solo with teams that have 4-5 drivers in them. And yeah, with a Porsche being so difficult to drive and difficult to set up, it's not the most beginner friendly car. You have to have a level of expertise in order to be quick in that thing. So yeah, I mean, I reckon the fastest Porsche driver in the game is indeed Luke, and he can sit in the car and just set ridiculous lap times constantly and just do well. It's just one of those things where if you can excel in one type of car, and especially the Porsche, which is a very, very tough car to handle, then you can go into another car like, say, the McLaren, like Luke has done, and drive it successfully. And there's a big point to be said about adaptability between cars, because there's a lot of people that stick to one car and excel in that, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're in a position where you get an opportunity with another team and you don't quite know how to adapt between cars, then it's going to be difficult, and you're always going to face that extra pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And a really great question as well here, Prawn, from chat, that I'm not sure if you've addressed as of yet. I don't think you have, but are there any particular what is that word? Do you have any issues, or what is Dink Donk? What do you mean? I'm not sure what that word is, but do you know what he means by that, Prawn, in chat? It's a good question, I feel, and I just don't know how to say the word.
Hold on, is this on the Twitch or the YouTube chat?
It's on the Twitch chat, yes.
Hold on.
Intricacies. Intricacies is the word. There we go. I am not dyslexic, chat, I promise. Are there any particular intricacies in planning a 24-hour race with your drivers, Prawn?